A lone figure in heavy plate armor stands guard before the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. Their breathing heavy and punctuated by involuntary hiccups. Sensing something amiss, the young traveler's ears twitch as he and his seasoned companion approach the clearing, the older man cautioning him to maintain a safe distance from the armored stranger. The knight remains rooted to the spot, their body trembling violently as the hiccups continue to rack their frame, while the two onlookers watch with a mixture of confusion and concern. Fearing a threat, the older man lunges forward with his blade, ignoring the knight's desperate, muffled pleas to stay away as he strikes a decisive blow against the metal visor. As the heavy helmet clatters to the ground, it reveals not a hardened warrior, but a young girl with tear-streaked eyes, her identity finally exposed to the stunned travelers. Far from this world of steel and sorcery, a memory of a different life flickers into existence. A life spent amidst the concrete and glass of a bustling modern metropolis. In that distant reality, a man in a sharp suit meticulously planned his day, checking the weather and his grueling sales schedule before heading out for another routine business trip. He moved through the crowded station, stopping briefly at a shop to browse the shelves, a mundane moment from a past that now feels like a lifetime ago. He stood in the light novel section, browsing the latest releases with a sense of nostalgia. Back in his college days, he had been a dedicated fan, constantly checking websites for updates. But now these stories served merely as a way to pass the time during his frequent business travels. Moments later, he arrived at the Shinkansen platform, suitcase in hand, and ready to begin another professional assignment. The bustling station hummed with the energy of travelers, and he felt fully prepared for the journey ahead. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the air, accompanied by a violent, bone-jarring shudder. The train had derailed, its massive frame tilting precariously amidst a thick blanket of snow. Whether it was a fatal error by the conductor or the sheer weight of the winter accumulation on the rails remained a mystery, but the devastation was absolute. In the chaos, his consciousness began to slip away as the world around him went dark. A final, desperate hand reached out into the cold air, but the light was fading fast. When he finally opened his eyes again, the modern world was gone, replaced by the towering spires of a grand castle. He soon came to the startling realization that he had been reborn as Millimos Nanette, the seventh child of the Nanette kingdom, starting his new life at the age of 5. He jolted awake in a simple wooden bed, the remnants of his past life still clinging to his mind like a fading shadow. His companions, Gomen and Ark, looked on with concern, noting that although the transition had been jarring and filled with confusion, he eventually accepted his new reality as the years slipped by. Now, at 12 years old, he stood tall, ready to embrace the future that this second chance had granted him. He is currently hiding in a town near the battlefield, where the atmosphere is thick with the tension of the impending war. Despite the early hour, the decision is made to deploy the bird for vital reconnaissance. Turning to his companion, he watches as Gomen produces the object in question. The older man presents the small, feathered creature with a sense of gravity, ready to begin the operation. He examines the creature closely, noting its striking resemblance to a horned owl, though in this world, it is known as an ibis. It sits motionless in his hands, a silent vessel for the magic he is about to perform. With a focused expression, he invokes his power, chanting the words that will grant the artificial creature temporary life. As the magic takes hold, the bird's wings begin to beat, and it takes flight from his outstretched hand, soaring upward with a sudden burst of energy. The creature he just animated darts through the open window and into the sky above the town. Seeing the birds safely away, Gomen quickly moves to shut the shutters, ensuring their activities remain hidden from prying eyes. Once the room is secure, the veteran warrior produces a small, glowing crystal. He instructs the boy to activate this next magic tool, which will serve as their window into the bird's perspective. The young noble takes the crystal and recites the necessary incantation, commanding the stone to reveal the scenery from the bird's eye. Immediately, a shimmering projection flickers to life, displaying a wide, aerial view of the distant plains where the enemy forces are gathering. They both lean in to study the clear image, marveling at the effectiveness of the device. Gomen remarks that the tool, a product of reverse-engineered technology from the ancient magic empire, is performing exactly as expected. He watches through the eyes of the mechanical bird as it soars over the rugged terrain, though a reminder of the absolute secrecy surrounding this ancient magic empire technology briefly flickers through his mind. Beside him, the veteran warrior stares in disbelief at the sheer scale of the force appearing on the horizon, calculating that the combined enemy armies must number over 20,000. The projection reveals the terrifying reality. Rank upon rank of disciplined soldiers, their blades drawn and gleaming under the sun. At the head of this massive host, a lone figure in ornate armor stands atop a ridge, surveying the valley below with a cold, commanding presence. This commander appears to be shouting orders to the gathered masses, but the magical construct lacks the ability to carry sound back to its master. Across the vast plains, the army stretches as far as the eye can see, a sea of steel and banners set against the distant, snow-capped peaks. Every soldier moves in perfect unison, their heavy shields forming an impenetrable wall as they march forward with grim determination. Realizing the danger of discovery, the young lord focuses his will, chanting an incantation to command the false wings to ascend higher into the clouds, safely out of sight of the legion below. He watches through the bird's eyes as the vast legion begins its advance, the sheer scale of the mobilization finally becoming a reality. Beside him, the veteran warrior Gomen advises the young lord to observe carefully, noting that the conflict has officially commenced as the first ranks surge forward. This clash is the latest stage in a grueling 50-year struggle between the magic empire of Magistri Prunbrawl and the Holy Knight's kingdom of Mudu Binurnadal, the two most powerful nations in existence. Questioning the outcome, the boy wonders if the mage's superiority is guaranteed. Gomen points out that the Holy Knight's reckless, unformed charge makes them perfect targets for the Empire's devastating fire magic, which soon rains down upon the advancing front. However, the expected slaughter does not occur, as a knight clad in heavy plate armor emerges from the smoke and flames completely unscathed, much to the young lord's astonishment. Seeing the boy's confusion, the veteran explains that the Holy Kingdom pioneered divine art, a technique that bolsters the physical form and repels magical strikes, rendering standard spells as harmless as pebbles. If their magic is so easily countered, the boy asks how the Empire has managed to survive for half a century, but the older man simply tells him to wait and watch. The answer comes in the form of concentrated destruction. Gomen explains the concept of focused fire, demonstrating that while a single spell might fail, even the strongest divine art will crumble under the weight of a dozen simultaneous magical impacts. He peers through the viewing device as Gomen directs his attention slightly behind the front lines. There, a specialized unit of soldiers stands ready, each supporting a massive, ornate staff topped with a glowing crystal sphere. He realizes with a start that the glowing spheres are the very magical devices upon which the scouting birds were modeled. He wonders aloud if these tools are used to pinpoint the exact positions of the enemy knights with such precision. Suddenly, the sky rains destruction. Beams of concentrated magic strike the earth with thunderous force, erupting in a series of violent explosions that shroud the entire battlefield in thick smoke and flying debris. The intensity of the barrage is so great that even the mechanical bird is caught in the crossfire, spiraling away as the dust begins to settle. Gomen observes that the initial onslaught seems to have calmed, though the air remains thick with the scent of ozone. Through the swirling haze, a lone warrior emerges, charging forward on a heavily armored steed. The knight's breathing is heavy and rhythmic, a testament to the strain of surviving the magical storm, leaving the young lord wide-eyed in disbelief. He watches as Gomen explains the grim reality of their foes. While such a magical strike would have annihilated a standard soldier, it is insufficient to fell a true knight protected by divine art. Mil-Limos can only stare, sweating as he realizes the sheer power required to wipe them out. The armored figure becomes a whirlwind of steel, her blade carving through the opposition with practiced lethality. Every strike is precise, cutting through the enemy's defenses as if they were nothing more than parchment. She stands amidst the fallen, her sword still drawn as the sounds of clashing metal echo across the field. Despite the overwhelming magic used against them, the knights have breached the lines, turning the tactical bombardment into a desperate, close-quarter struggle. She was no longer the focus as the perspective shifted to the observers. From a safe distance, the young prince and his mentor watched the horrific display of power unfolding on a magical projection. The battlefield was a chaotic tapestry of fire and steel, where the very earth seemed to scream under the weight of the assault. He clutched his head, his face pale, as the sheer scale of the violence began to sink in. Beside him, the older man let out a grim chuckle, noting that the boy's older brothers had reacted with the exact same shock upon seeing the truth of the world. The prince could only stammer in disbelief, his mind struggling to process the nightmare. As he stared at the screen, the projection shifted to highlight the instruments of this destruction, the elite knights and their devastating magical staves. It was a sobering realization that a single one of these warriors possessed enough power to annihilate an entire battalion of their own soldiers, and if those staves were ever turned toward their home, the kingdom of Nanette would be reduced to ash in an instant. He looked up at his mentor, his voice trembling as he questioned how such a disparity in strength was even possible. The veteran explained that 50 years of relentless, high-stakes warfare between these two superpowers had forged a military might that other nations simply could not hope to replicate, which was why no one dared to defy them. They sat in the quiet room, the flickering light of the projection casting long shadows as the lesson continued. The mentor explained that witnessing this brutal conflict was a mandatory rite of passage for every prince of Nanette. a necessary education in the harsh realities of global power and the terrifying gap between their kingdom and the world's giants. His gaze sharpened, the initial shock giving way to a cold, focused intensity. The weight of his future responsibilities seemed to settle on his shoulders as he stared into the heart of the conflict. The older man watched him, acknowledging that while it might be too soon for a child of his age to witness such horrors, his royal blood left him no choice. He drove home the point that the only way to ensure their kingdom's survival was to maintain a fragile peace and never, under any circumstances, provoke the giants currently clashing on the screen. He stood before the court, a young boy burdened with the title of marshal. Despite his youth, his innate magical talent and self-taught mastery of the divine arts had propelled him to the highest ranks of the national army at the tender age of 12, making him a prodigy born of necessity in a world of monsters. He reflects on the strange position he has found himself in, having accidentally mastered the divine art through his obsession with magic, which led to his appointment as marshal. While Goman acknowledges the weight of his role, the young prince struggles to reconcile his immense responsibility with his youthful appearance. Looking out at the stone walls of the lodge, he recalls his previous life as a simple salaryman and his initial plan to live a carefree existence as the youngest prince after being reincarnated. The title of marshal was intended to be merely ceremonial, a way for the royal family to maintain control over the military. Despite his desire for a quiet life, a small smile plays on his lips as he admits that, as a former salesman, it doesn't feel entirely bad to have his hard work and innate talent finally recognized by those around him. However, his expression soon darkens with a cold realization. While his own magic and divine art are formidable, they pale in comparison to the overwhelming, world-shaking power displayed by the two warring superpowers he has just witnessed. His grim contemplation is interrupted by Goman, who notes that the intensity of the distant fighting is beginning to wane, suggesting it is time for them to depart from the safety of the lodge. On the magical screen, the chaotic clash of steel and sorcery continues unabated, suggesting that the resolution of this particular skirmish is still some time away. Seeing the carnage unfold, the veteran warrior questions the young lord's resolve to venture out into such a volatile environment. Even as the armies prepare to withdraw for the day, he remains steadfast, however, insisting that they must move now to secure the bird and the crystal, despite the inherent dangers that linger on a battlefield even after the main forces have retreated. He held the glowing crystal aloft, his eyes burning with a newfound resolve. His primary objective was clear: scavenge the discarded armaments of the two warring nations to unlock the secrets of their magical technology. Though his title of marshal was merely a formality on paper, he was determined to do whatever it took, be it public works or clandestine recovery, to advance the magical capabilities of Nanette. Stepping outside the inn, he continued the discussion with his seasoned companion. Goman urged caution, but the young prince reassured him, noting that while his divine art might not match the prowess of a holy knight, it was more than sufficient to bolster his physical strength. Goman, however, remained superstitious, warning that scavenging from the fallen might bring ill fortune, a concern the boy dismissed with a casual wave. The two of them set off, their figures small against the backdrop of the stone fortifications as they began their trek toward the outskirts of the conflict. Pausing to adjust a small lens over his eye, he focused his concentration, asking if the connection to their aerial scout was established. High above, a mechanical owl took flight, its artificial eyes serving as his windows to the world below. Through this shared vision, he observed the shifting tides of the battlefield, where both armies were meticulously arranging their formations. He understood the grim ritual of war. Once the lines were set, officers would attempt to negotiate a surrender, and if those talks failed, the slaughter would resume in earnest. As the owl banked into a turn, Goman suggested a tactical approach, pointing out that a nearby forest away from the main front would provide the perfect cover for their scavenging operations. The boy nodded in agreement, his hand already reaching for his gear as he prepared to move. The landscape unfolded beneath the bird's wings, a tapestry of winding rivers and scorched earth where the smoke of distant skirmishes rose like dark omens against the horizon. Suddenly, something caught his eye through the crystal's glow, prompting a sharp intake of breath. He urgently called for Alectem to bring the map, his gaze fixed on a discovery that demanded immediate investigation. He points to a specific region on the map, noting the presence of scorched leaves and fallen, charred trees. It seems likely that a skirmish took place in this secluded area, away from the main front. His companion agrees, deciding they should investigate since it lies safely away from the primary positions of both armies. As they prepare to move, the elder man commands their mechanical scout to maintain a vigil from the skies above the tree line, before pausing to address a final, crucial point. The veteran warrior explains their protocol. Should they stumble upon survivors from either side, they are to present themselves as a recovery team gathering armaments for the Magic Empire. He stresses that this is a professional endeavor for paid labor, a detail he insists the boy must remember to avoid unnecessary conflict. A subtle, knowing smile plays across the young lord's lips in response to the instruction. Suddenly, he bursts into a sprint, playfully declaring the trek a race. Behind him, the older man calls out a stern warning against such recklessness, though the boy's laughter suggests the caution has gone unheeded. High above the dense canopy, the mechanical owl glides silently, its artificial eyes scanning the terrain as the two figures make their way through the vast, quiet forest. Upon reaching their destination, the boy pauses to catch his breath, checking to see if the elder man has managed the pace. The veteran scoffs at the concern, asserting that he is far from needing magical enhancement just to keep up with a child's jog. As they settle into the area, a pungent, unfamiliar odor hits the boy's senses, prompting a realization. While their mechanical scout provides a visual link, it cannot transmit the sounds or the heavy, metallic scent that lingers in the air after a violent conflict. He stands beside his elder companion, who offers a way out, suggesting the boy wait behind if the path ahead proves too daunting. The veteran warrior is prepared to handle the grim task alone, but the young lord steels his resolve, insisting they move forward together. Following that decision, the two figures become small specks against the vast, overgrown trail as they venture deeper into the dense foliage. The rustle of leaves and the crunch of undergrowth are the only sounds accompanying their steady march toward the source of the metallic scent. Suddenly, he freezes, his eyes widening in realization as the trees give way to a clearing. The transition from the shaded forest to the open space reveals a sight that halts his breath, forcing him to confront the reality of the battlefield they have sought. Before them lies a scene of absolute carnage, where the earth is littered with the fallen and their discarded steel. The silence of the clearing is heavy, punctuated only by the sight of broken blades and bodies sprawled across the grass, a testament to a violent and recent struggle. He stares down at the face of a fallen soldier, the grim reality of death inches away from his boots. The man's eyes are vacant, and the blood staining the soil is a visceral confirmation that this is no longer a mere scouting mission, but a confrontation with the end of life. Overwhelmed by the stench and the sight, the boy claps a hand over his mouth, his body trembling as he fights back the urge to retch. The weight of the atmosphere presses in on him, his wide, terrified eyes reflecting the trauma of a child witnessing the aftermath of war for the first time. His companion remains stoic, explaining with cold pragmatism that they cannot simply stand by. They must strip the valuable gear from the corpses to fulfill their objective. Seeing the boy's hesitation, the elder offers to take the burden upon himself, though the necessity of the task remains clear. Looking away, he struggles to reconcile his morals with the harsh demands of survival in this unforgiving world. The internal conflict is etched on his face as he contemplates the grim work ahead, realizing that the innocence of his former life is rapidly slipping away. He clenches his fists, the fabric of his trousers bunching under the strain as he wrestles with a wave of nausea. Memories of a previous life, where death was merely a flickering image on a screen, clash violently with the visceral stench of the clearing. He knows he cannot back out now. He was the one who insisted on this grim task, and to leave the burden entirely to his companion would be an act of cowardice he cannot stomach. Steeling his resolve, the young boy begins to navigate the field of the fallen, his eyes scanning the ground with a newfound, grim focus. The initial shock has hardened into a quiet determination as he moves past the silent forms scattered across the grass. He notes that over 10 soldiers from the Magic Empire lie here, all seemingly felled by a single, incredibly skilled opponent. While he had hoped to find the valuable gear of a holy knight among the wreckage, the sheer efficiency of the slaughter leaves him unsettled, his gaze drifting over the carnage as he discusses the tactical implications with his mentor. Nearby, a figure in heavy, ornate plate armor sits slumped against the base of a large tree, a sword still gripped in a lifeless hand. The stillness of the metal-clad warrior is a stark contrast to the chaotic scattering of the other soldiers. Upon discovering the armored figure, he calls out to his companion, his voice hushed with a mix of awe and trepidation. The realization that they have indeed found a holy knight brings a sharp intake of breath, the weight of the discovery pressing down on him. His mentor's expression turns grave, his voice dropping to a stern whisper as he issues a sharp warning. They must handle the remains of a holy knight with the utmost care, for these are not mere soldiers, and the consequences of disrespect are far-reaching. As they look upon another fallen warrior, the older man explains that while common soldiers are one thing, knights require specific, sacred funeral rites. He emphasizes the need for caution, his eyes never leaving the armored form as he imparts this crucial lesson in survival and protocol. The gravity of the situation becomes clear as the veteran explains the political danger. If the Holy Knight's kingdom perceives any mistreatment of their fallen, they will pursue the offenders to the ends of the earth. The young boy listens intently, realizing that their task has just become infinitely more perilous. He watches as the young lord offers a sincere prayer for the fallen, noting that while it's the boy's first time hearing of such customs, the rites are now complete. With the ceremony finished, the veteran explains that since defiling the dead is strictly forbidden, the Holy Knight's valuable armor must remain untouched. Despite the restriction on the armor, he begins to scavenge smaller items, like a short blade and satchels, explaining to the wide-eyed boy that these are the rightful spoil for the one who performed the funeral rites. As they prepare to move deeper into the woods to continue their search, he instructs the boy that should they encounter another fallen Holy Knight, their priority must be to signal their location with smoke. Suddenly, he freezes, raising a hand to silence his young companion as a faint, distant sound catches his ear. Straining to listen, the boy realizes it is the unmistakable sound of a human voice crying out. They cautiously make their way through the tall grass toward the source of the distress, the boy wondering aloud if a civilian girl has been caught in the wake of the battle. The path opens into a grim clearing, a graveyard of fallen soldiers scattered across the churned earth, testifying to the sheer violence that occurred here. Looking at the carnage, the boy marvels at the strength required to cleave through steel and bone with a single strike, recalling tales of legendary warriors, but noting he has yet to encounter such power in person. Tucked against the base of a massive tree, they discover the source of the weeping, a knight in heavy plate armor, trembling and sobbing inconsolably amidst the ruins of the skirmish. She is the source of the mournful sounds echoing through the clearing, a fact that leaves the young lord bewildered. His companion explains the grim duty they now face. Once a knight is discovered, they must be tended to, regardless of whether life still clings to them. The boy's confusion deepens as he realizes the weeping is emanating from what should be a fallen warrior of the Holy Kingdom. Approaching the massive, gnarled tree that dominates the center of the field, they find her huddled against its trunk. The veteran warrior keeps a hand near his weapon, cautioning the boy to maintain a safe distance from the unknown survivor. Sensing their presence, she weakly asks who has come upon her, her voice barely a whisper against the silence of the dead. The two travelers halt their advance, the tension in the air thick as they wait for her next move. As they get a clearer look, the boy is struck by the realization that she is no mere soldier, but a child, hardly older than himself, clutching a small blade with trembling hands. Her eyes are wide with terror, and she groans in pain, her small frame swallowed by the heavy plate armor she wears. Trembling with a mix of fear and defiance, she identifies herself as Princess Valera of the Holy Knight's Kingdom, the second daughter of Mudu. Her gaze falls upon the weapon the boy carries, and she recoils, accusing him of being a soldier of the Magic Empire. He quickly tries to de-escalate, stammering that the blade was merely something he scavenged from the ground. Refusing to be placated, she screams her full name, Valera Mudu, and declares with desperate resolve that she would rather perish in combat than endure the shame of capture. The boy and his mentor can only watch in stunned silence as the young princess prepares to make a final, futile stand. In the heart of the forest, the young boy and his elder companion stumbled upon a startling sight. A girl in silver plate armor huddled against the roots of a massive tree. She scrambled to her feet, her voice trembling but defiant as she proclaimed her identity as Valera Mudu, the second daughter of the king of the Holy Knight nation of Mudu, being your native. This sudden, grand declaration left the two travelers stunned, their eyes widening in disbelief at the royal lineage standing before them. Despite her obvious fear, the princess brandished a small dagger with a shaking hand, vowing to die fighting rather than face the disgrace of capture. Her resolve quickly dissolved into desperate sobs as she stammered out a challenge for a duel, while the elder man and the boy exchanged confused whispers, realizing she had mistaken them for soldiers of the Mage Empire. She paused, her tear-filled eyes narrowing as she questioned why, if they weren't enemies, they were in possession of a staff belonging to the Imperial forces. The question caught the older man off guard, causing a bead of sweat to roll down his face as he and the boy struggled to find a convincing explanation. He quickly composed himself, spinning a tale of being simple laborers named Aram and Mimo who were merely scavenging weapons to sell for the boy's future. He holds out the small blade, offering it as proof of their harmlessness. The young princess stares at the weapon, her initial hostility beginning to fade as she processes the sight. Because of this gesture, she finally lowers her guard, admitting that their attire truly bears no resemblance to the Imperial forces she feared. While she breathes a sigh of relief, the young lord whispers to his companion, amazed at how quickly their deception took hold, though they justify it as a necessary means to an end. Moments later, the weight of her situation seems to crash down upon her, and her legs give way. She sinks to the forest floor, the adrenaline that sustained her finally spent. As she trembles, her gaze drifts toward the clearing ahead, her eyes widening in fresh horror. The realization of what lies just beyond the trees drains the color from her face. There, The true scale of the tragedy is revealed, a silent graveyard of fallen knights scattered across the blood-stained earth. The clearing is a testament to a desperate, losing battle. The two travelers watch in somber silence, their faces etched with a grim understanding of the carnage before them. There are no words for such a sight. In response to the devastation, the princess crawls toward a specific fallen figure, her voice trembling as she calls out for her grandfather. She refuses to believe the stillness of the man lying prone in the dirt. Her grief finally erupts into a piercing scream that echoes through the trees, a desperate cry for the one who is gone. Observing the scene, the elder man notes that the fallen warrior was likely a royal bodyguard who fulfilled his final duty by ensuring the princess's survival at the cost of his own life. He stands back as the young lord watches the princess's grief, the boy's hand trembling as he clenches it into a fist. Despite having lived for 30 years in a previous life, he feels a profound sense of inadequacy in the face of such raw sorrow. Standing behind the weeping girl with the veteran and arc, the young lord laments his own helplessness, realizing that despite his mastery over magic and divine arts, and his past rank as a marshal, he cannot find a single word to offer her comfort. He listens as the veteran warrior steps forward, his voice low and steady as he addresses the princess, gently insisting that they must say their goodbyes properly and offer a prayer for the fallen to honor their sacrifice. He continues his explanation, warning that without such a final farewell, the departed soul might lose its way in the afterlife. Valera can only respond with choked sobs, the weight of the loss nearly unbearable as she acknowledges the truth of his words. He watches the boy realize that his presence is the only thing he can truly offer, as the young lord speaks up with a soft but determined voice, asking to help her through this dark moment. He moves closer to the kneeling princess, extending an invitation to share the burden of her grief and suggesting that they mourn together to find some small measure of peace. His eyes reflect a deep, silent empathy, focused entirely on the broken girl before him. He is caught off guard as she lunges forward, throwing her arms around him and burying her face in his chest as her silent sobs finally break into a torrent of shared sorrow. She clings to him, her grief overwhelming her composure. Mil Limos is paralyzed with shock, his mind racing as he realizes that even with the memories of a past life, he is utterly unprepared for the raw vulnerability of a weeping girl. In a moment of desperation, he silently pleads for Alectem to intervene and relieve him of this heavy, emotional burden. Her sobs are muffled against his chest, the rhythmic gasps of breath betraying the depth of her sorrow. She is no longer the stoic knight, but a child lost in the wake of tragedy, seeking any anchor in the storm. He hesitates, his hand hovering uncertainly in the air before he finally yields to the moment. Closing his eyes, he lets out a soft breath, the initial panic giving way to a quiet, somber acceptance of his role as a protector. The young lord gently rests his hand upon her head, offering a silent, steady comfort as she continues to weep. It is a tender gesture, one that acknowledges her pain without the need for empty words. His expression softens further, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he looks down at her. Though he is still processing the weight of the situation, a new sense of resolve begins to take root within him. Nearby, the veteran warrior Goman kneels beside the fallen knight, his hands moving with practiced reverence as he prepares the body for its final rest. He treats the deceased with the dignity befitting a soldier who served until the very end. Having finished his grim task, the older man looks back and calls for the princess to join him. He speaks with a solemn tone, guiding her toward the fallen man so she may offer her final respects. She approaches the body with a newfound, fragile calm, though Mil Limos watches her closely, fearing that this composure is merely a temporary mask before the tears return. Goman encourages her to say goodbye, honoring the knight who fulfilled his duty even in death. She kneels in the dirt, her gaze fixed on the fallen as she swallows her grief, determined not to let her sorrow burden the spirits of the dead. Watching her from short distance, the young boy is struck by the weight of the moment, his eyes wide with a newfound respect for her composure. He reflects on how they are nearly the same age, yet she possesses a strength that seems far beyond her years. Sensing the boy's lingering presence, the elder warrior steps forward, quietly instructing him to leave the remaining tasks to the professionals and return to his own duties. The veteran outlines the next steps, explaining that he will signal the nearby soldiers with smoke and handle the formal handover of the princess. She listens intently, her voice steady as she confirms her understanding of the plan. With the situation under control, the boy offers a simple farewell, explaining that he must return to his work. The suddenness of his departure catches her off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless as he begins to walk away. She quickly calls out for him to wait, rushing forward to bridge the gap between them. Reaching into her belongings, she explains that she cannot let his assistance in honoring her fallen mentor go unrewarded. Extending her hands, she offers a small, heavy pouch, her grip firm as she presents the token of her gratitude. He immediately waves his hands in a frantic refusal, insisting that no payment is necessary for simply doing what was right. However, the elder warrior interjects with a stern reminder, noting that to reject a gift offered with such sincerity would be a grave insult to the princess's honor. He sighs softly, feeling the weight of the situation, while the princess watches him with an intensity that makes it impossible to refuse. Relenting, he accepts the heavy pouch of coins, offering his formal thanks to Princess Valera, who beams with relief and joy at his acceptance. With the exchange complete, he offers a cheerful farewell and turns to begin his journey, leaving the young royal standing in silence as she processes his sudden departure. Before he can take more than a few steps, she calls out to him, her voice trembling slightly as she expresses her gratitude for the silent comfort he provided during her moment of distress. He pauses, sensing there is still something weighing on her heart. Looking up with a gentle, hopeful smile, she clutches a small leaf-shaped charm and voices her sincere wish that their paths might cross again in the future. As she watches him go, he offers a final wave over his shoulder while disappearing into the forest, leaving her to stand still until he is out of sight. While he fades from view, a cold realization lingers. The day of their reunion is a promise that will never be fulfilled. Because of their vastly different stations, the princess of the Holy Night Nation and the youngest prince of a tiny kingdom walk towards separate destinies, their paths destined to never cross again. Millimos turns his back, offering a final farewell. The princess watches him go, her expression a mix of gratitude and sadness as he disappears into the dense foliage. Nearby, Gomen tends to a small fire. Thick columns of white smoke billow upward, piercing the forest canopy to signal their location to any search parties in the area. He approaches the princess, who remains seated beside the motionless form of her fallen guardian. He informs her that the signal is active and that help will surely arrive before long. She offers her thanks, her voice small as she admits she should have been the one to handle such a task. The old warrior simply chuckles, insisting that supporting the next generation is exactly what his aging body is meant for. Her gaze returns to the knight lying in the dirt. She reflects on her grandfather's words, remembering how he believed that safeguarding her future was the highest purpose a protector could serve. Her hand trembles as it brushes against the cold metal of the fallen man's armor. She recounts his unwavering loyalty, how he remained by her side even after they were cut off from the main army, following her into the heat of her very first engagement. Tears well in her eyes as the weight of his sacrifice truly sinks in. Watching her, Gomen feels a surge of kinship. Though their social standings are worlds apart, he recognizes the same fierce devotion in himself, knowing he would just as readily lay down his life for young Millimos. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves shatters the quiet. A group of mounted knights bursts through the trees, their armor gleaming. While Gomen breathes a sigh of relief at their arrival, the rescuers charge forward with weapons drawn, shouting for the strangers to move away from their princess. They charge forward, the lead knight rearing their horse in a display of intimidation. The warrior bellows that the warning shot was just the beginning and demands that the others clear the area immediately. Gomen, caught off guard, can only stare up at the towering figure, while Valera watches in horror. One of the armored figures dismounts and rushes toward the princess, expressing profound relief at her safety. The knight, identified as Families, immediately turns their attention to Gomen, declaring an intent to drive off the supposed enemy soldier at once. Valera, however, stumbles back, her confusion mounting as she realizes the knight has misidentified her protector. She cries out for them to stop, her voice cracking with desperation as she insists they're making a terrible mistake. The knight pauses, caught off guard by the princess's sudden and forceful defense of the man they intended to strike down. Taking a breath, the princess explains that this man, whom she calls Aram-san, was the one who helped her bid a final farewell to her grandfather and was responsible for raising the smoke signal that led the rescue party to them. The knight listens, though their gaze soon shifts to the empty space where another had stood, questioning who else had been present. The knight observes Gomen closely, noting that his voice sounds young for his appearance, and concluding that he is not a soldier, but a foreign laborer. Gomen, still kneeling, explains that his presence on the battlefield was merely to collect and return the Empire's discarded weaponry, a task far removed from the conflict itself. Despite this explanation, the knight remains skeptical, pointing out that while he may not be an Imperial soldier, his actions could still be seen as aiding the enemy from their perspective. Valera gasps, her hands flying to her face in worry, while Gomen's expression hardens as he realizes the precariousness of his situation. He offers to provide a more detailed explanation of his actions, hoping to de-escalate the tension. The group stands in a tense standoff in the clearing, the weight of the knight's suspicion hanging heavy in the air. The knight's helmeted gaze remains fixed and unreadable as a cold refusal is uttered. Goman's hand tightens against his leg, the silence following the knight's no, signaling that the time for explanations has passed. They stood amidst the aftermath of the skirmish, the lead knight asserting that their duty was fulfilled. He spoke of finding the princess and honoring the fallen, claiming that a true knight would never betray such a debt of honor. He remained stern, his gaze fixed forward as the young princess called out his name in a plea for leniency. Without another word, the knight tossed a small pouch toward the older man, commanding him to take the money as payment for his assistance. She protested immediately, arguing that such coldness was uncalled for towards someone who had helped with her grandfather's final rites. But the knight cut her off, telling the man to return home rather than engage in the shameful act of scavenging. He then turned his attention to the princess, reminding her sternly that they were on a battlefield where kindness is often a mask for a hidden blade. As they began to move away, he continued his lecture, emphasizing that approaching strangers carelessly is a fatal mistake in such a place. The older man accepted the coin, noting that it would provide him with a warm meal, but then he paused, mentioning that there was one more thing they should know. He revealed that he had discovered several of their fallen comrades just a short distance away, a revelation that left both the knight and the princess stunned. He has just delivered the grim news, and the weight of it settles heavily on the young princess. Valera's eyes well with tears as she realizes her grandfather wasn't the only casualty. She turns to the knight, Families, pleading to bring the other fallen man back as well. The knight considers the request, looking toward his horse, Narotira. He calculates the burden. The beast can carry 3 armored riders, but their group now consists of the princess, the old man, and the fallen soldier, making 4 in total. Seeing his hesitation, she begs for a way to make it work. Families remains silent, his hand to his chin as he searches for a solution to the logistical dilemma. Breaking the silence, the old man offers a compromise. He suggests that the knight should prioritize the princess and the recovery of their fallen comrade's body, while he remains behind to signal their location from the site where the other soldiers fell. This selfless proposal catches the knight off guard, prompting him to question the man's resolve. The elder simply shrugs it off, noting that he has his own reasons for staying, including the collection of imperial weaponry left on the field. Recognizing the wisdom in the plan, the knight finally agrees. He acknowledges that for the sake of the princess, they must return to the safety of the camp as quickly as possible. As he prepares to depart, the knight casts a sharp, lingering look at the villager. He finds the man's tactical insight and composure far too refined for a simple commoner, noting that he carries himself with the bearing of a seasoned soldier. With the decision made, he accepts the offer. He declares that the princess's safety is the absolute priority and begins the grim task of securing the fallen knight's body for the journey back. He bids a final farewell to the old man, offering a blessing from the heavens for his deeds as the horse rears up, ready to carry the princess to safety. They gallop away, the sound of hooves fading into the distance as they leave the battlefield behind. Each of them carries the weight of the encounter in silence, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the secrets kept and the journey ahead. She casts one last look back at the solitary figure remaining in the clearing before he finally exhales a long, weary sigh of relief, his posture slumping slightly now that the scrutiny of the knights has passed. He stands alone amidst the tall grass, satisfied that the group has reached safety, until a sudden, dark presence looms behind him, catching him completely off guard. His hand flies to the hilt of his blade as he spins around with practiced lethality, his eyes wide with shock at the intrusion. The veteran warrior scans the tree line, baffled by how someone could have approached so closely without triggering his finely tuned senses, wondering who could possibly be out there. A familiar voice calls out a casual greeting, revealing the young lord standing there with a bow in hand and a mischievous grin. He explains that he has mastered a new divine art, allowing him to suppress his presence to the level of a mere plant, much to the older man's astonishment. He smiles broadly, enjoying the older man's utter bewilderment at his sudden reappearance. Goman can only stare in disbelief, his hand frozen near his face as he tries to process how the boy managed to vanish and reappear so completely. He watches as the veteran warrior remains silent for a moment, his gaze fixed on the young lord, his mind racing to reconcile this display of power with the child he thought he knew. He is chided by the old man, who begins to inspect the equipment they've gathered, his voice thick with a mix of exasperation and lingering concern. Goman points out that the boy was prepared to engage a knight with nothing but salvaged gear, but the youth merely laughs, dismissing the danger with easy confidence. They look up as a thin plume of smoke rises into the clear sky high above the tree line, a silent signal marking their location to those waiting in the distance. They stand amidst the aftermath of the skirmish as the veteran explains their next move, noting that the signal has been sent and it is time to vacate the forest. He decides they will secure the high-quality equipment for themselves, leaving the remaining scraps to be discovered by the Empire's forces. He realizes that by selectively looting the battlefield, they are effectively making their cover story a reality. It is no longer just a ruse. The boy understands they are now acting the part of opportunistic scavengers to hide their true identities. He confirms the plan as the elder warrior consults a map of the surrounding territories, giving final instructions to head back first with the choice spoils. Mil-Limos acknowledges the necessity of taking the long, circuitous route home to avoid any unwanted encounters with the hostile forces of Nanette or Mendacium. They begin their trek out of the woods, the boy laden with the weight of their salvaged prizes. They agree that avoiding further complications is paramount, as any more trouble at this stage would be a significant burden they cannot afford. He walks ahead with a steady pace, leaving the old man to marvel at how a 12-year-old can offer such sound, realistic advice and grasp complex meanings so easily. As the boy continues onward, the elder contemplates the future. If that sharp mind were ever applied to politics or arithmetic, the child could easily become the next king. However, the old warrior quickly dismisses the idea as mere wishful thinking, acknowledging that his young charge has never shown the slightest interest in such things, which perhaps explains why the king appointed him as marshal. Even if he might not live to see the full fruition of the boy's potential, he finds a profound sense of hope in the brilliance the child radiates. The young lord turns back with a cheerful grin, calling out to Grandpa Aram about the long journey ahead to Nanette, while the elder realizes that simply watching him grow will be his greatest joy. As they begin the trek, an interlude in their journey allows the boys' thoughts to drift back to the princess they recently encountered, lamenting that while she was certainly cute, their paths will likely never cross again. He finds himself wishing for the strange devices of his life before reincarnation to capture her image with her hair down, but settles for attempting to paint her portrait. However, the resulting sketch is a crude representation that fails to capture her true likeness. Meanwhile, the princess of the Night Nation herself reflects on their meeting, remembering the boy as a wonderful person while her armored guardians stand watch nearby, acknowledging the impact the young traveler had on her. She watches the old man with a piercing gaze, her mind racing with questions about his identity. Gomen, however, is lost in his own thoughts, weighing the risks of a future alliance with the Night Nation and the heavy burden that might one day fall upon young Milimosa's shoulders. As he reflects on the past, images of his hidden tenderness emerge. He had once been a source of comfort for the young princess, patting her head until her crying ceased. This same warmth extended to the infant Mil-Limos, whom he held close with a devotion that transcended his role, even as he jokingly denied any familial bond. This moment of quiet contemplation is violently interrupted when a dagger falls from the sky, embedding itself in the earth before her. The sudden intrusion sends a jolt of panic through the group, and Gomen immediately shifts into a defensive stance, shouting for the others to stay back as he realizes a new threat has arrived. Mil-Limos finishes securing a massive bundle of supplies, hoping the camouflage will prevent anyone from noticing he is hauling Imperial equipment. Nearby, Gomen announces his intention to return to town to liquidate their captured weapons, instructing the boy to continue on ahead. He responds with a cheerful acknowledgement, promising to meet up later. The older man offers a final, stern warning for him to remain cautious on the road. As they part ways, the young traveler begins his journey alone. To ensure his safety, he decides to activate a divine art, focusing his will to suppress his physical presence to the absolute minimum. He slips past other travelers unnoticed, musing that this stealth will keep him secure all the way home. He reflects on the irony that the things one most wants to hide are often the ones that end up being discovered, like contraband tucked away in a bedroom. Continuing down the path, he marvels at the sheer effectiveness of the technique. He wonders if he has stumbled upon a truly broken, ultimate skill that makes him virtually invisible to the world. However, the strain of maintaining such a high level of concealment soon takes its toll. His breath becomes ragged, and sweat pours down his face as his physical limits are pushed to the brink. He realizes that while powerful, the constant drain of the divine art is incredibly taxing. He draws a parallel between this energy manipulation and the concept of qigong from his previous life, recognizing it as the delicate control of internal energy. He continues his solitary trek, the principles of divine arts weighing heavily on his mind. He understands that by amplifying his internal energy, he could theoretically enhance his physical strength and regenerative capabilities to the point of surviving a direct explosion. However, the technique he is currently employing, present suppression, functions on the opposite principle. It requires him to compress and minimize his energy to the absolute limit, a process that leaves him gasping for breath as his body rebels against the unnatural constraint. The physical toll on him is immediate and severe. His legs tremble violently under the strain. He realizes that maintaining this state not only saps his strength, but also drastically slows his body's ability to heal itself. His lips curl into a grim smile as he finds a fitting comparison for the crushing weight of the technique. To him, every step feels as though he is physically hauling a massive, jagged boulder upon his shoulders. He feels a spark of ambition ignite within him as he considers the possibilities. He reasons that if he can endure and train his body under this immense artificial pressure, the potential for growth is staggering. He envisions a future version of himself, a warrior with a powerful, muscular physique wielding a blade with ease. He believes that once he develops true physical strength and layers his mastery of divine arts over it, his power will be truly peerless. He returns his focus to the present journey, adjusting his pack as he continues forward. He concludes that the field of divine arts is still largely unexplored territory, and he is determined to push the boundaries of his research through constant experimentation. His thoughts drift back 2 years to the start of his journey, to the imposing walls of the training grounds where his hellish education began and where he first discovered the existence of divine arts. He vividly recalls the strict discipline of those days, the shouts of instructors demanding he keep running, and the rule that he was forbidden from even touching a weapon until he had proven his worth through grueling physical labor. He pushes himself to the limit, his small legs churning as he runs across the stone courtyard. But the exertion is too much, and he collapses to his hands and knees, gasping for air as sweat pours down his face. As he struggles to catch his breath, a stern instructor looms over him, reminding the boy that his royal status carries no weight in the training yard. To the man, he is merely another 10-year-old recruit who must endure the same hardships as any other, regardless of his title. Later that night, the young prince lies in his bed, his hands trembling uncontrollably from the day's labor. The cycle is relentless, running until collapse, followed by endless drills with the sword and spear, leaving his muscles in a state of perpetual agony. Staring up at the ceiling of his quiet chambers, he feels the weight of his exhaustion and wonders why he must endure such physical torment instead of returning to his comfortable studies of magic. The transition from scholar to soldier feels almost unbearable. He remains motionless, his eyes wide as he contemplates his situation, the silence of the room offering little comfort to his aching body. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration strikes him, and he sits up with renewed energy. He realizes that if he can harness magic to heal his own muscles, he might find a way to bypass the physical limitations that plague him. His mind races back to his time in the archives, recalling conversations about the fundamental nature of restorative spells. He reasons that if healing magic can instantly recover his stamina, he can push through any training regimen, and he vows to master the technique no matter the cost. Surrounded by a sea of open books on the floor of his room, he stares at the ancient texts in disbelief. The solution had been right in front of him all along, and the realization of what he might achieve leaves him breathless. He collapses to the floor, the weight of his discovery crushing his spirit as he realizes that healing magic simply does not exist in this world. Surrounded by a mountain of ancient texts, the young boy's frustration boils over. He recalls the crushing exhaustion of his past life as a salaryman and laments that even in this new reality, there are no spells to bolster or mend the physical form. Despite the setback, a spark of defiance ignites within him, and he resolves that if such magic hasn't been found yet, he will be the one to invent a new discipline entirely. This determination stems from a year of grueling physical labor under Goemon's watchful eye, a period where every muscle ache felt like a wasted effort, because no magical relief was available to ease the constant pain. He begins to experiment with his own theories, wondering if he can bypass traditional spells by channeling mana directly into his muscle fibers. Yet he encounters a strange, invisible barrier that repels his efforts like an unknown force. Sitting alone in the courtyard, he grips his aching arm, his mind racing as he tries to understand the nature of this mysterious resistance that prevents his mana from merging with his flesh. Suddenly, a shift occurs, and his eyes widen in shock as he feels a surge of unfamiliar power coursing through his hands, a sensation unlike any magic he has ever encountered before. Seeking to master this new discovery, he retreats to a quiet chamber to meditate by candlelight, unaware that his breakthrough is being observed by the guard stationed outside the door. He sat cross-legged in the center of the stone chamber, surrounded by flickering candles. Goemon approached, his brow furrowed in confusion as he questioned the young lord's strange behavior, while the guard stood by, equally perplexed. The boy remained still, his eyes closed in deep concentration. Goemon wondered what this could possibly mean, unaware that the child had specifically requested solitude to focus on the burgeoning warmth within his own body. Within that stillness, a realization began to take shape. He mused that this internal heat might be an energy innate to all humans, perhaps something akin to the concept of chi, and the pieces of the puzzle were finally starting to click into place. He visualized the flow of power, while external magic wove through the world like a delicate net. Attempting to force raw mana into his physical form only resulted in it being violently repelled. The key, he realized, was not to force external mana in, but to amplify and activate the energy already residing within him. Testing this theory, he rose to his feet and began to move. He stretched his limbs and rotated his shoulders, feeling the flow of this newly awakened force through his muscles. A look of pure joy erupted across his face as he realized the immediate effect. The persistent ache in his muscles had vanished completely, replaced by a sense of vitality he had never felt before. Overcome with excitement, he began to leap and cheer, his laughter echoing through the chamber. Gomen and the guard could only watch in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the breakthrough the young boy had just achieved. This newfound strength was soon put to the test on the training grounds. Under the bright sun, he moved with a speed and precision that caught his sparring partner off guard. His wooden sword ablur as he engaged in combat with a renewed sense of purpose. He feels the surge of power within him, realizing that by boosting this internal energy, he can match the strength of grown men. His opponent, a seasoned warrior named Senis, is caught off guard by the boy's sudden increase in speed and power, while the surrounding trainees watch in disbelief at the impossible display. With a swift, decisive movement, the young lord strikes, sending Senis sprawling to the ground. The impact echoes through the training grounds, leaving the spectators breathless as they witness the unexpected victory of the seventh child over a veteran soldier. Standing over his fallen opponent, he warns Senis not to underestimate children, his voice steady despite the exertion. Nearby, another soldier laughs at his comrade's misfortune, mocking the fact that a grown man was just bested by a mere boy. The boy's confidence swells as he looks at his hands, feeling an unprecedented level of power coursing through his veins. He boasts that he feels capable of defeating Senis again, his success fueling a dangerous sense of invincibility. In response, the veteran warrior grits his teeth, his pride wounded by the child's arrogance. He agrees to continue the bout, his expression darkening as he prepares to show the boy the true gap in their experience. Before the confrontation can escalate further, Gomen interjects, his stern voice cutting through the tension. He commands the young lord to cease his play and orders Senis to stand down, recognizing that the situation is spiraling out of control. Despite the reprimand, the boy remains defiant, even suggesting that he could take on both Gomen and Senis at the same time. While Gomen acknowledges the boy's remarkable growth, he watches with a growing concern at the hubris taking root in his pupil's heart. He decides that a harsh reality check is necessary, knowing that such arrogance on a real battlefield would lead only to death. With a grim determination, the old master prepares to deliver a painful lesson, his movements a blur as he moves to strike the overconfident boy. He stood with a sharp gaze, sensing a powerful presence nearby as the group prepared their horses and supplies. Milimos, burdened with his heavy pack, noticed the same aura, realizing that without his divine art, he wouldn't have even sensed it. The veteran warrior watched as the boy approached the cart, waving cheerfully. He remarked that Milimos had taken his time, but the boy was just glad to have made it back on his own, still reflecting on the harsh lesson he'd received earlier. Shaking a heavy pouch of coins, he confirmed they had more than enough for provisions with gold to spare. Milimos inquired about the sale price of the equipment, his mind still lingering on how thoroughly he had been outmatched before. He listened as the boy excitedly calculated their wealth, including the gifts from the Night Nation and Princess Valera. When asked where these treasures were, Milimos gestured to his side, claiming they were right there. His eyes widened in disbelief as the boy produced a bundle wrapped in what looked like old, stained bandages. While Milimos thought the disguise was clever, the older man couldn't help but notice how incredibly shabby the presentation was. He listened as the boy proudly explained his reasoning, stating that the items were too recognizable and valuable to carry openly. By wrapping them in dirty cloth, Milimos believed he had successfully hidden their true nature from prying eyes. Seeing the boy's lack of awareness, he could only press a hand to his forehead in frustration, his patience wearing thin. He demanded to know if the boy understood that royal possessions bore the crest of their nation, a detail that seemed to have completely escaped the youth's notice. He sternly lectured the boy, explaining that a royal crest represents a nation's honor. To hide such a symbol under filthy rags was not a clever disguise, but a direct insult to the king himself, leaving Milimos stunned by his own oversight. He can only watch in disbelief as the young lord laughs off the gravity of his actions. Milimos argues that since they are still within the borders of the Mage Empire, no one will care about the perceived slight to the Night Nation, dismissing the older man's concerns with a casual wave of his hand. He is met with a weary sigh from his companion, who looks up at the sky as birds fly overhead, admitting to himself that the boy's logic is often beyond his comprehension. Sensing the lingering tension, Milimos offers a cheerful compromise, promising to give the items a proper cleaning once they finally reach the safety of home. He watches as the boy consults a map in a forest clearing, noting that they have nearly reached the edge of Imperial territory. Looking over the terrain, Milimos suggests that a path through Mendasium would significantly shorten their journey back, though it would mean leaving the relative safety of the Empire behind. He points to the map, explaining that their route will take them through a buffer zone between several small nations. He warns with a grim expression that while it is called a buffer zone, it is in truth a lawless land where they risk being lynched on sight if they are caught carrying Imperial equipment, given the hostile relations those countries maintain with Nanette. He remains undeterred by the talk of danger, even as Gomen describes a place where Imperial control vanishes and every villager is rumored to be a bandit in disguise. While the veteran speaks of dangerous beasts and monsters roaming the wilds, Mil Limos remains optimistic, jokingly remarking that any wild beast they encounter would simply make for a delicious dinner. The hunt is swift and efficient, ending with a large stag brought down in the brush. As the meat begins to sizzle over an open flame, the group takes a moment to rest, the successful kill providing a much-needed boost to their supplies and morale. He commends the boy, noting that his swordsmanship remains as sharp as ever and his ability to drive prey into position is unmatched. Gomen observes that despite the dangers, the boy has yet to draw the Imperial sword he carries, to which Mil Limos explains he is saving that particular blade for his own research while using a separate one for the hunt. He takes a large, enthusiastic bite of the freshly cooked meat, his face lighting up with pure joy. He exclaims that after a lifetime of Nanette's bean-heavy diet, the taste of real meat is nothing short of amazing, leaving the old warrior to watch his ward's simple happiness with a quiet, contemplative gaze. He dismisses the concern with a light-hearted wave, assuring his companion that the weight of the recovered weapons is no burden. When questioned about sharing the load, he explains that his mastery of divine art allows for near-instant recovery, making physical exhaustion a non-issue. He is met with a thoughtful hum from Gomen, who notes that the soldiers of the Night Nation likely achieve their legendary strength through similar rigorous training. Hoisting a pack that dwarfs his small frame, the boy agrees, confident that such a load is trivial for one with his abilities. As the moon rises over the quiet forest, he reflects on his past attempts to share this power with others. He had tried to explain the sensation to the soldiers of Nanette as a warm energy that amplifies muscular strength, but his vague words had fallen on deaf ears, leaving them utterly confused. His companion strokes his beard, wondering aloud how such complex techniques are actually taught within the Night Nation. The boy can only offer a shrug, acknowledging that the methods of the elite remain a mystery even to him. He is joined in his musings by Mil Limos, who imagines a brutal, Spartan-like initiation where survival is the only teacher. The youth envisions recruits being pushed to the brink, forced to awaken their latent powers or perish in the attempt while they continue their meal by the crackling fire. He watches as Gomen reaches a sudden realization, connecting the name of the power to religious doctrine. The older man suggests that if the divine art is truly tied to the teachings of God, then the ability itself might be strictly regulated by faith. He posits that the art is tied to faith, a thought that gives the young boy pause as a look of concern crosses his face. If the Night Nation views their power as a gift for the faithful, then his own ability to wield it without any knowledge of their religion could be seen as a dangerous or even heretical anomaly. He sits in silence as the fire crackles softly, the only sound in the still night while the meat continues to sizzle on the skewers. He listens intently as the older man explains the political weight of his powers, suggesting that public displays of divine art could destabilize the very foundation of the Night Nation's faith. The boy is taken aback, realizing that his strength, which he viewed as a simple tool, carries the burden of potential heresy. He stands outside their modest shelter as the moon gives way to the morning sun, the crisp air of the mountains filling his lungs while a solitary bird watches from a nearby branch. The young lord watches in awe as they continue their lessons in the wilderness, where the veteran warrior demonstrates the importance of harmony with the environment. Success in the hunt, the elder explains, comes from listening to the wind and watching the leaves rather than brute force. They continue their journey as the vast mountain range stretches out under the clear sky, a silent witness to their progress through the rugged terrain. He flings a stone at a passing bird in an attempt to put the advice into practice, but his timing is off, and the creature escapes into the canopy with a frantic flutter of wings. The elder gently reminds him that they already have sufficient food, and that life should not be taken without purpose, seeing the boy's frustration. They begin the trek back to their campsite. The morning's training concluded for the day. He freezes as their peaceful return is abruptly shattered by a harsh voice echoing through the trees, demanding to know who gave them permission to trespass on this land. His hand instinctively moves toward his side as he scans the shadows for the source of the threat. They are confronted by a group of rugged, armed men who emerge from the brush, their intentions clear as they demand the traveler's gear and camp. The realization hits the boy with a jolt. They have inadvertently stumbled into the territory of the bandits rumored to haunt these hills. He looks up at his companion, whispering a query about their strategy. He observes that the group of outlaws seems overconfident, likely dismissing them as nothing more than a harmless old man and a young boy. The bandits loom over them, their faces twisted into arrogant smirks as they relish their perceived advantage. In response, the veteran warrior raises a single finger, his expression hardening into a mask of grim determination. The young lord watches intently, sensing the weight of the silent command and the shift in the air as the time for talk ends. The elder explains the cold reality of the non-net army signals. A single raised finger is an order to execute. He makes it clear that anyone who dares to brandish a weapon against the young lord and refuses to retreat has forfeited their life. The boy's eyes widen as the lethal nature of their situation sinks in. Realizing that the rules of engagement have been set, the 5 aggressors stand their ground, blocking the path through the mountain pass. They outnumber the pair, their shadows stretching long across the dirt as they prepare to strike, oblivious to the deadly command that has just been issued. He finally grasps the brutal simplicity of the order. They're not just defending themselves. They are meant to eliminate the threat entirely. As one of the masked men steps forward with a weapon in hand, the boy's hand drifts toward the hilt of his blade, his mind racing with the implications of what comes next. With a sudden, metallic ring, he draws his sword, the steel catching the light. The bandits recoil in surprise, their mockery turning to disbelief as they realize the child is actually prepared to fight. He quickly calculates the odds. While 5 against 2 is a daunting ratio, he takes comfort in his companion's status as a seasoned soldier. He reminds himself of his own rigorous combat training, his fingers tightening around the leather-wrapped grip of his weapon as he prepares for the first strike. Despite his preparation, a wave of doubt washes over him. He knows a confrontation is inevitable, yet the haunting question remains. Is he truly ready to take a life? He stands frozen, the weight of the blade in his hands heavier than ever before. In his previous life, the very idea of taking a life was an impossibility, a line he never thought he would have to cross. But as a bandit charges toward him with a murderous roar, the reality of this new world crashes down upon him. Seeing the boy hesitate, the masked leader of the outlaws bellows for his men to show no mercy, commanding them to kill everyone and seize their belongings. The boy's eyes widen in shock as the brutal intent of his enemies becomes undeniable. Sensing the imminent danger, Goman cries out a warning to his young lord, his own hand gripping his weapon as he prepares to intervene. The boy grits his teeth, the tip of his sword trembling slightly as the pressure of the moment reaches its peak. In that split second, a fierce resolve replaces his fear. He realizes that to survive and protect those with him, he must cast aside his old morals. He must fight, even if it means ending a life. With a desperate cry, he lunges forward, his sword carving a bright arc through the air. The force of the strike sends the charging bandit reeling backward, the boy's breath coming in ragged gasps as he commits his first act of lethal combat. The young lord charges forward, his face set in a mask of grim determination as he rushes toward the fray. He is met with the harsh reality of the ambush as the outlaws close in, their blades flashing. One masked assailant bellows that their deaths are the price of their resistance, while the cries of the wounded already begin to fill the air. His eyes narrow, focusing entirely on the chaotic movements of his enemies. Observing their clumsy footwork and wide swings, he realizes that despite their numbers, these men are nothing more than untrained brawlers. With a calculated breath, he prepares to exploit their lack of discipline. He lunges, the weight of the enchanted blade feeling natural in his grip. Even without relying on divine arts, the sheer quality of the magic sword allows him to strike with devastating precision, catching the masked bandit off guard. The impact is sudden and absolute, the boy's blade shearing through the bandit's steel as if it were mere parchment. The man recoils in sheer terror, staring at his ruined weapon, while a cry of disbelief escapes his lips. Seeing their comrade's weapon shattered, the remaining outlaws realize they are facing more than just a mere child. They scramble to regroup, shouting for their companions to split up and surround him, hoping that numbers can overcome the terrifying power of the Imperial Blade. The young lord's advantage is bolstered as a stone suddenly cracks against the bandit's skull, sent flying with lethal precision. Behind him, the old veteran expertly whirls a sling, the leather strap a blur of motion. He observes that while numerical superiority is a tactic, it only functions for those trained to move as a cohesive unit, a discipline these thugs clearly lack. With a look of cold disdain, the elder warrior dismisses the disorganized rabble, declaring that a mere mob like them will never pose a true threat. The outlaws are thrown into a frenzy of confusion and rage. One shouts a defiant challenge, while another snarls about the cheap tactics of throwing stones, mocking the perceived childishness of the assault. Seizing the opening, the boy darts through the chaos, his movements a fluid streak as he parries a spear and delivers a punishing blow to another's midsection, leaving the bandits gasping in his wake. He doesn't let up, driving his weight into a decisive strike against the largest of the group, the force of the impact drawing a guttural scream of agony from the masked brute. The massive man collapses into the dirt, defeated, while the young swordsman immediately leaps back to reset his stance, refusing to stay within reach. Watching from the periphery, the veteran notes the boy's tactical brilliance. He understands that his smaller frame is his greatest vulnerability, and by maintaining distance, he ensures no one can lay a hand on him. As the veteran looked on, the young boy took a moment to steady his breathing, noting that his daily training was finally paying off by allowing him to maintain his composure in the heat of battle. He looked down at the fallen bandit leader, the sword still buried deep in the man's back. Realizing he needed to retrieve his weapon, he reached out, but his hands began to tremble uncontrollably as the reality of the situation set in. The sight of the dark blood staining his skin triggered a physical reaction, and he doubled over, gagging as a wave of nausea washed over him. He clutched his face in horror, the crushing realization echoing in his mind that he had just taken a human life for the very first time. Staring at his own hands, he couldn't escape the gruesome truth. He was now a killer, and the weight of that act felt like a physical burden. He stumbled backward, desperate to distance himself from the carnage, but a large shadow suddenly fell across him, signaling he was no longer alone. Forcing himself to stand, he fought back the urge to collapse, reminding himself that the danger hadn't passed, and that if he didn't stay alert, he would be the next one to fall. Just as his resolve began to waver again, a steady hand reached out and rested gently on his head, offering a silent moment of comfort amidst the chaos. He placed a steadying hand on the boy's head, his presence a grounding force amidst the lingering horror of the skirmish. Seeing the confusion in the young lord's eyes, the veteran warrior instructed him to take up a fallen branch and begin his drills, explaining that while he tended to the grim task of confirming the fallen and clearing the bodies, the boy needed to keep moving. He pressed a sturdy length of wood into the boy's trembling hands, urging him to trust in the routine, for the familiar rhythm of training would serve to dull the sharp edge of the trauma and the heavy weight of taking a life. The seasoned soldier watched with a silent, watchful intensity as the boy gripped the makeshift weapon, his face a mask of burgeoning resolve despite the cold sweat still clinging to his brow. Leaving the young noble to his task, the man turned and disappeared into the brush to fulfill his duty, while the boy remained behind, the silence of the woods pressing in on him as he prepared to swing. Time stretched across the clearing, marked only by the rhythmic whistle of the branch through the air and the sudden, frantic flight of birds from the canopy as the forest held its breath. When the elder warrior finally returned from his grim work, he found the boy transformed, the pallor of shock replaced by a weary but genuine smile as he reported the completion of his drills, admitting that while his muscles ached, the darkness in his mind had finally begun to lift. He listened as the boy confessed the strangeness of the experience, how the visceral memory of the kill had initially sickened him, only to be replaced by the comforting, mechanical certainty of his training, a realization that left them both contemplating the resilience of a warrior spirit. He observes with a grim sort of pride that Millimos has officially graduated into the life of a soldier, having taken his first human life. The boy, surprisingly resilient, quips that if killing a person is the graduation, then the beasts and monsters he faced before must have been the entrance exams. He lets out a hearty laugh, relieved that the boy's spirit hasn't been crushed. If he can still find room for a joke, then the healing process has truly begun. With a firm hand on the lad's shoulder, he guides him toward the path, noting that the sun is dipping low and it is time they return to the safety of the camp. They share a quiet moment of mutual understanding as they begin their trek, the weight of the day's events hanging between them in the cooling air. He had hoped for a moment of true rest, but the old warrior's insistence on movement keeps him focused on the path ahead. He feels a lingering dizziness clouding his senses, prompting him to call upon the divine art to sustain his strength as they walk. A brilliant, warm light erupts from his chest, weaving through his form and mending the hidden strains of his ordeal. His chest feels suddenly lighter, the suffocating pressure of the day's trauma beginning to lift as the magic takes hold. He wonders silently if this sacred power is capable of mending the fractures in one's mind just as easily as it heals the flesh. When the elder notices his distraction and calls out, the boy quickly masks his introspection with a bright smile, insisting that everything is fine. He realizes that this mental fortitude is a necessity for the path they walk. Without the ability to shed fear and doubt, no warrior could ever hope to charge through a storm of magical bombardment. He envisions the image of the mysterious knight braving the chaos of war, understanding now the cold clarity required to survive such a life. He looked back on the encounter with the outlaws with a strange sense of gratitude, realizing that their presence had forced him to unlock a deeper potential within his divine art. With a quiet prayer, he acknowledged the grim necessity of the lesson they had inadvertently provided. This sudden shift in demeanor caught his companion off guard, prompting a startled exclamation as the older man tried to snap him out of his daze. Despite the warning that he was far too young to be acting so intoxicated by his own thoughts, the boy insisted with a forced smile that he was perfectly fine. Above them, the vast, open sky stretched out, a silent witness to the internal changes taking root as they continued their journey. Back within the stone walls of the capital, King Chorex Nanette sat upon his throne, his brow furrowed as he questioned the whereabouts of the returning prince. His brother, Chancellor Sastiavko calmly reported that while the boy had returned the recovered equipment, he had detoured to a well to cleanse himself before seeking an audience. The king's irritation only grew at this news, as he grumbled that a subject, even his son, should prioritize greeting his sovereign above all else. Sasti, ever the voice of reason, pointed out that the boy was simply following the established order of audiences and making productive use of the way. A heavy silence fell as the king wondered aloud if the boy was even aware of the proper royal protocols he was neglecting. Sasti knew the answer all too well, though he kept the thought to himself. The young prince had never been taught the nuances of courtly life, reminding the king that the boy's education had been stripped of everything but the arts of war and magic. The chancellor watched as his brother's patience finally snapped. Disregarding the very order he had just offended, the king barked a command for the boy to be summoned to the throne room immediately. Unaware of the brewing storm in the palace, the young prince stood by a stone well, scrubbing the dust and grime of travel from his skin. As the cool water washed over him, a sense of normalcy finally began to return, making him feel truly at home for the first time since the ordeal began. He stood quietly as Sintes, bare-chested and scrubbing away the grime of travel, observed that the young lord seemed to have grown less hesitant to take a life. The veteran soldier recounted the relentless bandit attacks they had faced on the road, a grim reality of their journey that had forced a rapid maturation. Continuing his stern lesson, the older man reminded him that as the marshal of the army, he might one day be forced to send men to their certain deaths. While no one truly wants to grow accustomed to such a burden, Sintes warned that they simply did not have the luxury of avoiding it in their line of duty. This weight pressed heavily upon the boy, leading him to wonder if he had accepted the mantle of marshal far too soon. He realized that his new station demanded these difficult calls, yet the thought of the lives resting on his shoulders brought a bead of sweat to his brow as he contemplated the gravity of his position. Sensing the internal struggle, the soldier softened his tone, explaining that it was precisely because he valued his soldiers so highly that the king had chosen him for the role. It was this empathy, rather than cold indifference, that made him fit to lead. He then placed a steadying hand on the young marshal's shoulder, offering a rare moment of comfort. He urged him not to force a coldness he didn't feel, but rather to allow himself to grow naturally, guided by the dictates of his own heart. The boy looked up in surprise, struck by how easily his mentor had seen through his stoic facade. It was a sobering realization that his inner turmoil was so transparent to those who knew him well, yet the validation of his feelings provided a small measure of relief. Soon, however, the heavy atmosphere of the bathhouse gave way to more mundane concerns as he began to protest the evening's menu. He complained loudly about the ubiquity of beans in the capital's diet, insisting he wanted anything else for dinner and demanding that he not be treated like a mere child. With the bath concluded and his grievances voiced, the focus shifted toward the grand, ornate doors of the palace. Beyond them lay the throne room, where his long-awaited and potentially difficult audience with the king loomed. The king sits in anticipation, his voice booming as he commands the audience to proceed. He is eager to witness the transformation in his youngest son. Outside the heavy doors, the guard announced the arrival of Marshal Milaimos and Sir Alectem with a sharp, rhythmic clatter of spears. He enters the grand hall with a steady stride, followed closely by his seasoned companion. As they reach the center of the room, they both drop to one knee in a display of formal respect. The king, looking down from his throne, bids them to raise their heads and face him. The young boy looks up, his gaze steady and filled with a newfound resolve. The softness of childhood has begun to give way to the firm lines of a leader who has seen the harsh realities of the world. Observing this change, the king feels a surge of pride, noting that his son indeed appears more mature. He reflects on the skepticism of others, like Duke Avkalo, and feels vindicated in his decision to send the boy into the field. He then commands the pair to begin their report. Milaimos acknowledges the order with a respectful nod, stating his readiness to present the findings of their arduous mission. The young marshal begins his account, detailing how he and Alectem ventured onto the battlefield to recover imperial weaponry. Nearby, a scribe diligently records every word, her pen scratching across the parchment in the quiet hall. As the report continues, the king remains silent, his mind dwelling on the weight of the experience his son has gained. He believes that witnessing the clash of two great nations has forged the boy into a much stronger man. Milaimos then shifts the focus of his report to a more somber discovery. He explains that during their mission, they encountered Princess Palbera of the Holy Night Nation, along with a fallen knight who had evidently sacrificed his life to ensure her safety. He confirms the king's disbelief with a steady affirmation, acknowledging the gravity of having encountered the princess of the Holy Night Nation. The king's face is etched with shock at the revelation, his eyes wide as he processes the political weight of such a meeting. Continuing his report, the young prince explains that after Alectem performed the necessary rites for the fallen knight, they were gifted a dagger and a pouch of coins as a token of gratitude. He draws the ornate weapon, presenting it for the court to see as proof of his words. A heavy silence falls over the throne room as the king, the chancellor, and the scribe process the weight of this news, their expressions a mix of concern and calculation. The gravity of the situation is reflected in their somber, unblinking stares. The king presses further, his voice trembling slightly as he asks if the gift was truly received directly from the princess's own hands, to which the boy gives a firm, unwavering confirmation. Stepping forward, Duke Avkalo requests permission to examine the blade, and upon receiving it, he carefully takes the weapon from the prince's grasp to verify its origin. After a meticulous inspection of the craftsmanship and the intricate markings on the hilt, the chancellor confirms that the dagger is indeed an authentic artifact of the Holy Night Nation. The king watches intently, his hand pressed to his face in deep thought. Stroking his beard in contemplation, the king acknowledges the situation before turning a piercing gaze toward his son, asking what he plans to do with such a significant and politically charged item. The room remains tense, the air thick with unspoken political implications as the advisors wait for the young prince's response. Every eye is fixed on him, awaiting a decision that could shape the kingdom's future. He remains kneeling in the vast, sunlit throne room, the weight of the royal audience hanging in the air as the king considers his words. With a cheerful, gap-toothed grin, the young boy explains his simple reasoning. The blade seemed sturdy and well-crafted, so he had intended to use it for his everyday needs. This innocent admission sends a shock through Duke Avkalo, who gasps, his hand flying to his mouth in sheer disbelief at such a casual treatment of a national treasure. The king himself is momentarily stunned, a bead of sweat forming as he clears his throat to break the awkward silence, while the duke realizes with a start that the child truly has no concept of the artifact's immense political and material value. Closing his eyes for a brief moment, the duke attempts to regain his composure, processing the sheer absurdity of the situation. Breaking the tension, the king officially confirms the dagger's authenticity and instructs the boy to keep it safe before ordering him to proceed with the rest of his report, a command met with a spirited shout of agreement. As the boy stands, the king muses on the strategic importance of the find, noting that if their researchers can reverse engineer such weaponry, the kingdom would be well equipped to fend off any future incursions from Indacia. Finally, the monarch offers a warm smile of approval, commending his son on the success of his very first mission and granting him leave to depart, which the boy accepts with a final, exuberant cry of affirmation. He stood ready to depart, but the king's voice halted their progress, commanding Alektem to remain behind for further discussion. Acknowledging the command, the veteran warrior stayed his ground while the young boy prepared to exit the grand hall alone. As the heavy doors groaned shut behind him, the boy couldn't help but wonder what urgent matters required only his mentor's presence. Outside the chamber, the chancellor efficiently cleared the hallway, dismissing the scribes and the armored guard to ensure absolute privacy for the meeting within. Within the now silent throne room, a heavy atmosphere settled over the three men as the king sat in contemplative silence, his expression grim. Rubbing his forehead in frustration, the monarch confessed his growing unease, noting that the boy's ability to master magic and divine arts entirely on his own had become a significant concern that they all needed to address. The focus shifted to the mysterious blade, a weapon the king now deemed a source of profound trouble for the kingdom. Meanwhile, the young prince sat by a quiet fountain, turning the dagger over in his hands and reflecting on the unsettling gravity he had seen in the eyes of his elders. He holds the ornate blade aloft, his eyes shining with gratitude as he thanks Princess Palbera for the gift, promising to treasure it. The princess watches him, her expression unreadable but attentive as she accepts his thanks. While the young prince admires his new prize, back in the solemnity of the throne room, Duke Avkalo's brow furrows with anxiety as he contemplates the implications of such a weapon, noting it bears the royal crest of the Holy Night Nation. The duke's anxiety grows as he looks up at the high, vaulted ceilings, realizing that whoever bears this crest is guaranteed a personal audience with the Night King himself, a privilege of immense political weight. He looks down the long hall lined with silent, armored sentries, understanding that possessing that dagger is practically the same as having the Holy Night Nation's full diplomatic and military backing. As the duke ponders these military implications, King Chorex leans forward on his throne, warning that if this connection were known, it would sow chaos regardless of the original intent of the gift. The king's words cause Alektem's face to pale as he realizes why the room was cleared. The power Millimos now holds is far beyond his station, and it is decided the boy must not be told the truth of the dagger's significance. While the veteran warrior reels from the revelation, the young prince sits quietly in the garden, unaware of the political storm as he admires the blade, while his father reflects on how this troublesome child continues to surprise him. Despite the weight of these royal secrets, the boy's daily life continues with smaller battles, as Alektem fruitlessly urges him to eat his vegetables while he remains stubbornly focused on his meat. He sat across from his mentor, staring down at a bowl of beans that had been freshly sourced from the market. The scribe on duty reminded him that a diet of only meat would lead to poor nutrition, but the young prince was clearly unimpressed. In a desperate attempt to escape the healthy meal, he began to channel divine art, causing his body to glow as he tried to phase through the obligation of eating his vegetables, much to the shock of his companion. As the meal continued, the conversation shifted toward the nature of strength, with the veteran warrior noting that bigger prey isn't always better. Sometimes, the true power lies in the unexpected contrast of a person's appearance. This led the boy to wonder aloud if Princess Palbera, despite her delicate looks, was capable of using divine art as well. His mentor nodded, conceding that as a royal of the Night Nation, it was almost a certainty. They both fell into a momentary silence, contemplating the terrifying possibilities of such a combination. The older man realized that with her natural prowess, she might not even need a conventional weapon to be a threat. The young prince added to the thought, imagining that if she were to boost her physical strength with magic, she could easily swing the heaviest of armaments with terrifying ease. A vivid image flashed through their minds of the princess effortlessly hoisting a full-grown man into the air with a single hand before cleaving through a battlefield with a massive, ornate battle axe. The sheer brutality of the mental image was enough to give them pause. Realizing they might be venturing into dangerous territory, they both quickly agreed that it was best to drop the topic entirely. The sun shines brightly over the imposing stone walls of the royal castle, its towers reaching toward the clear sky. Inside a quiet, book-lined study, the young lord examines the ornate dagger he was gifted, turning it over in his hands. Sastiavko, seated across from him, warns that such a blade possesses a great power and is certainly not meant for mundane tasks like peeling fruit. When the boy asks if it harbors some hidden magic, the Chancellor clarifies that its true nature is far more grounded. He continues his explanation, noting that the king tasked him with revealing the secret. The dagger serves as a symbol of authority, granting its owner an immediate audience with the Grand Master of the Holy Night Order. The weight of this political influence hangs in the air as the young man stares at the weapon, processing the significance of such a privilege. His gaze intensifies, focusing on the intricate details of the hilt, realizing the immense responsibility now resting in his palm. Letting out a long breath, he stretches his arms high above his head, trying to shake off the sudden tension. While the political leverage is impressive and could serve as a vital trump card in the future, the sheer scale of his new reality is daunting. He decides that, for the time being, he will simply appreciate the weapon for its craftsmanship, reflecting on the wisdom that a true heirloom's value is best preserved while it remains sheathed. This moment of reflection is abruptly cut short as the Chancellor returns, staggering under a massive pile of documents. He chides the young lord for idling, reminding him of the mountains of paperwork awaiting their attention and suggesting that even Princess Palbera would expect him to be diligent. Looking at the daunting stack, the boy asks with a hint of disbelief if the role of marshal truly consists mostly of administrative tasks. Sasti confirms that such work is a vital, if unglamorous, duty of his station, as the quiet of the castle tower remains undisturbed by the bureaucratic storm brewing within. He stares down at the daunting stack of documents, wondering if his time will be better spent on the training grounds or studying military strategy. However, the instructions are firm. Every page must be read, reviewed, and either signed or returned to its department. Resigning himself to the task, he begins to sign his name, noting that these dry reports are actually providing a wealth of knowledge about the kingdom's inner workings. The mountain kingdom of Nannet reveals itself as a secluded realm, nestled deep within a valley and shielded by towering peaks on three sides. This isolation comes with challenges, as the rocky soil yields little more than beans and potatoes. And while the earth is rich with iron ore, a lack of refining technology forces the kingdom to export the raw material and rely on bronze for its own needs. Due to its modest size, the kingdom operates without a traditional feudal nobility, allowing the royal family to maintain direct governance over the land. This explains why titles like Duke, held by advisors like Sastiavko, are merely honorary distinctions rather than indicators of landed gentry. It is a streamlined system where the crown sits at the apex, personally selecting talented citizens to serve as the gears of the state's administration. Looking up from his desk, he remarks on the sheer competence of his companion, Alektem, who simply chuckles and warns that no amount of praise will make the mountain of paperwork disappear. The training grounds are vast and silent under the afternoon sun. Standing alone in the empty space, Millimos observes that the day's formal training has already concluded. Although he had hoped to observe the progress of the new recruits, he decides to use the solitude to his advantage, stretching his limbs and psyching himself up for a private session. He reaches into a barrel of practice weapons, his face contorting with effort as he tries to hoist a heavy wooden blade. He finds the weight nearly unbearable because he is intentionally suppressing his internal energy with a divine art, effectively cutting his physical strength in half to make the training more rigorous. To him, The simple wooden sword feels as heavy as a solid iron barbell. With slow, methodical precision, he begins his forms, focusing on the mechanics of every strike and the alignment of his body. Despite the exhaustion that eventually sends him sprawling to the dirt, he forces himself back up, determined to complete his extra drills. He ignores the passing whispers of those who call him a loser, viewing the struggle as essential training. His solitary practice is interrupted by the arrival of two unfamiliar recruits who sneer at his small stature. Unaware of his true identity, they mockingly suggest that a shrimp, like him, certainly needs the extra work, while he quietly realizes this is the perfect opportunity to test their skills in a spar. He and his companion burst into mocking laughter, their faces twisted with arrogance as they look down on the young boy. Mil-Limos can only stare back in stunned silence, sweat beading on his forehead as he processes the sudden, unprovoked hostility. Ignoring his mockery, the boy begins to laugh as well, pointing a finger at them while remarking on how absurdly cliché their bullying tactics are. His unexpected reaction fuels their rage, and they bark insults back, demanding he learn his place and calling him a worthless runt. He watches as they lunge forward with clumsy strikes, moving with a fluid grace that leaves them hitting nothing but air. He reflects on the 2 years he spent sparring with seasoned veterans, realizing that these amateurs don't stand a chance of landing a blow. In a flash, he ends the confrontation, leaving both recruits sprawled face down in the dirt, defeated before they even realized what happened. A young girl's voice rings out across the field, demanding to know what they are doing as she rushes toward the scene in a panic. She sprints closer, her eyes wide with worry as she calls out the names Kanei and Gat. Mil-Limos watches her approach, noting that she appears to be another new recruit, though her concern for her fallen comrades is a sharp contrast to their earlier aggression. Reaching the group, she looks over the two groaning men before turning to Mil-Limos with a look of gratitude, thanking him for what she assumes was an intervention against bullies. She seems confused by the situation, peering down at the identical-looking recruits and wondering aloud which one is which. She is quickly corrected as he explains that he has been training on these grounds for 2 years and is perfectly fine. The revelation that he is her senior sends her into a state of shock, and she immediately snaps into a respectful salute, stammering out an apology for her mistake. He maintains a calm, slightly weary expression as she continues to fret, wondering why the new arrivals weren't briefed on his presence. He decides to keep his true identity as the marshal a secret for now, concluding that revealing such a high rank would only make things unnecessarily complicated. He introduces himself simply as Mil-Limos, telling the young girl there is no need for such stiff formality. She responds with a bright smile, introducing herself as Hones, just as Sinis approaches from the distance, curious about their presence now that the day's training has concluded. Upon reaching them, the veteran soldier's eyes widen in shock at the sight of the two other recruits sprawled unconscious on the dirt. He demands an explanation for the chaotic scene before him. The boy calmly explains that he was merely returning a favor, prompting a boisterous laugh from the older man who teases him about picking on newcomers. He quickly clarifies that it was the two on the ground who had initiated the confrontation by swinging first. Finding the situation hilarious, the veteran mocks the pathetic state of the defeated pair before turning his attention to the girl standing nearby. She stands at attention, confirming that she had stepped in to try and help. He praises her initiative, calling it a commendable act for a future soldier, though he stumbles momentarily when he realizes he has already forgotten her name. The girl's expression sours at the oversight, her initial pride turning to annoyance. Sensing her irritation, he quickly backtracks with a boisterous claim of remembering, giving her a rough but affectionate pat on the head. He tries to smooth over the awkward moment with forced laughter, hoping to regain his authoritative composure. Shifting his focus back to the serious matter at hand, the soldier notes that the two unconscious men have flagrantly violated the rules against private dueling. He looks toward the young noble, asking for his input on how to handle the situation. He ultimately leaves the final decision to the boy, placing the burden of judgment on his young shoulders. The youth stares down at the ground, his face clouded with a heavy, contemplative silence as he weighs the consequences of his next words. He watches as Cindy's looms over the fallen recruits, explaining the gravity of their insubordination. The veteran soldier notes that defying a superior and a marshal, even unknowingly, is a severe offense that typically warrants 3 days in the cells and 10 lashes. Hones gasps at the harshness of the potential sentence. The young boy remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable as he considers the fate of those who attacked him. He breaks the tension by suggesting that perhaps Sinis' own brand of special training would be a sufficient substitute for the lashes. The veteran scoffs at the suggestion, remarking on how soft-hearted the boy remains despite everything. Watching the veteran soldier concede and call the troublemakers over to begin their lesson, the boy knows that the man's training is far more grueling than any physical lashing could ever be. He hopes that this ordeal will finally discourage the others from picking fights with him in the future. While he questions the nature of the veteran's curriculum, he secretly wishes the man would simply reveal his true identity to the recruits to end the harassment. His silent plea for recognition is met only by a mischievous grin, as the veteran privately muses that revealing the truth would spoil all the fun. The boy can only stare back, sensing the older man's amusement. The boy's attempt to interject is drowned out as the veteran lets out a boisterous laugh, roughly ruffling the hair of the recruits on the ground and deciding that keeping the secret is worth it just to see their priceless reactions. He watches as the veteran orders everyone back to the barracks, bringing the confrontation to an end. As she prepares to leave, Hones turns back to the boy, her eyes shining with genuine admiration as she praises his kindness, leaving him alone to wonder if anyone else will ever tell the recruits the truth. He was taking a moment of respite by the courtyard fountain a few days later when a familiar voice called out to him. Hones, the young recruit, approached with a bright smile, addressing him with newfound respect as her senior. She greeted him warmly, her energy undiminished by the day's labor. She explained that the instructors had been sharing stories about his past exploits, which had clearly left a deep impression on her. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she recounted the tales of him joining training at the age of 10 and besting grown men in combat. She declared her determination to train until she could stand on equal footing with him, leaving him to offer only a hesitant, awkward word of encouragement in return. This enthusiastic exchange was cut short when a drill instructor's voice boomed across the grounds, signaling the end of the break. She waved a cheerful farewell, promising to do her best, while he stood there, still processing the weight of her expectations. He let out a weary sigh as she departed, but the momentary peace was shattered by a chilling sensation. Turning his head, he found the other recruits, Caney Eye and Gat, watching him with eyes full of unspoken resentment and simmering rage. They were still glaring even after the grueling special training, a fact that Sinis pointed out as he strolled over. The commander seemed amused by their persistence, while the boy realized with a start that the soldiers had formed a silent pact to keep his true royal identity a secret from newcomers. He couldn't help but feel that this entire misunderstanding was Sinis' fault for not being transparent from the start. However, the commander simply laughed with his comrades, suggesting that the confusion was far too entertaining to end just yet, leaving the boy to stew in his frustration. Later, while sequestered in his private study, he leaned over his desk and groaned at the absurdity of it all. The burden of this secret was becoming a headache he hadn't asked for. He sat across from his uncle, the chancellor, discussing the friction within the training camp. While Sasti suggested that mingling with peers might be beneficial, the young prince countered that the constant glares from the other recruits were only intensified by Hones' enthusiastic attention, which seemed to irritate them further. Resting his chin on his hand, he admitted that his past life memories made him feel more at ease around adults than children his own age. Sasti acknowledged this truth, but reminded him that as the youngest prince, nearly everyone he encountered would naturally be his senior, making his perspective unique. The conversation shifted to his physical regimen, with the elder man inquiring about his evening training session. He replied that he intended to wait until the other recruits had finished their drills before heading out himself, preferring the solitude of the late hours to avoid further conflict. The elder man offered a final, somber warning, expressing hope that his nephew wouldn't come to regret his choices. He dismissed the concern as unnecessary, though a sudden realization seemed to flicker across his face as he prepared to depart for the training grounds. His gaze sharpened, a flicker of resolve crossing his features as he mentally prepared for the night ahead. As night fell over the castle, the moon hung high and bright above the silent stone towers, casting long, cold shadows across the empty training grounds. Thinking himself alone in the quiet courtyard, he was startled when a wooden practice sword suddenly thudded into the earth before him. He looked around warily, confirming that the area should have been deserted at this hour. From the shadows, the two hostile recruits, Caney Eye and Gat, stepped forward with mocking smirks, brandishing their own wooden weapons. They challenged him to a mock battle, revealing they had been lying in wait for him to arrive, much to his disbelief at their petty persistence. He stares back at them, his expression hardening as they continue their taunts. Caney Eye sneers, demanding he draw his sword and questioning if he's too frightened to move, while Gat stands by, ready for the confrontation. Accepting the challenge, the young lord draws his wooden practice blade, his grip firm. He realizes their clever ploy. By calling this a mock battle instead of a duel, they hope to escape the consequences of their aggression. With a silent resolve, he decides that he will not hold back. Seeing him ready his weapon, the two recruits take it as a formal acceptance and immediately lunge forward. They shout that he brought this upon himself, their faces twisted with a mix of excitement and malice. The duo coordinates their assault, closing the distance rapidly. Caney Eye calls out to his partner, ensuring they stay in sync as they attempt to overwhelm their lone opponent with simultaneous strikes. Caught off guard by the blatant unfairness, the boy realizes they truly intend to fight 2-on-1. Gat justifies their tactics by echoing their instructor's words, shouting in the chaos of real combat. There is no such thing as a fair one-on-one duel. He parries their initial blows, his movements fluid despite the pressure. Kanei boasts about winning fair and square, even as they gang up on him. Recognizing the disadvantage, the young noble decides to refrain from using his divine arts for now, instead choosing to maneuver and create space, much to the frustration of his pursuers who mock him for running. Finding a momentary opening in their clumsy coordination, he strikes. With a swift, precise motion, his wooden blade connects solidly with Gat's forearm, the impact echoing through the training grounds. The taller recruit lets out a sharp cry of agony, clutching his injured limb as he stumbles back. Kanei, annoyed by his partner's failure, barks at him to get out of the way so he can continue the assault, while the young lord remains composed, his eyes fixed on his remaining adversary. He delivers a decisive blow, the wooden blade connecting solidly with his opponent's shoulder. The impact sends the taller recruit crashing to the dirt, where he writhes in agony, clutching his mangled shoulder and gasping for breath. His weapon clatters away, useless, as he remains hunched over in the dust, completely defeated. Standing over his fallen foe, the young lord watches the struggle with a cold, unwavering gaze. He levels the tip of his practice sword at the man, signaling the end of their lopsided engagement. Despite the victory, he offers a hand in a gesture of sportsmanship, but it is spat upon. The defeated man refuses the help with a snarl, while his companion seethes with a mix of fear and resentment, claiming he was simply having an off day. The petty squabble triggers a grim vision of true war, a chaotic, bloody slaughter where men are torn apart by steel and magic, far removed from this childish posturing. He demands to know why they would ever seek such a horrific life. Overcome by the weight of his memories, he leans forward, breathless, lamenting their ignorance and the certain death that awaits them on a real battlefield. He stood in silence, the weight of a grim warning from his past echoing in his mind. The day would come when he might have to send men to their deaths. Beside him, Hones offered a quiet apology for the other's behavior, suggesting it was time they recognized his true strength, but he remained lost in his own thoughts. Looking up at the vast, star-dusted sky, he confessed his true motive. He didn't want to see any of them perish on the battlefield. They needed to become stronger, to toughen their spirits and bodies for the trials ahead, so they wouldn't just be fodder for the war. A faint, bittersweet smile touched his lips as he watched the heavens, calling them idiots in his heart, while wishing for them to live lives without the stain of regret. His reverie was broken when the young girl called out to him again, her voice tentative as she addressed him as her senior. She stepped forward with newfound determination, gripping her practice weapon and asking if he would spar with her as well, hoping to learn from the strength she had just witnessed. He agreed without hesitation, noting that it would hardly be fair if only the boys received his instruction. His words brought a bright, determined spark to her eyes as she accepted the challenge with a sharp salute. The moon climbed higher into the silent night, watching over the training grounds as the hours of practice slipped away into the quiet of the early morning. As the sun began to rise, the veteran soldier Senis greeted the young lord, inquiring if he intended to train again after sundown. However, the boy decided to skip the morning's drills, opting to join the evening session instead. He stood by the window, gazing out at the peaceful morning. The quiet moment offered a brief respite before the day's duties began. Turning back to his desk, he faced a daunting mountain of paperwork. Sasti Avko observed the young lord's renewed dedication, noting a possible change of heart as he encouraged him to keep up the hard work. The chancellor explained that the influx of requests was due to a seasonal event. People were asking for weapons to take into the forest, not for war, but to harvest the local grankled fruit. Outside, the castle was framed by the changing colors of the trees. He realized that autumn had truly arrived, noting that while the grankled fruit looked like simple bolotas, they were a vital winter staple for the nearby villagers. Shifting the conversation to more pressing matters, he inquired about the border fort and whether they needed to monitor the movements of the neighboring nation, Mendasium, during this season. Sasti commended his foresight. Their discussion was abruptly interrupted as a soldier burst into the room, shouting for attention. Sasti's expression hardened, though he initially noted that there had been no troubling reports until that very moment. The messenger breathlessly revealed that a carrier bird from a spy had just arrived with dire news. He stood frozen as the report was read aloud. Mendasium had begun a full-scale mobilization toward their nation. A messenger burst into the room with dire news. Mobilization against the nation has begun. In the quiet of the war room, the veteran advisor laments their failure to detect the enemy's movements sooner, while the young marshal finds the timing suspicious. He is urged to issue orders quickly, forcing him to accept that they must respond at once without delay. Taking a moment to steady himself, he realizes that this will be his first true test of leadership since assuming the mantle of marshal. Spreading a map across the table, he analyzes their strategic position, noting that while the mountains offer natural protection, The border forts are their only line of defense against a total collapse. He begins issuing rapid-fire commands to deploy veteran troops and supplies, but the suggestion to call upon the reserves brings a grim reality to light. They have only 500 regular soldiers to defend the entire realm. The prospect of calling up the reserves offers little comfort, as they are mostly comprised of the elderly and the wounded, serving more as a desperate attempt to bolster numbers than as a viable fighting force. Despite the overwhelming odds, he tries to remain hopeful about the strength of his remaining forces, even as the crushing weight of the nation's fate settles squarely on his shoulders. He nods in agreement as the elder strategist outlines the next steps, promising to gather intelligence on the enemy's movements and alert the reserves. Expressing his gratitude, the young lord acknowledges the weight of the task ahead. As they part ways, the veteran commander instructs him to report directly to the king, while he handles the intricacies of the military deployment. With a determined response, the boy sets off to fulfill his royal duty. Walking through the stone corridors of the castle, he can't help but reflect on the gravity of the situation, realizing that at a mere 12 years old, he is about to embark on his very first military campaign. His thoughts drift to Princess Valera, noting that such early involvement in warfare is rare even for seasoned warlords. Yet she is even younger than he is. He approaches the massive wooden doors of the inner sanctum, the scale of the architecture mirroring the magnitude of his new responsibilities. Far from the castle walls, a long column of soldiers snakes through a dusty valley, their steady march a grim testament to the mobilization of the realm's meager forces. Joining the march, he confers with the rugged soldier Sennies about their strength, noting that even with reinforcements, their total force of 400 feels dangerously small against the encroaching tide. Senny scoffs at the concern, boasting that 100 of their men have held off 2,000 before, and 1,000 weaklings won't stand a chance against their resolve. He then inquires about the fate of the recent recruits, specifically Hones, Gat, and Kanei, wondering if they are to join the fray. The veteran clarifies that the newcomers have been assigned to the local castle defenses rather than the front lines, a decision that seems to offer a small measure of relief. The soldier lets out a boisterous laugh, remarking that it would be a senseless waste to send such green, untrained youths to their deaths so soon. Despite the attempt at levity, the young lord remains silent, his gaze fixed forward as the reality of the coming conflict weighs heavily upon him. He turns to his mentor with a furrowed brow, questioning why Mendacium is so persistent in their attempts to invade Nanette. The veteran warrior looks back, his expression heavy with the weight of the answer. The older man asks if he ever studied the history of their land, but the boy can only offer a sheepish grin and a wave of his hands. He confesses that his upbringing lacked the traditional lessons of a prince, as his days were entirely consumed by the mastery of the blade and the arcane. With a weary sigh and a hand to his forehead, the mentor laments the gap in the young lord's education. Seeing an opportunity to learn, the boy eagerly requests a history lesson right then and there. Accepting the request with a solemn nod, the veteran prepares to recount the past. He begins the tale, explaining that Nanette was once a mere province within the kingdom of Mendacium. He describes a time of great upheaval when the people, weary of their lot, took up arms in a bloody struggle for independence and emerged victorious. The realization hits the young lord that the invaders simply want to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs. His mentor adds a layer of complexity, noting that because of this volatile history, the neighboring Night Nation and the Mage Empire are watching the current conflict with keen interest. A flicker of concern crosses the boy's face as he processes the scale of the political landscape. He presses for more information, asking how these two great powers influence the situation. The veteran explains that their reach extends far beyond their borders, as they are deeply entrenched in the affairs of every nation across the entire continent. He listened intently as the history lesson continued, learning that the Holy Night Nation lived by a strict creed of righteousness, a moral code that dictated their every action on the world stage. This realization led him to compare them to a sort of global police force, intervening whenever a nation acted unrighteously, a role that made them both respected and feared across the continent. He pondered the delicate balance of power, noting that while the Mage Empire sought expansion in colonies, they couldn't simply invade without a just cause, or they would face the immediate wrath of the Knights. Consequently, the Empire had to be cunning, finding ways to expand that didn't technically violate that sacred creed, while both great powers kept a wary and constant eye on each other's movements. As the group walked through the countryside, the young lord questioned why such powerful entities would even care about a place as poor as Nanette, which produced little more than basic crops like beans and potatoes. The veteran soldier beside him quickly corrected this misconception, pointing out that the true prize was the iron ore hidden beneath the earth, a resource far more valuable than any harvest. He went on to explain the dire consequences of the Empire's greed. They believed the mountains held vast riches and were willing to destroy the environment and risk monster attacks just to extract it and curry favor. The old man praised the soldier's memory of these warnings, while the boy felt a growing frustration at being caught in a plan designed merely to impress a foreign empire at the cost of his own land. He walks alongside Senes, discussing the progress of their research into Imperial weaponry. When asked if any new tools have been developed, he admits they're still merely trying to grasp the fundamental structures, far from any actual deployment. Suddenly, a heavy hand claps him on the back, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Senes laughs boisterously, urging the young lord to keep his head up, reminding him that if the leader appears discouraged, the morale of the entire troop will surely follow. Upon reaching the mountain fort, he prepares to demonstrate the fruits of his labor. Chanting a complex incantation to mobilize the Mendacium crystal, it grants a temporary, artificial life to a mechanical bird named Invivium. As the construct takes flight, he explains that it will soar through the buffer zone, acting as a remote eye for their forces. Following his command, a massive, shimmering display flickers to life within the fort's main hall, projecting a clear view of the snowy peaks outside. The gathered soldiers erupt in a chorus of awe and disbelief, their voices echoing as they witness the world from a perspective once reserved only for the birds. He stands before the shimmering display, confirming to the man in the dark suit that the moving vision is indeed a live feed of the current landscape. It is, he explains, exactly what the mechanical scout sees in real time as it glides over the distant terrain. He watches as the sight leaves the veteran warriors, including Senes and his companions, completely speechless. They marvel at the tactical advantage of seeing the enemy's movements without risking a single scout, while he quietly reflects on the sheer, overwhelming power of Imperial mage technology. Among the ranks, the revelation sparks a somber debate about the future of warfare. While some worry that traditional scouting is now obsolete, others suggest that risking lives for intelligence is an outdated practice and that it is simply time for the old-timers to retire. He listened as Mil-Limos explained that while the mechanical bird was impressive, it could never truly replace the intuition of a seasoned warrior. The boy emphasized that operating such a device demanded a level of magical precision found only within the Empire's elite. Acknowledging the boy's wisdom, the old man agreed that tools were merely extensions of a user, and in the end, it was human capability that decided the fate of a battle. They turned their attention toward the horizon, where the enemy camp was finally coming into view. Below them, a sprawling network of tents and flickering campfires stretched across the valley floor, teeming with the activity of an army at rest. Surveying the encampment from their vantage point, the group began to assess the threat, noting that the force appeared to be composed of roughly 2,000 to 3,000 men, most of whom were peasants clad in nothing more than simple leather. Mil-Limos watched the enemy soldiers laughing over their meals near the supply wagons, his brow furrowing as he questioned why they seemed so unprepared for the coming conflict. The sight of their relaxed expressions and lack of heavy armor felt wrong, leading him to wonder if this apparent vulnerability was merely a facade hiding a devastating secret weapon. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a specific detail in the distance, his eyes widening in a moment of pure, cold realization. He pointed out the long, ornate rods carried by the guards, which Goman immediately recognized as Imperial mage staves, the very same weapons they had recovered from the previous battlefield. Inside the enemy camp, two recruits marvel at the Imperial mage staves they have acquired. One, eyes wide with wonder, suggests testing a spell to see if the rumors of their power are true, while his companion urges caution, knowing the weight of the weapons they hold. Their curiosity is abruptly cut short by the arrival of their commander, a mountain of a man known as General Swagger. His face is a mask of pure rage as he bellows at them, demanding to know what they think they're doing with such critical equipment. Without waiting for an answer, he strikes, his massive frame moving with surprising speed as he knocks the two soldiers to the ground. The sound of the impact echoes through the camp, a brutal reminder of the discipline he demands. Standing over the cowering men, he brandishes one of the staves, his voice dripping with contempt. He reminds them that these are not playthings and warns of the dire consequences should the forces of Nanette discover the secret of their new arsenal. Turning his back on the disgraced recruits, he issues a sharp command to a nearby subordinate. He orders her to ensure that word of the staves does not spread to the rest of the rank and file, insisting that these two be kept under constant surveillance. As they walk, he begins to outline his defensive strategy, anticipating that the enemy will target their food supplies under the cover of darkness. Though his subordinate wonders if such precautions are excessive, he remains firm, ordering decoys to be placed around the perimeter. He continues his lecture, emphasizing the immense cost paid to secure such powerful magic. He makes it clear that their preparation must be flawless so that the coming battle is swift and decisive, leaving no room for error. Finally, he stands before a massive stockpile of the weapons, a sea of staves ready for war. With a cold, confident smirk, he declares that with an entire unit armed like this, they will annihilate their enemies in a single, overwhelming night. While the commander's boast echoed in the distance, Goman and Mil-Limos stood atop the battlements, examining the captured weaponry. Gomen confirmed that these staves were identical to the ones they had scavenged before, though Mil-Limos noted that their magical familiar could only transmit images, not the sounds of the enemy's plans. The young lord's eyes widened as the realization hit him. If these were indeed the same weapons, then a single staff possessed the power to unleash the devastating magic they had witnessed on the battlefield. Memories of the carnage flashed through his mind. The earth-shattering explosions and the sight of soldiers being tossed like ragdolls by the sheer force of the Imperial sorcerer. Returning to the present, he voiced his growing concern, calling it a massive problem, though Kanei scoffed, wondering aloud if they weren't simply overestimating the threat of a few wooden sticks. Gomen, however, remained grim, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. He attempted to find some solace in the strength of their defenses, suggesting that no spell could easily breach the fort's massive stone walls. But Gomen immediately cut him off, barking that such thinking was dangerously naive. The veteran warrior explained that while ordinary magic would indeed struggle against such fortifications, noting that even he couldn't break through them, the rules of engagement were changing. Looking up with a newfound intensity, the boy countered that the standard logic of warfare simply did not apply when facing the sheer, unnatural power of the magic empire. His words hung heavy in the air, leaving the nearby recruits to exchange uneasy glances as the true scale of the threat began to sink in. He stammered in disbelief, recalling the sheer devastation he had witnessed on the battlefield. The memory of those imperial staves gouging the very earth and pulverizing men into nothingness haunted him, making the idea of facing them again seem like a death sentence. The young recruit's fear was met with a harsh dose of reality from Gomen, who pointed out the strategic folly of assuming the enemy possessed only a single weapon. He argued that the Empire would never gamble everything on one staff, suggesting instead that they likely commanded dozens, if not more, of the destructive devices. His grim assessment hung heavy in the air, reflected in the somber expressions of Mil-Limos, Sentes, and the shaken recruits. Each man was forced to confront the overwhelming disparity in power, the silence between them speaking volumes of the dread taking root in their hearts. Continuing his warning, the veteran warrior gestured to the fortification surrounding them, declaring that even these sturdy stone walls might not withstand the Empire's magical onslaught for a single day. The gravity of their situation was undeniable. Their traditional defenses were rendered obsolete by the enemy's superior technology. This dire prediction sparked a frantic debate among the soldiers, who weighed the risks of staying holed up in the fort against the near-impossible odds of a direct counterattack. While some suggested reworking the defenses, Mil-Limos remained silent, his mind racing to find a way to neutralize the staves before they could even be deployed against their 400 men. He was suddenly pulled from his deep thoughts by a heavy presence looming behind him. Startled, the young lord turned to find the imposing figure of the commander watching him intently. The massive commander placed a firm hand on the boy's shoulder, his voice carrying the weight of the entire garrison's desperation. He spoke of the rumors surrounding Milimos's supposed military genius, making it clear that the men were now pinning all their hopes on him to deliver a miracle move that could save them from certain destruction. As the commander's words echoed through the room, every eye, from the cynical new recruits to the battle-hardened veterans, turned toward the young boy. The heavy silence that followed was a testament to the immense pressure now resting on his small shoulders, as the fate of the entire fort hung on his next decision. He was gripped by a sudden surge of adrenaline, realizing this was to be his first true engagement on the field of battle. The exclamation hung in the air, prompting a sharp, startled demand to know who had uttered such a thing. In response to the tension, the young lord clarified that he wasn't planning any reckless maneuvers, but rather a careful application of established military doctrine. Sentes, ever the boisterous presence, brushed off the technicalities, his loud voice cutting through the boy's modest explanation. The veteran soldier leaned in, his expression a mix of curiosity and challenge as he pressed for a concrete strategy. The boy met his gaze with a quiet intensity, the weight of leadership settling firmly on his shoulders. The vast, silent peaks of the mountain range stretched out under a pale sky, a stark contrast to the heated discussions within the camp. High upon a windswept, snowy ridge, he stood alone for a moment, looking down at the enemy's fortified position nestled in the valley below. Behind him, the veteran let out a hearty laugh, marveling at the sheer audacity of the plan and the fact that their young commander intended to lead from the front. The recruits stood by, their faces a mixture of apprehension and grim determination as they prepared for the coming strike. Holding a small, intricate device in his hand, the boy explained that his presence was vital for aerial reconnaissance, as he was the only one capable of operating the bird. He turned to the small guerrilla squad he had assembled, assuring them that his choice was based on a deep trust in their individual capabilities. The soldiers stood tall, their resolve hardened by the young marshal's confidence in their success. He reflects on the weight of leadership, his only wish being that no one under his command meets an early end this night. Below the ridge where the small squad waits, the enemy camp stretches out, a sea of tents and flickering lights under the watchful gaze of a full moon. Seeing the proximity of their target, the veteran soldier suggests a direct approach, brandishing a glass firebomb and proposing they simply lob them into the fray. However, Mil-Limos hesitates, insisting on a more calculated approach and announcing his intention to scout the perimeter using his mechanical familiar. He begins a rhythmic incantation, calling upon a temporary spark of life to animate the hollow bird in his hands, commanding it to fly and serve as his eyes in the darkness. As the mechanical creature takes flight, a shared vision reveals a camp on high alert. The enemy has cleared the surrounding brush and lit numerous campfires to deny any hidden approach. Observing the heightened security, the veteran notes that their previous raids have clearly made the enemy more cautious, making a stealthy infiltration nearly impossible. The young lord agrees, realizing that a direct approach is no longer viable. Undeterred, he quickly adjusts the strategy, inquiring which of his companions is skilled with a bow and fire arrows. When the bearded warrior steps forward, ready for the task, the commander gathers the rest of the squad to brief them on the new objective. He points toward the outskirts of the camp, identifying the food depot as the primary target for their incendiary strike. Mil-Limos proposes a bold change in tactics, stating he will handle the primary objective himself while the others draw the enemy's attention. Senes, taken aback by the sudden shift, reminds him that their original mission was simply to incinerate the supplies, questioning the wisdom of this new strategy. He clarifies the maneuver, explaining that by dispersing into the unfamiliar mountain terrain, they can easily evade the Mendasium troops. The plan involves twice firing a few distracting shots before the entire unit retreats upward in unison, using the geography to their advantage. The small band of soldiers absorbs the plan, their faces etched with a mix of apprehension and grim determination as they realize the weight of the task ahead. Still skeptical, the veteran warrior presses for details on what handling it truly entails, sensing a more complex scheme at play. The young lord remains calm, urging his companion to trust in the favorable odds and his own capabilities, despite the inherent danger. With a bold smirk, the boy proclaims his own strategic brilliance, his confidence bordering on arrogance as he asserts his role as a military genius. This display of bravado earns him a rough, affectionate hair ruffling from the older man, who laughs at the prince's reckless nature and the realization that this entire operation was likely orchestrated from the start. The levity quickly fades as the soldier fixes the boy with a piercing, somber gaze, demanding a promise that he will return alive. Meeting that intensity with a steady, reassuring smile, the young commander vows that he will not fall. As they move through the shadows of the forest, the mood lightens once more with talk of a grand feast and royal wine to celebrate their eventual victory. The young leader can only offer a dry reminder that he is still far too young to partake in the drinking. He watches from the darkness as the operation begins under the cold light of a full moon. High above the enemy camp, Senes draws his bow to its limit, the tip of his arrow dancing with a signal fire. Below, the rest of the squad remains hidden behind the thick trunks of the forest, their eyes fixed on the enemy sentries patrolling the perimeter. They watch as the flaming projectile streaks through the night sky, a streak of fire cutting through the gloom to mark the start of the chaos. With his gaze fixed forward and his heart steady, the young commander acknowledges that there is no turning back now. The night raid has begun. A single flaming arrow arcs through the darkness, a silent herald of the chaos to come as the night raid begins. It finds its mark in a supply wagon, and soon the camp is a cacophony of panicked shouts as the food stores go up in flames. Men scramble for water, their voices filled with desperation as the realization of the attack sinks in. Amidst the growing inferno, Mil-Limos takes charge, his voice cutting through the noise as he orders a tactical retreat. He recognizes the source of the fire. The Nonet forces are using the forest as cover for their ambush. He sprints through the smoke-filled camp, with Senes and the others following his lead as they dive into the shadows of the surrounding trees. Their departure does not go unnoticed, and the enemy soldiers surge forward with torches held high. A burly, bald man bellows for his troops to give chase, determined not to let their quarry vanish into the woods. The flickering light of dozens of torches soon pierces the dense foliage as the pursuers fan out, their shadows dancing wildly against the trunks of the ancient trees. Two of the men pause, their torches casting long shadows as they realize their targets have scattered. One of them, however, remains vigilant, his eyes narrowing as he claims to have spotted movement in the brush, urging his companion to stay focused on the hunt. As they close in, he watches from his precarious hiding spot, his breath hitching as he overhears the bald pursuer's cruel intentions. The man's face is twisted in a mask of malice as he vows to make his target scream once they are finally cornered. leaving the boy to realize just how dire their situation has become. He remains perfectly still as the bald pursuer sweeps a torch just inches from his hiding spot. He reflects on the overwhelming force sent to hunt their small group, grateful for the divine protection that keeps him invisible. Nearby, the commander's frustration boils over. He curses the elusive mountain monkeys and, realizing the immediate chase is futile, commands his troops to abandon the search and return to their base. Watching the soldiers retreat, the young noble feels a surge of relief, noting that his companions seem to have slipped away safely as well. The ethereal glow of his concealment remains steady, a silent shield against the darkness. As the moon hangs high over the silent woods, a new resolve takes hold. The initial escape was merely the prelude. The true objective is now within reach. He boldly steps into the heart of the enemy encampment, his form shimmering with holy light that renders him a ghost among men. Despite the proximity of the soldiers, his presence goes entirely unnoticed, though the frantic thumping of his heart threatens to betray his composure. The danger is palpable as a frustrated soldier lashes out at the empty air, his blade whistling through the space where the boy stands. The man's vow of violence serves as a chilling reminder of the stakes should the magic fail. Suddenly, a localized upheaval erupts within the camp, sending equipment and weapons scattering as if struck by an unseen force. Amidst the confusion, the boy collapses to the ground, gasping for air as the soldiers scramble to react to the mysterious disturbance. Recovering his breath, he creeps toward a specific tent he recognizes from his memories. He urges himself to maintain a steady pace, knowing that any sudden movement could still reveal his position to the wary guards. He finds himself in luck, standing before unguarded crates filled with magical staves. With a mischievous grin, he realizes his mission is nearly complete. All that remains is to ignite these weapons with a fireball. Before setting ablaze, the young boy decides to claim a prize for himself, hoisting one of the ornate staves and declaring it war loot. Having secured his souvenir, he douses the remaining weapons in a flammable liquid, ensuring the coming fire will be absolute. He then focuses his energy, reciting an incantation to call forth a spark that will grow into a consuming flame. The resulting eruption is far more violent than anticipated, a roaring pillar of fire that illuminates his wide-eyed shock. Feeling the searing heat, he recoils in terror as the inferno spreads instantly, forcing him to flee the rapidly incinerating tent. Outside, the sudden blaze draws the immediate attention of the camp's leadership and recruits, who watch in disbelief as the supply tent is consumed. General Swagger bellows orders to extinguish the flames, convinced that mountain outlaws have struck. Amidst the chaos, the boy sprints into the darkness, his heart hammering against his ribs as he desperately tries to escape the consequences of his own overwhelming magic. He stared at the stolen staff in disbelief, realizing that his minor spark spell had been amplified into a catastrophic blast by the artifact's power. Knowing he couldn't stay, the young prince bolted into the dark woods as the shouts of his pursuers echoed through the trees, their voices filled with rage as they demanded his capture. After putting some distance between himself and the camp, he collapsed against a jagged rock, his lungs burning as he gasped for air. He looked down at the staff with a mixture of awe and dread, cursing the volatile nature of the weapon he now carried. The effort of masking his magical presence while sprinting had left him utterly spent, and he struggled to find the strength to stand, knowing he had to find his allies before the enemy closed in. Meanwhile, on a nearby ridge, the veteran warrior Sentis paced anxiously, noting that the prince was long overdue. One of the younger recruits tried to brush off the concern, insisting that the boy was likely fine. Their conversation was cut short by a sudden rustle from the slope below, drawing the group's collective attention toward the dark tree line. Sensing potential danger, the commander ordered his team to stay alert, his hand moving toward his weapon as he tried to discern whether the approaching figure was their missing prince or a hostile scout. Suddenly, a pale and exhausted figure materialized directly behind the startled warrior, offering a weak greeting that betrayed just how much the escape had cost him. A piercing scream echoes through the dark, mountainous terrain, shattering the silence of the night. He stands before the group, remarkably unscathed despite the ordeal he just endured. Sennis, though visibly relieved, grumbles about the boy's lack of respect for the crown, while the other recruits joke about winning a bet because their young ward returned without a single scratch after such a mess. As the tension begins to ebb, the veteran soldier's eyes lock onto the strange, ornate object the boy is clutching. He asks with growing curiosity what exactly it is that the child has brought back with him, noticing the faint glow emanating from the staff's tip. The man's curiosity instantly turns to alarm as he recognizes the artifact, frantically shouting for the boy to put down the dangerous staff. Unfazed by the panic, the youth simply smiles, casually referring to the powerful weapon as nothing more than spoils of war, seemingly unconcerned by the danger it represents. He continues his explanation, revealing that he deemed it right to destroy the raiders during their assault. He notes with a spark of excitement that the artifact amplifies magical power to a massive degree, a fact he confirmed through personal use when he tested its capabilities himself. This revelation leaves the soldiers stunned, their faces pale as they process the sheer scale of what occurred. Senni's questions if the boy truly brought back his staff and used it to such effect, while the others realized that the fire arrows they saw were merely a distraction for the food stores, whereas the actual raid was annihilated by the child's hand. Looking at the small figure, standing confidently with the staff, the veteran demands to know how such a feat was even possible. The boy remains silent for a moment, his eyes hidden in shadow, projecting an aura of power that far exceeds his years, leaving the seasoned warriors in awe of his hidden potential. He breaks the tension with a playful wink and a mischievous grin, pressing a finger to his lips. With a light-hearted tone, he declares that his methods shall remain a secret, leaving his companions with more questions than answers. He stands before his comrades, the weight of his recent actions hanging heavy in the air as the soldiers stare in stunned silence. He is suddenly hoisted up by the veteran soldier, who drags him along while the others laugh, deciding that their worries were for nothing and it was time for a celebratory drink. They approach the fortress with a boisterous mood, but it is soon cut short as a thunderous roar of disapproval echoes from within the stone walls. Inside the chambers, the elder Gomen stands tall, his face a mask of fury as he demands an explanation for the reckless display of power. The boy tries to justify his actions, explaining that the guards were closing in and he had no other choice but to destroy the threat himself to ensure no casualties. But his excuses seem to fall on deaf ears. Even as they move to the mess hall, the scolding continues unabated, much to the amusement of the new recruits watching from a nearby table. Caney Eye and Gat whisper about the prince's eccentric nature, noting that while he is undeniably strange, his presence certainly makes life in the barracks more interesting, especially when it results in free drinks for everyone. They continue to listen to the lecture, but the mood shifts when the veteran raises his mug high, calling for a toast to the young boy who, despite his methods, secured their victory. They erupt in a chorus of cheers as the soldiers lift their drinks in unison, hailing the name of their unlikely savior. He can only offer a weary, strained expression amidst the celebration, clearly overwhelmed by the boisterous praise and the exhaustion of the day's events. He sits quietly, enduring a stern lecture from the elder warrior. Gomen paces the room, his voice rising as he warns that such reckless behavior cannot continue. The young lord offers a half-hearted promise to be more careful in the future, though his mind seems already elsewhere. Turning his attention to the spoils of the recent skirmish, the veteran examines a tall, ornate staff leaning against the wall. It is a fine piece of craftsmanship, clearly of imperial origin. Mil-Limos observes that even a simple fire-starting spell cast through such a focus could escalate into a devastating inferno. He lifts the weapon, its weight a physical confirmation of the Empire's clandestine involvement. This artifact serves as undeniable proof that Mendasium is receiving support from the shadows, though the nature of that alliance raises a troubling new question. The young boy leans in closer, his keen eyes spotting a detail the older man had overlooked. He points out that this particular staff appears significantly older than the equipment they had recovered during previous encounters. He considers the possibility that the Empire is simply clearing out old inventory as they upgrade their own forces. It is a logical assumption, yet something about the quality of the gear feels deliberate. His gaze sharpens as a deeper realization takes hold. If the Empire were truly invested in Mendasium's success, they would surely provide their allies with the most advanced weaponry available, not cast-off relics. He voices his theory, suggesting that the distribution of second-hand gear implies the Empire has little faith in Mendasium's ultimate victory. Gomen stands frozen, the weight of the boy's strategic insight momentarily silencing his own thoughts. They reach a grim consensus. Mendasium's forces likely grew overconfident, blinded by the prestige of wielding imperial steel, even if it was merely the Empire's discarded scraps. He listens as the veteran warrior concludes that the Empire is merely staging a proxy war, using Mendasium to strike at the Night Nation of Nanette without direct involvement. The older man notes that the limited supply of staves, most of which were destroyed, suggests a calculated, low-stakes gamble by the Imperial forces. The weight of the long night finally catches up to the young lord, who lets out a wide, jaw-stretching yawn. Seeing this, his mentor confidently asserts that they can manage the remaining threat through their standard procedures. He rubs his temples, admitting to a bone-deep exhaustion that has left him completely spent. His companion observes the boy's fatigue with a mixture of concern and professional detachment. Because the boy had insisted on volunteering for the night raid himself, the veteran reminds him that such grueling hours are ill-suited for a 12-year-old. The young lord can only slump into a nearby chair, his energy entirely depleted. Despite the exhaustion, the older man offers a final word of caution, warning that some of the magical staves might have partially survived the skirmish. The boy acknowledges the need for vigilance with a weary nod. As he prepares to retire for a much-needed nap, he urges his mentor to find some rest as well, knowing the man won't truly sleep until the perimeter is secure. The veteran knight watches him depart, his expression unreadable as he accepts the command. On his way to rest, he nearly collides with the tall soldier and the trio of new recruits, catching him off guard. The sudden encounter leaves the group looking startled and slightly guilty. In response to the boy's questioning look, the soldier quickly explains that the 3 rookies have been assigned to castle watch duty. The recruits stand awkwardly behind their superior, their expressions a mix of sheepishness and nervous energy. He had brought the new recruits along, a fact that left Mil Limos reeling in shock. As the young lord demanded to know why they weren't back at the castle, the trio explained that their commander believed they needed to experience the atmosphere of a real battlefield firsthand. While the newcomers stood their ground, the veteran soldier moved with a brisk, purposeful stride, ignoring the bickering behind him. One of the recruits, Kanei, snapped at the young lord, telling him to keep his mouth shut and calling him a runt, clearly unimpressed by his status in this rugged environment. Suddenly, the large man lunged, pinning the boy to the ground in a rough display of dominance. As his captive struggled, complaining about his spilled drink and demanding to know why the recruits were there, the soldier merely laughed and held him fast. Releasing his grip, he explained with a grin that it was a long-standing tradition to bring rookies to the front lines. In his view, the promising ones would grow from the experience, while the reckless ones would finally learn to shape up. The young lord remained skeptical, muttering that it hardly seemed like an admirable tradition. His mentor took offense at the doubt, loudly insisting that he wasn't lying about the customs of the military. Seeking a second opinion, the boy turned to the stoic Goman, asking if he had been aware of this supposed tradition. The older man stood silently, his presence a calm contrast to the boisterous energy of the soldiers. The recruits watched the exchange with varying degrees of anxiety, fearing they might be sent back immediately. The older man offered a quiet apology, admitting he had heard rumors of the plan, but hadn't had the chance to inform his ward, while the dark-haired youth hissed at him not to reveal too much. The commander finally offered a bit of reassurance, noting that the rookies wouldn't be sent to the actual front lines. He promised that once they returned, the necessary reassignment papers would be waiting on the desk, settling the matter for the time being. He watches with a smirk as the young lord clutches his head in a fit of mounting distress, clearly overwhelmed by the weight of recent decisions. His mind spirals into a panic, imagining the chaos if the Mendacium forces attack while the inexperienced recruits are in disarray, but the veteran soldier remains unmoved, reminding him that the choice is made and he must simply oversee them. He can only look on in surprise as the boy's legs suddenly give out, sending him crashing face first onto the wooden floor of the command tent. The onlookers gather around the fallen figure, their expressions a mix of alarm and confusion as they peer down at their unconscious leader. They are stunned to hear the steady, rhythmic sound of snoring rising from the floor. The sheer pressure of the situation has caused him to pass out into a deep, sudden sleep. His peaceful slumber is quickly interrupted by the elder knight, who seizes the moment to assign the grumbling newcomers a special mission to carry their sleeping superior to the infirmary. He instructs the recruits to move out, while a veteran observer notes with a dry chuckle that the student seems to have inherited his teacher's penchant for the unexpected. They are suddenly jolted by a thunderous blast outside as a massive plume of smoke and fire erupt from the center of the camp, signaling a violent end to the brief moment of levity. The dust settles around a massive crater, the aftermath of a devastating impact. General Swagger stands firm, his gaze fixed on the destruction with a cold, calculating intensity. Nearby, a soldier readies a specialized staff, its tip glowing with a volatile, magical energy. He bellows a command to strike once more, his voice booming over the battlefield. Beside him, a young mage expresses her relief, noting that the success of these strikes has spared them from a premature retreat. In response to the order, the soldier unleashes another massive sphere of energy, the sheer force of the blast illuminating the surrounding area as it hurtles toward its target. But the power proves too much for the artifact to handle. With a sudden, violent crack, the staff shatters into fragments. The sudden failure leaves the soldiers and the mage in a state of utter disbelief. The ground is rocked by a series of secondary concussions as the residual energy dissipates across the landscape. He clutches the jagged remains of the weapon, his face contorted in a mask of pure rage. The mage can hardly believe her eyes, stammering that the legendary staff could only withstand 4 discharges before failing. Standing amidst the wreckage, the commander curses the Nanette forces, realizing that their greatest advantage has been neutralized. Without their trump card, he knows their remaining assets will soon follow. He stands amidst the wreckage of his failed gambit, his face a mask of simmering fury. Beside him, the young mage urges him not to concede defeat just yet, her voice steady despite the chaos. He turns to her, demanding to know what alternative she could possibly offer now that their primary weapon lies in pieces. In response, she leans in, a subtle, knowing smile playing on her lips as she whispers a suggestion that catches his interest. A dark, predatory grin slowly spreads across his scarred features, the shadow of a new, perhaps more ruthless, plan taking root in his mind. With his resolve renewed by her words, he slams his armored boot into the dirt, the impact echoing his sudden shift in momentum. He barks out orders for a full mobilization, commanding his forces to prepare for an immediate and total advance, leaving the shattered remnants of the magical staff behind as a forgotten relic. He thrusts a clenched fist into the air, his roar of "March out!" galvanizing the Mendacium ranks into a frenzy of movement. Far from the front lines, young Mil-Limos feels a sudden chill of apprehension, as if sensing the sheer weight of the impending onslaught that has just been unleashed. Mil-Limos eats with his companions, but his mind is clearly elsewhere as he stares at his bowl. The atmosphere in the mess hall is heavy with the looming threat of war. Far from the quiet of the meal, General Swagger oversees his forces. A scout bird circles above a massive column of soldiers snaking through a mountain pass, their spears glinting in the sun. Back in the war room, the young lord stands before a shimmering magical map of the terrain. He observes that the enemy has begun their march and asks his advisors about their standard defensive maneuvers. Goman steps forward, pointing to the map. He explains that it takes the enemy several days to reach the fortress, during which they use traps to thin their ranks and hidden units to incinerate their supply lines. He confirms the assessment that the goal is to harass the enemy. While the invaders are largely untrained conscripts, their sheer numbers remain a significant threat that must be whittled down. Should the enemy reach the fortress walls, the strategy shifts to a brutal defensive stand. The veteran describes the use of arrows, spears, and even boiling oil to halt any attempt to scale the fortifications. Mil-Limos realizes that if the initial harassment fails, the conflict will inevitably devolve into a grueling siege. Goman, sensing the weight on the boy's shoulders, offers to take command of the interdiction efforts himself. He is joined by a group of seasoned veterans, all of whom stand ready to lead the charge. They insist on handling the front lines, allowing their young commander to focus on the broader defense. He watched as the young lord entrusted the mission to the veteran guard with a confident smile, placing the weight of the initial defense squarely on their shoulders. The seasoned warriors erupted in a chorus of resolve, vowing to drive the Mendacium forces back and make them turn tail before they could even glimpse the fort's outer walls. Despite the bravado of his companions, the old commander felt a prickle of unease as the boy bid them a cheerful farewell, seemingly far too eager for the coming conflict. He sees the young lord's head in a firm, frantic grip, demanding to know what reckless scheme was brewing behind those bright, innocent-looking eyes. The boy dropped a bombshell, casually announcing his intention to join the frontline harassment squad as a common soldier, leaving the veteran knights in a state of collective shock. He was quickly reminded of his previous promises to stay safe, but the youth countered with tactical logic, arguing that his presence on site was vital to adapt if the enemy found a way to bypass their traps. While the commander's roar of refusal still rang through the halls of the fort, a scout owl soared over the treacherous mountain passes where the unsuspecting Mendacium vanguard marched into a narrow gorge. Suddenly, the silence of the mountains was shattered by a thunderous rockslide that crushed the enemy wagons and sent their ranks into a panicked frenzy, much to the fury of their hulking commander. The commander's forces are being whittled down, a fact the young lord observes through a shimmering magical projection. As the scout owl circles high above the battlefield, the view reveals a conspicuous lack of imperial staves among the ranks of the Mendacium soldiers. The young lord leans forward, noting the absence of traditional siege equipment like battering rams or ladders, and he begins to wonder if the enemy simply lacks the resources or the expertise to maintain such tools, or if they were lost in the initial chaos. The veteran warrior dismisses the need for such relics, explaining that in the modern era, magic has become the primary instrument for shattering fortifications and crushing resistance, rendering old-fashioned wooden engines obsolete. The boy is visibly unsettled by this revelation, realizing that even a few remaining staves could channel enough concentrated power to compromise the integrity of the outer walls. They discuss the grim precedents of such tactics, with the elder noting that while constant bombardment can eventually erode stone like dripping water, it is a painstakingly slow process that requires immense patience. Looking out over the sprawling stone battlements, the seasoned soldier recalls past sieges that stretched until the winter snows, a prospect that baffles the youth given that autumn has only just begun. Because the enemy shows no signs of retreating despite the odds, the two agree that decisive measures must be taken immediately to prevent the conflict from devolving into a grueling, long-term war of attrition. He confirms with absolute certainty that the outer wall will hold, even if the conflict drags on into a long-term siege. Mil-Limos listens intently, seeking reassurance in the veteran's confidence as they assess their defensive position. The veteran explains their strategy. While the enemy forces take their rest, the fortress's repair crews take to the walls. High above the ground, workers dangle from ropes, meticulously patching every crack and reinforcing the stone to ensure the structure remains impenetrable. Surprised by the efficiency of the process, the young lord questions if such repairs are truly that simple. With a knowing glint in his eye, his mentor adds that they aren't just fixing damage. They're actively reinforcing the fortifications to be even stronger than before. He goes on to describe the masterwork of the wall's construction, a triple-layered defense of stone and packed earth that can withstand significant magical assault. He issues a stern command to the crews, insisting that not even a hairline fracture be overlooked during their thorough inspections. 3 days pass in a tense stalemate until General Swagger finally rallies his massive host. Standing before a sea of soldiers, he bellows his orders, declaring that at dawn, they will begin a magical bombardment to shatter the fortress and end the resistance of those he mockingly calls monkeys once and for all. As the enemy prepares, Mil-Limos clutches a glowing stone, his expression grim as he watches a scout bird soar over the sprawling Imperial camp. The sheer scale of the opposing army is a daunting sight, a carpet of tents and torches stretching across the valley. Returning to the war room, Goman confirms that the order has been spread across the ranks and the troops are on high alert. The young lord remains focused, inquiring if there has been any sign of the Imperial staves, the weapons they fear most in the impending assault. He looks out once more at the valley, noting that the enemy has moved their camp dangerously close to the fortress walls. The realization settles in. The true battle will begin at the first light of dawn. He stood watch as the first light of the next morning broke over the horizon, illuminating the silent, stone ramparts of the fortress. High atop the battlements, the young lord's soldiers grew restless, questioning if the Mendacium forces were finally making their move. He urged patience, his eyes scanning the distance until a sudden movement caught his attention, prompting him to shout that the enemy had finally arrived. Quickly raising a telescope to his eye, he focused on the horizon to get a clearer view of the approaching threat. What he saw was baffling, a massive, moving wall of dust and wood that seemed to stretch across the entire plain, slowly advancing toward their position. On the other side of that barrier, General Swagger raised a gauntlet hand, bellowing the order to commence fire. The young lord realized with a jolt of dread that the massive wall was a tactical shield, designed specifically to protect the enemy mages as they prepared their assault. His command was met with immediate action as the fortress archers unleashed a volley of arrows, shouting for their comrades to prevent the mages from casting freely. Below, the Mendacium sorcerers ignored the incoming fire, their voices rising in a rhythmic chant as they shaped raw embers into spheres of concentrated flame. Their volley of arrows descended upon the enemy line, whistling through the air in a lethal arc. The falling shafts, however, were not enough to stop the ritual, and the mages completed their incantation, unleashing a barrage of fireballs that streaked toward the fortress. He watched in horror as the sky filled with burning projectiles, the sheer scale of the magical bombardment far exceeding his expectations. The fireballs strike the fortress walls with thunderous force, erupting in a series of violent explosions that shroud the stone in fire and smoke. He reels from the intense tremors, his eyes wide with disbelief as he struggles to comprehend the power of the impact. He hadn't seen any Imperial staffs among the enemy mages, yet the sheer force of the blast makes him fear for the integrity of the fortifications. As the smoke begins to drift away and the barrage ceases, the young lord immediately calls for a status update on the defenses. Beside him, the old warrior observes that the enemy's initial volley has come to an end, leaving a tense silence in its wake. The thick clouds of dust finally settle, revealing the outer wall standing tall and defiant against the morning sky. A scout quickly relays the news that despite the scorched surface, there isn't a single crack to be found, and no immediate repairs are necessary. This report leaves the enemy commander speechless, his mouth agape as he stares at the untouched masonry. While the mage confirms the lack of damage, the old warrior simply reminds them of his earlier assurance regarding the wall's strength, leaving the young lord to marvel at the incredible durability of his own creation. Across the battlefield, the Mendacium forces stand in stunned formation, their massive shield walls still in place as they gaze upon the fortress that refused to crumble under their magical might. Refusing to accept defeat, the commander bellows at his subordinates to prepare for a second strike. The young mage, visibly shaken by the failure of her first attack, can only stammer a response as she scrambles to follow his orders. High above on the ramparts, the boy inspects the stone, noting that it hasn't suffered even a hairline fracture and might very well be more durable than the legendary concrete of old. Below, the enemy mage looks up in confusion, wondering what the boy could possibly be doing amidst the chaos of war. He stands atop the ramparts alongside the recruits, observing the aftermath of the magical barrage. A veteran knight notes, with a hint of boredom, that the enemy's efforts haven't even created enough work for the repair crews yet. As the tension of the impact fades, the group begins to decompress. While the veteran grumbles about being assigned to lead a group of inexperienced youths, the recruits exchange banter. One of them teases the young girl, hones, for her visible trembling, though she admits her heart is still racing from the sheer scale of the explosion. Suddenly, a sharp sound or a lingering tremor sends a jolt of fear through the girl. She lets out a sharp cry of terror, cowering as the echoes of the battle continue to haunt her nerves. Seeing her distress, the young lord steps forward and places a steadying hand on her arm. She looks up, her eyes wide with surprise and a hint of embarrassment as his calm presence cuts through her panic. He offers a few quiet words of reassurance, telling her that her safety is the only thing that truly matters. Flustered by the attention, she stammers out a formal apology, acknowledging him as her senior in rank and experience. Attempting to regain her composure, she grips her long wooden pole and insists that as a field commander, she must remain at her post. He simply smiles and suggests that if she finds herself with free time, she would be a welcome addition to the repair efforts. Nearby, the atmosphere is less cordial as a weary soldier tries to convince Senis to swap duties for the day. The veteran warrior dismisses the plea immediately, leaving the young lord to watch the petty squabble with a look of mild exasperation. The peace is short-lived as the other recruits begin to mock the girl's height, joking that she is too small to reach the cracks in the masonry, even with her tool. Their cruel comments about her appearance leave her fuming with indignation, while their leader can only sigh at the endless bickering of his subordinates. He stands among the recruits as their instructor bellows orders, reminding them that the sturdy walls and the veterans are the only things keeping them safe. The man's voice booms, labeling the newcomers as deadweight and commanding them to practice their repair drills immediately. Looking out over the vast, snow-dusted valley from the safety of the fortifications, he reflects on the current state of the conflict. Despite the constant pressure, the lack of significant damage suggests a looming stalemate, a realization that does little to soothe his nerves during his first true experience of war. His gaze hardens with a renewed sense of duty, knowing that any lapse in vigilance could be fatal. He spots a discarded magical staff nearby, a stark reminder that if the enemy still possesses such weapons, the entire balance of power could shift in an instant, forcing him to steel his resolve and endure. 10 days pass in a blur of repetitive, low-intensity magical volleys that do little more than scuff the stone of the ramparts. The situation remains stubbornly unchanged, a grueling test of patience as the initial tension of the siege begins to fade into a dull routine. The monotony eventually takes its toll, and he finds himself stifling a yawn while standing watch alongside an experienced knight. The veteran observes that the men are becoming lax, prompting a quick apology and an admission that the stagnant nature of the standoff is making everyone restless. They look down at the soldiers below, whose shouts of frustration and boredom echo against the cold stone. The veteran suggests that a daring raid on the enemy camp might be the only way to sharpen the troops' dulled spirits, noting that the men are rapidly losing their competitive edge. He weighs the suggestion carefully, but remains hesitant, fearing the consequences of a failed gamble. If they were to divide their forces, and the enemy suddenly unleashed the power of a magical staff, they would be vulnerable to being overwhelmed by sheer numbers, a risk he is not yet willing to take. Turning back to the veteran, he listens as the older man muses on the enemy's strange inactivity. It seems improbable that they would have exhausted all their magical resources, yet they have passed up numerous opportunities to strike, leaving both leaders to wonder if a greater threat is still lurking in the shadows. He stands atop the battlements alongside the veteran knight, who concludes that the enemy's 10-day hesitation proves they lack a mage capable of matching the young lord's prowess. The veteran then proposes a practical test, using the captured Imperial staff to gauge the durability of their own outer walls against such concentrated magic. He nods in agreement, realizing that understanding the wall's threshold would provide a strategic window, allowing them to temporarily pull back troops for much-needed rest. Looking out over the vast expanse of the fortifications, the young lord reveals he has a specific plan in mind, provided the logistics can be managed. Later, near a freshly dug trench outside the walls, the veteran warrior Senis questions if the old man, Alectem, dug the fortification himself, while the soldier tasked with the test wonders if his presence in the ditch is truly necessary for observation. While the veteran warrior finds the scale of the experiment a bit over the top, the soldier readies the staff, warning everyone to stay clear as he intends to fire with full force to ensure an accurate reading of the weapon's lethality. Focusing his intent, the soldier begins a complex incantation, calling upon embers to swell into a sphere of dread fire, compressed by howling winds into a volatile projectile. With a final, thunderous command, he releases the spell, sending a massive, roiling sun of flame screaming toward the target in a blinding display of destructive power. He lowers the staff, watching the smoke clear from the target. Sintes, observing the aftermath, is struck by the terrifying reality of the weapon's power, his expression hardening as the gravity of the situation sinks in. He and the others move forward to examine the fissures up close, finding that while the surface is charred, the structural integrity remains largely intact. Millimos notes that the damage is shallower than the flashy display suggested. He beams with a newfound confidence, calculating that it would take dozens of such hits just to peel away the outer layer of their defenses. The young lord shares a moment of grim satisfaction, knowing their fortifications can hold. Meanwhile, across the battlefield from him, the atmosphere is thick with tension as a heavy cup is slammed onto a wooden table. General Swagger roars in frustration, feeling mocked by the non-net forces who hide behind their sturdy walls. He grits his teeth, lamenting that no matter how much they blast the fortifications, the defenders seem to repair them almost instantly. His plan to open a massive breach and then swarm the interior is failing before it can even begin. He listens as she counters his anger with a cold, calculated proposal, suggesting they commit every remaining staff to a single, concentrated strike on the main gate. The mage argues that they cannot afford to drag the conflict out any longer. She sees that he remains unconvinced as he points out that gates are designed to be the most heavily defended points, and that even a successful breach would likely lead them straight into a deadly ambush. The general's skepticism hangs heavy in the air. He is met with her refusal to back down, her voice trembling with a mix of rage and desperation as she declares that they must win at any cost. She curses the politicians back home who sold out their land for profit, leaving the military to fight a war with no tomorrow. She spat the word scum with venom, her eyes burning with a mix of hatred and frustration. General Swagger, however, remained unmoved by her outburst, choosing to ignore the insult for the sake of the mission. He coolly instructed her to see to the men's rest and nourishment, emphasizing the need for vigilance against another potential night raid. As the darkness of night settled over the encampment, the silence was shattered by a sudden, violent eruption of flame. A lone sentry could only watch in terror as a pillar of fire consumed a nearby tent, his cry of night raid echoing through the panicked camp. He was already on his feet, his voice booming over the growing chaos as he pointed toward the dark silhouette of the ridge. Emerging from her tent in a state of disarray, the mage could only stare in shock as the general commanded his troops to return fire against the unseen assailants. High above on the rocky crest, the attackers unleashed a relentless volley of projectiles. From their vantage point, they rained down destruction upon the vulnerable camp below, their movements obscured by the shadows of the night. The general realized the position was becoming untenable as reports of wounded farmer soldiers and burning supplies reached him. With a sharp command to fall back, he attempted to organize a retreat while the camp descended further into a fiery mess of confusion. He gritted his teeth, a low growl of frustration escaping him as he cursed the sneaky apes who had caught them off guard. Beside him, the mage remained silent, her expression grim as she witnessed the calculated efficiency of the enemy's strike. Plumes of thick, black smoke billowed into the night sky, marking the destruction of the rear camp and the far ridge. The once-ordered military base was now a landscape of flickering embers and desperate silhouettes, the scale of the sabotage becoming painfully clear. Watching the distant inferno from the safety of the shadows, the young lord observed the fruits of his strategy with a cold, analytical gaze. When asked for his assessment, he simply noted that the operation had been a resounding success, his plan to destabilize the invaders working perfectly. He sat in contemplation as the veteran warrior explained the strategic impact of their raid. The elder noted that the enemy had been keeping their main supplies in the rear, bringing them forward only in small batches. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the young lord concluded that the opposing forces were now limited strictly to the provisions they already had at the front lines. While the boy weighed the possibility of an enemy retreat, the commander of the opposing forces stood amidst the smoke of his burning camp, his resolve hardening. Rather than withdrawing, the scarred general turned to his mage, ordering her to deploy their magical staves to the front at the first light of dawn to breach the gates. With a roar that echoed through the valley, he declared a final, desperate full assault. Far from the heat of the battlefield, the quiet halls of administration saw their own kind of struggle. A weary scribe was suddenly accosted by a colleague who dumped a massive stack of reports onto her desk, shamelessly admitting his own incompetence at such tasks. While she stared in shock at the mounting paperwork, the man simply leaned back, his mind already drifting toward thoughts of food and drink. A vast sea of white tents fills the valley, hidden beneath the dense canopy of the surrounding forest. Within that hidden encampment, the commander fumes over the enemy's audacity. He notes that they managed to slip past their flank undetected, reducing the rear camp to nothing but ash. Turning to his advisors, he listens as the mage explains the dire state of their supplies. While their rations would typically last only 4 days, the current situation demands they stretch them to 7. He, however, scoffs at the notion, confident that the conflict will be resolved long before then. With a roar that echoes through the camp, he rallies his men for an all-out assault on the fortress. He promises them a feast on the enemy's own supplies to celebrate their inevitable victory, and the soldiers respond with a thunderous cheer. Inside the command center of that very fortress, the atmosphere is tense as reports of enemy movement arrive. The scribe notes that the Imperial forces are preparing for a major offensive rather than retreating, despite the loss of their staves. Mil-Limos realizes that the enemy cannot simply return home after such a significant deployment without achieving a result. Faced with this reality, the veteran warrior suggests a bold countermove, meeting the enemy head-on. The young boy grips his staff, the weight of leadership pressing down on him. He understands that the lives of everyone within these walls now depend on the decision he is about to make as commander-in-chief. High above, the birds watch as the two forces prepare for the coming clash, the army arrayed in precise formations before the massive stone ramparts. Mil-Limos stands atop the battlements, his eyes narrowed as he surveys the field. He observes that while the enemy's numbers have doubled, their formation remains unchanged from the previous day. To him, it looks like nothing more than target practice for his archers. Beside him, the veteran Goman remains wary, sensing a hidden danger despite the familiar arrangement of the opposing forces. He points out that something feels fundamentally different. The young lord's eyes widen as the realization hits him. The enemy isn't just repeating a failed tactic, they're committing to an all-out assault. He continues his analysis, noting that the lack of a retreat proves they have a hidden strategy tucked away. If their plan were truly the same as before, they would have already pulled back after the initial failure. The young lord frantically scans the horizon, his mind racing to identify the missing piece of the puzzle. He understands now that this is a desperate, do-or-die miracle gambit from an army that has been backed into a corner. Suddenly, the threat reveals itself as the Imperial forces brandish massive magic staves, weapons far more potent than any encounter thus far. General Swagger's voice booms across the field, commanding his mages to unleash their power. A series of thunderous explosions rock the fortress, the sheer force of the magical barrage tearing into the stone. Dust and debris fill the air as the defenders scramble to maintain their footing under the intense bombardment. Amidst the chaos, a scout reports that the outer walls are holding for now, showing no significant structural failure despite the terrifying display of power. However, the enemy's focus shifts. General Swagger watches with grim satisfaction as his mage, peering through binoculars, confirms that the gate has sustained visible damage. Encouraged by the progress, they prepare to fire another devastating volley. The commander's forces press their advantage, but the veteran on the wall remains undeterred as he assesses the dire situation. He observes the enemy's willingness to suffer major losses just to smash the gate, realizing they cannot be underestimated. With over 2,000 foes against their meager 400, the sheer weight of numbers threatens to overwhelm them if the defenses aren't tightened immediately. He doesn't hesitate, his voice cutting through the din of battle as he takes charge of the defense. He commands the troops to maintain standard fire while redirecting the wall repair unit to bolster the primary defense, ensuring every hand is put to use in holding the line. Continuing his rapid-fire orders, he bellows for more sandbags to be stacked behind the gate to slow the enemy's momentum, even if the wood should splinter. He urges the archers to rain arrows down with even greater intensity, specifically targeting the enemy mages who are fueling the magical bombardment. The young lord watches him with a mixture of awe and humility, struck by the sheer weight of the veteran's experience. He eventually voices his inner turmoil, admitting that the veteran would likely make a far better commander than himself. The older man simply scoffs at the notion, questioning why such a young leader would say such things to a man who considers himself little more than a dying old body. Feeling the weight of the future, the boy absorbs the veteran's words as he is told that the future of their people is far brighter with him as their commander-in-chief. He is urged to stand strong and earn the confidence of his men through the victory they must seize here today. He feels a surge of renewed determination, his eyes hardening as he thanks his mentor for the unwavering support. Clenching his fist, he vows to live up to the high expectations placed upon his shoulders, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the foundations of the fortress as a second magical strike finds its mark on the gate. Amidst the smoke and debris, the enemy prepares for the final breach, shielding their mages and readying stones and boiling oil to clear the path for their inevitable surge inward. He turned to Goman, seeking confirmation of his role. The veteran warrior, known to him as Alektem, agreed that his own interference would only breed chaos, formally handing the tactical reins to the young lord. Refusing to stand by as the gate was battered, he leveled his staff with grim determination. With a defiant cry that they would return every blow, he channeled his mana into the devastating Estau Sporerica spell, conjuring a massive orb of roiling energy. Below the ramparts, the invading forces looked up in terror as the sun-like sphere descended. They realized too late that the defenders possessed Imperial-grade staves, their shields offering little comfort against the incoming magical sun. The impact was absolute, a thunderous roar echoing across the valley as the spell detonated amidst the enemy ranks. Cheers erupted from the soldiers on the wall, celebrating what appeared to be the total destruction of the enemy's magical support. He stood firm, staff still glowing, as his men shouted in triumph over the successful counterattack. The celebration was premature, however, as the enemy began to regroup through the lingering smoke. Seeing the opening, Goman barked orders for the archers to rain fire upon the exposed shield men, desperate to prevent the mages from finding cover again. Recognizing the need for a different approach, he prepared to cycle his magic, sensing the very air shift around him. He began a rhythmic incantation, calling for shards to multiply and tear through the battlefield like a hunting pack. With the words of the Lapia's Appruvia spell leaving his lips, a torrential storm of razor-sharp crystals surged forward, saturating the air with lethal intent. He watches as the crystalline shards from his spell tear through the enemy ranks, turning the battlefield into a scene of absolute carnage as the invaders struggle to find cover. Seeing the devastation, the Mendacium mage desperately urges her troops forward, reporting heavy casualties and wondering how much longer they can hold. Nearby, the enemy commander seethes with rage, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the sheer power behind the Imperial-grade staves the defenders are wielding. Before they can regroup, a fresh volley of arrows rains down from the fortress walls, catching the disorganized soldiers in a deadly crossfire that further thins their numbers. The survivors finally break, their screams of terror echoing as they scramble to escape the relentless onslaught, their formation completely dissolved. Observing their retreat, the young lord feels a surge of hope, realizing that the enemy's resolve is finally shattering and that victory is within their grasp if they maintain the pressure. However, the enemy commander refuses to yield, brutally striking down a fleeing soldier with his bare fist to re-establish order. He roars at his men to keep their nerve, pointing out that only one person is responsible for the devastating magic and ordering them to shut that person down immediately. Watching this display of iron-fisted discipline, the boy understands the grim reality. These men fight because they fear their own officers more than his magic. He realizes that to truly break them, he must become a more terrifying threat than the commanders who drive them forward. With a determined look, he begins channeling his next spell, even as the enemy attempts to target him directly, the air crackling with the energy of his impending counterattack. He was far from the only one feeling the pressure of the siege, as elsewhere on the battlements, a young recruit sat in a state of near collapse. The boy cursed their collective cowardice, his spirit broken by the realization that fear had completely taken hold of their unit. As the boy wallowed in his despair, another recruit, named Kanei, approached with a sharp command to stand. He ignored the confused murmurs of the other soldiers, who recognized the despondent figure as Gat, and demanded immediate obedience. He didn't wait for Gat to comply, instead reaching out to grab him firmly by the collar. With a look of intense determination, he told the trembling boy that he was offering him a single chance at redemption, refusing to let a comrade succumb to cowardice. He held fast despite Gat's attempts to pull away, explaining that if the Mendacium troops managed to break through, their only hope would be a coordinated interception at the main gate. He leaned in and shouted with renewed intensity in response to the recruit's resistance. He revealed that Senes had personally ordered him to gather every able-bodied soldier, leaving no room for further debate or hesitation. He began hauling the reluctant Gat through the stone hallways toward the front lines moments later. Despite the boy's frantic protests about the sudden change in his orders, he was forced to keep pace as they neared the heart of the conflict. They emerged onto a ledge overlooking the courtyard and were immediately struck by the sight of the massive wooden doors. They realized with a jolt of terror that the third wave of the enemy's assault was already underway, and the gate was under direct threat. He watched as the gate shuddered under a hail of fire, the enemy sensing victory and shouting that only a few more hits were needed to finish it. Kanei turned to his companion, warning him that the time for babysitting was over. They had to restock and fire everything they had before the breach was complete. He delivers a sharp kick to Gat's side, shouting that he's got him to snap the man out of his stupor. Mil Limos rushes onto the scene, calling for Gat and relaying urgent orders from Senes, warning the group not to let go of the reins as the defense reaches a critical point. He and the others brace themselves as the fourth wave of the assault crashes against the gate with devastating force. The massive wooden structure groans and splinters, heavily damaged and on the verge of a total breach. Mil Limos stands atop the stone stairs, his voice ringing out over the din as he commands everyone to prepare for the enemy's entry. Looking down at the trembling recruits, he sees the raw terror etched onto their faces. Hones, her voice barely a whisper, asks if he isn't scared himself, as she and the others struggle to maintain their composure in the face of certain death. He meets her gaze with surprising honesty, admitting that of course he is terrified. He confesses his deep-seated fear of dying and the even greater weight of failing to protect the people he cares about, his vulnerability momentarily bridging the gap between commander and soldier. Despite his own internal struggle, he stands firm and projects a strength he doesn't feel, declaring that they will not lose this fight. He commands them to get up, return to their posts, and fulfill their duties, his words acting as a stabilizing force for the panicked group. He leaves them to process his words as they react with a mix of grumbling and renewed resolve. While Gat nurses his side and mutters about the kick, Hones finds a spark of courage, though the third boy remains visibly shaken by the ordeal. They watch as he climbs the stone steps away from them, his expression softening into one of profound self-doubt. He grips his staff tightly, thinking to himself that he is truly not cut out for the burden of leadership, despite the brave front he just displayed. He reflects on the moment, realizing that it was the sight of their overwhelming terror that forced those encouraging words from his mouth. He is genuinely surprised that such strength could come from within him when he feels so small. He plants his foot firmly on the stone, the weight of his resolve echoing in a heavy thud against the ground. While Sintes grumbles about the young lord's interference with the troops, the boy remains undeterred, vowing to hold the line even as a massive, flaming projectile begins its descent from the heavens. The impact is cataclysmic, a sphere of fire erupting against the defenses and sending shockwaves through the ranks. Terrified soldiers cry out in desperation, realizing a powerful mage is leading the assault and wondering how they can possibly withstand such overwhelming force. Seeing the devastation, the young noble grits his teeth and prepares to strike back, his initial shock replaced by a fierce determination to protect his people. Amidst the chaos, General Swagger stands defiant, a solitary figure of iron and malice who ignores the rain of arrows clattering harmlessly against his heavy plate. He watches the projectiles fall away, his presence alone enough to freeze the blood of the defenders. With a booming voice, the commander declares that the gate is on the verge of collapse, ordering his men to prepare for a final, decisive charge into the heart of the fortress. The command is met with a roar as the enemy forces surge forward, their advance punctuated by further explosions that tear through the outer defenses. Mil Limos can only watch in mounting dread as the situation spirals out of control. With a final, thunderous crash, the gate is breached, and the general bellows for his troops to flood into the opening. On the other side, the desperate defenders scream for stones and boiling oil, a last-ditch effort to hold back the tide of invaders now pouring into their home. He leads the charge with a thunderous roar, his soldiers surging forward into the breach as Mil Limos rallies the defenders from the ramparts above, desperate to hold the line. As the invaders pour in, they are met with a rain of fire and boiling oil, their screams of agony echoing through the narrow passage as the heat becomes unbearable. Despite the carnage, the commander bellows for his men to ignore the fallen and press the advantage, while a lone defender gazes down in terror at the relentless tide of steel flooding the courtyard. High above, the garrison soldiers brace themselves, shouting desperate orders to hold their positions and prevent a single enemy from slipping through their final defenses. Seeing the futility of their current efforts, the young lord realizes the enemy's momentum is too great. He draws a crystalline catalyst, determined to halt the advance with his own hands. He chants an ancient incantation, channeling his mana into a blinding sphere of energy that erupts from the tip of his staff, illuminating the chaos below. The resulting blast tears through the enemy ranks, a violent upheaval of earth and magic that momentarily halts the relentless swarm in a cloud of dust and debris. Yet, emerging from the smoke behind a massive shield, the enemy general laughs at the desperate gambit, declaring their walls useless as a worried soldier begs Mil Limos to retreat from the front lines. He continued his relentless advance, forcing the defenders to take desperate measures. High atop the rocky outcrop, a lone archer draws his bowstring taut, the wood creaking under the strain. With a sharp exhale, he releases the shaft, sending it whistling toward the breach where the enemy forces are swarming. His shot is eclipsed by a massive, earth-shaking impact that erupts from the gate with a deafening roar, the force of it rattling the very foundations of the fortress. Mil Limos watches in grim silence, his face tight with exertion and sweat as he witnesses the sheer scale of the destruction unfolding before him. Mil Limos stands atop the high fortifications, surveying the battlefield below as the sun beats down. Suddenly, a powerful blow from Gomen sends him sprawling backward. The young lord gasps in shock as he hits the stone, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sudden intervention. Looming over him, the old man roars a fierce reprimand, demanding to know if the boy truly intends to offer himself up as a defenseless target to the invaders. Without waiting for an answer, he turns his attention to the broader conflict, his voice booming across the courtyard as he commands the troops to repel the enemy forces that have breached the main gate. Mil Limos, still shaken, forces himself to his feet, acknowledging that this is no time to be idle. Below them, the intricate maze of sandbags has become a death trap for the invading soldiers, who find themselves ambushed from every corner. From his vantage point, the young lord watches as the enemy's confusion turns into panic. The invaders shout in frustration, their voices echoing through the narrow corridors as they realize they're being picked off one by an unseen foe. They demand a fair fight, but the labyrinth offers them no such mercy. Hidden defenders strike with lethal precision, their spears thrusting through the gaps in the fortifications to silence the shouting men. They offer no quarter to those who have dared to invade their home. Desperate to escape the slaughter, one soldier attempts to scale the sandbag walls, urging his comrades to abandon the path and climb. However, as he reaches the top, he finds that even the high ground offers no sanctuary from the defenders' reach. The invaders' overconfidence proved fatal as they plummeted from the ramparts, realizing too late that the archers were not confined to the outer walls. The maze had successfully funneled them into a killing zone, just as planned, leaving the trespassers exposed and vulnerable from above. Two of the trespassers dashed blindly through the corridors of sand, only to find themselves trapped in a cul-de-sac. Before them stood a bristling hedge of spears, held by defenders who had been waiting for this exact moment. They skidded to a halt, terror etched onto their faces as they stared down the cold, unwavering eyes of the Mendasium soldiers. There was no escape from the trap they had so eagerly entered. Observing the carnage from a vantage point, the young lord watched as his commander rallied the troops, shouting that this line of spears was their final stand. The strategy was working, thinning the enemy's numbers before they could even reach the heart of the fort. However, the enemy general was not so easily deterred, roaring for his men to push forward and overwhelm the defenses with sheer numbers. In response, a mage unleashed a devastating spell, the incantation Eusta Spolarica, echoing through the air as a massive explosion tore through the advancing ranks. He gritted his teeth, his frustration mounting as the relentless tide of invaders seemed never-ending. Despite the traps and the magic, the sheer volume of the assault was beginning to strain the defensive line. The situation grew dire as the outlaws began to scale the sandbag walls, catching the defenders off guard from above. Panic flickered in the young lord's eyes as he realized the maze's height was no longer a guaranteed protection. Suddenly, a well-aimed arrow pierced the skull of a climbing attacker, sent by the veteran warrior who had just arrived with reinforcements. He barked orders for his men to follow up, his presence immediately steadying the wavering morale of the defenders. He and his men continue the desperate defense as the enemy attempts to scale the sandbag fortifications. Confusion reigns as soldiers are struck from above, their cries of alarm echoing through the narrow passages of the maze. As one defender falls, his comrades scramble to fill the breach, shouting for the line to hold. Nearby, the Mendasium mage raises her staff, channeling her power to unleash a devastating counterattack against the encroaching horde. A massive fireball erupts amidst the enemy ranks, sending a shockwave through the battlefield and eliciting screams of agony. High above on the ramparts, Millimos watches the carnage with a mixture of horror and grim determination, while the soldiers around him find renewed hope, urging each other to keep firing. The young lord is struck by the weight of his decisions, realizing that while he sought to bolster his people's spirits, the cost in blood is far higher than he ever imagined. He struggles with the grim reality of command, his mind racing to find a way to end the slaughter. Despite his inner turmoil, he stands firm, clutching his staff as the battle rages on the walls. The soldiers, inspired by their pint-sized marshal, fight with desperate ferocity, following his orders to defend their homeland against the invaders at any cost. Looking out over the parapet, he observes the relentless tide of the enemy and knows that their current strategy is a war of attrition they cannot win. The mounting casualties on both sides weigh heavily on him, fueling his desperate search for a more effective tactic. His gaze falls upon the staff in his hands, the light glinting off its polished surface as a new thought begins to take shape. A sudden clarity washes over him, a realization born from the chaos of the ongoing assault. He notes a curious absence in the enemy's tactics. Since the destruction of the gate, their mages have remained silent. He deduces that the proximity of their own troops has likely stayed their hand, fearing the collateral damage of their own destructive spells. He stares wide-eyed as a realization strikes him. If the enemy can aim to avoid the gate, then the situation is perfect for his counter-strategy. Turning to his seasoned companion, he shares his plan, leaving the older man incredulous. Despite the shock, the boy sprints away, ignoring the desperate call of his name as he focuses on the task ahead. With a firm grip on his weapon and a look of absolute resolve, he declares his intention to end the conflict immediately. Meanwhile, the enemy commander observes the cessation of the magical barrage, suspecting either broken equipment or exhausted casters. Seizing what he believes is a golden opportunity, he bellows an order for his troops to charge and take the position. Across the chaotic battlefield, The defenders struggle to hold their ground. One veteran soldier grins, sensing that the young lord has a hidden gambit in play, while his comrades urge everyone to maintain the line during this crucial moment. A single, steady footfall echoes against the stone as someone ascends to the height of the wall. The enemy general's expression shifts from triumph to pure bewilderment. He gasps, unable to comprehend the sight before him. Standing defiantly above the fray, the young boy looms over the battlefield. The commander can hardly believe that a mere child was the one who had pushed his forces to their limit. He stands atop the ramparts, his voice carrying a rhythmic, ancient power as he begins an incantation to turn the very earth into pebbles. Below, the enemy commander perceives the danger, roaring for his men to retreat before they are caught in the impending magical storm. Despite the threat, the commander's resolve remains unshaken, his face contorted in a fierce snarl as he bellows that victory is worth any sacrifice, even his own life. He urges his 1,000-strong force to breach the gates before the defenders can recover from the chaos. High above, the young lord completes his spell with a final, resonant cry, unleashing a torrent of sharpened stone shards that rain down toward the battlefield. The commander looks up, his eyes widening as the sky fills with the lethal projectiles. The shards strike with thunderous force, but instead of hitting the soldiers, they bury themselves deep into the masonry of the outer wall surrounding the gate. Seeing the projectiles miss their mark, the commander lets out a mocking laugh, convinced the boy was merely trying to intimidate them with a failed display of power. He draws his blade, ready to lead the final charge. Unfazed by the mockery, the boy begins a second, more intense incantation, his body enveloped in a blinding aura of magical energy. The commander's expression shifts from triumph to a sudden, gnawing uncertainty as the air begins to vibrate with power. A deafening roar erupts as the magic takes hold, triggering a massive, localized explosion that tears through the reinforced stone. Dust and debris fill the air as the soldiers watch in utter disbelief, realizing that the outer wall, the very defense they had struggled to breach, is now crumbling into ruin before their eyes. The soldiers scramble in terror as the massive stone structure begins to give way. Screams of panic fill the air as they realize the wall is coming down right on top of them, forcing a desperate retreat from the falling masonry. Watching the destruction, the enemy commander realizes the true intent behind the previous magical strike. It wasn't a miss. It was a calculated move to bring the wall down and seal the gate with a mountain of debris, effectively halting their advance and turning their own objective into a barrier. Across the settling dust, the young lord watches with a grim determination that belies his age. He remains silent, witnessing the fruits of his desperate gamble as the enemy's momentum is crushed under the weight of the stone. A deafening roar echoes across the battlefield as the entire gatehouse disintegrates into a colossal cloud of dust and shattered stone, completely obstructing the path forward. The commander erupts in a primal scream of fury, his face contorted with rage as he stands before the ruins of his objective, his plans shattered along with the gate. His men are left in a state of shock and disbelief, lamenting how close they had come to victory. They realize that the rubble blocking the gate is not a simple obstacle. It is a massive, solid pile that would be nearly impossible to blast through or clear quickly. He can only offer a grim, whispered acknowledgement of the setback, the weight of the defeat settling heavily upon him as he stares at the impassable ruins. Nearby, the mage stares at her shattered staff, realizing that their situation is even more dire. Without their magical tools, which were broken in the final exchange, they have no way to counter this sudden obstacle or clear the path. She stood amidst the wreckage of their magical arsenal, the broken staves a testament to their defeat. Turning to her commander, she delivered the grim reality. Without their magic, the fort was now impregnable. General Swagger, his face set in a hard line, didn't hesitate, barking out the order for all forces to withdraw immediately. As the command echoed through the ranks, she watched a lone bird take flight, soaring away from the site of their failure. The general couldn't help but admire the audacity of the plan that had bested them, noting the iron will of the enemy commander and the surprising role of the young boy. Beside him, the mage pondered the nature of the destruction, wondering if they had encountered a rare imperial arcane device. Resigned to his fate, the veteran commander accepted that he would bear the full weight of this loss and likely be forced into retirement. He cast one final look toward the fort, acknowledging that the boy who had outmaneuvered him was destined for greatness. Mil-Limos, standing firm, watched the retreating tide of the enemy. He remained silent, the weight of the day's events etched onto his young face. The sharp blast of a signal horn cut through the air, confirming the Mendacium army's retreat. Mil-Limos and his seasoned companions watched as the threat finally began to recede. A roar of triumph erupted from the non-net ranks, the soldiers throwing their helmets and weapons into the air in a jubilant celebration of their hard-won victory. Despite the cheers surrounding him, the young lord could not join in the revelry. His thoughts were anchored to the gatehouse, where the bodies of his own fallen comrades lay buried beneath the very rubble that had saved them. He stands with his head bowed, the weight of the recent battle still heavy on his shoulders, until a firm hand rests on his back. His mentor, Alectem, urges him to hold his head high, reminding him that their survival is the only tribute they can offer the fallen for now. He looks up, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes, as he thanks the veteran for the much-needed perspective. 3 days pass in a blur of reconstruction, and a massive breach in the fort's stone wall is miraculously sealed. The workers standing below gaze up in awe, finding it hard to believe such extensive damage could be repaired so swiftly. While examining the newly restored masonry, the veteran knight admits that even with magical assistance, manipulating stone is a grueling task. The young lord explains his method, detailing how he used fireballs to wedge and split the rock, a technique inspired by unique designs from his memories. His mentor is impressed, noting that while they're used to mending walls, the speed of this repair was unprecedented. Despite the success, the boy remains haunted by the cost of the victory. He stares at the cold stone, confessing that he feels he failed. If he'd been more decisive in destroying the enemy's equipment, perhaps 100 more of his men would still be alive. The veteran knight cuts him off sharply, warning him that such thoughts are a dangerous trap. He insists that it was the boy's quick thinking and bravery that saved the survivors, and that he must focus on those lives rather than the ones lost. He softens his tone, assuring the young lord that he, and every soldier who stood on that wall, shares this sentiment. The boy listens in silence, letting the support of his comrades sink in. The somber moment is suddenly interrupted by a high-pitched shout as Hones comes sprinting across the courtyard. She waves enthusiastically, followed by the other recruits who had been assisting with the repairs, their arrival bringing a sudden burst of energy to the quiet morning. He watches as the new recruits bicker amongst themselves. One of the boys mocks his stature, calling him short and foolish, while the girl quickly scolds her companion for disrespecting senior. Another recruit grumbles about being assigned to repair duty simply because they missed the actual combat. Instead of taking offense, he bursts into a fit of genuine laughter. The recruits stare at him in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what could possibly be so funny about their predicament. As the laughter continues, the veteran leans toward the trembling newcomers with a grim warning. He tells them that when a young lord wears such a smile, it usually means he is devising a particularly creative punishment, leaving the recruits paralyzed with dread. However, the tables turn quickly as he finds himself the target of the very discipline he predicted. While the recruits watch in stunned silence, the veteran soldier is called to account for his own lapses in duty. He is forced into grueling labor as a consequence for neglecting his wall repair reports. His cries of pain echo through the courtyard as he struggles with the heavy tasks assigned to him. After the exertion, he looks at the boy with a newfound respect. He admits that while he won't offer empty platitudes, he believes the young lord performed admirably during the crisis. As the boy reflects, the veteran leans in close, jokingly pleading to be stationed somewhere more glorious in the future. The boy, however, remains unimpressed, declaring his firm desire to never endure such a harrowing experience again. Looking out over the newly reinforced defenses, he makes a silent vow. He determines that if conflict must come again, he will use his ingenuity to ensure their victory is as effortless as possible. He sits at a heavy wooden desk, the weight of his responsibilities reflected in the stacks of paper before him. Outside the window, the stark reality of the fort's surroundings remains a constant reminder of the recent conflict, while his loyal advisor stands nearby, waiting for the young lord to finish his grim task. The memories of the aftermath still haunt him, recalling the solemn moment they watched the wagons depart. He had prayed fervently as they sent off the remains of nearly 100 Nanette soldiers, many of whom had been buried under rubble before they could be properly recovered and swapped with supply loads for their final journey home. Beyond the walls, a far more gruesome sight awaited: the remains of the Mendacium forces. With nearly 1,000 corpses to deal with and cremation being an impossibility under the current circumstances, the fallen enemies were left stacked in a massive, silent mound outside the fort's perimeter. Looking down upon the pile of the fallen, he noted that most were merely peasant soldiers, lightly equipped and likely forced into a conflict they didn't understand. A strange lack of hatred filled him. Instead, he felt only a profound sadness, realizing that in the end, every soul caught in this war was a victim. A chilling thought crossed his mind as he stared at the blank report, wondering if the constant exposure to such carnage had finally made him numb to the concept of death. It was a dark realization, one he decided was far too personal and unsettling to ever include in an official military record. The silence of the room was broken when his advisor approached, checking on the progress of the tedious paperwork. He groaned in exhaustion, expressing a desperate wish to simply go home, only to be met with the sobering reminder that a mountain of administrative duties would surely be waiting for them upon their return. As he looked out at the cold, imposing structure of the fort, the idea of staying through the winter briefly seemed preferable to the boredom and lack of fresh food that awaited elsewhere. However, the pull of home was stronger, and with a weary sigh, he accepted that it was finally time to leave this place behind. While they shared a final cup of tea, the veteran warrior explained the necessity of a cautious withdrawal. He warned that if Mendasium spies realized the fort was being vacated, they might strike while the garrison was thinly manned. To prevent this, he proposed they stagger their returns in small groups over several days, maintaining the illusion of a full force until the very end. As the veteran warrior oversaw the final stages of the withdrawal, the young lord's mind was already racing ahead to the capital. He hoped the efforts of his people would yield results, making a mental note to inquire about the progress of the Imperial weapons analysis the moment he returned home. The journey back began under a vast, open sky, the weight of the recent conflict slowly giving way to the pressing needs of the future. Elsewhere, far from the front lines, a man of high standing prepared for his own departure. He stood before an ornate carriage, his posture rigid and professional as he signaled his readiness to begin the long trek. Once settled within the plush interior of the transport, Executive Funseroya of the Arcane Empire Magistry, Brumplu, adjusted his glasses with a cold, calculated precision. With a single, firm command, he directed his driver toward Nanette, his arrival promising a new set of challenges for the kingdom. The young princess, Valera, walks with purpose down a long, sun-drenched corridor lined with elegant stone arches. Her expression is solemn as she approaches the heart of the palace. The corridor opens into a magnificent throne room, where towering pillars and intricate stained glass windows create an atmosphere of divine authority. Seated upon the throne is Tatutsu Irijiminyamudu, the Night King of the Holy Night Kingdom. He rests his chin on his hand, his gaze sharp and uncompromising as he demands that the visitors state their business. Before him, a figure clad in dark, heavy plate armor kneels respectfully on the long carpet. The knight seems to have emerged from the very shadows of the hall to deliver his message. He identifies himself as a member of the Black Knights, explaining that they have returned from their mission to report the critical information they have gathered. The king listens in silence, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to receive the intelligence from the front lines. The knight elaborates on the situation, describing a war that has broken out between small nations near the Empire, sparked by Mendasium's desire to reclaim territory. He notes that because there was no direct reason for the Holy Night Kingdom to intervene, they limited themselves to observing the actions of Mil Limos and his companions. He then delivers the most troubling revelation. They have uncovered evidence that the Arcane Empire is conspiring with the state of Mendasium and is actively providing them with aid in the conflict. He leaned forward on his throne, seeking clarification on the outcome of the conflict. The armored reporter before him delivered the grim news. Those who had aligned themselves with the Empire had not emerged victorious, but had instead suffered a total defeat. This revelation caused him to narrow his eyes in deep thought. He realized that if the Empire's allies had failed, then their true machinations must already be unfolding to compensate for the loss. The knight confirmed his suspicions, explaining that since the secret pact between the Empire and Mendasium could not be fulfilled due to the defeat, the Empire had moved to occupy Mendasium as a form of compensation. The king wrestled with the morality of it. While a justified incursion might be considered right by some, he harbored a deep-seated distrust of the Empire expanding its borders so aggressively. The report grew even more troubling as the knight detailed the Empire's next move, an advance into the victorious nation of Nanette under the guise of a goodwill envoy. The king remained skeptical, well aware that the Nanette mountain range held vast reserves of iron ore, a prize far more likely to be the Empire's true objective than any diplomatic gesture. He issued a stern command to gather more intelligence, determined to judge whether the Night Kingdom should intervene. He would not stand by while a small nation was trampled under the weight of such a wicked scheme, and with a final acknowledgement, the dark-armored messenger vanished into the shadows. Just as the room fell silent, the heavy doors were thrown open and the sound of hurried footsteps echoed across the polished floor. A young voice, filled with urgency, called out for her father. She stood there, her eyes wide with disbelief as she confronted him. The weight of the secrets she had just overheard pressed heavily upon her, and she demanded to know if the rumors of the impending conflict were indeed the truth. Several days passed following that tense confrontation. Far from the royal court, the sun beat down upon a massive stone wall that snaked across the rugged mountain landscape, marking the border where the next chapter of the struggle would likely begin. The young prince and his guardian arrived at the grand estate, noting the presence of the imperial carriages. While the ornate outfits of the visitors seemed almost comical to his companion, the boy observed that they didn't appear to be here for an immediate assault. He stepped forward into the hall, introducing himself with practiced grace as Mil Limos Nanette, the youngest son of the king. Despite his composed exterior, the restrictive formal attire felt foreign and embarrassing, a stark contrast to the simple clothes he preferred. Facing him was Executive Funsoroya, a man whose sharp gaze behind rectangular glasses spoke of a cold, analytical mind. As the first consul of the Arcane Empire, he offered a polite but distant greeting, his every movement calculated and precise. Once they were seated, the prince wasted no time, questioning why a global superpower would take such a sudden interest in a small, mountain nation like Nanette. He suspected that the news of the Empire's recent movements had already reached the ears of those in power, and he sought to understand the gravity of the situation. The executive confirmed his suspicions with a chilling smile, stating that the Empire's occupation of Mendacium was precisely what had brought them to these borders. This admission only deepened the boy's unease as he pressed for their true objective, sensing that this was far more than a mere diplomatic courtesy call. Just as the official prepared to state his purpose plainly, a frantic cry of intruders shattered the tense atmosphere of the meeting. In the hallway outside, guards and staff scrambled in confusion as the peace of the diplomatic summit was abruptly broken by an unexpected breach. They both turned toward the source of the commotion, the prince's eyes wide with shock while the executive remained eerily composed. The sudden alarm left them wondering where such an intrusion could have possibly come from within the heart of their stronghold. High above on the rugged slopes, a lone figure on horseback charged recklessly down the mountainside toward the fortification. It was Valera, her descent a blur of speed and determination that left the young prince gasping in disbelief at her sheer audacity. She thunders through the gates, her armored steed kicking up clouds of dust as she breaches the fortification. Below, Mil Limos can only stare in wide-eyed disbelief at the sheer audacity of the charge. Because of this sudden arrival, Hones rushes forward to report, her voice urgent as she explains that only the elite of the Night Kingdom possess such skill. She warns the others to stand down, insisting that these newcomers must be treated as honored guests rather than enemies. In response to the chaos, Funsoroya adjusts his glasses, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as he reflects on how close they came to disaster. He describes the intrusion as entirely unexpected, prompting Mil Limos to press him for a deeper explanation of what has happened. He continues, noting with a sharp, analytical gaze that the timing of these nights is almost too perfect, suggesting that Mil Limos is either incredibly lucky or part of a much larger design. As the tension in the room thickens, Gomin steps forward, his hands raised in a gesture of tempered explanation. Mil Limos watches him closely, his mind racing to keep up with the rapidly shifting situation. Despite his usual composure, Funsoroya admits that even he is in the dark regarding the knight's sudden appearance. This admission only heightens Milimos's anxiety, as he realizes that being caught in the middle of such powerful forces makes them appear far more guilty than they actually are. Suddenly, Hone's voice rings out again, announcing that the guests have finally arrived at their doorstep. Both Mil Limos and Funsoroya turn their attention toward the entrance, bracing for whatever comes next. The heavy doors swing open to reveal a knight clad in gleaming silver plate, her presence commanding the entire room. She declares that she has arrived just in time and instructs everyone to leave the situation in her hands, while Mil Limos, maintaining his composure, identifies himself as the commander of the fort to establish his stand. She stands tall, her silver armor gleaming as she listens to the young prince's explanation. Mil Limos clarifies that his rank as marshal was a birthright, a necessity of being the youngest prince. Funsoroya, however, cannot hide his skepticism, offering a polite but pointed apology for questioning how such a child could hold the highest military office. The knight scoffs at this, bluntly labeling the boy as nothing more than a decorative figurehead. Mil Limos is taken aback, his mind reeling at the sheer audacity of her layered insults. Clearing her throat with a sharp sound, she signals that the time for pleasantries has passed. She prepares to address the true purpose of her arrival, her presence looming over the seated officials. With a sudden, forceful movement, she slams her armored boot onto the table, declaring with fiery conviction that her mission is to crush the Empire's barbaric ambitions. This display of aggression causes Funsoroya to sigh, his fingers pressing against his glasses as he tries to maintain his composure in the face of such blunt hostility. He calmly observes that she has traveled a great distance from the Holy Night Kingdom to deliver such a message. The knight reacts with immediate, sharp defensiveness, her posture stiffening at his observation. The executive continues, questioning her choice of words regarding barbarism, and reminding her that their presence in Nanette was a matter of official record that her kingdom should have acknowledged. Spreading his arms in a gesture of supposed transparency, he insists that their visit is merely a neighborly courtesy to a new border state, claiming they have no immediate plans for invasion. Mil Limos watches the tense negotiation, the air thick with unspoken threats. He listens as the knight, Families, continues his aggressive accusations, claiming the Empire used Mendacium as a pawn to wage a war of aggression with Imperial supplies. Because of this outburst, The knight declares he will not let such a wicked scheme succeed, but the executive remains unfazed, calmly asking if the knight truly believes his nation is capable of such a plot based on nothing but narrow-minded values. In response, the knight sneers that barbarians cannot grasp the divine radiance bestowed upon his people, mocking the empire for its reliance on sorcery over faith. The executive merely adjusts his gaze, questioning if the knight's perspective is perhaps too rigid. The exchange sharpens as the executive dismisses the knight's bold words, calling him a boar knight, sticking his snout where it doesn't belong, and advising him to keep his tongue for licking salt. The tension between them is palpable, their eyes locked in a silent, fierce confrontation. Moments later, the executive adjusts his glasses with a sigh, offering a mock apology for letting his emotions flare while dealing with such a stubborn opponent. Prince Millimos, sensing the escalating danger, desperately pleads for both men to keep their conflict verbal rather than destroying the fort. Reluctantly, the knight yields, stating he will stand down for the moment only out of respect for the prince. As the immediate threat of violence fades, Millimos watches them closely, his mind racing as he considers how to navigate the treacherous diplomatic waters ahead. Once they have finally settled into a more formal setting, the prince asks directly what business the empire has brought to their doorstep. The executive's answer is simple and chilling. They are here to discuss reparations. He explains that under normal circumstances, the empire would have pressured Mendasium to pay for the misuse of the arcane staves, which caused no small amount of suffering. However, with a dark, knowing smile, he notes that the country of Mendasium no longer exists to pay its debts. He stands tall, his voice booming as he declares that the arcane empire has officially annexed the Mendasium region following their breach of contract. He explains that since the land itself bears the debt, the empire will settle it. Millimos and Families look on, trying to grasp the implications of this sudden shift in sovereignty. Moving with calculated grace, the executive picks up a quill and approaches the large map spread across the table. The room falls silent as he prepares to physically redefine the borders of the continent. With a sharp, decisive stroke, he carves a line through the parchment, announcing that half of the newly acquired Mendasium territory will be ceded to Non-Net as compensation for the recent conflict. The ink stains the map, a jagged scar separating the lands. This simple line represents the displacement of thousands and the total restructuring of the regional power balance. He gestures grandly to the divided map, confirming that the grant is exactly half of the region. Millimos stares in disbelief, stunned by the sheer scale of the territory being offered so casually. This cold efficiency draws a sharp rebuke from the knight, who shouts that the empire has no regard for the lives of the people living on that land. The young lord senses the heavy, oppressive weight of the executive's presence, realizing the man's words carry the force of an ultimatum. Dismissing the outburst with a wave of his hand, the official suggests that the fate of the residents is a matter for later discussion. While he feels a pull toward the offer, Goman leans in, whispering a stern warning that something feels wrong about such a haphazardly presented plan. Despite the elder's caution, the young lord is visibly excited by the prospect of reclaiming his ancestors' lost lands. However, the group realizes the gravity of the situation and decides they must bypass the intermediaries and petition King Chorex directly to handle this diplomatic minefield. He's being pressured by the executive. Funsoroya emphasizes that as both the Empire's first consul and Nanet's marshal, the weight of this decision rests solely on his shoulders. His gaze narrows as he weighs the gravity of the situation. Internally, he struggles with the burden. This is a dream his family has held for generations, something his father should rightfully handle. Yet, the threat of the Empire looms. A refusal could be seen as a provocation, much like the flimsy excuses used to justify recent invasions. As he listens, the executive continues, describing the territory as a lush expanse of hills and plains, famous for its bountiful wheat harvests. The young marshal stares down at the map, the strategic value of the land laid bare before him. While he stares at the map, a new light enters his eyes, a spark of realization that transcends mere politics. Turning to his trusted advisor, he seeks confirmation, asking if the choice truly lies with him. Alectem offers a reassuring nod, affirming that he possesses the authority and the right to make this call. His mind is no longer on borders or treaties, but on the golden bounty of the fields. He envisions a future where the castle stores are overflowing with flour, leading to an endless parade of bread, noodles, pastries, and savory okonomiyaki. With a resolute strike against the table, he announces his verdict. Funsoroya watches with a satisfied, knowing smile as the young man declares his choice. He stands firm, his voice clear as he delivers a shocking refusal to the imperial offer, catching everyone off guard. His sudden rejection leaves the room in stunned silence, the imperial executive's eyes widening behind his glasses while the king and the knight look on in disbelief. He breaks the tension by confirming his stance with a cheerful shout, much to the executive's confusion. Pointing to the map, he explains that while expansion is usually a blessing, the sheer scale of this territory, double their current size, is a burden they cannot yet carry, causing his father to nearly collapse in shock. He continues his logical breakdown, gesturing to the vast stretches of land on the map. He argues that governing such a massive area is impossible when the local population still harbors resentment from the previous war. If they took it, the people would simply flee back to the empire, leaving Nanette with nothing but an unmanageable wasteland. He looks the executive in the eye and declares that his final decision is to seek compensation that does not involve land. He adds with a confident smile that if the empire finds this unacceptable, they are welcome to take the matter up with his father, the king. The executive, instead of being offended, bursts into a fit of laughter, seemingly delighted by the boy's audacity and sharp political mind. The king, seeing the imperial representative's reaction, regains his composure and stands by his son's judgment, affirming that while they won't take the land, some form of compensation is still required. When asked what he would take instead, the boy's eyes light up with a specific request. He doesn't want gold or grain, but rather a formal document, a paper from the Arcane Empire itself. He clarifies his demand, a formal document declaring the Arcane Empire and the nation of Nanette as equals, bearing the signature of the Emperor himself. The weight of this request leaves the imperial representative visibly shaken, his composure momentarily shattered by the audacity of the proposal. The young prince offers a sharp alternative, sensing the man's hesitation. He suggests that while his father might prefer territorial compensation, they could simply move the negotiations to the royal castle to consult King Chorex directly if the document cannot be produced, a prospect that clearly unnerves the executive. This pressure is compounded by the surrounding knights, who urge the consul to decide immediately. They remind him that the post-war chaos leaves no time for a lengthy journey to the capital, forcing a swift resolution right then and there. The executive falls into a tense silence, his gaze fixed on the floor as he weighs the political ramifications. He stands alone in the quiet room, the gravity of the choice pressing down on him as he considers the map spread across the table. Finally, he looks up, conceding that even a meeting with the king would likely result in the same outcome. He acknowledges that the monarch trusts his son's judgment implicitly, making further resistance futile. With a heavy sigh of acceptance, the official formally agrees to the terms. He promises that an accord, signed by the Imperial Majesty, will be delivered to Nanette in due time, effectively granting the recognition the prince sought. He is met with a bright smile from the boy, who expresses his deep gratitude for the cooperation. The tension in the room begins to dissipate as the representative rises from the couch to conclude their business. They seal the historic agreement with a firm handshake, a moment of mutual recognition between the seasoned diplomat and the surprisingly shrewd young prince. He watches as the imperial delegation's carriage rolls away, escorted by a line of armored knights on horseback, leaving the courtyard behind. As he remains behind, Executive Funsoroya reflects on the intricate web of trade and tariffs. He explains that the original goal wasn't just compensation, but securing a steady supply of iron ore from Nanette without the heavy Mendacium tariffs. The plan had been to use the arcane staves to facilitate this, but the handshake of a new treaty has changed the landscape. The young prince beams with a clever grin, pointing out the strategic advantage of the new arrangement. He notes that it is far more efficient to have the local Mendacium people handle the mining, especially given the rumors of a hidden, rich vein of or accessible only from their side of the border. His logic is conceded by Funsoroya with a sharp, calculating smile. The executive admits that while a Mendacium victory would have led to colonization and direct control of the mines, the current diplomatic solution removes any immediate incentive for the empire to invade Nanette. He agrees that an amicable partnership is the most logical path forward. After his departure, the boy stands in the quiet hall with Sir Families, letting out a sigh of genuine relief. He is thankful that the threat of invasion has been averted, while the knight looks on with newfound respect, marveling at how a prince from such a small nation could stand his ground against the might of the empire. Nearby, the armored figure who had stood by him finally removes her heavy helmet, her long hair cascading down as she takes a deep, needed breath. She admits the stifling heat of the plate mail made it difficult to breathe, prompting the prince to wonder if she still has lingering business to attend to. She explains that her presence was more than just a show of force. She removed her helm as a sign of respect to deliver a formal message from the Night Kingdom. The prince is surprised, having assumed she would have returned home immediately after the Empire's aggressive posturing was quelled. With a serious expression, she delivers the warning that her kingdom is relaying to every nation bordering the Empire. There is no longer a need to remain in a state of constant, high-alert defense. The prince listens intently, processing the weight of this international message. She stands firm, her back to him as she delivers the weight of the Night King's decree. Turning to face him with unwavering resolve, she explains that from this moment forward, they will be protected not just from the Arcane Empire, but from any unprovoked invasion. She makes a solemn pledge. If the path his country takes is truly right, then the holy knight nation of Mudu Binyurnato will stand as their ally and come to their aid. Mil-Limos can only watch in stunned silence as the gravity of this alliance sinks in. The weight of recent events hangs heavy in the air, reflected in the sharp, calculating gaze of Executive Funsoroya and the steady, resolute eyes of Princess Valera. Below them, young Mil-Limos stands in quiet contemplation, his brow furrowed as he weighs the consequences of the path they have chosen. High above the surrounding landscape, the formidable spires of the royal palace stand as a testament to the kingdom's enduring strength, though the atmosphere within its walls is far from tranquil. Inside the grand hall, King Chorex sits upon his throne, his face buried in his hand as the burden of leadership takes its toll. Mil-Limos kneels before him, offering a humble apology for the unconventional nature of their gains, explaining that while they did not secure new territory, they have earned a certificate of equal ranks bearing the signature of the Magic Empire's emperor. He looks up, his expression softening as he acknowledges the wisdom in the boy's decision. The king admits that Milimos's judgment was sound, noting that attempting to govern land beyond their current capacity would only lead to instability and weakness for the realm. With a nod of approval, the monarch promises his son a fitting reward for his service, telling him to look forward to it in the coming days. The young prince is caught off guard by the praise, his eyes widening with a mix of surprise and burgeoning hope. As the audience draws to a close, Mil-Limos prepares to depart, but Sasti Avko stops him momentarily to mention that the Holy Knight Kingdom has also requested a word. Outside the chamber, Valera stands with one of her guards, her usual composure momentarily faltering as she prepares for a significant declaration. She steps forward, her voice clear and unwavering as she makes a formal pledge to the young prince. She vows that as long as his country conducts itself with justice and honor, the Holy Knight Kingdom will stand as their ally, promising to come to their aid should any nation dare to invade them without cause. The echoes of her powerful oath linger in the vast, silent hall as the meeting finally concludes, leaving the future of the kingdom forever changed by these new, unexpected alliances. The weight of the king's words hung heavy in the air as he contemplated the difficulty of governing with true justice. He noted that while striving for peace and the people's happiness was the minimum requirement for a ruler, actually achieving it was a daunting task that was far easier said than done. His brother, Sasti, reacted with visible shock when the young prince spoke so casually about the gravity of their diplomatic situation. Mil-Limos, however, remained humble, kneeling as he suggested that they need not worry excessively, for the Holy Knight Kingdom would be the ultimate judge of whether their actions were truly right. He was quickly cautioned by the Duke, who warned that the Knight Kingdom's intelligence network was far-reaching and formidable. Sasti urged the boy to be more guarded with his remarks, a warning that Mil-Limos took to heart with a somber, contemplative expression. The king then shifted the focus back to the formal proceedings, declaring that the message from the Holy Knight Kingdom had been duly received and acknowledged by the crown. He looked down at his son with a rare, softening expression, offering a simple but profound commendation for his efforts. Overjoyed by the recognition, Mil-Limos beamed, his voice filled with pride as he accepted the praise. As the seasons turned, the formal halls of the palace were replaced by the crisp air of the forest. The young prince, now bundled in thick winter clothing, trudged through the fallen leaves with a heavy bundle of firewood strapped to his back. Meanwhile, back at the estate, Gomen searched in vain for his charge, grumbling about the boy's tendency to wander off. Deep in the woods, Sinis supervised the work, explaining to Mil-Limos and Ark that manual labor was a vital reprieve from the stifling nature of administrative duties. Their quiet afternoon was suddenly shattered by a frantic cry from a nearby traveler. The man pointed into the shadows of the trees, his face pale with terror as he screamed a warning about a monster lurking nearby. He points frantically toward the tree-line, identifying a beast with magic visibly leaking from its horn. Beside him, the others are less fearful. One notes the quality of the meat while the other suggests luring it into a trap. The creature stands poised in the dappled light of the forest, its singular horn glowing with an ethereal energy as it remains oblivious to the hunters closing in. Meanwhile, Mil-Limos examines a finely crafted dagger, his expression one of quiet contemplation as he prepares for an important encounter. He is suddenly jolted from his thoughts when Princess Valera corners him, her eyes burning with an intense, almost predatory focus as she demands to know the origin of the weapon in his hand. She presses her interrogation, her presence looming over the young lord who can only stare back in stunned silence, his heart racing at her unexpected hostility. He realizes with a cold shiver that he is walking on a knife's edge. A single wrong word in the face of her overwhelming aura could prove fatal. The elder guardian, Gomen, steps forward to intervene, calmly explaining that Mil-Limos received the blade as a gift for his actions on the battlefield before the princess had even arrived. He formally introduces himself as Alectam, clarifying that the migrant townsman she believed had saved her was, in fact, the young lord standing before her. She stands firm, demanding to know why a high-ranking marshal and his attendant would traverse a battlefield under false identities. Gomen, standing tall and imposing, simply states that such information is a secret of his country. Unfazed, she stares into his eyes, asking if he can swear that their presence there was the right course of action. Without a moment's hesitation, he confirms it was, his gaze unwavering. Seeing the tension rise, the young boy steps forward, his voice trembling with honesty as he confesses that he was the one who begged for the experience. He explains his desire to witness the world's most dangerous battlefield firsthand, to understand both its vastness and the terror it holds. This admission leaves her momentarily speechless, her eyes wide with surprise as she looks between the boy and the veteran warrior. Gomen remains stoic, his expression unreadable as the weight of the boy's words hangs in the air. The veteran quickly rebukes the boy for his careless words, reminding him of his status as the head of the national army. Meanwhile, she reflects on the events of that day, recalling how she saw Sir Families rescuing the princess from the forest, realizing they had narrowly avoided a direct encounter. A new understanding dawns on her as she looks at the boy, realizing that his steady nerves are the result of such harrowing experiences. She concludes that if the purpose was truly to educate him on the realities of war, then she has no reason to pursue the matter further. Relief washes over the boy's face as the interrogation ends, a small smile playing on his lips. She, however, turns her gaze away, her expression becoming guarded once more. Suddenly, she announces that an urgent matter requires her immediate attention and makes a swift exit, leaving the boy standing in confusion. As she strides away, she can't help but feel that the situation has become far more complicated than she anticipated. She does not hesitate, urging her steed forward and leaping from the third-story balcony. Mil-Limos can only watch in disbelief as the knight and horse plummet toward the ground. Mid-air, she commands Naratigra to accelerate to full speed. Milimos's eyes widen as he realizes she isn't aiming for the gate at all, but intends to clear the outer perimeter entirely. With a powerful surge, the horse clears the high walls, leaving a trail of dust as they vanish into the open plains beyond the fortress. Standing beside Gomen, Mil-Limos contemplates the sheer power of the holy arts, realizing that such abilities make physical walls and forts almost obsolete. He ponders the gravity of the situation, wondering if her urgent departure signals a dire threat to the kingdom's stability. Sometime later, amidst a rugged, wintry landscape, a beast named Mimo suddenly bolts. Senni shouts a warning as the creature charges toward the young prince. Before Mil-Limos can react, the creature is consumed by a sudden, violent burst of energy. He gasps in shock at the unexpected explosion. The force of the blast throws him backward onto the cold ground. Sentis quickly closes the distance, calling out to ensure the prince is unharmed while Mil-Limos stares at his trembling hands, shaken by the narrowness of his escape. Lying in the snow, he gazes up at the overcast sky as the first flakes begin to fall. He quietly observes that winter has finally arrived. He had spent the following days recovering, the stone walls of the fortress offering little comfort against the creeping chill. A weary groan escaped his lips as the weight of his responsibilities began to settle in. Bundled in a thick cloak and shivering at his desk, the young lord struggled to focus on the mounting paperwork. When the door creaked open, letting in a draft, he snapped at the intruder to close it quickly, complaining about the freezing air. Sennis, however, merely observed that despite their ample supply of winter firewood, the boy seemed excessively overdressed for the indoor chill. The interruption was forgotten the moment a familiar figure stepped into the room. It was Futaro, Milimos's older brother, looking composed and elegant in his formal attire. The young lord's face lit up with pure joy, his previous complaints vanishing as he called out to his sibling, whom he hadn't seen in quite some time. He approached with a warm smile, expressing his pride in how much his little brother had grown. He noted that news of Milimos's first victorious campaign had already reached him, and remarked that the marshal's cloak seemed to suit the boy perfectly. Mil-Limos beamed, clearly moved by the unexpected praise from someone he admired so deeply. For a brief second, the young lord's expression shifted to one of quiet surprise, his eyes widening as he processed the weight of his brother's words and the suddenness of his return. The elder brother then turned to acknowledge Alectam, greeting the veteran with the respect due to a long-time acquaintance. Mil-Limos, regaining his composure, questioned why his brother was back so early, noting that he usually spent the winter months engaged in diplomatic travels. He even teased Futaro, joking that his formal tone made him sound just like their mother. His curiosity soon turned to more serious matters as he asked if the current situation was so dire that it required the specific strength of the marshal. He looked at his brother intently, sensing that this visit was more than just a simple family reunion. He admitted that while things weren't critical yet, they soon would be, and he had returned specifically to consult with Mil Limos first. With a grave expression, he revealed that the root of the problem lay, at least in part, with Mil Limos himself, leaving the young lord stunned by the implication. He stares in stunned silence, the weight of his brother's words beginning to sink in. The elder brother continues, his expression hardening as he warns that this certificate of equal ranks with a magic empire could ignite a conflict. The younger boy is left reeling, unable to fathom how a document meant for peace could lead to such danger. This document, as the elder explains, elevated their nation from a mere peer to a sibling of the empire, a status he personally secured. From across the room, he reveals that another nation covets this certificate, believing its possession is the key to their own independence from the empire's grasp. He gestures dismissively, noting that there is always a loophole, even if the document changes hands. The boy leans in, his brow furrowed as he questions the nature of this hidden flaw. The answer is a single, chilling word: annexation. The realization hits the boy like a physical blow. The rival nation intends to dismantle their sovereignty and reduce them to a mere vassal state. He presses for more, asking if the legal technicalities would still protect them. The elder remains silent, confirming the boy's fear that the name of their home would remain, but its heart would be ruled by another. With a grim nod, the elder confirms the reality of the situation. The boy can only vent his frustration at the deceptive, underhanded nature of international politics. He demands to know the identity of the potential enemy, his expression hardening with the weight of the situation. In response, his brother sets down his teacup with a deliberate click, his gaze distant as he prepares to reveal the truth. As Alektem serves them, the elder brother admits the chances of conflict are even, though he notes that no formal declaration has been made. The young lord wonders aloud if the matter can be resolved through diplomatic channels rather than steel. The name finally crosses his lips: Rosia, a nation nestled beyond the Eastern Mountains and currently a subordinate to the Empire. He explains that they are renowned for their weapons manufacturing, a trade the Empire relies upon heavily. Despite the gravity of the news, the boy finds himself curious about the intricacies of his brother's political maneuvering. The elder is impressed by the child's grasp of the situation, though he gently reminds him that diplomacy is a complex field. A realization strikes him. If Rosia already enjoys a favorable relationship with the Empire, they shouldn't have any need for the diplomatic document Futaro mentioned earlier. Their attention shifts to a nearby blade, which the boy recognizes as being of Imperial make. His brother confirms this, noting the exceptional quality of the steel and the sharpness of its edge. This superior craftsmanship is the root of the problem. Since the Empire can now produce such weapons internally, they no longer need to purchase from Rosia. This shift has left the neighboring nation's economy in a desperate, tightening spiral. The weight of the revelation hits the young boy like a physical blow as his older brother points out the unintended consequences of his past actions. He had thought he was helping, but Futaro explains that by revealing the iron ore in Mendacium, he was the one who pushed Rosia's economic crisis to the breaking point. He listens in stunned silence as the explanation continues, detailing how Rosia's weapons will now find even fewer buyers in a market flooded with the Empire's own resources. The realization that his well-intentioned information has crippled an entire nation's primary industry leaves him looking down in shame. A heavy silence fills the room, punctuated only by the delicate clink of a teacup resting on its saucer. The steam rises slowly, mirroring the mounting tension as the gravity of the situation settles over the brothers. He covers his face with a hand, the guilt of making his brother's job harder finally sinking in. He asks tentatively if there is any hope for the Empire to resume trade if Rosia achieves equal status. But the elder brother can only offer uncertainty, noting that without equality, negotiation isn't even an option. The young lord suddenly looks up, his eyes burning with a new, fierce determination as he declares his intent to prepare for war. In response, his brother maintains a calm composure, promising to handle the diplomatic front first to pave a smoother path for the inevitable conflict. They soon gather with their advisors to map out the logistics of the coming campaign, discussing the treacherous mountain passes. While the southern range remains crossable even in the depths of winter, the veteran warrior warns that the roads are brutal and entirely unsuitable for heavy supply wagons. He contemplates a daring alternative, imagining himself riding toward Rosia alone and unburdened, like a hero from a storybook. His brother watches him closely, sensing the boy's internal struggle as he weighs the romanticism of a solo journey against the harsh realities of leadership. The young commander finally makes his decision, pointing toward the map as he orders the reallocation of troops to the southern pass. He explains his plan to shift personnel from the Mendacium fort, fortifying their position in anticipation of the moves to come. He stands with his uncle and brother, listening as the Chancellor explains the strategic shift. Since Mendacium is no longer a threat, the border fort's primary purpose is to defend against the Empire, yet its defenses are woefully inadequate against modern magic. Futaro suggests a drastic reduction in the fort's garrison to better utilize their limited resources. This vulnerability was proven when the Empire's superior magic staves easily breached the fortifications. Even the magic staff Millimos had provided was insufficient to hold back the onslaught, failing to buy even a moment of time as the stone walls crumbled under the magical barrage. Shocked by the revelation, the young lord asks if his brother truly destroyed the fort himself. Futaro confirms the grim reality with a calm nod, emphasizing that the Empire's magical capabilities simply outclass their current defenses, making the structure more of a liability than an asset. Turning his attention to the map spread across the table, he begins reallocating his forces with a heavy heart. He decides to maintain only a skeleton crew at the main checkpoint, shifting the bulk of his soldiers to garrison the mountain passes and man the watch huts. Futaro watches the process, placing his trust in his younger brother's tactical decisions. As they continue their discussion, he acknowledges the harsh truth that Rosia's military strength is a far cry from what Mendacium once commanded. Futaro listens in silence, his expression unreadable as he observes his brother's growing burden and the weight of the crown he must eventually wear. A dark thought crosses his mind. If the situation becomes dire enough, he might have to consider the unthinkable. He looks at Futaro, the weight of his responsibilities etched into his young face, wondering if his brother can sense the desperation taking root. The phrase "selling the country" echoes in his mind, a desperate measure he hopes never to take. His gaze hardens, reflecting the internal struggle of a leader faced with impossible choices and the potential sacrifice of his people's sovereignty. Sensing his brother's distress, Futaro stands and gently pats him on the head, offering a rare moment of comfort. He reassures him that he will do everything in his power to ensure such drastic measures are never necessary, leaving the young lord surprised but momentarily eased by the gesture of support. He listens as his older brother mentions their father is currently occupied with a guest, but when the boy asks if there is more to the matter, his brother suddenly recalls a crucial detail. Looking toward the throne where their father sits, the elder brother reveals that the mysterious visitor specifically requested an audience with the young prince. As they walk through the stone corridors joined by the chancellor, the elder brother urges the boy to tidy his appearance, while the chancellor muses that an immediate audience with the king implies a guest of significant status. With a heavy groan of wood and metal, the massive, ornate doors to the throne room swing wide to admit the visitors. The grand hall is revealed in its entirety, its long carpet leading toward the throne where the king awaits the approaching figures. Upon his throne, the king appears visibly shaken, his brow slick with sweat as the chancellor quietly commands him to maintain his composure. Meanwhile, in a quieter wing of the palace, a simple wooden door stands closed within a sunlit hallway. Standing before the door, the young prince wonders who could be inside as the sound of hushed whispering reaches his ears, just before a voice invites him to enter. The heavy doors slide open with a sharp, mechanical sound, revealing the entrance to the private chamber. He looks on in confusion as a knight with short, cropped hair steps into the room, holding her helmet under one arm. Behind her, a young girl in an ornate dress peeks out, prompted by the knight to show proper respect to the prince. Stepping forward with a gentle smile, the long-haired girl greets him warmly, noting how long it has been since they last met, before quickly correcting herself to ask if this is, in fact, their first formal meeting. The young prince is left speechless, his eyes wide with shock as he tries to process the sudden appearance of this unexpected guest. Sensing the awkwardness, the knight leans in and whispers a reminder that she has yet to properly introduce herself, causing the girl to startle in realization. With a flurry of movement, she gathers the hem of her voluminous, frilled skirt and prepares to perform a formal greeting. She sinks into a deep, elegant curtsy, announcing her full title as Valera Irigiminya Mudu, the second daughter of the Knight King Tatutsu from the Holy Knight's Kingdom of Mudu Seniornatal. This revelation sends a wave of shock through the room. While the knight remains composed, King Chorex is visibly shaken, and the young prince can only stare in utter bewilderment, his mind racing with questions. He stands frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stares at the back of the girl who has just been revealed as royalty. The weight of the revelation hangs heavy in the air, leaving him speechless and struggling to reconcile this new information with the person he thought he knew. In response to his stunned silence, she turns to face him, her expression softening into a warm, knowing smile. With her hands clasped gently before her and a slight blush on her cheeks, she greets him with a familiarity that suggests their connection runs deeper than he realized, formally acknowledging him as Prince Millimos and noting that they have finally met again. She greets him with a warm, knowing smile, her hands clasped together in a gesture of polite reunion. Millimos, however, is caught completely off guard, his face contorted in a mask of pure, unadulterated shock as he processes the sudden appearance of the girl he once knew as a mysterious knight. He stares back, his mind racing as he recognizes her as the princess he parted ways with in the forest, Princess Palbera. The realization that she has traveled all this way specifically to see him leaves him reeling, struggling to understand the motive behind such a bold move. Across from him, the stoic guard Families watches the exchange with a sharp, suspicious gaze, sensing the tension in the room. She questions if the princess is truly serious about this encounter, while Mil-Limos remains frozen, his reflection in the mirror behind him mirroring his internal state of disbelief. Unaware of his internal turmoil, the princess's cheeks flush with a sudden, intense heat as the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place. She realizes that the boy to whom she entrusted her dagger was not just a commoner, but a prince of the Nanette kingdom, a revelation that seems to fill her with an overwhelming sense of wonder. She is momentarily lost in a daze of romanticized excitement, her eyes sparkling with an affection that borders on the theatrical. Families, however, can only look on with a growing sense of exasperation, her hand raised to her face as if to shield herself from the sheer intensity of her charge's sudden infatuation. In contrast to this display of affection, the guard attempts to ground the situation, arguing that this meeting is nothing more than a mere coincidence. However, the princess will hear none of it, insisting that their reunion is a matter of destiny. She explains that her father warned her of the Empire's designs on Nanette, and she simply could not remain idle while his kingdom was in peril. Watching the princess's unwavering resolve, the knight grinds her teeth in frustration, realizing that the situation has become far more complicated than she ever anticipated. She laments that if Mil-Limos were just an ordinary boy, she could have easily handled him. But now, with the weight of international politics, she is forced to concede and orders the horses to be readied for departure. In response to the knight's reluctant compliance, the young royal makes a triumphant and joyful declaration, announcing their immediate journey to Nanette with her arms spread wide as if to embrace the future. Behind her, the guard stands in a state of utter disbelief, her jaw dropping as she realizes there is no turning back from this impulsive and potentially dangerous quest. She dismisses her attendant's warnings about the gravity of leaving the kingdom, suggesting with a wave of her hand that they simply slip away in secret to avoid any fuss. Instead of focusing on the logistics of a covert departure, she becomes entirely preoccupied with her wardrobe, debating whether a flashy ensemble or a more mature look would better impress Prince Mil-Limos. Her guard can only watch in silent disbelief, noting how the princess's infatuation has completely clouded her usually sharp judgment. Seeing the absurdity of the situation, the guard dryly asks if there's a plan more substantial than merely sneaking out under the cover of night. The scene shifts to the following day, where the young prince stands frozen in shock as he finds the princess waiting for him within the palace walls. She presents him with an official document, claiming that her father, the Night King, has personally commanded her presence there. Despite her royal composure, a hint of nervous energy flickers in her eyes as she insists she is there on official business, prompted by her guard to present the formal orders. Standing tall in her ornate gown, she formally announces her new role as the overseer of the dagger she gifted him, tasked with accompanying him on his journey to ensure the artifact is handled correctly. This revelation leaves the prince and his seasoned companion, Alectem, speechless, while the princess's own guard looks on with a mixture of duty and exasperation. Her guard steps forward to clarify the situation, explaining that the princess volunteered for this post to ensure the powerful artifact she bestowed isn't misused by a foreign power. When the boy protests his innocence, the guard sternly reminds him that he has already proven himself capable of deception by using a false identity. She had just delivered a sharp reminder of his past actions, and the weight of her words left the young prince wide-eyed and speechless. Seeing his obvious discomfort, the princess urged him to relax and act like his usual self, even under the watchful eye of an overseer. Desperate to escape the situation, he tentatively asked if he could simply return the dagger then and there. But the old man flatly refused, noting that returning a lady's gift was out of the question. Realizing there was no way out, the group turned their attention to the day's tasks, which included urgent pest control in the nearby fields. The urgency of the work spurred them into motion, with orders barked to fetch the prince's cloak so they could depart without further delay. Once outside in the biting cold, he was surprised to find that she truly intended to follow him through the snow-covered landscape all day. She beamed with confidence, explaining that despite her appearance, her training with sacred arts had prepared her to endure even the harshest winter weather. He quickly realized that he could also use his own sacred arts to ward off the chill, though he decided it was best to keep that particular skill to himself for now. He is caught off guard when Senes casually asks if he can also utilize the sacred arts, noting that since Valera is a princess of the Night Kingdom, it would make sense. Senes's jovial tone contrasts with the weight of the question, leaving the young prince momentarily speechless. Before he can respond, the tension spikes as Valera's guard attempts to intervene, suggesting they overlook the man's rudeness. However, Valera is already moving, her armored hand reaching out to seize the boy by his tunic. She pulls him close, her face inches from his as she demands the truth, her voice dripping with indignation. She barks that he wouldn't dare lie to a knight of her kingdom, insisting on knowing if he truly possesses the power of the sacred arts. The intensity of her gaze leaves him reeling, his mind racing to find an answer while she remains locked in her suspicion. With a sudden, sharp movement, he wrenches himself free from her iron grip, the force of his escape catching everyone by surprise. Senni's, Ark, and the guard watch in stunned silence as the boy demonstrates a physical prowess that defies his small stature. She stands frozen, staring at her empty hand as she realizes that only the enhancement of sacred arts could have allowed him to break her hold so easily. While she had heard rumors of him using magic during the recent conflict, this display of raw, physical reinforcement suggests something entirely different. He remains silent, his eyes wide as he absorbs the weight of her accusation and the confusion of those around him. The conversation shifts to the fundamental laws of their world, clarifying that those who master the sacred arts lose the ability to use magic forever. The radiance of the arts is so overwhelming that it crushes the internal source of magic, a revelation that leaves the young prince contemplating the impossible nature of his own dual abilities. He reflects on the internal conflict between the two powers. Sacred arts draw from the body's life force, creating a dam that blocks the flow of mana. He recalls the sensation of trying to circulate magic while the arts were active, feeling a sharp resistance, like a blade pushing back. Because of this internal struggle, the Night Kingdom has long believed that once the sacred arts are mastered, magic is gone for good. Valera explains this absolute rule as they stand together, her expression gray. Suddenly, the focus shifts to the immediate chaos as Senni's intervenes, demanding an end to the mess. He holds the young prince back while a nearby opponent reels from a blow, coughing up blood. Amidst the tension, he reaches a private realization. The loss of magic isn't permanent, but merely suppressed. If he simply ceases the use of sacred arts, his mana will flow once more. It is a dangerous secret, one he knows he must never reveal. Her gaze narrows, sharp and piercing, as if trying to peer into his very soul. She is struck by a sudden, staggering realization. The impossibility of it all weighs on her as she looks at him, questioning how he could have mastered the sacred arts without abandoning his magic. In the distance, a voice cries out for their senior. The heavy atmosphere is broken by the arrival of the recruits, led by Hones, who proudly displays a massive boar she took down herself. He laughs, relieved by the distraction, and praises her impressive archery. They gather around the prize, the other recruits boasting about the hunt and teasing each other for being slow. The tension of the previous moment fades into the mundane chatter of the successful hunting party. She looks on with wide-eyed curiosity, leaning in to whisper a question to her companions about the identity of the elegant lady standing before them. The noblewoman steps forward with effortless grace, introducing herself as Palbera Erizimagnamudu, the second princess of the Holy Night Nation. Her words strike the three recruits like a physical blow, leaving them frozen in sheer disbelief as the weight of her status sinks in. While they remain paralyzed, she observes that Mil Limos seems far too informal with his subordinates, a sentiment echoed by her guard who notes the young lord's uncharacteristic grumpiness. Ignoring her observations, the young soldiers can only stammer out her title in a trembling whisper, their faces pale with sudden terror. Their panic only grows as the veteran soldier laughs at their plight, while they frantically list the severe punishments that usually follow such blatant disrespect toward royalty. They immediately drop to the dirt in a desperate, prostrate bow, begging for forgiveness for their ignorance and informal behavior toward their superiors. As they grovel, the princess reaches out to reassure them that no apology is necessary, realizing they truly had no idea of the company they were keeping. She stands before the princess, her posture stiff with formal deference as she addresses the royal as Your Highness. Valera, however, attempts to bridge the gap, gently suggesting that since they are of a similar age, there is no need for such rigid formality and that they should speak as friends. Despite the princess's kindness, the young recruit struggles with the shift in status, realizing with a heavy heart that the familiar title of senpai is no longer appropriate. Sensing the girl's hesitation, Valera shifts the conversation, eagerly asking to hear more about her and the young Prince Mil Limos. Watching the exchange from across the snowy camp, the prince himself can only marvel at the speed with which the two have formed a bond, his expression one of mild bewilderment. His thoughts drift to the recent efforts of the other recruits, Kanei and Gat, who had proudly presented him with a massive boar as their contribution to the group's provisions, their faces lit with a newfound respect for his station. Returning to the present, the princess reiterates her desire for normalcy, insisting that the girl should feel free to speak with her just as she did before the revelation of her royal blood. She goes on to share a private observation, recalling how the prince had smiled so naturally while speaking with the others, a sight that convinced her of his warm and generous heart despite his lack of formal dignity. A hint of longing touches the princess's voice as she admits to a certain jealousy, confessing that she wishes she could possess that same effortless warmth. Moved by this vulnerability, the young recruit's face lights up with a joyful yes, a response that brings a blush to Valera's cheeks as she quickly swears her new friend to secrecy, fearing the embarrassment should the prince ever learn of their conversation. The recruits stroll through the camp, their conversation drifting to the clear divide in their social standings. Despite the formal gap, Holmes is encouraged to speak freely, as the rigid structures of the military seem to soften in these quiet moments. One of them suddenly perks up, her eyes widening at the sight of the sizzling skewers. With a joyful shout, she alerts the others that the meat is done, eagerly presenting a portion to the young lord. She laughs as a minor mishap in the snow, leaving the young lord headfirst in a drift, fails to break the festive mood, then insists that the princess join them. Offering the smallest morsel, she watches as the armored girl accepts with a quiet, grateful stutter. She continues her silent vigil as the days turn into weeks at the Grand Fortress. Watching over the training and the daily lives of the recruits, the princess maintains an oversight that remains distant yet constant. Her efforts eventually result in a plate of peculiar, colorful sweets being set out, accompanied by a warm cup of tea. They are sampled by the young lord, his face lighting up at the unexpected treat. He remarks on how rare it is to have such snacks, especially given the austerity of their current environment. His eyes go wide with shock when the truth is hinted at. Beside him, the stoic guard can't help but let out a soft chuckle at his bewildered expression. He listens in disbelief as it is revealed that these very sweets were crafted by the princess's own hands. She had noticed his exhaustion from the endless paperwork and sought to provide a small comfort, though she quickly hides her blushing face, insisting she is still a mere novice in the kitchen. The knight's revelation about the handmade sweets sends the princess into a flustered panic, her face flushing as she demands silence and tries to hide her effort. She can barely meet his gaze, her eyes darting away in a mix of pride and bashfulness while he watches her with quiet, thoughtful curiosity. When he addresses her by her title, she responds with an eager, almost reflexive affirmation, the tension of her embarrassment momentarily broken by the formal acknowledgement. He offers his sincere gratitude, praising the flavor of her creation, which causes her to soften instantly, a gentle blush warming her cheeks at the genuine compliment. This simple praise fills her with a pure, infectious joy, her laughter ringing out just as the elder advisor enters the chamber to interrupt the light-hearted moment with official business. The old man leans in close to the boy, whispering a request for him to visit the Research Institute, a secret exchange that doesn't go unnoticed by the observant princess. Explaining the necessity of their departure to a restricted facility, the young lord asks her to remain safely in her quarters, a request she accepts with a bright, cooperative smile. As they prepare to depart, the knight observes that all secrets eventually surface, though the advisor maintains he has no interest in the kingdom's hidden affairs, focusing only on the task at hand. He enters the bustling Research Institute alongside Goman, taking in the sight of a workshop filled with busy scholars and strange inventions, including a massive winged contraption suspended from the rafters. Approaching a cluttered workbench, the young lord gazes down at a simple-looking dagger resting among various smithing tools, his curiosity piqued by the unassuming object. Because of his interest, Goman proudly explains that his team has finally cracked the secret of the Imperial weapon sharpening enchantment, presenting the blade as their first original arcane tool, rather than a mere imitation. In response to this revelation, the boy asks to test the weapon's edge, prompting the elder to order a discarded iron breastplate be brought forward for a demonstration. With a sudden, fluid motion, he lunges forward, the enchanted blade whistling through the air as it bites deep into the metal of the practice dummy. Moments later, the sound of shattering metal fills the room as the dagger's blade disintegrates into fragments, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence while the young lord concludes that the weapon is far from battle-ready. Examining the jagged hilt, he points out that the enchantment's instability caused the metal to fail and questions why they chose to use bronze instead of the far sturdier steel found in the original Imperial designs. The veteran researcher admits the boy is correct, explaining that their current techniques are unable to carve the intricate magical patterns required for the enchantment into a material as hard as steel. He leaned in close, his brow furrowed as he examined the intricate, microscopic patterns etched into the metal. The old craftsman admitted that their current technology was insufficient to carve such delicate designs into hardened steel. However, the young lord reassured him, suggesting that if bronze could serve as a temporary vessel for these arcane tools, it would suffice for their immediate needs. Turning his attention to the assembled researchers, the boy's expression hardened with a newfound gravity. He spoke of unsettling rumors regarding Rosia, their eastern neighbor, and the looming threat of an invasion. With a firm command, He urged them to continue their research and begin preparations for mass production, sensing that time was a luxury they no longer possessed. The weight of his words rippled through the crowd, sparking a flurry of urgent whispers among the scholars. They recognized that Rosia's strength lay in their superior metallurgy, and if war were to break out, simple daggers would be useless against steel plate. One researcher voiced the collective concern, proposing that they shift their focus toward crafting swords or spears capable of piercing such formidable defenses. In the days that followed, the young lord became a constant presence in the workshops, personally overseeing the frantic pace of development. He moved from station to station, decisively filtering through a mountain of proposals, discarding what was impractical and enthusiastically endorsing the most promising designs. Stepping out for a brief moment of respite, he gazed up at the towering spires of the Institute, his mind still racing with tactical possibilities. The challenge of facing Rosia's might seemed daunting, yet a spark of confidence remained. He believed that with the right tools, the gap in their military strength could be bridged. With a sudden burst of energy, he hurried through the stone corridors, his footsteps echoing against the masonry. He called out for his brother, Futaro, eager to share the progress they had made and perhaps seek further counsel on the escalating situation. A few days later, the fruits of their labor were finally ready for testing. He gripped the hilt of a peculiar new weapon, a slender blade that looked more like a needle than a traditional sword. By concentrating the enchantment solely on the tip, they had successfully managed to reduce the mana consumption, creating a specialized tool designed for one purpose: piercing the vaunted armor of their enemies. The workshop was now a hive of activity, filled with the sounds of industry and the smell of hot metal. A large sign proudly announced the birth of their second field-issue arcane tool, a weapon they had dubbed the Skewer Sword. As the researchers prepared the first batch for deployment, a sense of grim determination settled over the facility. Milimos expresses his deep concern regarding the production timeline of the new weaponry, stressing that the true challenge lies in mass-producing the blades before the Rosia forces can launch their invasion. He listens intently as Alectam attempts to soothe his anxieties, explaining that the current plan aims to have every soldier equipped with a skewer sword by the arrival of spring. The veteran remains steadfast when questioned about the possibility of an earlier attack, asserting that no competent commander would ever dream of marching their army through the treacherous winter snows. He ponders this tactical insight as Alectam elaborates on the lethality of the cold, noting that the elements would decimate an invading force long before they ever reach the battlefield. The old soldier continues to outline their strategy as they traverse the castle, suggesting that the veteran garrison in the capital should be the first to receive the new arms to maximize their training time. They eventually arrive at their destination, where Princess Valera greets them with a bright smile, her armored guards standing dutifully by her side as she welcomes the young prince. She invites them to make themselves at home, the formal atmosphere of the military briefing giving way to a more personal encounter. Nearby, a simple wooden tray holding 2 warm buns sits ready, a small but welcome comfort amidst the growing shadow of conflict. Milimos sits with Princess Valera and her guard, Families, as the princess offers him a plate of cookies she prepared herself, expressing her hope that they suit his taste. He takes a bite, and his eyes widen in surprise at the unique, delicious flavor. His shock grows when she apologetically explains that she used ground acorns and nuts instead of wheat flour, a resourceful choice that yielded an unexpected delicacy despite her humble description of the ingredients. The young lord beams, declaring that he has never tasted anything so wonderful in his entire life. His sincere praise causes her to blush deeply and giggle with delight, her usual royal composure melting away instantly. She and the others find the light-hearted moment cut short when Families' expression sharpens, sensing an approaching presence and ordering everyone to remain silent. Her vigilance is proven right as the doors are thrown open and a messenger rushes in, urgently calling for Marshal Milimos. He delivers grim news that shatters the room's calm. Prince Futaro has returned unexpectedly, and the critical diplomatic negotiations with Rosia have ended in a total failure. He watched as the dire news took shape in the courtyard, the messenger's words becoming a haunting reality. His brother had narrowly escaped being detained by Rosia, pushing himself and his mount through the frozen mountain passes until his very life force seemed spent. As the exhausted horse finally came to a stop, the castle grounds erupted into a frantic blur of activity. Servants and guards scrambled to provide aid, their voices rising in a chorus of urgent commands for boiling water and every available blanket to stave off the biting frostbite. Amidst the turmoil, a weary voice pleaded for someone to tend to John, the faithful horse that had galloped without rest to bring its rider to safety. The young prince pushed through the gathering crowd, his breath hitching as he finally saw the state of his sibling. The figure huddled beneath the heavy, snow-dusted hood was a shadow of the man he knew, his face pale and his eyes wide with a haunting, hollow stare. A desperate cry for his brother escaped his lips But the older man remained locked in his own silent battle against the cold and exhaustion. He stood paralyzed by the sight, a crushing weight of failure settling in his chest. Despite the memories of a past life and the strategic advantages he thought he held, the brutal truth was now laid bare. His efforts had not been enough to halt the march toward conflict. The war he had tried so hard to prevent was no longer a distant threat, but a present, devastating reality. But as the initial wave of despair receded, a new, steely determination took its place. The failure to stop the war with his current power didn't mean the end of his struggle. It simply meant the stakes had changed. His gaze hardened, reflecting a resolve to find a new path through the impending chaos, no matter the cost. The Rosia Kingdom's central assembly hall stands as a bastion of order amidst the rolling landscape, its grand architecture a testament to the nation's history. Inside the hall, a scout delivers a report to his superior, confirming that the first prince of Nanette has fled back to his homeland. He notes that the prince's mount, a sturdy mountain-bred horse, likely aided in his swift escape. He dismisses the messenger, ordering that the weary troops and their mounts be given time to recover. This is General Durba Aididam of the Rosia National Army, a man whose stern gaze reflects the heavy responsibilities he carries. He turns toward the window, his mind already churning with the logistics of the coming days. The time for idle observation has passed. Preparation for the next phase of their operation must begin in earnest. The general later ventures out into the capital, his heavy boots echoing against the cobblestones of a town that feels far too quiet for its size. He remembers a time when these very streets were teeming with life and commerce, a sharp contrast to the sight of citizens now huddled in the shadows of alleyways, their faces etched with hardship. Entering a local forge, he listens as a craftsman laments the state of their economy. The worker explains that 80% of the shops have shuttered, leaving the remaining smiths to rely on meager exports of iron and silver to foreign lands, barely earning enough to survive. The worker admits that while the situation feels like a dead end for common folk, there's a lingering hope that the leadership has a grander design for reconstruction. Hearing this, the general can only offer a quiet apology for the burdens they endure. He watches as the blacksmith's face softens with a sense of relief. The man's simple gratitude is stark contrast to the weight of the general's secret burdens. He offers a final word of encouragement, promising to return for the craftsman's services, while the old man bows deeply in respect. Meanwhile, at the heart of the capital, word spreads quickly through the corridors of power that the Prince of Nanette has successfully returned to his homeland. Inside the council chamber, he stands before the nation's leaders as they discuss the next phase of their plan, a full-scale invasion to turn Nanette into a vassal state. A move they claim is essential for their country's survival. A sharp memory of his own defiance resurfaces, a moment when he had dared to accuse them of fabricating a pretext for war by pinning a false crime on the Nanette prince, only to be met with a sharp command to watch his tongue. Returning to the cold reality of the meeting, he remains silent as the officials dismiss his concerns, reminding him that his sole duty is to lead the army according to their whims. The lead official, his face twisted with a mix of greed and determination, bellows for the total mobilization of their forces to crush their neighbors once and for all. Back in the quiet of the shop, he finally turns to leave, the echoes of the council's warmongering still ringing in his ears as he prepares for the dark path ahead. He listens as the blacksmith explains the shop's closure, a casualty of the kingdom's current state. The craftsman offers a glimmer of hope, promising to reopen the forge should prosperity return, while the general offers a parting word of caution. Moments later, he stands before his superiors, his expression hardening into one of grim determination. Despite any personal misgivings, he formally accepts the mission laid before him, his voice steady and respectful. Meanwhile, within the stone walls of the Nanette castle, a different kind of struggle unfolds. In a quiet infirmary, a physician tends to the bandaged wounds of the eldest prince, while his younger brother watches with a heavy heart. The prince offers his thanks for the care, but when the doctor insists on further rest, he dismisses the notion. He insists that the current crisis leaves no room for such luxuries, his gaze fixed on the weight of his responsibilities. Seeing his brother's resolve, the young marshal approaches the bedside to discuss the gravity of their situation. He demands a full report of the events that transpired, and the elder prince leans in, sharing the harrowing details in a hushed, urgent whisper. Their private council is interrupted as the heavy doors swing open, revealing a contingent of visitors led by a stoic knight. Among the crowd, a young girl in a regal dress steps forward, her eyes wide with concern for the injured royal. He manages a polite greeting despite his weakened state, introducing himself as the first prince of the realm. In response, the young visitor reveals her own high standing, identifying herself as a princess from the Holy Night Nation. As the introductions conclude, the young marshal turns to the physician to ensure their guests can be accommodated. He then formally presents the knight who accompanied the princess, acknowledging her rank and service to their foreign allies. He stands quietly as his older brother dismisses the physician's concerns, The doctor warns that the sheer number of people seeking an audience will take a heavy toll on a recovering body, but the prince insists he is well enough to continue, prioritizing duty over his own health. Beside him, the younger boy watches with a heavy heart, sensing the unspoken tension radiating from his sibling. His fist clenches tightly against his leg as his frustration boils over. He cannot fathom the accusations. His brother is a master of diplomacy, a man who would never jeopardize their standing by committing a crime on foreign soil. The question of why they were pursued so relentlessly remains a bitter mystery. Nearby, the princess of the Night Kingdom observes the unfolding drama with a contemplative gaze. She suggests that her nation should perhaps intervene to provide aid, but her stoic guard reminds her that such a decision is complex and entirely dependent on how the political situation evolves and whether their help is truly warranted. The memory of the failed negotiations with Rosia resurfaces, casting a shadow over the present. In that meeting, the prince had questioned the absurdity of starting a war over a mere certificate of equality, a single piece of paper that held the balance of power between their nations. Yet the king remained unmoved. He recalls the cold indifference of the Rosia king, who sat comfortably while confirming that the mobilization of his army was indeed based on those very orders. General Durba stood by, a silent witness to the blatant provocation being leveled against their house, as the king made his intentions for war clear. His hands tremble slightly as he grapples with the conflicting information, searching for any crack in the enemy's resolve. The memory concludes with the king's mocking ultimatum. If the prince truly fears war, he must surrender the certificate and allow his land to be annexed. The tyrant sneers, claiming that equality between their nations is a concept that offers no benefit to his own expansionist goals, and he has no intention of repeating himself. He watches with a sneer as the young prince slams his fist down, his voice rising in a desperate attempt to reason with the stubborn monarch. Futaro challenges the notion that a mere document could ever truly bridge the gap between their nations. The young prince is quickly silenced as the sovereign bellows for order, his face contorted with rage. The king scoffs at the idea of equality, pointing out that a nation truly seeking peace wouldn't be stockpiling weapons or boasting of superior metallurgy. He continues his verbal assault, mocking the visitor as a mere provincial ruler who understands nothing of the complex economic gears that drive a kingdom like Rosia. Futaro can only listen, his jaw set as the insults pile up. He remains silent as the king dismisses his diplomatic overtures as nothing more than naive fantasies. As the monarch speaks, a chilling realization begins to dawn on the prince, who watches the exchange between the king and his general with growing dread. His knuckles whiten as he grips the table, the truth finally becoming clear. These men have no interest in peace. They are merely using this failed negotiation as a justification to ignite the fires of war, and he must maintain his composure at all costs. Recognizing the futility of further talk, he stands and offers a formal, if hollow, farewell. He promises to return for further persuasion, though both parties know the diplomatic bridge has already been burned. Once clear of the throne room, he quickens his pace, his previous calm replaced by a sharp, focused urgency. He commands his guards to ready the horses immediately, knowing that every moment spent within these walls is now a gamble with his life. He strides through the cold, echoing halls of the palace, a lone figure dwarfed by the oppressive architecture of a kingdom that has already declared him an enemy in all but name. He finds himself completely surrounded. As he steps out, the courtyard is filled with armed men, their weapons drawn and eyes fixed on him. The realization of the trap hits him with the force of a physical blow. One of the armored guards steps forward, his voice booming with authority as he demands a peaceful surrender. He levels a grave accusation, claiming the prince is suspected of treason against the state. Futaro can only stare in horror, the bitter truth sinking in that his window for escape has already slammed shut. Watching from the shadows, the sovereign allows a cruel smirk to touch his lips. To him, this was never about diplomacy. The young prince had been the intended prey from the very beginning, a pawn in a much larger game of conquest. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierces the air, and a powerful silhouette leaps over the heads of the startled guards. The soldiers recoil in shock as the massive beast clears their line, disrupting their formation in a single, daring bound. Seizing the momentary chaos, he lunges forward and catches the reins with practiced ease. In one fluid motion, he hauls himself into the saddle, his heart hammering against his ribs as he prepares to make a desperate break for freedom. With a sharp kick, he spurs the animal into a frantic gallop, tearing away from the palace gates. Behind him, the guards scramble to recover, their shouts of alarm echoing off the stone walls as they realize their prize is slipping through their fingers. He leans low over the horse's neck, whispering words of encouragement to his loyal companion, urging the beast to find the strength to reach the safety of Nanette. Meanwhile, the commander of the pursuit bellows orders to his men, demanding they give chase but insisting that the prince be taken alive. The lone rider becomes a speck against the vast, desolate landscape, pushing onward through the biting wind. This harrowing tale of betrayal and escape is finally recounted within the quiet walls of a distant room, where the gravity of the situation settles heavily upon those listening. He listens as King Chorex fumes, the monarch's voice dripping with disdain for Rosia's shameless tactics. The king realizes that their enemies will likely frame Futaro as a felon and claim Nanette is harboring a criminal to incite unrest. Because of the gravity of these accusations, Futaro turns his attention toward the stoic knight from the Holy Kingdom, a flicker of hope in his eyes as he prepares to ask a crucial question. He asks directly if her nation can provide reinforcements, his voice strained with the weight of the impending conflict. The room falls silent as everyone awaits the response from the representative of such a powerful ally. In the quiet chamber, the group stands in a tense tableau, the air thick with the unspoken fears of a kingdom on the brink of a war it did not seek. The knight's response is immediate and devastatingly brief. It is impossible. Futaro reels from the blunt rejection, his desperation mounting as his last hope for external aid seems to vanish. He realizes the cold political truth. His desperate flight and the actions he took to prevent a massacre can be twisted into a narrative of meddling in Rosia's internal affairs, stripping him of his status as a victim. The knight clarifies that her nation would only intervene if there were undeniable proof of a conspiracy by Rosia's central authorities, a condition Futaro finds absurdly difficult to meet given the circumstances. Seeing his distress, Princess Valera steps forward and offers a soft, pained apology, her hands tightly gripping the fabric of her skirt as she shares in the heavy burden of their shared predicament. She reflects on the heavy burden of their kingdom's power, noting that because their strength is so great, they must never lose sight of what is truly right. He offers a gentle smile, telling her not to apologize, as he was the one who asked for the impossible. Turning his attention to his younger brother, he calls out to Mil Limos, who responds with a firm, resolute affirmation. He leans in close, entrusting the safety of the country to the young boy in place of his own perceived inadequacies. The young prince stands tall, his resolve hardening as he formally accepts the weight of his brother's request. With the gravity of a true marshal, he swears a solemn oath to defend the kingdom of Nanette at any cost. Far from the quiet resolve in the sick room, the imposing spires of Rosia Castle loom against a cloudy sky, a silent harbinger of the coming storm. Inside the throne room, the king of Rosia issues a ruthless command to mobilize the entire army, declaring that even a 1 in 10,000 chance of defeat is unacceptable in their quest to conquer Nanette. He has set a dishonorable path in motion, forcing his soldiers to follow a national policy built on false pretexts. Even those within his ranks recognize the shame of mobilizing an entire army just to smear a foreign prince over a mere scrap of paper. Yet they feel bound by duty to obey. A cold, unwavering resolve settles behind his eyes as the moment of no return arrives. With a thunderous roar that echoes through the command center, he commands the immediate invasion of Nanette. The order is instantly relayed to all forces, setting the massive war machine of Rosia into irreversible motion. Meanwhile, within the walls of Nanette, the peace is shattered by the arrival of a breathless messenger. He urgently seeks out the young Lord Mil Limos, his face pale with the weight of the news he carries. The messenger delivers the grim tidings. Rosia has officially declared war, and their vanguard is already pressing toward the southern mountains. The gravity of the situation settles over the room, reflected in the grim, determined faces of the young lords and the night princess. The heavy gates of the castle groan as they are thrown open, signaling the start of a desperate mobilization. He wastes no time, immediately assuming his role as marshal and issuing a flurry of commands. He orders the immediate gathering of all available troops at the southern border mountains, signing off on the mobilization of 500 regulars and the summoning of reserves from across the nation to the royal castle. As he coordinates the defense, he questions the state of their intelligence, asking about the status of their spies within Rosia. The realization that even field guards must be mobilized for the coming winter conflict underscores the sheer scale of the threat they now face. The Great Eastern Range stands as a silent, impassable barrier, its jagged peaks cutting off all communication and leaving the kingdom blind to the movements within Rosia. Without agents stationed across the border, the flow of information has completely dried up. He grits his teeth in frustration, realizing that they are losing the information war before it has even truly begun. Beside him, the Duke notes that while they have eyes in the southern mountains, the delay in reporting means they won't know the true scale of the threat until the enemy is nearly upon them. As the dark silhouettes of an approaching army loom in his mind's eye, the young marshal understands the grim reality of their situation. With their numbers so vastly depleted, victory is an impossibility without precise intelligence on the enemy's strength and equipment. The heavy doors of the chamber swing open as Goman returns from his mission, prompting an immediate and anxious inquiry from the Duke regarding what the veteran has discovered in the field. He speaks with a sense of mounting dread, warning that while the exact figures remain elusive, the sheer scale of Rosia's mobilization is set to dwarf even the combined forces of Mendacium. Hearing this dire assessment, the Duke turns his focus to their own secret preparations, demanding to know how many of their specialized skewer swords can be ready for combat before the first clash occurs. He raises a hand to temper the young lord's expectations, relaying the research department's sobering report that only 50 of the weapons are currently available for deployment. As they walk through the cold stone corridors, the Duke offers a desperate alternative, suggesting they could double that production to 100 if all other national projects are immediately halted, leaving the weight of the decision to rest heavily on the boy's shoulders. He stares ahead, the weight of the situation pressing down on him as he contemplates the meager number of specialized weapons they can produce. Even with a maximum effort, 100 blades seem like a drop in the bucket against the coming storm. Turning his attention back to the resources at hand, the young lord recalls another asset, the Imperial staves. He questions his advisor on who among their ranks is capable of wielding such instruments of power. His advisor clarifies the grim reality that while many possess a basic grasp of magic for daily tasks, true battle mages are a rare breed. Despite this, they agree that arming those with even a modicum of talent with the staves is better than leaving them defenseless. The discussion is abruptly interrupted by the arrival of a breathless messenger, whose urgent report sends a jolt of alarm through the room. The young lord demands to know the size of the approaching force. The scout's report paints a terrifying picture of a massive host, nearly 2,000 strong, clad in full steel harness and bristling with long-reaching weaponry. It is a sea of iron and malice marching toward their borders. Faced with these staggering odds, 2,000 enemies against their own force of barely over 100, a heavy silence falls over the council. The disparity in numbers is overwhelming, threatening to crush their resolve before the first blow is even struck. In the quiet that follows, the young leader sets his jaw, a flicker of grim determination replacing his initial shock. The time for hesitation has passed. The survival of his people now rests on the speed of their preparations. With newfound authority, he barks out a series of commands, ordering the research department to prioritize skewer production above all else and to dispatch the first batch to the southern mountains immediately. He directs the formation of mage units with the staves, his advisors moving quickly to execute the desperate plan. He draws his blade with a sharp, metallic ring, his eyes hardening with a newfound resolve. The weight of the kingdom's defense rests on his young shoulders, and he knows there is no more time for hesitation. He must be prepared for the coming storm. While the young lord readies himself, the enemy is already in motion. Within the walls of a distant fortress, General Durba receives a report that his vanguard is nearing the border mountains. He muses that while a swift victory by the lead units would be ideal, he is prepared for a more complex operation. He stands before his armored legions, outlining a ruthless strategy. The general explains that the main force will follow the vanguard after a calculated delay, creating a devastating two-stage assault designed to utterly crush the non-net forces. Mil-Limos stares ahead, his expression hardening with a newfound sense of purpose. He grips the hilt of his sword, the leather wrapping familiar against his palm as he prepares for the journey ahead. Having completed the administrative tasks and directives left by his partner, he realizes he must now prepare to head south. Turning his attention to his companion, he softly asks if she has managed to find some calm. His breath catches as he realizes Princess Valera and her guard are standing right there, watching him. Panic flares within him as he realizes he slipped into his informal, everyday manner of speaking. He quickly bows, stammering an apology for his lack of decorum and hoping he hasn't caused offense during such a chaotic time. To his surprise, the princess offers a gentle smile, admitting that she actually finds his casual tone quite refreshing. He lets out a breath of relief, glad that his slip-up wasn't taken as an insult given the emergency they just faced. She goes even further, suggesting that as fellow royalty, they should speak to one another without the burden of formal titles, regardless of the size of their respective nations. Her guard, however, looks on with a mixture of shock and disapproval at such a breach of protocol. When he hesitates, unsure if he can truly drop his guard so completely, she leans in close, her face flushed with an intense, almost desperate energy as she demands his agreement. She shouts with a blush, her voice cracking as she demands he use her name, insisting that if she says it's fine, then it truly is. Mil-Limos can only stare in stunned silence at her sudden outburst. Her frustration vanishes instantly when he finally relents, replaced by a radiant, beaming smile as her eyes sparkle with genuine happiness. He clears his throat, trying to regain some composure as he suggests that she wait in the guest room while his team begins their war preparations. The guard steps in, agreeing that certain strategic discussions are not meant for the ears of those outside their immediate circle. Much to his relief, she offers a gentle, knowing smile, instructing him to send word the moment he is ready to set out, mentioning that they have their own arrangements to make. This catches him off guard, and he asks for clarification on what kind of preparations she could possibly be referring to. With a cheerful and unwavering tone, she declares her intention to join him on his journey, a statement that leaves both him and her guard in a state of utter disbelief. The guard immediately objects, reminding her that their mission is to observe his conduct, not to charge into a conflict alongside him, especially given her recent emotional state. She shuts down the idea immediately, her voice booming as she declares it completely out of the question. Valera, looking downcast, admits she only wanted to be near Milimos on the field, but she yields, accepting that she might only be a hindrance. Seeing the tension, the young prince offers a light-hearted chuckle, while the knight continues her stern lecture, reminding the princess of the gravity of her station. Valera can only stammer in response, acknowledging the truth in the reprimand. He expresses his gratitude to the guard for talking sense into the princess, though she coldly dismisses the thanks, stating her actions weren't for his benefit. Valera watches him closely, sensing a shift in his demeanor that troubles her. He reasons that as long as the princess remains under such fierce protection, her safety is all but guaranteed. Beside him, the knight remains silent, her expression clouded by a grim understanding of the reality they face. She tightens her grip, her mind racing with the knowledge that the chaos of war is never predictable. No amount of skill can account for every shadow or every stray blade that might find its mark. He narrows his eyes, the weight of her words settling heavily upon him as he acknowledges the grim truth of her warning. The memory of a fallen protector looms large, a knight who, despite possessing the power of holy arts, was still claimed by the battlefield. It serves as a stark reminder that even the most divine gifts do not grant immortality to those who stand in the path of slaughter. She stares at him, stunned, as he issues a final command for them to remain within the safety of the castle walls until the conflict subsides. He promises to do everything in his power to ensure they do not fall, urging them to flee should the tide turn against them. He stands before them, his back turned as he prepares to depart for the front lines. Families questions the feasibility of his plan, skeptical that mere numbers can overcome the overwhelming force they are about to face. Turning slightly to address her concerns, he remains remarkably optimistic, suggesting that the enemy will be exhausted after crossing the treacherous snowy mountains, giving his forces a tactical advantage. As he speaks, Valera and Families are escorted toward the guest rooms, their expressions a mix of lingering worry and quiet resignation. Before he leaves, they offer their final words of encouragement from the balcony. Valera cheers him on with a bright smile, reminding him that the eyes of the Holy Kingdom are upon him, while he offers a confident grin in return, resolved to succeed for their sake. The scene shifts abruptly to the harsh, jagged peaks of the southern mountains of Nanette, where a relentless wind howls across the desolate, snow-covered landscape. Standing alone near the border, he gazes out over the frozen terrain, his cape billowing in the gale. He reflects on the utility of his holy arts, realizing that he can use them to maintain his body heat even in this biting, sub-zero environment. As the flag of his nation snaps in the wind, his thoughts turn to the political weight of his secret. He understands that if the Night Kingdom were to discover the extent of his power, it would lead to immense complications. Yet he feels a pang of regret that he cannot simply teach this life-saving art to everyone. Trudging through the deep, untouched drifts, he scans the horizon for any sign of movement. Despite his vigilance, the Rosia army remains nowhere to be seen in the vast white expanse. Deciding that he has seen enough for now, he leaps across the snowy crags with unnatural grace. He resolves to head back to the castle and continue his preparations, knowing that the calm before the storm will not last forever. He has reached the field encampment, a cluster of tents and wooden fortifications nestled against the backdrop of towering, snow-capped peaks. As he wanders through the outskirts, a stern voice cuts through the cold air, addressing him as Prince Milimos and reminding him that as field marshal, he shouldn't be roaming aimlessly. The young prince offered a sheepish laugh, explaining he was merely scouting the area, but the commander remains unimpressed, noting that many soldiers from the Mendasium front have been reassigned here and warning him to abandon any reckless plans for night raids. Walking together through the bustling site, he remarks on the impressive speed with which the camp was established, though a sense of unease still lingers in his voice. Their conversation turns to the local security, with the commander explaining that bandits rarely frequent areas with such light traffic, while also noting that the troops were already well prepared for the possibility of war breaking out. He pauses, his attention caught by the equipment carried by the sentries, realizing that the preparations go beyond simple logistics. Upon closer inspection, he identifies the long, ornate objects as magic staves, a significant addition to their arsenal. While he acknowledges the advantage of such powerful weaponry, he remains grounded in the harsh reality that even with magic, they face a daunting force of over 2,000 enemies. He stands before the meager supplies, his brow furrowed as he realizes their tactical options are dwindling. The lack of lamp oil in the camp means a night raid with firebombs is out of the question, and the meager leftovers from the previous war are far from sufficient. Because of this shortage, he suggests relying on the ignition magic of their staves instead. However, the commander quickly dampens his hopes, explaining that in this biting cold, the oil becomes a thick slush that refuses to ignite with a simple spark. Without the necessary oil, he is left to wonder what other options remain. He briefly considers the destructive potential of a single spark causing a massive explosion, but he quickly realizes that without proper firebombs, such a feat is impossible. Suddenly, a fierce, icy wind sweeps across the encampment, forcing him to brace himself against the sudden drop in temperature. As the cold bites into his skin, he grits his teeth, determined to endure the same hardships as his soldiers by refraining from using sacred arts for warmth. The commander notices his struggle and sternly warns him to keep his hood secured, lest the freezing mountain air claim his ears. Shifting the conversation, the veteran warrior inquires about the status of a certain bird-shaped artifact that could aid them. He regretfully explains that the device is useless in the dead of winter, as the harsh conditions make even basic necessities like washing one's face a form of torture. This limitation stems from a previous failure where a similar flying device, intended for high-altitude reconnaissance, froze and shattered in the thin, frigid air. The officials back at headquarters had hoped it would make scouting effortless, but the environment proved too hostile for their current technology. Seeing no other way to gather intelligence, the young lord impulsively offers to handle the reconnaissance mission himself. The suggestion is met with an immediate and thunderous refusal from the general, whose face contorts with protective fury at the thought of his young charge taking such a risk. He bellows at the young prince, his voice echoing through the tent as he explains that scouts have already been dispatched. He warns that if they don't follow protocol, Alektim will have their heads, and commands the boy to simply act like a leader and stay put. He storms out into the freezing wind, leaving a final, booming command to stay inside. Left alone in the quiet of the tent, the young lord sits on a simple stool, the weight of the command and the isolation of the command post settling over him. He takes a moment to reflect, acknowledging that the local soldiers possess a far deeper understanding of this frozen terrain than he ever could. While he is content to trust their scouting, his mind remains fixated on a critical problem: finding a way to replace the firebombs that have been rendered useless by the cold. He turns his attention to the strategic maps, contemplating the folly of a direct confrontation in these heights. He reasons that dragging thousands of troops into their territory would only lead to a grueling, protracted conflict. The only viable path is to somehow lure the enemy down from their mountain stronghold. He shivers violently as a gust of wind rattles the tent, a brief thought of relief crossing his mind that Princess Valera was spared this bitter environment. As he huddles for warmth, his gaze falls upon the frost-covered interior, and a sudden, sharp realization begins to take shape in his mind. He grins as the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place, his eyes wide with a newfound clarity. The very element that had been their greatest obstacle, this bone-chilling cold, is not just a hindrance, but the perfect weapon to turn against their foes. His epiphany is cut short by a messenger who bursts into the tent, breathless and urgent. The soldier reports that a message has just arrived via bird note. The Rosia army has officially begun its treacherous ascent up the mountain. He stands up immediately, his previous hesitation replaced by a firm, unwavering resolve. With a sharp nod and a confident acknowledgement of the news, he prepares to step out and execute the plan that the winter itself has provided. He turns to the mage, asking if he can borrow her staff for a moment. The request catches her completely off guard, her eyes widening in surprise as she stammers out his title. She hands the crystalline staff over, though she seems hesitant and confused about why he would need such a tool. A sharp, confident smirk plays across his lips as he feels the weight of the magical focus in his hands. With a sudden burst of energy, he leaps away into the snow, declaring his intention to go and harass the Rosia army. The mage reaches out, her voice filled with panic as she tries to stop him from charging off alone, shouting for him to wait. Far below, the Rosia vanguard trudges through the deep drifts, their heavy plate armor making every step a laborious effort as they begin their ascent. From his high vantage point, he watches the long line of soldiers snaking through the White Valley, a lone figure against the vast expanse. He begins to calculate their strength, estimating at least 2,000 to 3,000 men, though he knows a nation of Rosia's size could easily field far more than this initial force. He observes their slow, meticulous progress, realizing that while they have planned carefully, their advance is sluggish. He suspects they are intentionally drawing his brother's attention away, while simultaneously positioning other troops near the mountain range. He peers from behind the cover of a thick tree trunk, his gaze fixed on the advancing enemy. With a resigned sigh, he accepts the task at hand, gripping the borrowed staff firmly as he prepares to make his move. Stepping boldly into the open, the young lord raises the crystalline staff toward the sky. He declares his intent to halt the enemy's progress right there, his voice steady despite the overwhelming odds. As he begins the incantation, a faint glow emanates from the staff's tip. He whispers of trickles becoming droplets and droplets turning to a stream, focusing his will to transform a simple flow into a raging torrent. The air around him crackles with magical energy as he calls upon the waters to manifest and sweep the invaders away. He mentally prepares his exit strategy, planning to enhance his own physical capabilities with a sacred art to ensure a swift retreat once the spell is unleashed. With a final, powerful cry, he releases the stored energy, shouting the command for the flood to surge. A massive, serpentine wave of water and slush erupts from the staff, hurtling toward the unsuspecting ranks of the Rosia army. The sudden deluge catches the front lines by surprise, the sheer force of the water threatening to upend their formation. The icy mixture of mountain snow and conjured water crashes into the armored men with a deafening roar. Seeing the impact, he is momentarily stunned by the unexpected potency of the borrowed weapon, realizing he might actually be able to wash the entire force away. However, the enemy's discipline is ironclad. Their commander bellows an order to harden their formation, and the soldiers instantly lock their heavy shields together to weather the storm. The torrential wave slams into the wall of steel, spray erupting in every direction as the soldiers brace themselves against the freezing onslaught. Despite the power of the magic, the Rosia line holds firm, their shields acting as a breakwater against the magical flood. They stand firm, their heavy shields and spears unyielding against the torrent. Mil-Limos stares in disbelief, his eyes wide as he realizes his magic failed to break their formation. From the Rosia ranks, a command rings out, identifying him as a mage and ordering the men to drive him back immediately. Seeing the counterattack beginning, he decides it is time to make a hasty exit. A projectile slams into the earth, right where he stood moments before, kicking up dirt and snow as he turns to flee. Behind him, the armored battalion surges forward with a collective, thunderous roar. Their heavy boots trample the slush as they begin a determined pursuit of the young mage. Their heavy pursuit forces him to sprint across the frozen waste, glancing back at the lumbering wall of steel. He reasons that their heavy equipment will eventually tire them out, and with his own magical enhancements, he is confident they cannot catch him. Farther away, the Mendasium mage watches the unfolding chaos, her expression grim as she reflects on the inherent unpredictability of war, noting that one cannot predict or repel every danger on the battlefield. Having put significant distance between himself and the enemy, he pauses to survey the snowy valley. He is pleased, despite the lack of casualties. He has successfully drenched the entire Rosia vanguard, completing the first phase of his plan. He has watched from the edge of the clearing as the soldiers finally halt their chase, watching the small figure disappear into the distance. One grumbles about the boy's agility, comparing him to a nimble animal, while another reports to their superior that the threat has been successfully driven off. However, their victory feels hollow as the biting cold begins to set in. The men shiver violently, their wet armor turning into icy prisons, and they plead for a chance to dry their clothes before they freeze to death. Their commander, unmoved by their suffering, barks orders for them to maintain their discipline, reform their ranks, and resume the march immediately. Recognizing their precarious state, the captain eventually relents slightly, pointing toward a more sheltered area ahead. He decides they will reposition there, where the ground is wide enough to finally pitch their tents and seek some relief from the elements. He is questioned by a subordinate about his familiarity with the treacherous terrain, to which he simply explains that these lands were his childhood home. While the captain leads on the ground, General Durber reflects on the harsh reality of the march. He recalls how he had explicitly advised against a winter campaign, only to be met with the cold indifference of those who see soldiers as mere expendable pawns to be used and discarded. The vast army continues its grueling trek, a long line of figures struggling against the relentless white expanse of the mountains. As the army halts, the commander barks urgent orders to pitch the tents immediately. He commands those who are soaked to strip off their frozen gear and huddle together inside, explaining that their collective body heat is the only thing that will keep them from freezing to death. Inside the cramped shelters, the air grows thick and humid as dozens of men press their bare skin together, their collective body heat creating a desperate sanctuary against the cold. They find a grim comfort in the shared heat, acknowledging that the suffocating closeness is a small price to pay for survival. This proximity inevitably leads to friction, with men grumbling and shoving as they struggle to find a modicum of space amidst the tangle of limbs. Even so, a sense of shared resilience emerges among the men. One soldier observes that while the conditions are miserable and they are sweating profusely, their morale remains unbroken, for they have found a way to survive the night together. They are suddenly jolted from their huddle as a roar of rushing water fills the air. The soldiers, already shivering, look on in horror as their temporary sanctuary is breached by an unexpected surge. Because of this sudden deluge, the camp is thrown into absolute chaos. A massive torrent of water sweeps through the tents, drenching everything in its path, while a soldier shouts in realization that their harasser had been lurking much closer than they ever anticipated. As the water recedes, General Durba Aditom demands an immediate damage report. He stands shirtless, his breath visible in the freezing air, while a knight confirms that while the men have survived the initial shock, the majority of their vital supplies are now uselessly so. He stares out at the snowy landscape, the grim reality of their situation sinking in. It becomes clear that the enemy isn't just trying to kill them directly. They're systematically dismantling their ability to sustain a march by targeting the supply lines. Meanwhile, tucked away behind the thick trunk of a snow-covered tree, Millimos Nanette catches his breath. He leans against his staff, his small frame nearly swallowed by the winter landscape, watching the confusion he has sown from a safe distance. He looks on with a sharp, calculating gaze, satisfied with the result. By ruining their supplies and forcing them to deal with the flood, he has successfully pinned the entire army in place for at least another day. For days pass in a tense stalemate. The infantry stands in a rigid, disciplined shield wall, their spears bristling like the quills of a porcupine. One knight scoffs, suggesting that their elusive tormentor has finally lost his nerve and fled from their superior defense. However, another soldier remains vigilant, his eyes scanning the horizon through the narrow slit of his helmet. He knows better than to underestimate their foe, warning his comrades that a single moment of lapsed focus is all the enemy needs to sweep them all out. They trudged through the biting cold, their armor slick with a layer of frost that seemed to grow heavier with every step as they navigated the treacherous, icy terrain. Confusion rippled through the ranks as the soldiers looked up at the sky. Despite the clear expanse above, a freezing rain began to pelt them, and they cursed the monkey they knew was responsible for this defiance of the natural order. The source of the unnatural weather soon became clear as a lone figure stood atop a distant ridge, his staff raised high to channel the mist that now choked the valley, turning the very air into a weapon against the marching army. One of the armored men stared in disbelief at the silhouette, realizing with a sinking heart that their tormentor was positioned far beyond their reach, at a vantage point that would take a full day's march to even approach. The realization of their enemy's cunning dawned on them. He had waited 4 days, observing their pace just to time this assault perfectly, and now their only hope for survival was to keep moving through the ice, for to stop meant certain death by freezing. They watched the solitary figure on the horizon, stunned that a single scout could orchestrate such a devastating and lonely offensive against an entire army, maintaining his position with an eerie, unwavering focus. He gripped his catalyst with a determined grin, his eyes bright with the thrill of the hunt as he prepared to continue his relentless magical barrage, intent on drenching the invaders until they had no choice but to retreat back to their own lands. The wind howls across the desolate, snow-covered peaks of the mountain range, a silent witness to the unfolding conflict. Through the thick blanket of white, 3 figures draped in heavy winter cloaks trudge forward, their voices barely carrying over the chill as they call out for Prince Millimos, fearing he has ventured too deep into enemy territory. They soon find him perched atop a rocky outcrop, staff in hand. He greets them casually, much to the shock of the search party who had been scouring the slopes for any sign of his presence. The lead soldier, his face flushed with frustration, begins a heated lecture, shouting that the prince's reckless solo excursion nearly led him straight into the hands of the Rossi army. He continues his reprimand, asserting that such dangerous maneuvers are beneath the station of a royal, while Millimos attempts to defend his actions by pointing out the effectiveness of his hit-and-run tactics against the encroaching forces. His expression shifts to one of sudden realization as the weight of the situation, or perhaps a new discovery, dawns on him. The rescuers inform him that they are prepared to take over his duties, revealing they have brought a specialized magic staff to ensure the mission continues without further unnecessary risk to his person. When the hooded figure clarifies that their intervention was specifically commanded by Lord Alectam, the young prince is left speechless, his eyes widening in genuine surprise at his mentor's direct involvement. He tentatively asks the soldiers if their commander left any specific instructions. They confirm that Lord Alectam arrived personally and that 50 specialized skewer swords have already been deployed to support the operation. In response, the spiky-haired marshal remains firm, stating that the orders were absolute. He is to be brought back immediately. Accepting his fate, the young prince agrees to step aside, but offers to share his tactics for harassing the advancing forces before he departs. The soldier scoffs at the suggestion, labeling the prince's penchant for harassment a dubious talent. Despite the mockery, they acknowledge the effectiveness of dousing the enemy in water amidst the freezing mountain air. Below them, the snowy pass is dotted with the slow, rhythmic movement of the invading army's vanguard. Watching the procession, he finds the situation increasingly bizarre. While this group is clearly the lead element, There is no sign of the massive main force that a nation of Rosia's size should be able to field. He calculates that 10,000 men would be a more expected number, yet the mountainside remains eerily empty of such a host. The results of his previous efforts are visible among the ranks below, where armored soldiers huddle together, shivering and visibly ill from the relentless cold and dampness. Yet, despite their obvious suffering, the line of infantry continues its dogged march forward. The marshal points out that even sickened soldiers serve a purpose in a vanguard, as their primary role is reconnaissance rather than direct combat. He concedes the point, realizing that the burden of the infirm only serves to drag the entire unit's pace down as they ascend. A chilling thought suddenly strikes him as he looks back at the sparse line of soldiers. If this struggling group is merely a distraction, he wonders with growing dread where the true main force is gone. He stands before General Durba, enduring a stern reprimand. The veteran's voice booms through the field encampment, reminding the young prince of his dual responsibility as both a marshal and a royal. Durba's face is contorted with frustration as he demands to know if the boy has forgotten his station. Milimos, though cowed, insists he hasn't forgotten, but that something more pressing demanded his attention. The lecture continues as the commander emphasizes that someone of his rank must never venture alone before the enemy or stand on the very front lines. Beside them, the Mendacium marshal listens in silence, the weight of the military protocol hanging heavy in the air. An hour passes before the tension finally begins to ebb. The general lets out a weary sigh, his anger replaced by a somber exhaustion. Milimos remains quiet, waiting for the right moment to speak his mind. Finally, the veteran turns the conversation toward the reason for the boy's reckless behavior, asking what he noticed about the Rosia troops that was so urgent it warranted facing such a scolding. Milimos looks up, his expression hardening with resolve. He explains his theory, gesturing toward the vast landscape. He suggests that the unit they encountered in the southern mountains was merely a decoy or an advance unit, and that the true main force is likely taking a different route entirely, perhaps crossing the treacherous eastern Great Range to strike at Nanette Castle. The general's reaction is immediate disbelief. He calls the idea impossible and pulls the boy over to a large tactical map spread across a table, demanding he look closer at the reality of the terrain. Pointing a gloved finger at the jagged peaks on the map, the commander explains that the eastern range is 3 times the size of Nanette's territory. He argues that forcing a march through such deep snow would be suicide, leading to accidents, falls, and freezing death for most of the army. To him, there is no viable route but the southern mountains. Despite this logical dismissal, the young prince remains unconvinced. He stares down at the map, his mind racing. While the southern route seems the only logical choice, the lack of any sign of the main force climbing that way leaves a chilling void in his tactical assessment. The young prince pressed his point, questioning why the rumored 10,000 Rosia soldiers hadn't arrived, yet if they were truly on the march. He looked at the veteran commander, seeking an explanation for the delay that seemed to contradict the reports. He watched as the general looked down at the tactical map, calculating the enemy's strength and noting that if 3,000 had indeed advanced south, 7,000 remained unaccounted for, assuming the boy's theory held any weight. He gestured toward the carved wooden pieces representing the vast armies, emphasizing the sheer scale of the forces involved in this looming conflict. He remained skeptical as the boy insisted that Rosia's ruthlessness, evidenced by their framing of his brother, meant they must have a swift and decisive plan in motion, despite the impossibility of the mountain route. He listened as the veteran pointed out the grim reality of such a trek, explaining that even if they attempted the crossing, only a few hundred would emerge alive, hardly enough to wage a proper war. He left the young prince momentarily speechless, staring at the map as the silence of the command tent amplified his growing unease and the weight of the tactical dilemma. He broke the tension by asking the general for a promise not to laugh before proposing an idea that even he admitted sounded far-fetched given the circumstances. He tentatively suggested deploying a small force to scout the eastern range just in case, but the veteran immediately shut him down, calling the notion completely absurd. He remains skeptical, rubbing his face in frustration as the young prince admits his theory about an aerial or magical invasion sounds far-fetched. Despite the lack of evidence, the boy insists that the threat is real, even if it defies conventional military logic. Seeing the boy's unwavering conviction, the veteran warrior sighs and concedes that they should at least prepare for the worst-case scenario. The prince's eyes light up with a spark of hope, grateful for even this small measure of support. They turn their attention to a map of the realm, strategizing their next move. The elder suggests a compromise. They will keep the reserve troops gathered at the royal castle until the very last moment, ensuring they are ready to intercept the main enemy force wherever it may appear. To further bolster their defenses, Alectem mentions a contact he has near the eastern range and offers to send a message via bird to keep watch over the area. The boy beams with gratitude as a hawk is released into the sky, carrying their silent plea for vigilance. 2 days pass in a blur of anxious waiting until a messenger finally bursts into the field camp with urgent news. While the main force holds their position, reports from the front indicate a desperate struggle is unfolding elsewhere. The scout reaches Mil-Imos and his mentor, gasping for air as he thrusts a crumpled note into their hands. He frantically explains that a heavily armored battalion has suddenly emerged at the base of the Eastern Mountains, only to find themselves locked in a brutal combat against a horde of monsters. The young lord stands frozen, the weight of the revelation sinking in as he realizes his dark premonition has come to pass. His mentor stares in disbelief, the impossibility of the situation finally shattering his skepticism. Reading the report further, Gomen explains that the forest hides a treacherous monster den, a place so dangerous that any who enter are marked for death. The boy is shaken, recalling his own training in those woods and realizing just how close he had come to a similar fate. He carefully unfolds the parchment, his eyes scanning the message from an old contact. He explains to the young lord that his associates are motivated in performing thorough reconnaissance, providing vital intelligence on the enemy's movements. Looking down at the boy with a rare, softened expression, he remarks that the young prince has certainly managed to surround himself with capable and loyal companions. His gaze returns to the report, his brow furrowing as he delivers the grim news that the enemy force is massive, numbering at least 5,000 strong. The sheer scale of the invasion leaves the young lord speechless, struggling to process the magnitude of the threat they face. Meanwhile, deep within the frozen woods of the eastern foothills, the massive Rosia army marches blindly into the dense thicket. Suddenly, the silence of the forest is shattered by a violent eruption of magic and steel as the first wave of monsters strikes the unsuspecting column. Amidst the growing panic, a captain bellows for order, urging his men to stay calm and use their weapons to wear the beasts down. He tries to convince them that the creatures are just animals regardless of any magic involved, but his soldiers are left wondering why there are so many monsters in this one location. Observing the carnage from a safe distance, the veteran warrior notes with a grim satisfaction that these invaders are ill-equipped for the horrors of the wild. His companion agrees, remarking that the enemy's lack of experience in fighting monsters will buy their own forces plenty of time to prepare. Even with the evidence before their eyes, the magnitude of the monster nest beyond the pass remains difficult to comprehend. The realization of the sheer scale of the infestation leaves them in a state of disbelief, acknowledging that despite the visual proof, the reality of such a massive threat is hard to accept. The Rosia infantry, heavily armored and carrying long spears, begin their silent infiltration through a massive tunnel carved into the heart of the mountain range. Mil-Imos reads the urgent report with wide-eyed shock, realizing that the enemy has bypassed their natural defenses by tunneling directly toward the heart of Nanette. He immediately breaks into a sprint, his small figure dwarfed by the immense, snow-covered peaks that now hide a secret path for the invading army. While conferring with Gomen, the young lord decides to leave the mages behind to use amplified magic to keep the monsters agitated as a distraction, while ordering the rest of the troops to arm themselves with skewer swords and move to the eastern forest. He then charges back toward the castle, ignoring Gomen's frantic warnings about overextending himself in his desperate bid to lead the defense. Arriving at the massive stone walls of the fortification, he is greeted by an eerie silence and the sight of a completely deserted training ground. It soon becomes clear that the main force has already mobilized and departed for the eastern forest, leaving him behind in the empty courtyard. Just as he begins to panic about catching up, he is stopped by Senis, who casually admits to being late himself and warns the boy that his worried expression will only discourage the troops. He sets down a hearty meal, the steam rising from the bowls as they are placed on the table. He then shares news of a message that arrived from one of Electum's old associates, informing them of the current situation. They discuss the Rosia army's tactics, realizing that the enemy's use of monsters to delay the march has inadvertently given their own forces a much-needed moment to rest. He shifts the topic to something more personal, teasing the young lord about his return and suggesting he go visit his sweetheart princess. He observes the boy's stunned reaction as the realization dawns that the princess's feelings for him might be far deeper than he had ever imagined. He hears the soldier's boisterous laugh as he is told to get some rest before reporting to his unit for the upcoming engagement. He sees the young lord's eyes flutter and grow heavy, the warmth of the meal and the weight of his travels finally taking their toll. He finally succumbs to exhaustion, drifting into a deep, dreamless sleep as the world around him fades into a quiet darkness. He slowly stirs, his mind foggy as he feels a strange sensation against his cheek. The memory of eating and then immediately succumbing to exhaustion flickers through his consciousness, leaving him wondering how he could have fallen asleep so abruptly. Opening his eyes, the young boy finds himself staring up at the ceiling, the grogginess of a deep sleep still clinging to him as he tries to orient himself. As his vision clears, he notices a cascade of pink hair and a gentle gaze fixed upon him, a sight that immediately sharpens his senses and dispels the last of his slumber. The realization hits him that Princess Valera is leaning directly over him, her face flushed with a deep crimson as their eyes meet in the quiet room, creating a moment of unexpected intimacy. Startled, he offers a clumsy thanks for whatever she was doing, to which she shyly explains that she only intended to wipe a bit of dirt from his face, insisting it was no trouble at all because she truly wanted to help. She continues her task with a tender focus, leaning in close to catch a lingering spot while he lies there, his own face burning with embarrassment at the close proximity. This quiet, charged moment is abruptly shattered by a sharp, authoritative cough that sends the princess recoiling in a sudden, wide-eyed panic. Standing at the bedside is Families, whose stoic presence prompts a flustered inquiry from the boy about how long she had been watching. The knight simply observes that the task of cleaning his face appears to be complete. She bluntly states she witnessed the entire intimate moment, asserting her constant presence by the princess's side. Mil Limos is visibly shaken by the revelation. Watching her stoic expression, he shakes off the awkwardness and springs to his feet with renewed vigor, declaring that his rest is over and it is time to move. As he prepares to leave, she stops him with a heavy question, her eyes searching his for any sign of doubt as she asks if he truly believes victory is possible. Looking back at her, he responds with grim resolve, explaining that the survival of Nanette depends entirely on their success. Without it, their home will cease to exist. Hearing his resolve, she counters by pointing out the overwhelming odds against them, tentatively suggesting that surrender might be their only viable path to survival. Despite her doubts, a moment of silence follows as he considers her words, his expression hardening with a conviction that goes beyond mere strategy. He argues that a nation willing to sacrifice its integrity, even framing the innocent to spark a conflict, is already doomed to collapse from within. With a defiant shout, he proclaims that they cannot abide living under such a corrupt regime, refusing to let their people be dragged down by a failing state. He and the forces moved to the forest at the eastern foothills the following day. The peace was shattered as horned beasts lunged from the brush, catching the Rosia infantry off guard. Commanders barked orders to form a shield wall and strike from safety, but the suddenness of the assault left the men scrambling. One of the creatures let out a piercing cry as it threw its weight against the line. Panic flared among the ranks. Some screamed to slay the beast immediately, while others desperately reminded their comrades to hold their ground and keep their shields raised. A spear tip found its mark, driving deep into the skull of a charging monster with a sickening crunch. Despite the kill, the cost was mounting. Wounded soldiers slumped in the snow, clutching their injuries and groaning in agony. Before the remaining line, another beast stood its ground, its presence a constant threat to the weary men. Watching the carnage from a distance, General Durba observed with a grim expression. He knew that Rosia's own lands had been cleared of such threats long ago, leaving his men inexperienced. He worried that these green recruits would be spent and broken by these monsters before they even faced the true enemy in the coming war. The onslaught continued as a fresh wave of beasts thundered toward the line. The soldiers' morale wavered, their voices filled with confusion as to why the forest teemed with such aggression. Nearby, Goman watched the chaos with a knowing look, explaining to young Ark that the creatures were being intentionally herded toward the Rosia front. Ark could only marvel at the ruthless efficiency of Goman's associates. Away from the front lines at the Nanette army's rally point, Hones brightened as she spotted a familiar figure approaching the hunter's lodge. She called out to her senior, relieved to see Mil Limos returning from his scouting mission. His fellow recruits gathered around, some offering backhanded compliments on his work, while others joked that his small stature made him far too easy to lose in the dense woods. He didn't take the bait, firmly telling them not to look down on him just because of their higher rank. Kanei, however, wasn't finished, mocking the boy for supposedly freezing up during the heat of battle and warning him that such hesitation would make him nothing more than dead weight in the trials to come. Mil Limos asserts his authority, calling for a raid planning meeting. Kanei, though still somewhat mocking, acknowledges the command, noting he'll use his rank to follow through. His fellow recruits, Hones, Kanei, and Gat, listen with newfound gravity, their expressions shifting from skepticism to focused attention. As the group begins to move, Hones eagerly rushes ahead to carry out her task, prompting him to call out for her to wait a moment. Inside a rustic wooden command post, he gathers the leaders around a large table covered in maps and tactical markers. He points out that the Rosia column is overextended, making it impossible for them to maneuver effectively through the dense woods. He demonstrates their predictable response to monster attacks using small figurines, showing how they instinctively form a defensive square while the rest of the troops converge on the point of contact. This predictable formation is exactly where he sees their opportunity. By striking as ambushers into the gaps created during their maneuver, they can force the massive army into the kind of small-scale, chaotic engagements where his smaller force can thrive. General Durba listens intently, but raises a practical concern. The Rosia soldiers are encased in heavy iron armor, and he wonders if their current weaponry is up to the task. In response, the young commander draws a slender, needle-like blade, explaining that these specialized skewer swords are designed specifically to pierce the gaps in that very armor. He stood by as his recruits marveled at the new equipment, whispering about the research team's tireless efforts to mass-produce blades capable of slicing through the thickest iron plating. While the name of the weapon was perhaps too literal for some, the promise of its power was undeniable. He felt the weight of the situation as General Durba voiced a harsh reality. Piercing armor was one thing, but their numbers remained dangerously low. He could only offer a quiet, somber acknowledgement of the truth, his expression tight with the pressure of command. The general leaned in, questioning if a concrete strategy existed behind the boy's confident tone. Gesturing to the map, the young commander explained that by exploiting Rosia's predictable movement patterns, they could maximize the efficiency of every strike and overcome their numerical disadvantage. They gathered closely around the tactical table, the air thick with anticipation as everyone prepared to hear the details of the gamble. The veterans and recruits alike fell silent, their eyes fixed on the map as the final briefing began. The seasoned warriors watched with grim intensity, weighing the risks of the upcoming operation. He reached out and firmly placed a carved wolf figurine onto the battlefield, his voice ringing out with newfound iron. He declared that they would not meet the enemy in a standard formation, but would instead hunt with the ferocity and coordination of a wolf pack. The Rosia captain stands amidst the silent trees, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as he leads his men deeper into the unknown territory. Behind him, the heavy infantry of Rosia marches in a long, disciplined line through the dense, snow-dusted forest, their armor clinking softly with every step. As they trudge through the thick undergrowth, the men begin to grumble about the difficult terrain, though one soldier observes that the abundance of wood would be a fortune for fuel back in their homeland. Looking past the immediate canopy, the vast, snow-capped mountain range looms in the distance, a natural barrier that makes this land feel like an entirely different world from the familiar plains of Lacha. This moment of quiet reflection is shattered by a sudden outcry as the soldiers realize they are under attack, not by the monsters they expected, but by a coordinated human force. He watches with growing alarm as the enemy forces charge down the slopes with incredible speed, leading him to wonder if they had seen through his unit's role as a decoy, and if the main non-net force is closer than anticipated. The chaos intensifies when a frantic soldier reports that the rear supply convoy has also fallen under siege, effectively cutting off their support and trapping them in the woods. Within moments, the forest floor is engulfed in flames and smoke as the ambush turns into a full-scale rout, leaving the armored knights struggling to maintain order amidst the heat and the screams of their comrades. They watch as the attackers vanish into the snowy woods. The non-net raiders cry out in triumph, their objective met, as they signal a full retreat from the burning wreckage of the convoy. Seeing the smoke rise, the general realizes the gravity of the deception. He bellows orders to redirect the forces to the rear, finally understanding that the skirmish ahead was merely a distraction to leave their vital supplies vulnerable. He is soon met by a frantic scout who confirms the worst. The rear attackers have already vanished into the treeline. The general stands amidst the chaos, his silence heavy with the weight of the tactical failure. The commander listens grimly as the damage report comes in. A subordinate informs him that nearly a fifth of their total supplies have been lost to the flames and the raid, a blow that stings despite their superior numbers. He ponders the enemy's desperation, noting that their reliance on inferior bronze weaponry likely drove them to target the Rosia's logistical heart. He resolves to bolster the caravan's defenses, certain that such a lapse in security will not happen again. Nearby, a lone sentry trudges through the deepening snow, his spear held tight against the biting cold. He remains vigilant, unaware that the danger has not entirely passed with the main force's retreat. Suddenly, a jagged blade catches the pale winter light, a silent harbinger of death emerging from the shadows. It finds its mark with brutal precision, piercing the soldier's armor before he can even raise an alarm. He collapses into the snow, his final breath stolen by a hidden foe who remained behind to finish the job. He and his fellow raiders burst from the snowy treeline, catching the Rosia sentries completely off guard. The suddenness of the strike leaves the armored men scrambling, their cries of an enemy attack echoing through the cold air. As the chaos erupts, Mil Limos leads a coordinated three-pronged assault, striking at the thin center of the enemy line. The Rosia soldiers are baffled, struggling to understand how their attention was drawn so easily to the front and rear while their core was being dismantled by strange, unfamiliar weapons. These weapons prove devastatingly effective, slicing through the heavy plate armor as if it were parchment. The soldiers can only watch in horror and confusion, wondering what kind of steel could possibly pierce their supposedly impenetrable defenses. Having dealt a swift, bloody blow, Mil Limos immediately signals for a retreat, shouting for his group to fall back into the woods. They turn and sprint away, their light gear allowing them to move much faster through the deep snow than their heavily armored pursuers. Seeing their attackers flee, the Rosia infantry loses their discipline, refusing to stand by and take the humiliation. Despite warnings to hold their formation, they charge after the retreating raiders, exactly as Mil-Limos had hoped, his face lighting up with a grim satisfaction as the trap begins to close. The pursuit quickly turns disastrous for the heavy infantry as they stumble into the treacherous terrain. Their momentum is their undoing, as they trip and fall over hidden obstacles, their heavy armor making them clumsy and vulnerable in the thick brush. Watching from a safe distance, Mil-Limos chuckles to himself, noting that everything is proceeding exactly according to his design. The Rosia commander can only gasp in shock as he realizes his men have been lured into a killing ground, while Mil-Limos and Hones continue their tactical withdrawal. He urges Hones to keep moving, shouting for her to run as they navigate the dense forest. She responds with a determined nod, following his lead as they disappear into the shadows of the trees, leaving the disorganized Rosia forces behind. He watches from the shadows as the enemy soldiers scramble through the dense undergrowth, their heavy boots thumping against the forest floor. The trap is set, and they are walking right into it. He has designed this strategy, known as wolf tactics, to rely on a dispersed ambush. By splitting into 3 units, the first 2 draw the enemy's attention and divide their strength, while the third delivers the decisive blow through coordinated strikes. He knows that as the enemy grows wary and slows their movement, the units must shift their numbers and timing to strike from multiple angles simultaneously. From the second engagement onward, the lethality of these wolf-like maneuvers only increases. While the strategy unfolds, Hones breathes a sigh of relief back in the safety of the trees, glad to see her commander unharmed. He, however, remains focused on the long game, wondering how many more times the Rosia forces will fall for these tactics before reinforcements arrive. Deep within the woods, the Rosia infantry finds themselves isolated and confused. The dense canopy and uneven terrain make their heavy plate armor a liability rather than an asset. Their captain realizes the futility of the pursuit, acknowledging that in such heavy gear, they will never catch the agile Nanette forces. He orders a halt, fearing that continuing would only lead to a slaughter. Gritting his teeth, he is forced to admit that the enemy held a trump card they hadn't anticipated. The realization of their tactical inferiority weighs heavily upon him as he stares into the silent, mocking forest. 3 days later, the results of this relentless pressure are undeniable. By avoiding direct engagement and relying on a series of retreats and ambushes, the Nanette forces have decimated the invaders, leaving their broken bodies and discarded equipment scattered among the fallen logs. He stands amidst his companions as the veteran warrior recounts the staggering odds they overcame. With only 1,000 men and 50 specialized blades, they held back a force of 7,000. Though the victory came at the cost of 200 casualties and the exhaustion of their magical weaponry. The seasoned commander reassures him, revealing that he has arrived with 200 fresh regular troops and 70 newly forged skewer swords to replenish their dwindling stock. This arrival is timely, as their current arsenal has been reduced to a mere 10 functional blades. Calculating the new total, the veteran confirms they now have 80 of the enchanted weapons at their disposal. The young lord nods, confident that this reinforcement will be sufficient to offset the heavy toll taken during the initial skirmishes. A shadow falls over his face as his mind turns toward the next phase of the campaign. His expression hardens with a cold, tactical intensity, already contemplating the most effective way to further dismantle the enemy's resolve. This dark reverie is interrupted by the girl recruit's enthusiastic call as she rushes toward them. The veteran warrior notes the unsettlingly sharp smile on the boy's face, prompting a cheerful, almost innocent response about being caught up in the predatory thrill of their recent wolf tactics. She presents a large, steaming portion of meat, her eyes bright with excitement. The girl announces that the rations are prepared, including some choice cuts of livestock to bolster the spirits of the weary soldiers. The 2 leaders share a brief, silent moment of respite, the tension of the battlefield momentarily replaced by the simple prospect of a hot meal. He agrees that nourishment must come first, and the veteran commander concurs. Nearby, the soldiers gather around a crackling campfire, the warmth and food providing a much-needed pause before the inevitable return to the harsh realities of war. While he finalized his strategy, General Durba listened in grim silence as his men recounted the previous night's losses, their voices trembling as they spoke of stolen rations and weapons that ignored their defenses. He listens as a shaken soldier describes the eerie, faint glow of the blades that sliced through their plate armor as if it were nothing, claiming the light looked as though it were draining the very souls of those it struck. His eyes widen in disbelief as he questions if the enemy developed such advanced magical weaponry themselves, a feat of engineering and enchantment he had never encountered in all his years of service. By the next morning, Millimos is back on the offensive, leading his cloaked raiders in a swift strike against the regrouping enemy. He leads his specialized unit with practiced precision, their cloaks fluttering as they weave through the chaos of the battlefield. The young lord immediately orders his troops to retreat and regroup upon realizing the enemy has identified the source of their power, while the Rosia captain bellows for a pursuit. His men surge forward in pursuit, noticing the raiders have stripped off their heavy armor to gain speed. They are suddenly interrupted by a cry of pain as one of the pursuers is struck down, the momentum of their charge shattered. They come to a sudden, jarring halt as the realization of their predicament sets in. One of their comrades falls, struck by an unseen force, and the panic begins to spread. The soldiers realize too late that the seemingly disorganized retreat of the Nanette forces was nothing more than a calculated ruse to draw them deep into the woods. Watching from the shadows of a thick trunk, the veteran warrior observes their confusion with a cold, detached gaze. He knows the window for escape has already slammed shut, noting that their realization has come far too late to save them. From the dense foliage of the surrounding forest, a sea of white-cloaked figures emerges like ghosts. The sheer number of Nanette raiders appearing on all sides transforms the pursuit into a desperate struggle for survival as the trap is fully sprung. Seeing the pieces in place, the young commander raises his blade high, the steel catching the dim light of the canopy. Below him, the Rosia vanguard reels in shock, their voices trembling as they acknowledge the terrifying reality that they are completely encircled. With a thunderous cry that echoes through the trees, the hidden army surges forward. The order to attack is met with a collective roar as the Nanette forces descend upon their disoriented prey from every direction. The forest floor becomes a chaotic blur of steel and blood as the ambushers close the distance. The raiders strike with practiced precision, their blades finding the gaps in the heavy Rosia armor before the soldiers can even raise their shields in defense. Amidst the fray, the boy lord delivers a decisive blow, his mind as sharp as his sword. He reflects on the success of the lure-in ambush strategy, knowing that by stretching the enemy's line and isolating the vanguard, they have turned the tide through sheer local superiority. The slaughter continues as the Nanette warriors press their advantage, carving through the panicked ranks. Nearby, the old veteran watches the brutal efficiency of the maneuver, his expression grimly satisfied as the plan he helped oversee reaches its bloody conclusion. He leads the final, brutal push through the snow-dusted trees, his blade finding its mark as the last of the Rosia vanguard falls. The woods echo with the sounds of a desperate, losing struggle. As the din of battle fades, a heavy silence settles over the clearing, broken only by the sight of fallen men and abandoned weapons scattered across the blood-stained snow. Standing amidst the carnage, the veteran listens as a grim report is delivered. Nearly 300 of their own are dead or wounded in the wake of the ambush, a heavy price for their victory. Nearby, a hand tightens its grip on a gore-slick blade, the physical weight of the struggle lingering in the cold air. Millimos, his face and tunic splattered with the blood of his enemies, acknowledges that while they held the numerical advantage, the cost was far from negligible. He then turns his focus to the state of the Rosia forces they just decimated. Far from the battlefield, General Durba Aditom reels from the news, his face contorted in disbelief at the report that a pursuit force of 1,000 men has been completely annihilated. His subordinates can only offer excuses, lamenting that despite their superior numbers, they were unable to deploy them effectively before falling headlong into the enemy's meticulously laid trap. The realization begins to dawn on the general that the opposing commander is far more dangerous than anticipated, having gambled by ignoring other fronts to concentrate a crushing force in this single, decisive location. He stands beside the young lord, his voice low and heavy with the weight of command. He declares that to truly seize control of the conflict at Nanette's royal castle, they must eliminate the enemy commander. This strategic necessity is underscored by the current state of the front. Lach's army has already pushed forward, reaching the very edge of the forest. Inside a secluded cabin, the leaders weigh their options, considering whether it is time to retreat and prepare for a long siege at the castle. The young lord stares down at the tactical map, his eyes fixed on the wooden markers representing the shifting forces. He rejects the idea of a defensive retreat, arguing that they must strike again tomorrow while the enemy's morale is still reeling from their recent losses. He believes that on their home ground, they can fight on equal footing without overextending their remaining men. In response to his resolve, the veteran warrior agrees to the plan on one condition. The young lord must devise a strategy that ensures casualties remain at an absolute minimum. Meanwhile, preparations for the specialized strike force are underway. A scout reports that only 50 of their unique skewer swords remain, effectively capping the number of soldiers who can participate in the upcoming dawn sortie. He absorbs this information, his expression hardening as the reality of the limited resources sets in. Soon, The plan is set into motion as the chosen 50 sprint through the dense woods, their movements swift and coordinated as they launch their opening gambit. He and his fellow raiders burst from the tree line, catching the Rosia infantry completely off guard. A frantic cry of an enemy attack echoes through the woods as the first line of defense scrambles to react to the sudden intrusion. In the ensuing chaos, the Rosia commanders desperately try to rally their men, shouting for shields to be raised and for scouts to fall back while slinging stones. They attempt to organize a headcount and shift their left flank 50 paces to compensate for the breach, but one soldier is silenced mid-shout as a projectile finds its mark, sending him reeling. While the enemy struggles to form a cohesive line, the cloaked raiders use the dense foliage to their advantage, flanking the rigid shield wall with practiced ease and preparing to strike from the shadows. Watching the precision of the maneuver, General Durba observes the young lord's command as Millimos bellows the order to charge, his voice cutting through the din of clashing steel and the frantic calls of the Rosia officers. He leads the vanguard into the fray, where the raiders' specialized skewer swords prove their worth, slipping through the narrow gaps in the heavy Rosia shields. The enemy soldiers grunt in pain and surprise, realizing too late that their standard defensive formations are useless against such unconventional weaponry as they cry out in alarm about the strange blades. The strike is surgical and brutal, with the raiders weaving through the panicked ranks to deliver lethal blows to the exposed joints of the infantry's plate armor, exploiting every opening created by the initial shock. Amidst the carnage, the young lord fells another opponent with a decisive strike, prompting a shout of approval from Goman, who immediately signals for the next phase of the maneuver, a swift wheeling retreat to reset the line and keep the enemy off balance. Following the signal, the small force melts back into the shadows of the forest, their movements a blur of coordinated motion as they prepare for the next lightning-fast strike against the reeling Rosia forces. He and the other raiders lead the charge away from the front lines, shouting for the enemy to follow them into the preset traps. The Rosia soldiers, fueled by frustration and adrenaline, take the bait, cursing as they pursue the nimble group through the chaos. As the pursuit intensifies, a heavy helmet clatters onto the snowy ground, discarded or lost in a frantic movement. Nearby, a sharp blade bites into the earth, marking the spot where a strike narrowly missed its mark amidst the shifting feet of the combatants. Suddenly, the momentum of the skirmish halts as a powerful figure emerges from the ranks. General Durba Aditom bellows his name and title, identifying himself as the commander of the entire Lacha host, his presence immediately commanding the attention of the young lord. He stares down the boy, his gaze unwavering as he issues a formal challenge, demanding a duel of single combat with the opposing commander to settle the matter. The young lord is momentarily paralyzed by the audacity of the request, while behind him, his veteran advisor realizes they have been cornered by tradition. The elder warrior explains the dire implications. Refusing such a public challenge would give the Holy Knights nation the political justification they need to intervene on Lacha's behalf, leaving them with no choice but to accept. General Durba warns that shying away from a duel could be disastrous. He explains that the Night Kingdom might interpret such a refusal as a sign of weakness, potentially leading them to align themselves with Lacha instead. Goman and Millimos listen intently, the weight of the political situation sinking in. The veteran knight elaborates on the gravity of the situation, noting that a duel carries the weight of a nation's entire honor. Millimos, however, struggles to grasp the logic, questioning why the Night Kingdom would place so much importance on such a tradition. He continues his lesson as they trek through the snowy woods, asserting that any nation that would choose a coward is fundamentally flawed. In his view, a leader who avoids a duel is utterly unworthy of representing an army on the field of battle. Meanwhile, Famili stands firm before the unit's banner, confirming that this rigid code of conduct is the very reasoning maintained by the Knight's Kingdom. Behind her, the young lord remains deep in thought. He further explains the tactical nature of these encounters, noting that the victor can demand significant promises under the authority of the opposing commander. While duels are often a trump card used to overcome a disadvantage, Millimos remains puzzled as to why the Rosia army, despite their superior numbers, would request single combat at all. He suddenly draws his blade, his expression hardening with resolve. Declaring himself as the young lord's guardian, he insists on fighting in Millimos' stead and commands the boy to fall back with the others. The young lord clenches his fist, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. For a moment, it seems he might yield, offering a quiet apology and entrusting the fight to his loyal protector. He suddenly shatters the silence with a roar of defiance, declaring that he would never utter such cowardly words. With a sharp metallic ring, he draws his own blade, his resolve catching his guardian completely off guard. He remains steadfast, dismissing the pleas of his elder. When Goman begs him not to throw his life away, reminding him of his royal status, the young prince counters that he has no intention of losing. He reasons that with so many older siblings, his death wouldn't even destabilize the throne. As they move through the woods, he tries to reassure his companion, claiming that his mastery of the sacred arts makes him even stronger than Alektem. He tells Gomen not to worry and to focus on the troops instead, though the older man remains unconvinced. He receives only a resigned sigh from the veteran, who notes that the young lord has never been one to listen to reason. He is joined by General Durba, who declares his intent to witness the boy's valor with his own eyes, his expression one of grim respect for the prince's resolve. Suddenly, the sound of movement through the brush alerts them to the enemy's arrival as Rosia scouts spot the group, confused by the presence of two potential targets. Facing the approaching threat, the general realizes that taking out the enemy commander in this duel would significantly simplify the battles ahead, while the Rosia captain watches coldly through his visor. Stepping forward with a fierce cry, he announces himself as Millimos Nanet, the marshal leading the army and a prince of the royal house. He declares that he will shoulder his nation's honor and accepts the challenge of single combat. His proclamation is met with immediate derision from the opposing ranks. The Rosia soldiers scoff, refusing to believe a mere child could be the commander and accusing the Nanet forces of swapping in a stand-in to hide their true leader's cowardice. He bellows a final warning, his voice booming through the clearing as he declares that no mercy will be shown in the coming clash. The armored commander stands firm, his massive axe resting on the snowy ground as he and the young prince face each other in the quiet woods. He offers a formal word of thanks to the boy for accepting the challenge of single combat, but the young prince interrupts, insisting on clarifying the terms before the first blow is struck. The boy lays out his condition: a total cessation of all hostilities toward the Nanet royal castle, should he emerge victorious. A demand the general finds surprisingly modest, given their existing plans to withdraw. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, the prince demands the truth regarding his brother Fudaro's alleged disrespect toward the Rosia nation, calling for an honest declaration here and now. He draws his blade with a steady hand, mindful that the eyes of the Night Kingdom are watching this duel, while the princess's guard observes the unfolding drama from the sidelines. The general watches the boy's movements closely, noting with a hint of surprise that his opponent has chosen a standard blade rather than his fabled magic sword. He dismisses the concern, stating he will fight with this weapon for now and simply request another should it shatter, provided his opponent survives long enough to see it happen. He stood poised, his gaze fixed on the armored figure before him. The Rosia captain, encased in steel, cautioned that the moment hadn't quite arrived, prompting the young lord to offer a dry thanks for the warning while questioning if the formalities were finally over. Suddenly, the captain lunged forward, his heavy halberd cutting through the air as he roared that the time for talk had ended. The suddenness of the charge forced the boy to tighten his grip on his blade, bracing for the inevitable clash. Despite the ferocity of the attack, the strike was telegraphed and clumsy, allowing the youth to easily sidestep the massive weapon. Seeing his opening, he lunged forward with a sharp cry, aiming a precise counterstrike at the gaps in the heavy plating. The blade connected with a jarring metallic ring, but the resistance was far greater than he had anticipated. His eyes widened in shock as the steel of his sword failed to bite into the armor, feeling as though he had struck a solid mountain of stone. The force of the failed strike sent a shudder through his arms, knocking him backward as the captain stood his ground, unmoved. The momentum of the exchange left the young swordsman scrambling to regain his footing on the uneven terrain. From the sidelines, General Durba watched the exchange with a calculating eye, noting the limitations of the boy's current approach. He mused to himself that while the young lord's sword was mere iron, it should have been enough to leave a mark, unless the boy was struggling to balance his magical energy with his physical technique. Sensing his opponent's confusion, the captain let out a mocking laugh, taunting the boy for his miscalculation. He boasted that his protection was no ordinary plate, but a specialized copper steel composite specifically forged to render standard blades useless. With a renewed sense of dominance, the armored giant pressed his advantage, swinging his massive axe in a series of crushing blows. The young lord was forced into a desperate defensive, his mind racing to find a way through a defense that seemed impenetrable. He gripped the hilt of his blade with renewed determination, realizing that the only way to pierce the captain's defenses was to channel his mana directly into the steel. The young lord strained to maintain his focus, desperately trying to weave sacred arts and mana channeling together, a feat he had yet to master in the heat of combat. As he poured his will into the weapon, the blade began to hum with a low, resonant vibration, signaling the flow of energy through the metal. Seeing his struggle, the captain mocked him, declaring that without arcane weaponry, defeat was inevitable against the peerless solidity of the Rosia armor. The boy gritted his teeth in frustration, feeling the impossible hardness of the metal and cursing his own lack of preparation, realizing he should have dedicated more time to his training. He barely had time to react as the armored giant lunged forward with a heavy strike, forcing the boy to leap back to avoid the blow. The veteran noted his agility with a smirk, commenting on how quickly he retreated before declaring that it was now his turn to take the offensive and end the duel. He swung a massive, spiked flail that whistled through the air, narrowly missing the agile youth as he scrambled across the snowy ground to maintain his distance. As the heavy weapon struck the ground, the young lord's focus sharpened, and he seized a momentary opening, lunging forward with a fierce cry. The sudden burst of speed and power caught the veteran knight completely off guard, leaving him to wonder in shock where such a massive surge of strength could have originated from such a small opponent. He realized that even the strongest armor had its flaws, specifically the gaps at the joints. Aiming his blade directly at the exposed inner thigh, he reasoned that if he could strike an area without plating, he could slice through his foe without needing to rely on the mana he was struggling to channel. He lunges, aiming for the gap in the armor, but his eyes widen in shock as he realizes even the thighs are protected. The captain scoffs at the boy's naivety, easily parrying the desperate strike. Following through with a powerful counter, the armored commander sends him tumbling backward through the thick snow. The captain stands tall, declaring that targeting the joints is a futile effort against their superior craftsmanship. On the ground, the young lord gasps for air, his body aching from the impact. Watching from the sidelines, General Durba calls out in concern as the boy struggles to find his footing. The surrounding soldiers remain tense, witnessing the lopsided duel unfold in the frozen clearing. He stares down at his blade, realizing that his current tactics are failing him completely. Suddenly, a faint light begins to emanate from the steel, responding to the desperate surge of mana within him. Seeing the strange glow, the captain pauses, questioning if the boy wields a magic weapon or some high-grade imperial steel. He quickly dismisses the thought, shouting that it must be nothing more than a bluff or a cheap counterfeit. Despite the mockery, the boy charges forward once more, his determination unshaken. The captain narrows his eyes behind his visor, amazed by the reckless head-on assault and vowing to take both the boy's head and his weapon. With a defiant roar, he closes the distance, his glowing sword raised high for a final, decisive blow. The commander braces himself, the air crackling with the intensity of their imminent collision. He lunges forward, his small frame a stark contrast to the hulking, armored figure of the captain. The heavy axe of the Rosia commander sweeps through the air, narrowly missing the boy as he dances just out of reach, testing the limits of his opponent's reach. Its sheer power is terrifying, crafted from imperial magic steel that can cleave through almost anything. Even knowing its lethality, most seasoned soldiers would flinch at the sight of such a blade. Yet the young lord holds his ground, his eyes fixed on the lethal edge. The young lord realizes that a direct kill is not the goal. Instead, he must aim for the joints, specifically the arm, to disable his opponent without taking a life. Gritting his teeth, he commands himself to stay focused, his grip tightening on his own blade as he prepares for the next exchange. Suddenly, the rhythm of the duel is shattered as the captain's weapon fails and a fresh blade whistles through the air, nearly striking the boy. His allies have intervened, throwing a replacement into the fray to ensure their commander remains armed, a move that disrupts the sanctity of the one-on-one fight. He recoils in disbelief, his voice cracking with indignation as he demands to know if this was not supposed to be a duel of single combat. The blatant betrayal of the unspoken rules of engagement leaves him momentarily stunned and vulnerable. From the sidelines, General Durba watches with a calculating gaze, noting that passing a weapon is not technically against the rules of their specific traditions. Nearby, the Rosia infantrymen justify the act, claiming it was merely a necessary replacement that happened to nearly hit the boy by chance. The captain remains unmoved by the boy's protest, coldly advising him not to label the tactic as cowardly. To the Rosia, victory and survival outweigh the niceties of a fair fight, and he readies his new spear for a final strike. The young lord looks down, a somber realization washing over him as his idealistic view of honorable duels crumbles. If this is how they intend to play, he decides with a hardened expression, then he will have to employ a few quick and dirty tricks of his own to survive. He grips the hilt of his blade, the metal cold against his palm as the weight of the duel settles in. Suddenly, the young lord is knocked back, hitting the dirt with a sharp gasp of surprise as the momentum of the fight shifts against him. In that moment of vulnerability, a vision of the princess flickers in his mind. She offers words of encouragement, reminding him that he is trying to do the right thing. He tightens his hold on the sword, the wood of the hilt creaking under his renewed resolve. With his eyes burning with a new fire, he decides that if his allies are watching, he won't just survive, he will win so decisively that the victory will be something to brag about. General Durba cries out in concern as the boy lunges back into the fray, clashing against the captain's heavy defenses. He realizes that without the power of sacred arts, he cannot hope to pierce that magic-infused armor directly, as it remains impenetrable to standard strikes. Seeing the magical glow fade from the boy's weapon, the captain senses an opening, believing the child's strength is finally spent. He prepares to end the contest, unaware that the shift in his opponent's strategy is already underway. Instead of retreating, the young warrior charges forward with a roar, his movements a blur of desperate speed as he rains blows upon the armored giant. He understands now that while the steel may be impenetrable, the man within is not. Every impact sends a jarring shock through the captain's body, and if he keeps hammering away, the pain will eventually take its toll. He senses the shift in momentum, realizing that a critical opportunity is about to emerge. With the armored giant momentarily off balance, he prepares to seize the moment, his mind racing with the tactical necessity of this strike. He invokes his sacred arts to counter the captain's lunge, but the impact doesn't feel as heavy as he anticipated. He is left wondering if his strength is beginning to fail, or, with the enchanted armor, is absorbing more of the force than he thought. He pushes through the doubt, letting out a guttural scream as he continues the assault. The captain's visor looms close, a cold, metallic mask reflecting the boy's desperate intensity as they struggle for dominance. He drives forward again, the clash of steel ringing out as his blade meets the enemies in a shower of sparks. They remain locked in a grim dance of death, their silhouettes sharp against the light as they push themselves to their absolute limits. Observing the stalemate, General Durba Atom watches with a grimace of growing concern, his brow furrowed at the tenacity of the young opponent. Nearby, his infantrymen stand ready, their hands tightening on their weapons as one soldier mutters a plea for forgiveness, sensing the gravity of the command he is about to follow. The young warrior suddenly finds himself face to face with the general himself, lunging forward with a defiant roar. He refuses to back down, his eyes wide with a fierce determination to overcome the odds. He continues the relentless exchange, blood spraying as he strikes, fueled by the need to compensate for his past failures. Every blow is a testament to his resolve to protect his country, and he vows that there is no way he will lose this fight. He delivers a decisive blow, his blade slicing through the air and severing the general's arm in a spray of crimson. The general collapses to one knee, the agony of the wound forcing a guttural roar from his lungs as he desperately vows to kill the boy, even if it means tearing his throat out with his teeth. Standing over his fallen opponent, the young lord questions why the man still clings to his pride, refusing to accept the obvious end of their duel. His gaze remains steady, a mixture of grim determination and the heavy weight of the violence he has just committed. In contrast, the general's expression shifts from defiant rage to a sudden, chilling realization of his own mortality. He finally closes his eyes, the fight draining out of him as a severed limb lies nearby in the snow, a silent testament to his failure. Across the quiet, snow-dusted clearing, the veteran commander finally utters the words of surrender, admitting his total defeat. The silence of the snowy clearing is broken only by the heavy breathing of the defeated. General Dulbin kneels in the crimson-stained snow, his strength spent, while the young Kaido stands over him, witnessing the grim aftermath of their clash. Suddenly, the heavy clatter of metal rings out as the general's personal guard rushes forward. They shove past the boy, their voices filled with panic as they call out to their fallen leader, demanding that the path be cleared so they can reach him. He bows his head in shame, his voice a raspy whisper as he apologizes for his pathetic display. His men, however, refuse to let him shoulder the blame, arguing fiercely that no amount of skill could have overcome the unnatural power of a magic sword, while Kaido watches the exchange with a conflicted expression. The young warrior ignores the excuses, his gaze hardening with a singular purpose. He demands the truth, insisting that they reveal exactly what transpired in the kingdom of Rosha regarding the fate of Prince Futaro. A heavy stillness settles over the forest as the knights exchange looks. Recognizing the weight of his victory, they can see that he has earned the right to know the dark secrets they carry, agreeing to speak of the events that led them here. The wind whistles through the frost-laden branches, carrying the weight of the impending confession into the cold, indifferent sky as the group prepares for the revelation. He listens intently as the pieces of the puzzle finally click into place, the realization dawning on him that the entire incident was a calculated frame-up. The gravity of the deception leaves him momentarily stunned, his eyes wide with the shock of the truth. The fallen commander closes his eyes, offering a sincere apology for the shameful acts he committed in the name of his country. Kaido can only wonder why such a man would choose this moment to unburden his soul and reveal the conspiracy. He listens as the general admits a harsh reality. Even if the truth of the frame-up were revealed, it wouldn't undo the invasion or the defeat of the kingdom of Rosha. The old soldier's face is etched with the weight of his country's shame as he looks away, unable to meet the boy's gaze. Agreeing with a firm nod, the young boy points out that since only he and the general are privy to this secret, they have a unique responsibility. His eyes shine with a newfound resolve, suggesting that the truth still holds power, even in the wake of defeat. The heavy atmosphere is suddenly shattered by a sharp gasp from the general, who stares into the distance with wide, disbelieving eyes. Behind him, the armored guards shift uneasily, their confusion mounting as the name Miramose is whispered into the cold air, signaling an unexpected arrival. Without warning, the boy fills his lungs and lets out a piercing cry that echoes across the battlefield, startling everyone present. He directs his voice toward the surrounding woods, specifically calling out to the members of the Holy Knight Kingdom of Mudu Binurnatal. He knows they have been observing the conflict from the shadows and demands that they reveal themselves to negotiate, refusing to let the battle end in silence. Deep within the snow-dusted trees, a small creature pauses its foraging, its large eyes reflecting the distant commotion. The forest remains otherwise still, hiding whatever observers might be lurking in the brush. The soldiers exchange skeptical glances, whispering among themselves that the boy must be hallucinating from sheer exhaustion of combat. They see nothing but empty woods and snow, doubting the presence of any hidden knights from a foreign kingdom. Undeterred by their doubt, he cups his hands around his mouth and shouts even louder, his voice straining as he insists that those watching must come forward and face the truth of the battle they just witnessed. His desperate shouting is suddenly answered as a dark, armored figure manifests from a swirling cloud of black smoke in the center of the clearing. The surrounding knights recoil in shock at the impossible arrival, while elsewhere, a young girl and an old man observe the unfolding events with keen interest. He tentatively asks if the newcomer is a soldier from the Holy Knight Kingdom, noting the absence of a standard cloak. The figure responds with a chilling tone, identifying as a nameless ghost that operates in the shadows of the Holy Kingdom. Attempting to justify his actions, the boy stammers that he was merely trying to convey the truth to the Night King. Beside him, General Dulba is visibly shaken, his face slick with sweat as he asks if the entity had been listening to his previous words. The Dark Knight confirms that every word was heard, explaining that their lack of interest in the morality of the conflict is precisely why a ghost was dispatched to the scene. Hearing this, the boy pumps his fist in the air with a triumphant cry, believing this revelation will finally bring the war to a close. This sudden outburst of joy confuses the regular soldiers, who bark at him to explain what a runt like him could possibly mean. While the general remains frozen in a state of grim contemplation, the boy's expression hardens with a new sense of purpose. He begins to dissect the conflict, explaining how the kingdom of Rosha and the kingdom of Nanette have traded accusations of harboring criminals and royal insults. He points out that the side spreading lies is directly violating the righteous path that the Holy Knight Kingdom is sworn to uphold. As his explanation continues, a line of identical dark knights stands in silent, imposing formation, their spears held high as they prepare to pass judgment on the battlefield. He stood tall, his dark visor fixed on the boy, acknowledging that the youth had anticipated this intervention and used the duel as a stage for his confession. Kaido simply confirmed the observation with a steady nod. Pressing his advantage, the boy argued that once the Holy Kingdom knew the truth, Rosha would lose any justification for their assault. If they persisted, it would be nothing more than a blatant act of aggression. His eyes burned with conviction as he declared it an invasion without a just cause, a statement that left the general trembling and drenched in a cold, guilty sweat. The dark-clad warrior realized the depth of the boy's strategy, noting that the Holy Kingdom is duty-bound to aid those facing unjust conquest, and he remarked on how shrewd the young prince had been to orchestrate such a trap. He admitted that he found such cleverness quite likable, causing a flush of surprise to creep across the boy's face as the weight of the praise sank in. Startled by the personal comment, the youth tentatively asked if there were truly such rumors circulating about him within the Holy Kingdom, to which the knight gave a simple, affirmative confirmation. The knight elaborated on the tales of a prince from a small nation who carried a crest-engraved blade and had once been a marshal, mentioning how he had negotiated as an equal with the Magic Empire and was now the subject of even newer, more legendary stories. He concluded that the entire duel had been a masterful ploy, cementing the boy's reputation as someone far more calculating and capable than his youthful appearance suggested. He watches as the dark-armored figure turns to depart. The business of their encounter concluded, the boy offers a polite word of thanks, acknowledging the knight's intervention. Seeing the mysterious warrior prepare to leave, one of the surrounding soldiers cries out, demanding that he wait. Ignoring the command, the knight begins to dissolve into a thick, dark mist. The soldiers surge forward, their voices rising in a desperate chorus, insisting that they cannot allow him to escape just yet. Within heartbeats, the space where the formidable warrior stood is empty, leaving the armored men to stare at the void in stunned silence. Confusion quickly turns to frantic searching as the men scan their surroundings, questioning if this disappearance is the work of some divine art or if their quarry is merely hiding in shadows. Observing their futile efforts, the young strategist explains to his companions that searching is pointless, as a true knight of the Holy Kingdom has the power to completely mask their presence. He admits that even he can no longer sense the man's location. This sudden departure sends the general into a fit of rage. He bellows to his troops that they must seize the Nanette kingdom immediately before the full might of the Holy Kingdom's army can descend upon them. He reasons that once they hold the territory and the necessary documentation, they can leverage the Empire's support. Watching the general's descent into reckless desperation, the boy feels a cold sweat break out, realizing that a cornered enemy is far more dangerous and unpredictable. He senses a presence approaching rapidly from the direction of Nanette Castle, his eyes widening as the sound of galloping hooves echoes through the clearing. The source of the commotion bursts into view. A powerful steed carrying a knight in gleaming white armor and a young girl, their arrival marked by a cloud of kicked-up snow. This unexpected intrusion leaves the veteran general speechless with shock, while the young prince can only stare in disbelief at the newcomers. As the horse comes to a halt, the boy demands to know why they have ventured so far from the safety of the castle walls. The knight clarifies their purpose, announcing they have arrived as reinforcements after receiving a message from the Black Knight regarding the dishonorable conduct occurring on this battlefield. Beside her, the young girl sheepishly admits that her concern for the outcome of the duel drove her to leave the castle prematurely, despite the risks. Stunned by the revelation of a secret communication, the boy questions how such a message could have been sent, only to be told that the methods of the Holy Kingdom remain a closely guarded state secret. Drawing herself up with pride, the warrior finally introduces herself as Families Terrastagerd, a sworn knight of the Holy Kingdom, here to ensure justice is served. She addresses the soldiers of the Rosha Kingdom with a voice of authority, declaring that their invasion lacks any righteous justification. She commands them to withdraw from the Nanette Kingdom immediately, her words echoing across the battlefield where the weary General Dulba remains on his knees. Faced with this ultimatum, his composure finally shatters. Sweat beads on his brow as he stares at the ground, forced to admit to himself that his campaign has reached its bitter conclusion. The soldiers charge forward with a collective roar, convinced that their superior numbers will overwhelm the lone Muda Knight. They shout their intent to crush him and force their way through, their weapons raised for a decisive strike. They are suddenly caught in a violent whirlwind of divine energy that erupts from the side, taking the attackers completely by surprise. They cry out in shock, unable to comprehend how divine magic could be wielded with such devastating physical force. She unleashes a power that slams into the armored ranks, the impact echoing through the clearing as the soldiers are tossed aside like leaves in a storm. They struggle to regain their footing as the dust begins to settle, their formation shattered by the unexpected and overwhelming intervention. They are not the only ones in shock. The young boy, Kaido, watches the display with wide-eyed terror, his breath hitching as he realizes the impossibility of what he just witnessed. He stammers to himself, noting that the blade should never have been able to reach them from such a distance. He is not the only one shaken. The general stares in grim silence at the fallen, his face pale as he observes the clean slice through the heavy plate armor. He knows all too well that such protection should be impenetrable to anything but the most powerful of magical weapons. He watches as she looks down upon the survivors with cold, unwavering eyes, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. She issues a chilling ultimatum, warning them that if they persist, their heads will be the next things to fall. She watches as they stand paralyzed, their previous bravado extinguished by the weight of her threat. She has departed, leaving the area in a heavy silence as the sound of a blade being sheathed marks the end of the immediate threat in the snowy woods. He and General Dulba are struck by a wave of pure disbelief, their voices rising in a shocked chorus as they process the news that the war has ended before the final battle at the royal castle could even begin. Because of this startling revelation, the surrounding soldiers press in, their faces a mix of exhaustion and skepticism as they clamor for an explanation, desperate to know if the peace is real or merely a deceptive ploy by the enemy. Meanwhile, the young princess is greeted with tearful relief by her attendant, Hones, who expresses her gratitude for her safety, while a nearby knight confirms that their defensive mission has reached its conclusion. The two girls share a tender moment of respite, with Hones leaning in close to ask for every detail of the young prince's exploits on the front lines, a request the princess is more than happy to fulfill. As the tension finally begins to dissipate, he notices the biting cold of the winter air and urges everyone to prepare for the journey back, promising to recount the events of the battle as they travel. With the order given, the call to return to Nanette Castle echoes across the snowy landscape under a vast, open sky, signaling the definitive close of this chapter of the conflict. He reflects on the end of this second great war since his reincarnation. Though the kingdom stands secure, the weight of his own perceived inadequacies in both leadership and magic lingers in his mind as he approaches the safety of the castle walls. He is held close by his elder brother, who offers words of comfort amidst the lingering tension of the castle. General Dulba and Hones look on, acknowledging the heavy burden the young boy has carried. While the cleanup from the battle looms, for this brief moment, they allow themselves to simply feel the relief of survival. Several days later, the man prepares to depart, mounting his horse at the castle gates. He explains to Kaido that since he was the one who sparked this conflict, he must be the one to see its resolution through. Kaido listens intently, his expression hardening with a newfound sense of duty as he realizes the armistice terms won't be finalized until spring. As they stand together, the elder brother speaks of the kingdom of Rosha, condemning their deceitful invasion. He insists that seeking reparations immediately is the only righteous path forward. A Cinnamon Hones seems to support as she stands by Kaido's side. Turning his full attention to the boy, he addresses him by his royal alias, Miramos. The weight of their shared lineage and the roles they must play in the coming peace hangs heavy in the air between them. With a final, grateful look, the rider thanks the young prince for his bravery in defending Nanette. The snowy air swirls around them, punctuating the gravity of the departure. He adjusts his hat, a small smile playing on his lips as he admits that as a former marshal, he has his own mountains of work to attend to. He jokes about a colleague named Erectum waiting for him with a literal pile of documents, suggesting that Kaido should perhaps worry more about his own upcoming tasks. More than 10 days pass, and the quiet of winter is replaced by the scratching of pens. General Dulba sits before a staggering tower of paperwork, his face etched with the exhaustion of a man who would much rather be on a battlefield than behind a desk. He laments that even though the war is over, the struggle has merely changed form. The veteran commander sighs over the endless requests for budget increases, repairs for the research department, and compensation for wounded soldiers. From the doorway, Kaido peeks in, witnessing the grueling reality of governance that follows the glory of victory. He had finally found a moment of quiet away from the crushing weight of his new responsibilities. As Hones carefully poured the tea, Princess Parvera offered a warm smile and a tray of sweets, creating an atmosphere of domestic peace that felt like a distant dream. For a brief time, the sounds of war were replaced by the gentle clink of porcelain and the comforting scent of fresh brew. This tranquility was abruptly interrupted when a knight clad in heavy armor entered the room, his presence a stark contrast to the delicate tea set. He delivered a formal summons from King Chorex, requesting the young marshal's immediate presence in the audience chamber. The sudden call to duty left the boy wide-eyed, his brief respite coming to a jarring end. As he stood to leave, he voiced his confusion, wondering why he was being called so suddenly. Parvera, however, remained optimistic, suggesting with a bright expression that the king likely intended to bestow a grand reward for his exceptional service during the invasion. Her confidence was a small comfort against the uncertainty of the royal summons. With a cheerful wave and a parting encouragement, she watched him depart for the main palace. He walked through the high, arched doorways of the inner sanctum, leaving the warmth of the tea room behind as he prepared to face the highest authority in the kingdom. The massive doors of the audience chamber groaned open, and his arrival was announced with formal gravity. The title of Marshal Miramos echoed through the hall, a name that now carried the weight of a war hero, causing him to stiffen his posture as he crossed the threshold. He stepped into the vast, sunlit hall and found that he was not the only one summoned. 5 of his siblings were already present, kneeling in a disciplined row before the throne, their silent presence emphasizing the formal and perhaps dire nature of this gathering. The line included Futaro, the second child, and Sarkajimo, the third, both looking forward with grim determination. Beside them were the younger sisters, Ganti, Carino, and Vishika, each maintaining a perfect, stoic pose that reflected the rigid expectations of their royal bloodline. From his elevated throne, King Chorex looked down at his youngest son, his voice resonating with a mixture of pride and solemnity. He praised the boy's brilliant performance in the recent war and expressed a desire to reward him, but his tone shifted as he added that there was a critical matter he needed to disclose first, leaving the young prince in a state of tense anticipation. He delivers a thunderous decree, commanding his son to relinquish the title of marshal immediately. Kaido's eyes widen in disbelief, the sudden demand striking him like a physical blow as the king's voice echoes through the chamber. As the boy stands frozen in shock, a mocking voice from the sidelines suggests that he simply lacked the capacity for such a heavy responsibility, adding insult to the king's harsh command. The king clarifies his reasoning, stating that holding the marshal's rank would only hinder the next task he has prepared for his son. Nearby, Sarkajimo watches the exchange with a calculating, almost satisfied gaze, noting Kaido's visible distress. He then reveals the true nature of the new assignment. Kaido is to be appointed as the Lord of the Racha region, a position that carries its own unique weight and expectations. The monarch continues, charging the young prince with the monumental duty of pacifying the territory and overseeing its development, emphasizing that this is where his true service to the kingdom lies. Stunned by the weight of this unexpected burden, the boy can only stare ahead, his mind racing to process the implications of governing a conquered land. The context of this appointment is grim. The Ruthless region was recently annexed as part of a peace treaty following their defeat, a forced acquisition that left the local populace resentful and the borders tense. He voices his concerns to the room, questioning how he can possibly lead a people who view him as an enemy prince, especially one who once fled from the very conflict that decided their fate, making trust an almost impossible goal. He listens as his brother, Futaro, defends the king's decision, arguing that despite his youth, the boy is a seasoned warrior who faced the Ruthless army at just 12 years old. Such a reputation, Futaro claims, will command the respect of even the most defiant local retainers. Having laid out the logic of the appointment, the king remains seated firmly on his throne and asks if this explanation is sufficient to settle the matter. The other royal siblings watch the exchange in heavy silence, their expressions a mix of skepticism and grim anticipation as they weigh the implications of their father's decree. A single bead of sweat rolls down the young prince's cheek as the crushing weight of the responsibility begins to sink in. He realizes with a growing sense of dread that this new administrative burden will likely prove far more exhausting and politically dangerous than any battle he has ever fought. Despite his internal misgivings, he steels his resolve and strikes a formal salute, loudly declaring his acceptance of a lordship and committing himself to the daunting task ahead. The young prince, Kaito, speaks with an air of excitement, his eyes bright as he gestures toward the veteran general. Beside him, General Dolba listens with a composed, fatherly patience, the weight of their shared battles still fresh in their minds. Shortly thereafter, within the grand, echoing halls of the royal court, the atmosphere shifts to one of formal gravity. King Chorex, seated firmly upon his high throne, issues a decree that ripples through the room. Miramose is to be granted the title of Duke and the governance of the vast Rosha region. He observes Dolba's calm demeanor as the proclamation hangs in the air, questioning if the veteran is surprised by such a bold move. The general, remaining on one knee, admits he had anticipated this possibility, prompting the king to remark on the deep trust Dolba has placed in the boy after their time on the front lines. However, not everyone in the court shares this sentiment, as Prince Futaro voices his sharp disapproval. He turns to his father, the king, insisting that he remains firmly against the idea of appointing Miramose as a lord, viewing the influence of the Duke of Avokoro as a persistent nuisance. His anxiety grows as he elaborates on the strategic risks, noting that the Rosha region is actually larger and more populous than the heart of the Nanette Kingdom itself. He warns that with the legendary short sword in his possession and the backing of the Night Kingdom, the boy could easily seek total independence if he so chose. In response to these dire warnings, the king lets out a sudden, booming laugh that echoes off the stone walls. Dolba, still kneeling, looks up with a stoic expression, calmly asking his sovereign what he finds so amusing about the prince's concerns. He then clarifies his stance, stating firmly that Miramose sees absolutely no value in the royal throne. This revelation leaves Futaro stunned, unable to comprehend a prince without ambition, while the king leans forward, intrigued, asking what the boy could possibly want to become if not a ruler. Amidst the political maneuvering and heavy questions, a silent observer watches from the shadows, her gaze sharp and unreadable. The veteran general sighed, staring at the mountain of documents piled high on his desk. The administrative burden of the post-war cleanup was proving to be as exhausting as the battles themselves, and the stack only seemed to grow despite his efforts. While he struggled with the endless paperwork, the conversation turned toward the future of the military leadership. Carino suggested that things would be much simpler if the succession were handled by someone like Electum, but the young prince looked visibly strained, the weight of his new responsibilities already taking a toll. The gravity of their predicament was laid bare as they stood before the throne, the vast hall echoing with the reality of their losses. He explained that the army had been severely wounded by 2 consecutive wars, and leaving the position of marshal vacant during such a crisis was a risk they could not afford, yet finding a suitable candidate among the royal children was proving difficult. Breaking the heavy silence, Sarkajimo stepped forward with an arrogant smirk, confidently offering to take the mantle himself. He dismissed the previous efforts of his younger brother, claiming he could handle the duties of marshal far better and questioning why anyone would hesitate to appoint him. As he continued to boast, Ganti and Carino whispered among themselves, their expressions a mix of skepticism and detachment. They agreed that military affairs were beyond their understanding and that it was probably best to let those who actually wanted the role fight over it. While they remained on the sidelines, the young prince watched the exchange closely, his mind racing through the possibilities. He knew that while Sarkajimo was eager, the true wildcard was the quiet and reserved Vishika, who rarely sought the spotlight or took initiative in such matters. Contrary to his expectations, the silent prince suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze sharp and determined. He declared with absolute certainty that he was the one most suited to be the next marshal, directly challenging his older brother's claim and shifting the entire dynamic of the room. This unexpected move sent a shockwave through the gathered royals and officials, leaving them speechless. The faces of the general and the other siblings were frozen in a mixture of disbelief and alarm as they processed the sudden emergence of a new, formidable contender for the military's highest office. She stands her ground as Sarkajimo bellows for her to withdraw. King Chorex watches from his throne, noting that if they cannot agree, a method must be found to decide the succession. In response to his demand to step back, she simply refuses. Sarkajimo sneers, questioning her capability to lead, but she counters that she will not allow him to occupy the position that Miramose worked so hard to maintain. The sheer audacity of her refusal leaves him momentarily speechless, his eye twitching with a mixture of shock and burgeoning fury. He quickly recovers, pointing an accusing finger and arguing that if a child like Miramose could handle the role, then surely he is more than qualified. Behind them, the young prince watches the exchange with a look of growing discomfort. She remains unmoved by his logic, explaining that it was precisely because of whom Miramose was that the role was filled so effectively. She adds that Sarkajimo's failure to recognize this is exactly why he is unfit for the title. Their eyes lock in a silent, fierce battle of wills, neither sibling willing to yield an inch of ground in the presence of the court. Watching from the sidelines, the young prince feels a wave of awkwardness wash over him. While he agrees that Sarkajimo underestimates him, he can't help but feel that his sister's praise is equally exaggerated. The escalating tension is suddenly shattered by the sharp crack of the king's hands coming together. General Dulba steps forward to remind the siblings they are in the royal presence, as King Chorex commands that the dispute end immediately. He stood before his children, Sarkajimo and Vishika, and issued a royal decree. For the next 6 months, they were both tasked with training new recruits. The goal was clear. The one who could truly command the respect and trust of the soldiers would be the one to claim the title of marshal. The king elaborated on the stakes, promising that if both proved their worth, the son would ascend to marshal while the daughter would be appointed as general. Both siblings listened in stony silence, the weight of the challenge hanging heavy in the air between them. As he looked upon them, he explained that he would personally oversee the military's affairs during this trial period. His hope was for a peaceful transition, a resolution born of merit rather than the bitter infighting that had plagued the court. Elsewhere, the young Prince Kaido sat with Miramose, who expressed her utter shock at the recent developments. She could hardly believe that the boy was slated to become the lord of the newly conquered lands, a massive responsibility for one so young. He sighed, admitting that at only 12 years old, the prospect felt overwhelming and perhaps even impossible. In his view, his older brother Futuro was far better suited for such a role, possessing both the years and the experience that the boy felt he lacked. With a self-deprecating laugh, the boy wondered aloud if being granted this territory was simply a polite way for King Chorex to signal that he should abandon any aspirations for the throne. Miramose joined in his laughter, though the underlying political implications remained. As the laughter subsided, she found herself lost in a hopeful daydream. She realized that if Erectum did not return, she might spend her days alongside the prince and families, seeing it as a golden opportunity to forge a deeper bond. Their light-hearted moment was overseen by General Dulba, who watched with his usual stoic expression. The young prince, momentarily distracted from the weight of his future, happily sampled a local delicacy, praising its flavor while the veteran noted it was a dish of great pride for the region. He stood before Princess Carino, his expression grave as they discussed the young Prince Miramose. While he admitted the boy possessed the qualities of a wise ruler, he couldn't help but worry, noting that the prince was still only 12 years old and remained as unchanged as ever. Continuing his thought, he remarked that the young prince paid no heed to his concerns, simply forging ahead with whatever he deemed right. It was a trait that both impressed and unsettled the veteran general. Outside, the full moon hung high above the castle spires, casting a cold, silver light over the silent kingdom. His mind drifted back years, to a time when he first found himself astonished by the young prince's nature. It was during a mountain hunt when the 5-year-old boy had vanished into the woods alone, prompting a desperate search that lasted well into the night. When he finally spotted the child perched high in the branches of a massive tree, his heart sank, fearing the boy was stuck and unable to climb down. However, the reality of the situation was far different from what he had imagined. The young prince looked down with wide, excited eyes, explaining that he was waiting there specifically because he wanted to see a monster. Despite the general's frantic warnings about the danger, the boy simply insisted he would be perfectly fine. He eventually managed to coax the stubborn child down, offering him a warm drink to soothe him since he refused to leave the spot. It was only after the boy had finally fallen asleep that they were able to carry him back to safety. Walking down the dimly lit corridor of the palace, the veteran soldier let out a quiet sigh, certain that the prince likely had no memory of that night so long ago. He finds the young prince still awake as the night grows deep. Kaido admits that his eyes are wide open, sleep eluding him entirely. They step out into the quiet courtyard, the moon hanging high over the stone walls of the castle. As they walk, the veteran warrior recalls the prince's early training days, remembering how he used to scold the boy for his oversized swings and clumsy footwork, urging him to be more precise. The prince acknowledges his past failings, noting that without his divine arts, he never could have landed a blow, though he remains grateful for the protection that kept him alive through those trials. His mind wanders through a montage of the boy's reckless exploits, from fending off bandits on the road to braving archers at the border and even charging headlong into the vanguard of the Rosha army without a second thought. He sighs, reflecting on the endless days of worry the prince caused him, while Kaido playfully reminds him of the time he was found in the forest at age 5. A sharp memory pierces through, the look in the boy's eyes during a sparring match, a gaze filled with a terrifying, singular focus. In that moment, the young prince had done the unthinkable, catching the seasoned general off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. He watches as the young prince exerts himself to the absolute limit. Kaido's face is a mask of intense concentration, sweat beading on his forehead as he pours every ounce of his will into the strike. The effort pays off. With a triumphant shout, the boy leaps into the air, brandishing his practiced sword and crying out that he finally did it. On the ground, the veteran warrior stares up in disbelief, stunned that he was actually bested. Kaido exults in his victory, loudly proclaiming that he managed to land a clean hit without relying on any divine arts for the very first time. As the adrenaline fades, the young prince begins to walk away, his thoughts turning somber. He acknowledges that while the old soldier is often full of complaints and worry, he is always there to offer a steadying hand. He muses on the fragility of life, realizing that a single night's encounter with monsters could have ended everything, and he is grateful for the protection he has received. Turning back, he offers a hand to his fallen mentor to help him up. With a sincere smile, he expresses his deep gratitude, thanking the man he calls a rectum for the training and the challenge. The veteran takes the offered hand, but as their palms meet, he is struck by a sudden, quiet realization. He thinks to himself that, without him even noticing, the boy's hand has become that of a man. He looks up, seeing clearly that the child he once protected has truly grown. Dolba admits that his time as a guardian is truly coming to an end if he can no longer prevail with a blade. He urges the young prince to cast aside any lingering doubts and proceed exactly as his heart dictates. He clenches his fist with fierce conviction, declaring his unwavering belief that the boy will one day achieve the impossible task of unifying the entire continent. Kaido can only stare back in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the weight of such an expectation. As they walk away from the training grounds, the youth tries to brush off the heavy praise as mere exaggeration, but the veteran warrior remains firm, insisting that Kaido must become exactly that great for the sake of the future. Several days pass, and the winter chill settles over the stone fortress as a small party of riders and pack animals gathers outside the main gates, preparing for a long journey. Now dressed in practical traveling gear, the young lord gives his final instructions to Dolba, who will serve as the acting marshal in his absence. He reminds the veteran to stay vigilant and take care of the territory while a guide waits for them in the nearby woods. Turning back to his own group, he asks if everyone is finally ready to depart. A familiar, energetic voice rings out as Hones salutes sharply, declaring herself ready to go at a moment's notice. Behind her, the other royal siblings watch the display with expressions ranging from mild annoyance to utter disbelief. The sudden revelation of her inclusion causes an immediate stir. Carino is particularly vocal, shouting in protest because she hadn't been told the maid would be joining the expedition. The other girls whisper among themselves, noting how strange it is for a new lord to travel without a proper retinue, even if the attendants are women. Amidst the bickering and the confusion of the departure, the girls call out to the one they know as Princess Parvera, leaving the young man caught in the middle of their frantic, high-pitched energy as he tries to maintain order. He stands by as Hones offers a formal and enthusiastic greeting to Families, expressing her deep honor at being able to accompany them. Families receives the introduction with a stoic, professional gaze, while Hones admits her own lack of experience, but promises to do her absolute best to be of service. Watching them, he notes that he had heard Families was meant to lead the most exceptional of the new recruits, and he wonders aloud if his presence might be more of a burden than a help. Hones, however, remains undeterred, her spirit high as they prepare for the road ahead. He then turns the conversation to the practicalities of their mission as they discuss their destination in the Rosha region. Families inquires about the specific path, while Hones is reassured that her diligent nature makes her far more reliable than the likes of Senis, who often causes worry. They gather around a map to chart their course, where Families introduces her loyal steed, Nero Tiora. She mentions that while the horse is strong enough to carry the entire group through the snowy peaks, Such a method wouldn't be the most efficient way to travel for their current objectives. She points to a specific mountain trail, explaining that while it offers a direct route to the central capital, they will avoid it for now. Instead, the plan is to take a winding path through various territories, aiming to reach their final destination by the time spring arrives. Hearing this, Hones is delighted by the prospect of a leisurely journey, exclaiming her excitement at the chance to travel freely across the land for the first time. Families, however, remain skeptical, questioning why they would choose such a significant detour over the direct route. She and the others leave their questions behind as they pass through the massive stone archway, with the young prince waving a final, energetic goodbye to the castle. Families leads the way on horseback as the small group officially begins their expedition into the unknown. They soon find themselves deep in the East Forest, where a thick layer of snow covers the ground and clings to the branches of the ancient trees. The air is crisp and silent, save for the steady rhythm of their footsteps as they trek through the winter wilderness. He listens intently as the guides reassure him. One of the men, a stern figure with a thick beard, explains that the monsters have been lured away to ensure their safe passage. He emphasizes that failing to deliver the Lord of Erectum safely would be a disgrace to their blades. Looking toward the path ahead, he sees the entrance to a massive structure. While he had heard stories of this place, seeing the dark maw of the tunnel amidst the pristine snow is a different matter entirely. The entrance looms large, a jagged hole carved into the very heart of the mountain. It is a dark, silent void that stands in stark contrast to the white slopes surrounding it. As the group ventures into the dim interior, the conversation turns to the tunnel's origin. They marvel at the sheer scale of the excavation, noting that such a feat likely required the use of imperial magical artifacts, tools they find repulsive, yet undeniably efficient for such a task. Emerging from the other side, he steps out into the crisp air of a new landscape. With a determined look, he suggests they press on, noting that this newly opened route connecting east and west should be properly maintained for future trade and travel. However, their progress is abruptly halted as they descend into a rocky basin. A group of armed men, lying in wait among the crags, springs in ambush, their shouts echoing through the valley as they rush the travelers. Reacting with practiced precision, the group meets the assault head-on. Families moves like a blur, her blade finding its mark with lethal efficiency, while the others scramble to defend themselves against the sudden onslaught of steel. Once the dust settles and the attackers are neutralized, he rushes to the side of the young princess, who is trembling from the shock. Nearby, the knight sheathes her weapon, her expression cold and unmoved by the brief, violent encounter. He stands with his companions as the adrenaline of the skirmish begins to fade. Hones is visibly shaken, her eyes wide with a lingering shock of the violence. Seeing her distress, Families gently suggest that if she feels unwell, she should try embracing Nero Teora, as the horse's presence can be quite soothing. Following this advice, the young princess agrees that it sounds like a good idea. Nearby, the great beast is settled onto the grass, its massive form surprisingly docile as it rests after the journey. She approaches the animal and wraps her arms around its neck, pressing her face into its dark coat. The warmth of the horse and its steady, rhythmic breathing provide a moment of profound peace amidst the aftermath of the battle. Watching this display of innocence, the knight closes her eyes for a moment, struck by the purity of the scene. It is a rare, precious sight that seems to justify the hardships they endure. The quiet is broken when the attendant turns to her, questioning how she can remain so composed in the presence of the fallen. She admits that while the sight of death is never easy, she has seen far worse on the battlefields of her past, and her resolve is hardened by the need to protect those behind her. Suddenly, a sharp, guttural cry echoes through the clearing, shattering the brief moment of reflection. The sound is harsh and filled with pain, causing the young woman to jump in alarm. They turn to see the young prince standing over one of the attackers who had been left for dead. Seeing him hesitate, the knight asks if he intends to spare the man's life. He looks down at the groveling bandit, explaining that they cannot simply dispose of everyone. They need to know if more attackers are lurking nearby and, more importantly, where their main base of operations is located. He looks up at Families, impressed by her unwavering resolve. She remains stoic, her gaze fixed on the task ahead as they discuss the next steps of their journey. He listens as Families declares that once the location of the enemy base is extracted, she will dismantle it single-handedly. He hesitates, questioning the wisdom of leaving the princess behind, but Families' confidence is absolute. Nearby, the young princess finds solace in the presence of the great horse, Nero Teora. She assures Hones that she feels safe and secure as long as the loyal beast is by her side, its massive form a comforting shield against the world. As the sun dips below the horizon, a blanket of stars stretches across the vast, silent sky, marking the end of a long and arduous day. Under the cover of darkness, the group establishes a modest camp. He takes a moment to rest, sipping from a canteen while the crackle of a small fire provides the only sound in the quiet wilderness. The princess approaches him, offering to take over the chore of cleaning the dinnerware. He quickly declines, insisting that he should be the one to handle such menial tasks, but she is determined to contribute. She persists, however, surprising him by reaching for a handful of dry sand. He watches in confusion as she begins to scrub the plates with the grit instead of heading toward the nearby stream. He realizes her intent and explains the logic to the others. Using sand to absorb grease and grime is a vital survival technique in arid regions where water is a precious commodity. Both the princess and Hones listen with genuine interest, absorbing this practical lesson in wilderness survival. He watches as the young girl eagerly accepts the lesson, her eyes bright with newfound understanding. She takes the plate, ready to put the survival technique into practice. As she diligently scrubs the dish with the coarse sand, the others look on with varying degrees of intensity. The attendant observes the princess's progress, while the knight remains silent, her gaze sharp and analytical as she evaluates the scene before her. The boy is impressed by the result, noting how the simple method has left the surface gleaming. While the girl marvels at the cleanliness, he finds himself contemplating the intersection of practical survival and the high arts of magic, questioning if his own capabilities are truly worthy of the royal path he now walks. Later, as they sit by the edge of a nearby stream, the attendant questions the necessity of using sand when water is so close at hand. He explains the grim reality. The water is likely tainted, a byproduct of the extensive mining in the mountains that has poisoned the flow and driven away all life. This revelation strikes the young princess with a sense of urgency, and she insists that such a tragedy must be halted at once. He gently counters her idealism, explaining that while the poison is a grave matter, the river is also a lifeline for the people, making any solution far more complex than it first appears. He continues his somber explanation, noting that the very minerals being extracted are what many families rely on for their survival. This conflict between industry and environment is not an isolated incident, but a systemic issue plaguing the entire region of Rosha. Looking out over the vast, moonlit expanse of the territory, he realizes the weight of the responsibility he carries. Before they can ever hope to reach the capital and enact change, he knows he must first witness the true state of the land and its people with his own eyes. He and his companions continue their journey, but elsewhere, the history of those protecting them is laid bare. General Dulba, the 53-year-old guardian of the princess, stands as a pillar of experience. His distinctive side braids and stern gaze reflect a lifetime of service and the heavy burden of his current duty. Within the cold, stone walls of a distant command center, a report arrives that shifts the atmosphere. A soldier confirms the identity of the young royal they have been tracking, stating without a doubt that the Prince of Nanette has finally been located. Upon hearing this, the veteran general's expression hardens as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Beside him, a dark-armored knight adds a startling detail. The boy is not merely a runaway, but a rare individual capable of wielding both divine arts and traditional magic simultaneously. As the weight of his own burgeoning power begins to settle, the young prince looks ahead with a newfound intensity. He is recognized now as a natural-born user of the divine arts, a revelation that brings a soft, knowing smile to the princess's face as they prepare for the challenges that lie ahead on their long road. The sun shines over the sturdy walls of Ratsha Castle, the heart of the central capital, marking the beginning of a new administration under the title of the new lord's work. Within the castle's inner courtyard, the air is still, save for the gentle splash of a fountain and the quiet footsteps of those tending the grounds. General Dulba pauses by a bed of tulips, his stern face softening as he contemplates the blooms. When questioned about his interest in the flora, he reflects on the orders received from the new lord, who instructed him to maintain the current state of governance until the arrival of spring. He then turns his attention to the young lord himself, who stands in shadow. The boy offers a humble apology, admitting that in this unfamiliar territory, the general is the only person he truly knows and trusts. Having settled into his role, now formally recognized as Lord Miramo's Neti, announces his arrival at the inner chambers. He is flanked by his sister and his loyal attendants, ready to face the responsibilities of his new station. His sister, Miramos, lets out a cry of pure delight as she discovers the steaming, tiled bath prepared for them. She soon sinks into the warm, soothing water, a long sigh of relief escaping her as she reflects on how much time has passed since she last enjoyed such a luxury. Looking back toward the edge of the pool, she beckons for Hones and the others to join her, but they remain steadfast in their roles. Hones insists on staying alert for any potential danger, while the others feel it would be improper to share the water with royalty, leaving the young princess to pout amidst the rising steam. She suddenly unleashes a burst of divine magic within the bath, sending a massive plume of water into the air. Her attendants, Hones and another maid, watch in utter shock as the princess's power manifests so violently in such a tranquil setting. Because of the sudden eruption, the young princess begins to cough and sputter, overwhelmed by her own display of power. Hones cries out in alarm, rushing to her side to ensure she hasn't harmed herself in the process. Moments later, the chaos subsides, leaving the three of them sitting in the warm water, the steam rising around them in the quiet room. The silence is heavy as they process the unexpected surge of energy that just occurred. Looking flushed and slightly dazed, she mutters that it is far too late to suggest leaving the bath now. Her attendants remain close, their expressions a mix of concern and lingering surprise at their mistress's unpredictable abilities. Meanwhile, the sun shines brightly over the imposing towers of Raja Castle, where the daily business of governance continues despite the private dramas unfolding within its walls. Inside a well-appointed office, General Dulba reports on the state of the realm, noting how rumors of the new lord's exploits have already reached the central capital. He speaks of bandits being cleared and corrupt nobles being brought to heel, his tone one of professional respect. In response, the young lord, Kaido, sighs, explaining that he was merely caught up in the momentum of the knights who accompanied him. He seems keen to downplay his own role, even as a mental image of the princess and her attendants in the bath flickers through the conversation. The general lets out a hearty laugh, amused by the idea that the knight's journey to reform the world has already become the subject of plays and stories. Kaido can only look on with a dry expression, realizing that his attempts to maintain a low profile have been largely unsuccessful. He listens as the veteran explains his new reality. Having taken responsibility for the recent defeat, the man has been stripped of his generalship and relegated to the role of a mere military instructor. Kaido, however, waves off the stiff formality, insisting that the old, familiar way of speaking is far more comfortable for them both. The former general gestures toward the door, noting that a long line of opportunistic officials has already formed in the corridor, each hoping to win the favor of the territory's new master. He asks how the young lord intends to handle the growing crowd of sycophants. Remaining at his desk, the boy decides to postpone the meetings until he can discern which of them might actually be of use. But for now, he has a more pressing destination in mind. He stands, signaling that there is a specific location he needs to visit immediately. Their journey leads them to the outskirts of the settlement, where the sprawling wooden structures of the old Rosia army barracks dominate the landscape. As the group makes their way through the grounds, the instructor questions the necessity of such a large entourage, but Hones is adamant that they cannot leave the young girl's side. Kaido walks at the head of the party, flanked by his loyal companions and the armored presence of the knight, Families. He voices a quiet concern, fearing that by not relying solely on the established knights, he might be perceived as an incompetent ruler. Hones quickly brushes his doubts aside with a cheerful smile, confidently declaring that her senior is more than capable of handling the task. The young lord offers a grateful smile in return, his spirits lifted by the unwavering support of both Hones and Miramose. Their conversation is cut short as the instructor announces that they have finally reached their destination. Before them lies a dusty training ground where a group of men are engaged in rigorous combat drills, their wooden staves clattering against shields as they hone their skills under the midday sun. Kaido and General Dulba enter the training grounds, their arrival immediately drawing the attention of the men. A soldier approaches, saluting the veteran instructor with familiarity before casting a skeptical glance at the young boy by his side, questioning who the child could possibly be. The general quickly corrects the man's ignorance, his voice booming as he introduces the boy as their newly appointed lord. The soldier's jaw drops in sheer disbelief, his finger trembling as he points at the small figure he had just dismissed. He can't contain his shock, shouting out the derogatory nickname Monkey Prince of Neti for all the gathered troops to hear. The young lord stands his ground, absorbing the insult with a stoic expression while the surrounding soldiers begin to whisper and stare in realization. Behind them, the knight in white armor is doubled over in uncontrollable laughter at the absurdity of the situation, drawing a sharp and frustrated rebuke from the dark-haired attendant who tries to maintain some semblance of decorum. The general offers a hasty apology, explaining that the men who witnessed the boy's wild, unconventional tactics in the snowy mountains have taken to calling him that. The young lord simply dismisses the concern with a wave of his hand, stating he cares little for names as long as the men are capable of fighting. He turns his attention to the gathered ranks, overhearing a soldier boast to his comrades about how close he came to striking the boy down during their previous encounter. The general watches the exchange, his expression a mix of embarrassment and anticipation. Stepping forward, the boy challenges their pride with a sharp retort, pointing out that to mock the fighting style that bested them is to mock their own failure. The general is visibly startled by the sudden, cold authority in the young ruler's voice. His words hang heavy in the air, leaving the seasoned warriors stunned into a tense silence as they realize the weight of the presence standing before them. He stands silently as Families takes charge, her voice ringing out with sharp authority as she rebukes the gathered men for their cowardice. She demands they speak their minds openly rather than whispering like children, challenging their honor as protectors of the realm. In response to her provocation, a burly soldier steps forward, his face contorted with rage as he points a finger at the young prince. He bellows that their defeat was a fluke, blaming the loss on the superior imperial weaponry and the strange, enchanted blades used by the Neti forces. The soldier's outburst ignites a chorus of agreement from his comrades, who shout that they were merely caught off guard by magic they didn't understand. General Dulba attempts to silence the man, calling him by name, but the resentment in the air is already boiling over. Observing the heated exchange, the knight commander realizes that the men are blinded by their bruised egos and are merely grasping at excuses for their failure. Beside her, the young prince watches the display of hostility with a mixture of wariness and growing realization. To resolve the tension, she steps into the center of the courtyard and announces that there is only one way to settle the dispute once and for all. The soldiers fall silent, their eyes fixed on her as she prepares to issue a challenge that will test the mettle of both sides. The weight of her words leaves the group stunned. While the soldiers look on with grim anticipation, the young prince can only stare in disbelief at the sudden turn of events. She then clarifies the terms, proposing an immediate mock battle between the prince and the vocal soldier to prove that his previous victory was no accident. She further raises the stakes by declaring that the boy will fight without the aid of any imperial weaponry, much to the soldier's delight and the prince's mounting panic. With the challenge set, practice armaments are cast onto the dirt. She gestures toward the pile, telling the boy to choose his weapon for the coming duel. The young boy sighs, realizing that Families is determined to settle the matter immediately. He hadn't come here looking for a fight, but it seems there is no other way to prove his point and silence the doubters. His hesitation only fuels the soldiers' amusement, and they erupt into mocking laughter. The burly Zubalenk taunts him further, sneering that he never intended for his craftsmanship to be handled by a mere child, but the boy's gaze sharpens as he prepares to respond to the challenge. As the signal to begin echoes through the air, the gathered knights watch with intense curiosity. The massive soldier lunges forward with a roar, but his opponent remains perfectly still, channeling his internal energy into a powerful holy art. With a sudden, blinding burst of speed, he closes the gap before his adversary can even react. The soldier barely manages to raise his wooden defense as the boy's strike descends with overwhelming force. The resulting impact is thunderous, sending a shockwave through the training grounds. This incredible display of power shatters the wooden shield instantly, the force of the blow sending the large man reeling backward through the air. He crashes into the dirt, gasping for breath and unable to rise after the single, devastating exchange. A stunned silence falls over the remaining troops as they witness the aftermath. They whisper among themselves in hushed, fearful tones, finally realizing that the young prince's strength isn't derived from his weapons, but from a terrifying power within himself. He stands amidst the aftermath of the duel, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he wonders if his display of power was perhaps too excessive. Behind him, the young princess and her attendant watch in stunned silence, while the veteran general looks on with a mixture of awe and concern. Realizing the severity of the situation, the attendant urgently calls for medical assistance to tend to the fallen soldier. Following the duel, the young prince assumes his seat of authority behind a heavy wooden desk to address the future of the military. He formally announces his intention to reappoint the veteran as general, a move intended to stabilize the ranks. Standing before him, the old warrior and two high-ranking officials listen as the decree is issued within the quiet confines of the study. This decision immediately draws sharp criticism from the two officials, who point toward the general's mangled arms as proof of his unfitness for command. They argue vehemently that a man who cannot even hold a sword has no place at the top of the military hierarchy. Seizing the opportunity, they shamelessly promote their own sons as more capable candidates for the prestigious position. The young ruler listens to their protests with a cold, analytical gaze, his expression betraying none of his thoughts. He remains unmoved by their self-serving pleas, his mind already several steps ahead of their petty political maneuvering. He counters their arguments by presenting a revolutionary concept, specialized armor designed for those with permanent injuries. He explains that if a warrior can no longer grip a weapon, the solution is simply to affix the armaments directly to their limbs. By integrating shields and blades into the armor itself, he demonstrates how a veteran's experience can be preserved on the battlefield regardless of physical limitations. Kaido gestures emphatically while speaking to General Dulba and the bald official. He argues that they need individuals who possess not only military expertise, but also the unwavering trust of the soldiers to stabilize the region. Flashing a confident thumbs up, the young prince asks the general if he can count on his support in this endeavor. Dulba responds with a sharp, formal salute, his expression resolute as he accepts the charge. The conversation shifts to technical needs, with Kaido expressing a desire to recruit skilled blacksmiths and researchers for his development department. The officials listen intently, and one of them mentions a potential candidate who comes to mind. Later, in the quiet of his study, he pores over a stack of documents. He reflects on the dire economic state of the former Racha territory, realizing that its recovery is inextricably linked to their relationship with the Empire. Elsewhere in the manor, Princess Parvera and Hones share a private moment. Hones expresses her deep concern about the delicate political balance, fearing that any misstep could lead to renewed conflict or even war. She enters Kaido's office, carrying a tray of tea, her voice gentle as she notes the deep furrow in his brow. She urges him to take a moment to rest, and he looks up, offering a weary but grateful smile. Their brief respite is shattered when Hones bursts through the door, her face flushed with urgency as she calls out to her lord. Doubled over and gasping for breath, she delivers her startling news. A high-ranking official, claiming to be a first-class administrator from the Empire, has arrived and is demanding an immediate audience. She gasps in surprise, her eyes wide as she takes in the unexpected arrival. Beside her, the young princess shares her look of stunned disbelief, both of them caught off guard by the sudden intrusion into their temporary peace. Inside the quiet study, he looks down at the steaming tea, a small sigh escaping his lips. The sound of heavy footsteps and the presence of guards outside the large double doors signal that his brief moment of respite has come to an abrupt end, as duty calls once more. The doors swing open to reveal a man with a wide, practiced smile and gleaming glasses. He offers a formal greeting, addressing the young boy as Prince Miramo's Neti, his tone dripping with a polished, bureaucratic friendliness that feels entirely out of place in the war-torn territory. He introduces himself as an executive first-class administrator, explaining that the emperor himself sent him to handle negotiations. He claims his presence is a gesture of consideration for the new, young lord, though his cheerful demeanor feels carefully calculated to mask his true intentions. While the official continues his pleasantries, the young lord stares back with a stoic expression, his mind racing. He recognizes this man and silently laments the fact that they have crossed paths once again, knowing that dealing with such a high-ranking bureaucrat will be a grueling task. Noticing the others in the room, the administrator's gaze shifts toward the armored knight and the young girl. They quickly clarify their roles, stating they are there as observers for the Holy Kingdom to ensure the prince's safety and the fairness of the proceedings, establishing a clear boundary for the upcoming talks. He accepts their presence with a dismissive nod, noting that while the Holy Kingdom's oversight is unusual, it is of no consequence to his mission. He urges everyone to move past the introductions so they can address the urgent matters at hand, his smile never wavering as he prepares to begin. With a heavy thud, he drops a massive stack of documents onto the table, explaining that since the old treaties with the fallen Racha kingdom are now void, new agreements must be forged immediately. Looking at the mountain of paperwork, the young lord realizes that his long day has only just begun, and the future of his territory rests on the fine print of these scrolls. He began by outlining the two critical issues at hand: the import and export regulations between the Empire and the Rosha region, and the massive debt inherited from the former kingdom. The administrator nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the financial burden and the necessity of addressing these points first. Continuing the negotiation, the official stated that the Empire wished to maintain the iron ore trade exactly as it had been with the previous regime. However, the young lord immediately countered, warning that such a path would only lead back to the same bankruptcy that had ruined the land before, as the previous terms were unsustainable. The administrator chuckled dismissively, questioning how the workers would survive if mining production was scaled back. With a confident smirk, the boy explained his strategy. He would simply raise the price of the ore to compensate for the lower volume, a move that would also protect the local environment from overexploitation. His eyes sparkled with ambition as he detailed his broader vision for the territory. He planned to establish entirely new industries and transition the workforce into these more sustainable sectors, projecting that the entire imperial debt could be cleared within just a few years if his economic reforms were allowed to take root. This bold declaration left the administrator visibly unsettled, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he processed the sheer scale of the proposal. Behind him, the silent knight remained a stoic observer of the shifting power dynamic, sensing the official's growing unease. Sensing the official's hesitation, the young ruler stood and invited the delegation to follow him, promising to show them the physical foundation of his plans. They moved through the stone corridors of the estate, the sound of their heavy footsteps echoing against the walls as they headed toward the heart of the administration. They soon arrived at a massive, sunlit hall that hummed with the energy of a dozen different projects. Scholars, craftsmen, and administrators were huddled over maps and blueprints, surrounded by towering shelves of records and active workstations that represented the rebirth of the region. The sight left the Imperial envoy speechless, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend the level of organization before him. Beside him, the boy simply smiled, knowing that the true work of rebuilding had only just begun and that the Empire would have no choice but to take him seriously. He leads the group through the facility, showcasing a variety of items that catch the administrator's eye. The official observes that while the designs mimic Imperial technology, they are clearly local reproductions. His gaze then shifts to a specific weapon, questioning if it is the legendary Sword of Light he has heard rumors of. Intrigued, the man in glasses draws the weapon from its sheath, feeling the weight of the craftsmanship. As the blade clears the scabbard, it begins to hum with a faint, magical resonance, confirming his suspicions about its nature. The glow intensifies, revealing a quality that rivals early Imperial magical artifacts despite being forged from simple bronze. Turning his attention to the nearby schematics, he begins to realize the depth of the research being conducted in this remote region. Upon seeing the detailed blueprints for a mass-produced magic sword, the administrator's composure finally cracks. He looks at the young prince, realizing that this facility isn't just a workshop, but a sophisticated research institute dedicated to advanced magical engineering. Stepping out into the main production floor, the boy proudly declares that the mass production of these enchanted weapons will be the cornerstone of the region's new industry. The official can only offer a stunned, hollow laugh, knowing that the Empire itself has only just mastered this technology, yet this supposedly backwater territory is already prepared for large-scale manufacturing. With a look of unwavering determination, he explains that the synergy between his own magical expertise and the legendary skill of the local blacksmiths makes this ambitious goal a reality. He is not just proposing a plan, he is demonstrating a completed revolution. The administrator's expression sours as he realizes his leverage has completely evaporated. He silently curses the young prince's brilliance, acknowledging that the situation has spiraled far beyond the Empire's initial calculations. Suddenly, the official's frustration turns into a sharp, opportunistic grin as he accepts the challenge. He declares that if the quality truly surpasses that of the Empire, they will gladly become the region's most prominent client, setting the stage for a new, more balanced era of trade. He maintains a cool, professional demeanor, explaining that his people pride themselves on being rational. Kaido watches him closely, a spark of triumph in his eyes as he realizes this deal will finally stabilize the Roshar economy. However, the path to prosperity is rarely a straight line, and even the most fortified strongholds cannot keep out the creeping shadow of bureaucracy. Inside the administrative halls, the atmosphere shifts from diplomatic success to fiscal scrutiny. An official with neatly combed hair gestures dismissively at a stack of reports, complaining that over 100 days have passed since the magic weapon project began without a single notable result. He warns that without immediate proof of progress, the research budget will be slashed. The threat of a budget cut hits hard, and Kaido can barely contain his frustration as he listens to the official's rigid stance. Despite Roshar's upward economic trend, the man refuses to allocate more funds, leaving Kaido to lament the months of debt repayment he could have cleared with that capital. Refusing to back down, the young prince slams his hands onto the desk, reminding the official that summer has only just begun. He argues passionately that there is still more than half a year to produce results, eventually forcing the bureaucrat to concede and wait for a formal report. As the official leaves, a sudden realization strikes the boy, his eyes widening in shock. The mention of the season makes him calculate the dates, and he gasps as he realizes that his own birthday has already come and gone, marking his transition from 12 to 13 years of age. Later, while sharing a quiet moment with Princess Parvera, the news of his milestone is met with a warm smile. She offers her congratulations on his 13th year and mentions that she herself recently turned 14, revealing that they both share birthdays in the early summer. She continues softly, reflecting on how others often attribute her cheerful disposition to the warmth of the season in which she was born. He listens intently, offering a gentle word of reassurance that such superstitions shouldn't weigh on her mind. He had been preoccupied with the weight of his new responsibilities, but in another part of the manor, Hones was sharing a light-hearted moment with Parvera, praising the girl's easygoing nature and how pleasant she was to be around. She reacted with a start, her eyes wide with a mix of embarrassment and surprise at the sudden, heartfelt compliment from May. Meanwhile, in the Lord's study, an administrator interrupted the quiet work to deliver an urgent message. A visitor from the kingdom of Sposard had arrived, requesting an immediate audience. His eyes widened in disbelief as the name of the visitor was spoken, Solarina Analogy, a name that clearly carried significant weight for him. The news sent a shockwave through the room. Parvera and Hones gasped in unison at the mention of the name. While he stood up abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor in his haste. She quickly recounted the famous tale of the first princess of the Neti kingdom, who had caused a massive scandal 3 years ago by marrying a commoner for love, a story that left Parvera lost in a romantic daze. He didn't hesitate for a moment, rushing toward the reception room to confirm if his elder sister had truly come to visit him. Upon entering, he found her waiting with a composed and regal air. Solarina greeted him warmly, her voice soft as she remarked on how much her little brother had grown since they were last together. She observes him with a gentle smile, remarking that he seems exactly the same as she remembers. Kaido meets her gaze, his expression a mix of nostalgia and lingering surprise at her unexpected arrival. His eyes widen in shock as he notices her rounded belly, realizing for the first time that she is pregnant. He frantically asks why she would travel in such a condition, even wondering if she had a falling out with her husband, but she only smiles enigmatically while calling him by name. Her gaze suddenly turns sharp and intimidating, casting a shadow that makes him break into a cold sweat. She asks with chilling calm if he truly believed she was the sort of woman to abandon her home over a simple domestic dispute, leaving him to marvel at her overwhelming, almost motherly authority. She then clarifies the true purpose of her journey, placing a hand on her stomach and stating that she came here for the sake of the child. Kaido is left speechless, realizing with a start that she intends to give birth right here in the Racha region. Solarina stands with a quiet grace, her hands resting gently upon her pregnant belly. She has arrived with a singular, life-altering purpose: to prepare for the birth of her child. Kaido's face contorts in sheer disbelief as he bellows a question that rings through the room. He demands to know if she truly intends to undergo labor in this very place. While the others look on at his sudden outburst, he continues his frantic protest, pointing out that the Rosha region is no place for a newborn due to the unresolved water pollution from the local mines. She remains entirely unruffled, however, coolly questioning when she ever suggested such a reckless plan. She clarifies her true intentions, explaining that for the well-being of her unborn child, she plans to utilize the newly maintained tunnels to return to the safety of Neti. This revelation leaves him stunned, as he wonders how she could have possibly known about the secret infrastructure projects. As the initial shock of her arrival begins to settle, the young princess, Miramose, steps forward with a look of deep contemplation. She asks for permission to pose a question that might be considered intrusive or overly personal. Before she can speak, he steps in to provide a formal introduction, identifying her as Princess Parvera, the second princess of the Holy Kingdom. He explains his role as her watchful attendant, a duty tied to his possession of a sacred dagger, while the princess offers a respectful bow. She then finds her voice, expressing her sincere belief that the arrival of a child is a monumental milestone that a husband and wife should experience together. Her expression is one of genuine concern as she considers the weight of such an event. Looking directly at the expectant mother, she asks if it isn't incredibly heart-wrenching to journey toward a birth where the one she loves will not be there to support her. The room falls silent as the weight of the question hangs in the air, reflected in the older woman's steady, thoughtful gaze. She listens intently as the princess describes the harsh climate of the desert kingdom of Supposado, where the blistering heat of the day is replaced by a bone-chilling cold once the sun sets. In response to her concern, the expectant mother explains that any personal loneliness is a small price to pay for her child's safety, revealing the tragic reality that many newborns perish in the desert's unforgiving nights. Moved by her words, the young girl offers her thanks, glad to be in the company of such good people, even as the knight's standing guard mentions a certain heaviness in the air. As she speaks, the young boy is distracted by the knight's remark, causing him to wonder if the warrior is referring to the princess's burden or perhaps the literal weight of the silver armor she wears. Noticing his gaze, the warrior assures him that her plate is as light as a feather, a claim that leaves the boy looking quite unconvinced as he stares at the heavy metal. Despite her explanation, he remains skeptical and shifts the conversation back to their mission, inquiring about their departure for Neti. Hearing his question, she clarifies that they won't be leaving just yet, as she has already arranged for them to stay put until a proper escort arrives from Neti to retrieve them. Because of her revelation, a loud cry of disbelief resonates through the sturdy walls of the castle, echoing the shock of the unexpected delay. He sits at his desk, sighing as he mutters about people arriving before their official documentation. The heavy wooden doors of the study remain closed for now, but the anticipation of the meeting weighs on him. Inside the well-appointed room, the princess sits gracefully, praising her husband's ability to make swift decisions, a trait she clearly admires. Across from her, the young marshal listens with a weary expression, politely acknowledging her affectionate praise while focusing on the business at hand. She continues with a smile, inquiring about commissioning custom-made weapons from the renowned blacksmiths of the Laksha region as a gift for her spouse. He nods in agreement, promising to facilitate an introduction to a master craftsman who can fulfill such a prestigious request. Their conversation is briefly interrupted when the attendant enters, carefully carrying a tray of tea. The princess immediately takes note of the girl's attire, asking if she hails from the kingdom of Neti, which causes the servant to jump in surprise. The young woman frantically waves her hands, insisting she is merely a lowly errand girl and far from the professional secretary the princess assumed her to be. She expresses her deep gratitude for the generous wages she receives, even though she feels they far exceed her current contributions. Hearing this, the marshal nearly chokes on his tea, his face turning red as the princess playfully teases him about using his wealth to bind young women to his service. He quickly defends himself, sputtering that he is simply providing a fair salary for the administrative work she performs. As the atmosphere settles, she takes a refined sip of her tea and shifts the topic to the state of the mountain tunnels on the Neti border, noting that they seem incomplete. He explains that while the paths are clear of monsters and safe for foot travel, they're not yet wide or stable enough to accommodate heavy carriages. Her expression turns slightly more serious as she mentions having already informed her father that the route would be fully operational by the summer. This revelation sends a wave of nervous sweat down his brow as he realizes the immense pressure now placed on the construction timeline. He listens as Solarina discusses the political shifts back in Neti, noting that the task of choosing the next marshal might have been passed to her brothers, Sarkajimo or Vashika. She muses that her absence has fundamentally changed her homeland, while he calculates the grueling 20-day timeline ahead, realizing that any delay is now unavoidable. Abruptly ending the discussion, she stands with an air of command, announcing her intent to visit the blacksmith she had commissioned. Her sudden decisiveness catches her attendants off guard, leaving them to scramble in her wake as she prepares to depart. With a playful wink, she demands a map be drawn immediately, asserting that she must keep herself in peak condition for the trials ahead. He can only shout after her, promising to arrange a proper escort while she marches toward her next objective with infectious energy. Shortly thereafter, the group assembles in the sun-drenched courtyard, where the princess prepares for her excursion. She informs those gathered that she will be stepping out for a short while, her presence commanding the attention of the knights and servants alike. Before she can leave, he offers a flurry of cautious advice, pleading with her to be mindful of what she eats and to refrain from any impulsive shopping trips. She offers a serene smile, assuring him that his concerns have been heard and understood. Turning her attention to the mounted knight, she confirms that the warrior and her steed will be providing protection. The knight remains stoic, her duty clear as she prepares to lead the way through the city gates. The knight explains that her horse, Nero Tiora, possesses a keen sense for detecting the scent of mineral poisons, a vital asset for the princess's safety. Nearby, young Miramose offers a humble apology for her earlier conduct, expressing a desire to grow closer to the princess. As they prepare to move, the knight further reassures the group that she can utilize holy magic to sustain the horse's stamina during their journey. He watches on, deeply impressed by the revelation of such powerful mystical support for their upcoming task. He waves a final farewell as the carriage and its escort disappear into the distance, leaving him to the quiet of the estate. Turning back toward the imposing stone structure of the administrative building, the young prince sighs, steeling himself for the bureaucratic battles ahead. Inside the office, he is greeted by the stern General Dulba, who inquires about the purpose of his visit. He explains that while road maintenance is on track, the summer harvest is reaching its peak, and reports have surfaced of local lords attempting to bypass established trade routes to hoard profits. As the veteran general prepares a drink, the boy elaborates on his plan, suggesting they dispatch a few knowledgeable officials to the troubled regions. He notes that subtly mentioning the Holy Kingdom's disapproval might provide the necessary leverage to ensure cooperation without overt force. Leaning in closer to ensure their conversation remains private, he whispers a more sensitive detail, cautioning that this particular information must remain confidential for the time being. The general's expression darkens as he warns that seeds of rebellion are beginning to sprout in various territories, advising the young lord to put their most trusted soldiers on high alert. In response to the growing tension, the prince remains firm, instructing that should an uprising occur, the troops must strictly adhere to the suppression protocols he has already distributed. Looking out over the grounds, he wonders if his anxieties are perhaps overblown, but the general concedes that the rapid pace of their reforms has inevitably created friction across the land. While he remained preoccupied with matters of state, his sister Solarina was attended to by her maids. They discussed the political climate, noting that the decision not to punish the knights who supported the recent reforms served as a powerful validation of their new direction. She was not the only one considering the future, as her brother shared a quiet moment with General Dulba to speak of the shifting tides of loyalty and the weight of the choices they had made to stabilize the realm. Their efforts were already being felt in the countryside, where a bridge destroyed long ago had been rebuilt in a matter of days. Villagers crossed it with newfound ease, grateful for the restored infrastructure and the heightened security that now guarded their daily lives. They continued their discussion over a meal back at the castle, where Dulba vowed that any spark of rebellion would be extinguished before it could catch fire. Seizing the moment, the boy proposed opening his private training sessions with families to the rest of the garrison. The general's expression tightened at the suggestion, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he considered the terrifying prospect. He knew all too well that, aside from the Lord himself, there wasn't a soldier in the land brave enough to willingly cross blades with such a formidable opponent. He wasn't the only one concerned with the boy's progress. A few days later, Solarina and Hones watched from the terrace as the rhythmic clatter of practice weapons echoed through the air during another grueling lesson. They watched as the young prince lunged forward with a fierce battle cry, pouring every ounce of his determination into a desperate strike. He moved with a speed born of weeks of relentless practice, aiming to finally land a blow. His ambition was met with the cold reality of Families' superior skill. She parried his attack with effortless precision, the force of the deflection sending him reeling as she prepared to deliver a stinging counter-lesson. She continues to press him, her voice sharp as she commands him never to stop moving. Kaido grunts in response, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he acknowledges the instruction while struggling to maintain his offensive. Because of this relentless pressure, he lunges forward with a desperate strike. But the knight effortlessly sidesteps the blow, her movements a blur of practiced grace compared to his raw effort. The gap in their skill is written across their faces. While she remains cold and analytical, his eyes widen in a moment of sudden realization as he finds himself overextended and vulnerable. Moments later, the two combatants reset their positions in the center of the courtyard, observed from a distance by Solarina and Hones. The princess notes with a hint of surprise that Kaido hasn't been immediately overwhelmed, though the struggle is evident. As the dust settles, she questions why he hesitated, pointing out that he had a perfect opening to strike. Kaido, sweating and frustrated, can only stare back, his mind racing to process the missed opportunity. He admits that he was trying to lure her into a trap with a feint, but she counters sternly, explaining that such an obvious ploy would never work against an experienced opponent. She reminds him that even when her posture seems broken, she retains the composure to strike back instantly. Undeterred by the critique, he charges once more with a defiant shout, pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into a final, desperate rush toward the armored woman. The clash is violent and decisive, as her blade meets his with a thunderous impact that sends a shockwave through the air, once again halting his momentum with absolute authority. He is thrown back by the sheer force of the impact, his small frame nearly buckling under the weight of the knight's defense. Despite his efforts to counter, he finds himself completely overwhelmed by the relentless pressure of her follow-up. Scrambling to regain his footing, the young prince desperately tries to put distance between them, realizing that his current approach is failing and he cannot survive another close-quarters clash. His eyes widen in shock as he sees her razor blade, a sudden surge of intensity radiating from her that signals a far more powerful strike is coming, leaving him with no room to escape. A devastating shockwave tears through the earth toward the young boy. His mentor's voice rings out, declaring that for those of smaller stature, the only path to survival lies in mastering close-quarters combat. He leaps aside, just in time, the ground erupting where he stood moments before. He knows that failing to evade such a strike would mean certain death. Seeing him clear the blast, the knight notes his remarkable growth, observing that he has finally learned to anticipate the flying slash she has used throughout their sessions. He collapses to his knees, gasping for air while their companions watch the intense display from a safe distance. She sheathes her blade with a look of mild disappointment, the metallic click of the crossguard meeting the scabbard punctuating the silence. The warrior explains that because this is merely practice, she has been intentionally striking the ground to make the trajectory of her slashes visible to him. He stares up at her, stunned by the revelation of her restraint. She continues her critique, stating bluntly that she wouldn't even need to draw her sword to end a real confrontation in an instant. He can only watch her back, sweat pouring down his face as the weight of her words sinks in. She watches him as he hangs his head, overwhelmed by the realization of the chasm between his self-taught techniques and the true power of the Holy Kingdom's arts. He is unaware that despite her harsh words, she privately acknowledges his status as a natural talent before asking if he has reached his limit. He looks up, startled, as she dismisses her previous thought and prepares to conclude the day's lesson. He continues his relentless training, swinging his blade with a grit that belies his age, refusing to stop until he masters the techniques. Watching from a distance, the princess and her attendant observe his progress, their expressions softening as they witness his dedication. Their conversation turns to the boy's rare talent as a natural user of divine arts, a gift so potent it could bypass the need for traditional magical catalysts. They weigh the implications, noting how such a discovery would surely reach the king's ears and prompt a swift, calculated response. Inside the quiet of the palace, the attendants suggest that the king likely intends to bind the boy to the Holy Kingdom through marriage, ensuring his powerful bloodline remains within their borders. The word marriage hangs in the air, causing the princess to freeze, her eyes widening as a flush of heat rises to her cheeks. She becomes visibly flustered, clutching her face in shock as the attendant explains the cold logic of statecraft. The king desires to proliferate divine arts users, and bringing the boy into the family as a son-in-law to produce many heirs is a logical step. Overwhelmed by the sudden weight of these political machinations, the princess reels, while her attendant calmly points out that since he is a prince of a foreign land, a union with the Holy Kingdom's royalty is almost an inevitability. Despite her initial shock, a subtle change crosses her features, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips as she contemplates the reality of the situation. She gazes at the young boy, her cheeks flushed with a sudden, intense realization. The thought of a shared destiny between them begins to take root in her mind, overwhelming her with its implications. As she watches him, her mind drifts back to their time in the Neti Kingdom. Back then, he was a child consumed by the study of magic, and the sight of him wielding a blade was something she could never have imagined. She continues her explanation to her surprised companion, noting that despite being the youngest and lacking formal royal training, he had mastered the arcane arts entirely through his own initiative. She reflects on how his unpredictable nature has always left others in awe, recalling letters from her father, King Chorex, detailing the boy's rapid rise to martial and his string of improbable military victories. While these leaders discuss his diplomatic triumphs and territorial gains, the young marshal himself feels a sudden, inexplicable chill. He senses that he has become the center of a conversation far beyond his current concerns. He lunges forward with a desperate strike, only to be effortlessly parried and sent crashing into the dirt by the knight's superior technique. He pushes himself up, eyes burning with defiance as he demands another round, refusing to yield despite the obvious gap in their skill. While he continues his grueling practice, the women observe that even the stoic knight seems to have taken a liking to him, acknowledging that his stubborn refusal to quit is a trait he has possessed since childhood. The young lord's eyes widen in shock as the report of an armed uprising reaches his ears. He sits behind his massive desk, listening as the administrator confirms the rebellion in the Kambara region. It is a grim realization, a prediction he had hoped would never come to pass regarding General Dulba's situation. As the official details the initial troop movements, the boy cuts in with decisive authority. He commands that orders be sent to all neighboring garrisons to maintain a strict watch and prevent the insurrection from spreading like wildfire. He thrusts a completed set of written instructions toward the startled man. The administrator can barely hide his amazement at how quickly the young master has processed the crisis and formulated a counter-strategy. With the official gone, the weight of leadership finally shows on his face as he stares down at his desk, looking genuinely burdened by the unfolding chaos. This rare moment of vulnerability is broken when Hones enters the room, teasingly noting that he doesn't look troubled in the slightest. He shoots her a sharp, unamused glance, clearly irritated by her timing. From the shadows of the doorway, Solarina observes the exchange with a knowing smile. She remarks on his remarkable composure, seeing this crisis as the ultimate test of his capabilities as a ruler. She turns to Families, reflecting on the tragedy of the situation where commoners feel forced to gamble their lives against the crown. Despite the strength of the royal guard, she finds the rebels' desperate resolve both pitiable and a sign of deep-seated unrest. She observes the young prince as he sits in the quiet room, seemingly detached from the gravity of the reports. While the administrator praises Princess Parvara's kindness, the boy's mind is elsewhere, noting the strange contrast between the peaceful atmosphere and the news of an armed uprising. Her thoughts drift to the Kambara region, a territory whose strategic value shifted dramatically with the opening of the new tunnel. Previously, the mountain paths were the only trade routes, but the new passage has rendered the old ways, and the tolls collected there, obsolete. There, General Dulba stands amidst his men, his expression one of utter bewilderment at the scene before him. He had arrived expecting a fierce struggle, only to find the conflict already resolved. He surveys the aftermath of a battle that ended almost as soon as it began, with the rebels already disarmed and subdued. The efficiency of the strike is evident in the way the insurgents lie defeated on the dirt, overseen by a handful of disciplined soldiers. The veteran commander is approached by one of his subordinates, who confirms that the suppression is complete. It seems the Monkey Prince had sent an advance force that arrived long before the main army could even mobilize. They discuss the failed coup, realizing the local lords were driven to desperation after losing their lucrative toll revenues to the new mountain pass. Their attempt to reclaim power through force was a gamble that failed spectacularly against Kaido's foresight. Despite the bitterness of being late to the fray, He admits that the prince's ability to mobilize and strike so quickly will serve as a powerful deterrent against future treason. The speed of the response proved that the crown's reach is swifter than any rebel could anticipate. Satisfied that the region is secure, the commander leaves the remaining cleanup to his trusted officer and prepares his unit for withdrawal. The crisis has been averted, leaving only the administrative task of restoring order to the Kambara region. He is interrupted by the frantic calls of a soldier searching for him. The man's voice carries a sense of urgency as he scans the area for the general's presence. Turning toward the commotion, the veteran commander watches as a messenger gallops into the camp, shouting that he carries an express dispatch from Prince Miramos. The arrival of the rider draws the immediate attention of those nearby, including the burly Zubalan. They quickly review the contents of the message, which details a dire situation. Water pollution flowing from the Rosha region is causing widespread illness among the citizens of the Ambitus Kingdom. The gravity of the environmental crisis is etched onto their faces as they process the implications. The men's grim discovery is soon overshadowed by a formal declaration of war from Prince Spellbeard, the first prince of the Ambitus royal family. Kaido can only watch in stunned silence, his eyes wide with the realization that the political landscape has just shifted violently toward conflict. A carriage rolls down a dusty path, escorted by a knight at the reins. It is the beginning of the long journey back from Neti, the wheels churning steadily against the earth. Inside the cabin, Hones leans forward, her face etched with concern as the vehicle jolts over a bump. She asks Princess Solarina if she is holding up all right despite the rough ride, but the princess offers only a gentle, reassuring smile, telling her faithful attendant that there is no need for worry. She reflects on the carriage itself, noting how its design minimizes the bumps, a testament to the care her brother, Kaido, has for her comfort. She expresses regret for not being able to say a proper farewell before leaving Neti, but the sudden, aggressive declaration of war from Ambitus forced their hand. Hones clenches her fists with youthful optimism, declaring that Prince Miramos will surely handle the situation with ease. Solarina chuckles softly at the girl's enthusiasm, yet a shadow of doubt crosses her face. The timing of Ambitus' move, coming exactly as the road construction finished, feels far too calculated to be a coincidence. Far from the royal carriage, a long line of supply wagons and mounted soldiers snakes through a desolate, rocky canyon, the dust of their mobilization rising into the dry air. He studies a map spread out before him, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Zubalank stands by as Kaido traces the borders of Ambitus, a nation situated at the southern entrance of the Rosha region, noting that their declaration of war followed the rebellion in Canberra with suspicious speed. They discuss the possibility that Ambitus was pulling the strings behind the local uprising all along, using it as a distraction. It seems far too convenient for them to claim the river was poisoned as a pretext for war just as the internal chaos reached its peak. He remains skeptical of their stated motives, concluding that the excuse of poisoned water lacks any logical foundation. To him, the reality is much simpler. Ambitus is a nation driven by pure, unadulterated greed, looking for any excuse to expand its borders into neighboring territories. He listens intently as the administrator explains the blatant extortion being practiced by Ambitus. The Southern Kingdom has declared war on a nation already crippled by internal strife, offering to withdraw only in exchange for a massive payout. It is a transparent shakedown, and the young lord can't help but voice his concern that a breakdown in talks might lead to an immediate, full-scale assault. Nearby, the Knight of the Holy Kingdom remains steadfast, her presence a calming influence amidst the rising tension. She assures him that the truth will inevitably surface, and that the upcoming pre-war negotiations will serve as the crucible in which Ambitus' true intentions are laid bare. The setting for this critical encounter is a desolate buffer zone, a vast, empty expanse of rolling hills situated between the Rosha region and the borders of Ambitus. In the center of this no-man's land, a single, modest tent has been erected to house the representatives of the two clashing powers. Outside the temporary structure, the air is thick with unspoken hostility as the opposing forces stand in silent formation. On one side, the soldiers of Ambitus, clad in their distinctive turbans and light desert gear, are their counterparts, the heavily armored knights of Rosha, whose visors remain closed and inscrutable. Within the confines of the tent, the atmosphere is equally strained as the mediator takes her place at the head of the table. Positioned as a neutral party, she looks between the two delegations and formally asks if both sides are prepared to proceed with the negotiation without objection. The first to respond is the eldest prince of Ambitus, who sits with an air of arrogant confidence, his arms crossed over his patterned robes. He identifies himself as Spellbeard and, with a sharp, decisive tone, confirms that he has no objections to the proceedings. Across from him, the young lord of Rosha maintains a focused, professional demeanor as he offers his own introduction. Identifying himself as Miramos Neti, He matches the prince's resolve, stating clearly that he is also ready to begin the dialogue. With the formalities concluded, the mediator signals for the discussion to commence. Seizing the initiative, the young lord immediately presents a document detailing a comprehensive health survey conducted along the upper reaches of the disputed river, striking at the heart of Ambitus' flimsy pretext for war. He continues his logical assault, pointing out the lack of any reported health issues among the populace. He argues that if mineral toxins were truly flowing from the mountains, it would be physically impossible for the water to be poisoned downstream, while remaining perfectly safe and pure upstream. Hearing this, the Prince of Ambitus lets out a sharp laugh, seemingly impressed by the boy's directness. He remarks that he hadn't expected the little brother of the household to step forward so quickly, but admits that having someone who understands the situation so rapidly is quite helpful. The young negotiator remains focused, his mind racing as he considers the movements of General Dulba's forces in the Canberra region. He realizes that by representing the Rosha territory himself, he can bypass much of the usual diplomatic red tape, though the prince seems caught off guard by the mention of his sibling status. A heavy silence falls between them as they lock eyes, the air thick with unspoken challenges. Breaking the tension, he pushes a document across the table, insisting they bring this farce of a negotiation to a swift conclusion. He bluntly states that their claims are either lies or misunderstandings, but there is a far more pressing matter he needs to confirm. The prince leans forward, his expression darkening as he reaches out a hand in a demanding gesture. He ignores the talk of water and toxins, instead demanding the return of Princess Solarina, who he claims is being held within their borders. This sudden demand leaves him reeling, his mind flashing to an image of his elegant sister. He had come prepared to argue about river pollution and prevent a senseless war, only to find himself blindsided by an accusation of kidnapping. Seeing the boy's confusion, the prince repeats himself with cold authority, asking if he was not heard. He remains adamant that Solarina must be returned, while the young lord struggles to find his voice, shouting that his sister has nothing to do with this conflict and demanding to know what return could possibly mean. He slams his fist onto the table, his face contorted in disbelief at the absurdity of the demand. Across from him, the Prince of Ambitus remains unmoved, coldly stating that while the princess may despise him, that personal matter is entirely separate from the current conflict. Suddenly, the prince erupts with a fervent intensity, his eyes wide and his voice booming as he declares that Solarina is the woman destined to be his wife. This revelation leaves the young marshal reeling, his mind racing to make sense of the madness. He questions the validity of the poison water claim, suspecting it was merely a convenient lie. The prince, however, doubles down, demanding that Solarina be brought before him immediately to resolve the matter, leaving the boy to realize he has been lured into a trap designed solely to reach the princess. The prince's obsession traces back to a fateful winter banquet, where he first laid eyes on the princess. She was the picture of grace and refinement, her beauty so striking that he decided in that moment she would be his, regardless of the cost. Disgust washes over the young marshal as the truth sinks in. This man has ignited a bloody war and risked countless lives, all for the sake of claiming a single woman. Elsewhere, the realization hits Hones with the force of a physical blow, her face draining of color as she grasps the terrifying reality. The Prince of Ambitus isn't just a political rival. He is a predator actively hunting the princess. Within the safety of their carriage, she calmly explains the depth of the prince's obsession to her attendant. She reveals that she had been marked as his target long before reaching the Raksha region, with his agents constantly hounding her steps. She now suspects that even the recent rebellion was an orchestrated attempt to seize her. She continues, noting that the prince's initial schemes were only thwarted by the timely intervention of Miramos. Driven to desperation by his failures, the prince finally resorted to the fabricated claim of poisoned water as a desperate pretext for an all-out invasion. She listens as Hones asks with a look of disbelief if she had truly done something to provoke the prince to such an extent. In response, the princess recounts the cold reality of their past encounters, explaining how she had flatly rejected his marriage proposal and returned every lavish gift he sent. She hadn't stopped there. She had even critiqued the hollow, academic nature of his poetry, telling him to express his own soul rather than merely reciting what he had been taught. This admission leaves Hones stunned, while the princess herself looks down with a heavy heart, lamenting that she should have shared this truth with Kaido much sooner, even if it meant being hated for the trouble she caused. She continues, her expression softening into one of simple indifference as she admits that she never felt even a spark of interest in a man, leaving her with no choice but to be blunt. Her resolve is as firm as the elegant garment she wears, a testament to a woman who refuses to be bought or swayed by empty gestures of wealth. Meanwhile, far from the quiet of the palace, Prince Spellbeard throws his head back in a manic laugh, declaring to Kaido that the greater the challenge, the sweeter the eventual victory will be. He demands that the boy bring the princess to him immediately, but Kaido stands his ground, retorting that he has no obligation to do so, and revealing that his sister has already departed for the capital of Neti. The young prince's voice rises in a desperate shout as he makes it clear that he will not allow any harm to come to his sister or the child she is carrying. Upon hearing this revelation, the prince's face contorts into a mask of dark, simmering rage, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous whisper as he demands to know exactly what was just said. He clenches his fist until the knuckles turn white, the news of Solarina's pregnancy acting like a spark in a powder keg. Nearby, Kaido urgently calls for the negotiations to be halted, his voice strained as he realizes the peaceful return he envisioned has vanished. The prince's fury erupts in a deafening roar that shakes the very air, his disbelief at the existence of a child manifesting as a violent surge of energy. Kaido recoils from the sheer intensity of the outburst, papers and debris scattering in the wake of the royal's uncontrolled rage. Driven by a singular, obsessive purpose, he bellows orders to his men to retrieve the princess and bring forth his mount. His eyes burn with a terrifying resolve as he declares that anyone standing in his way is now a mortal enemy. As the camp descends into chaos, Kaido struggles to find his footing, his face etched with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Behind him, Hones watches the unfolding disaster with wide, trembling eyes, the sudden shift from diplomacy to war catching them both off guard. Across the vast, dusty plains, the Ambitus army surges forward like a tidal wave of steel and sand. The thunderous beat of thousands of marching feet signals the beginning of a conflict fueled by a single man's wounded pride. He stares at the approaching horde, the horrifying truth finally sinking in. A full-scale war is being ignited by nothing more than personal spite. The weight of the situation leaves him momentarily paralyzed as he realizes the sheer scale of the impending bloodshed. Acting quickly, Famili secures Princess Parvura, her movements precise and urgent as she prepares to spirit the girl away from the front lines. Kaido shouts for them to go first, knowing that the princess's safety is paramount even as the enemy closes in. With the camp being dismantled in a frantic rush, he turns to follow, his heart hammering against his ribs. The time for words has passed, and now only the desperate race for survival remains as the dust of the charging army rises on the horizon. The boy's eyes widen in shock as he spots cavalry approaching. They aren't on horses, but strange, ostrich-like creatures with long necks and powerful legs. Rakutaku, realizing they can't outrun the beasts on foot, he urgently calls out to the administrator. He needs a magic staff to buy some time, as the pursuers are closing in fast. He grabs the offered implement, his mind racing. He begins the incantation, focusing his will to transform a spark into a roaring flame, shaping it into a sphere. With a determined shout, he unleashes the spell, Eustas Sperica. A massive fireball hurtles toward the ground behind them, intended to create a barrier of heat and light. The impact creates a violent explosion of dust and fire. He glances back, hoping the sudden blast will at least make the creatures flinch or hesitate. However, the soldiers and their mounts charge straight through the billowing smoke without slowing down. He realizes with a sinking feeling that these desert-dwelling creatures are accustomed to magical threats and won't be easily deterred. Since a simple explosion failed, he decides to change tactics. He begins a new chant, visualizing the fire not as a blunt force, but as a living, twisting serpent of flame. He cries out the name of the new spell, Injimvikara. A long, undulating snake of fire erupts from his staff, lashing out toward the relentless pursuers. He watches as the fire snakes weave through the air, creating a chaotic and deadly barrier. The resulting inferno erupts into a massive wall of flame, effectively halting the pursuit of the desert riders. Seizing the moment, the pair sprints across the dusty plain toward the safety of the waiting infantry lines. They finally reach the ranks of their allies, where the administrator collapses in relief, admitting he thought their end had come. Once he catches his breath, the boy urgently asks about the princess's whereabouts, and the administrator reassures him that she is safe atop the great horse, Nero Tiora. Standing amidst the armored vanguard, the dark-clad knight declares that the time has come to focus their efforts on punishing the insolent invaders. Drawing her blade with a flourish, the white-armored knight proclaims that the Ambitus Kingdom's unprovoked aggression and atrocities are an undeniable evil. She identifies herself as Famili's Terrastagerd, a knight of the Holy Kingdom, and vows to put an end to their injustice. With a thunderous cry, the soldiers surge forward as she commands them to fight with all their might and crush the enemy. She leads the charge, the clash of steel ringing out as her knights collide with the desert warriors of Ambitus in a chaotic melee. Turning to the young prince, she commands him to seek out Prince Spellbeard while she holds the line against the advancing horde. Kaido nods firmly, acknowledging the weight of the task before sprinting toward the heart of the conflict. As he races across the battlefield, the enemy soldiers quickly identify him as Prince Miramos. They roar to their comrades, desperate to prevent him from reaching their leader. The boy draws his blade, the steel catching the light as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation. Behind him, an ambitus commander barks orders to encircle the young royal, even as Kaido silently laments that he hasn't yet mastered the advanced divine arts he was taught. He finds himself suddenly hemmed in by 5 warriors, his eyes widening at the overwhelming odds. Despite the pressure, he moves with practiced grace, parrying blows and weaving through the coordinated assault. His attackers are relentless, shouting to one another to maintain their momentum and drain his stamina through a series of calculated, rhythmic strikes. Kaido grinds his teeth, feeling the weight of every parry as the skirmish intensifies. High above the fray, a hidden observer watches the struggle, musing that while they had hoped to save a particular surprise for Families, the situation now demands a more direct intervention. Suddenly, one of the surrounding soldiers is thrown back by a powerful impact. Seizing the opening, Kaido focuses his energy, determined to dispel the divine enchantments, empowering his foe's limbs and turn the tide of the lopsided duel. He unleashes a powerful, dark-infused strike that sends the first wave of attackers flying. The impact is violent, tossing men and horses aside like leaves in a storm. This display of power is the result of a rare harmony between divine arts and traditional magic, a duality that manifests as a shimmering, obsidian edge on his blade. Seeing their comrades fall, the remaining cavalrymen try to maintain their composure, shouting for the others not to panic. They recognize the threat now, realizing they are facing a magic-infused blade that defies their expectations. Before they can reorganize, the young prince stays low, darting across the churned earth with predatory speed. He catches another soldier off guard, the sheer force of his movement leaving the man with no time to react as the dark blade finds its mark. Skidding to a halt amidst the dust and chaos, he maintains his balance, his eyes already scanning for the next target. With a fierce determination burning in his gaze, he bellows that only 3 opponents remain between him and his goal. In the reflection of his focused eye, the silhouette of the final obstacle, the prince himself, looms, waiting for the inevitable confrontation. The ambitus cavalry retreats in a flurry of dust, their ostrich-like mounts kicking up earth as they flee. One soldier bellows for the others to keep moving, his eyes fixed on the prize they still hope to claim, Princess Solarina. He watches the distant cloud of dust with a sinking feeling, realizing the gap between him and the kidnappers is widening rapidly. Gritting his teeth, the young prince calculates his options. While his divine arts allow him to run with incredible speed, even that won't be enough to overtake the swift mounts of the desert warriors, and the carriage horses are far too slow to be of any use. His gaze shifts momentarily to the fallen form of Solarina, her stillness fueling a desperate urgency within him as he realizes that letting the enemy escape now could mean losing her forever. Suddenly, the thunder of hooves interrupts his thoughts as a familiar white-armored figure gallops into the fray, pulling her powerful dark steed to a skidding halt beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, she commands him to take her horse, Nero Tora, and pursue the fleeing kidnappers, her eyes reflecting the same grim determination that now burns in his own. The ambitus cavalry, mounted on their swift, flightless birds, gallops across the stone bridge in a disciplined formation. Leading the charge, Prince Spellbeard bellows for his men to maintain their momentum, announcing their entry into the Rosha region. His command is interrupted by a frantic warning from a scout, who reports that pursuers have appeared on their tail, causing the prince to glance back in alarm. Emerging from the dust, a lone rider on a powerful black stallion thunders forward, closing the gap with incredible speed. He grips the reins of Nero Tiora tightly, urging Families to keep pace as they press the pursuit, his face set in grim determination. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos of the retreating army, Princess Parvera suddenly appears on the field, her presence drawing cries of concern from the nearby soldiers who fear for her safety. Seeing her, he turns back to Families, his voice strained as he insists they must continue the chase despite the new complication. They share a brief, silent moment of understanding, the weight of their mission reflected in their eyes as they prepare for the next move. He looked toward the princess with concern, but she quickly reassured him of her safety, noting that the powerful horse had already dispersed the immediate threats. Relieved that she was unharmed, he realized they couldn't afford to linger in the open for long. Beside them, Nero Tora snorted impatiently, his eyes fixed on the retreating enemy, as if he were just as eager as his rider to continue the hunt. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the royal guard, who urged the princess to return to the safety of the camp, warning her of the grave danger she had placed herself in by wandering so far from the lines. As the soldiers began to escort her away, the young prince mounted his steed, jokingly asking her to smooth things over with Families before galloping off into the fray with her spirited encouragement ringing in his ears. With a thunderous burst of speed, the horse tore across the plains, a blur of power that left the surrounding troops in the dust. The sight of the charging beast sent a shockwave through the ambitus ranks, their soldiers shouting in disbelief at a speed that defied nature as they scrambled to form a desperate blockade. They braced themselves, weapons leveled, roaring that they would never allow anyone to reach Prince Spellbeard, but the momentum of the charge seemed unstoppable. Gritting his teeth, the boy leaned forward, his focus narrowing to a single point as he prepared to shatter the enemy line. He finds that while evading the incoming spears is manageable, the sheer speed of the charge makes any offensive maneuver nearly impossible. Because the horse's movements are so violent, he is forced to use all his strength and magic just to keep from being thrown from the saddle. He pleads with the beast to steady its gait, realizing that at this rate, a counterattack is out of the question. In response to his request, the stallion let out a sharp, dismissive snort, leaving the young rider stunned by the blatant rejection. This stubborn pride reminds him of the horse's mistress, Families. It is as if the animal is silently mocking his lack of skill, much like she might. Accepting the challenge, he adjusts his position and decides on a new approach, whispering to the creature that he understands. Since the horse refuses to follow his lead, he resolves to simply stay out of its way and let it run as it pleases. As they close the distance, an ambitus soldier atop a camel prepares to intercept them, spear level. Without slowing down, the powerful warhorse slams directly into the opposition, the sheer force of the impact shattering the enemy's line and sending man and beast tumbling through the air. It continues its relentless advance, the massive beast's hooves crushing everything in its path. A camel and its rider are swept aside like chaff in the wind as the dark stallion barrels through the desert sands, leaving only destruction in its way. It carries the young boy who, clinging to the reins, closes his eyes and mutters a frantic prayer, his voice barely audible over the thunder of hooves. The horse snorts, its head tossing as it maintains its breakneck pace, seemingly unfazed by the chaos. He marvels at the sheer power beneath him, realizing that this creature is far more reliable than he ever imagined. The stallion's strength seems bottomless as they tear across the battlefield, filling the boy with a newfound sense of confidence. His cry is drowned out as a massive plume of dust erupts behind them, a testament to the force of their charge. The boy lets out a startled cry as the world becomes a blur of motion and grit, the sheer speed of the horse nearly throwing him from the saddle. Their charge is watched by the prince, whose expression hardens with a mix of sweat and growing concern. He quickly realizes that a single rider will not be enough to halt this momentum and barks orders for his men to form a larger blockade, demanding that at least 3 riders coordinate to stop the beast. He barks orders, but the boy and his mount see the enemy closing in from all sides, their blades glinting in the sun. Reacting instantly, the boy shouts for his mount to evade the incoming strike, desperate to maintain their speed. They respond with a powerful surge of the stallion's hind legs, leaping high into the air and soaring over the heads of the startled soldiers. The desert warriors can only watch in disbelief as the massive beast defies gravity, its shadow passing over them like a dark omen. It leaps high, and the boy's face is contorted in a fierce battle cry as they hang in the air for a fleeting second. Below, the enemy's eyes widen in terror as the heavy, iron-shod hooves prepare to descend once more, promising a crushing impact upon land. The powerful steed crashes down with bone-shattering force, its heavy hooves crushing an ambitus soldier deep into the dirt. He maintains a firm, unwavering grip on the reins, his eyes wide with intense focus as blood sprays from the impact of their charge. The horse gallops forward with relentless, terrifying momentum. Seeing this sudden carnage, the desert riders recoil in terror, cursing the beast as a literal monster that defies their expectations. The young prince quickly assesses the chaotic battlefield, realizing that throwing his weapons aimlessly would be a waste of effort. He needs a more calculated, decisive strike. Leaning low against the horse's neck to minimize resistance, he urges the creature onward, cutting through the air like a spear aimed at the heart of the enemy. Prince Spellbeard watches in disbelief as the boy and his mount close the distance with impossible speed. Kaido notices that Nero Tiora is intentionally slowing down to stay in perfect sync with Families, a level of tactical awareness that deeply impresses him. With a roar of effort, he plunges into the heart of the enemy formation, scattering the panicked guards like leaves in a storm. As the defensive line breaks under the pressure, a desperate cry for the prince echoes through the chaos of the crumbling battlefield. They are in disarray, and their leader, Prince Spellbeard, grimaces as he realizes the situation has slipped from his control. He mutters to himself that things aren't going as smoothly as he'd hoped, his confidence wavering for the first time. The prince's face contorts with stress as his loyal guards rush to his side, their voices filled with concern as they check on his safety amidst the chaos of the breach. They urge him to stay back while they attempt to reform their lines. Seeing the opening, Kaido urges his mount forward while Families leads the charge, her voice ringing out with a fierce declaration that she will allow no one to block her path. She commands the enemy to move, her resolve as sharp as her blade. In response, the remaining Ambitus cavalry quickly maneuvers, their horses kicking up dust as they shift into a new formation to intercept the intruders. They move with practiced precision, closing the gaps in their defense. The two riders find themselves rapidly encircled by the enemy's superior numbers, and Kaido realizes with a sinking feeling that another brute force breakthrough is no longer an option. He notes that they are completely surrounded by the remaining knights. He glances toward Families, questioning if her unique mastery of the divine arts could provide a way out, even as the gap between them and their goal seems to widen. He worries that at this rate, they will be separated and overwhelmed. Doubts flicker through his mind as he considers his own capabilities, wondering if he has the strength to intervene and change the course of the battle himself. He searches for another way, his eyes darting across the battlefield for any tactical advantage. Stealing his resolve, he grips the reins tightly and decides to channel his own power through Nero Teora, shouting a defiant challenge as he prepares to unleash his hidden potential. He realizes he must transmit the power of his divine art through the point of contact with his mouth. He leaned forward as Nero Teora accelerated, the wind whipping past them in a blur of speed. As the powerful beast surged forward, the boy felt a sudden, unnatural increase in the horse's strength, confirming his theory that his power was taking hold. He tightened his grip, reflecting on the nature of the divine art of man and horse, a technique designed to draw out a mount's latent potential through the rider's own spirit. With a determined shout, he focused his entire being, commanding the energy to flow directly into Nero Teora. The horse responded with an explosive burst of speed that nearly threw him from the saddle, leaving him breathless as he realized the activation was a success. Together, they became a streak of dark lightning, tearing across the battlefield and catching the surrounding cavalry off guard. Seeing the sudden charge, the Ambitus soldiers scrambled to react, shouting warnings and drawing their weapons to intercept the reckless breakthrough. Ignoring their threats, the young rider roared for them to move aside as Nero Teora barreled toward the enemy line with unstoppable momentum. He leans low over the saddle as the powerful beast beneath him thunders forward, its hooves striking the earth with the force of a landslide. The air screams around them, a chaotic blur of motion where weapons shatter against the sheer momentum of their unstoppable advance. He urged the powerful steed forward, the massive horse's hooves thundering against the ground as they tore through the enemy lines with unstoppable force. Looking back in disbelief, the young prince saw the sheer impact of the animal's charge, sending soldiers flying like autumn leaves in a gale as the beast trampled everything in its path. The momentum was absolute, a chaotic blur of dust and steel as the Ambitus ranks crumbled under the weight of the sudden, violent assault. Amidst the carnage, the desert warriors cried out in panic, urging Prince Spellbeard to flee the devastating charge before the boy on horseback could reach him. He locked eyes with the blood-streaked Prince Spellbeard, calling out to Nero Teora for one final burst of speed to close the distance between them. The Ambitus prince roared in a blind fury, his face a mask of gore as he screamed that neither the child nor the man who took Solarina would be allowed to interfere any longer. His voice cracked with murderous intent, a primal scream of vengeance that echoed across the blood-soaked battlefield as he vowed to kill them all. He could only stare in grim silence, the weight of the prince's unbridled hatred hanging heavy in the air as the confrontation reached its breaking point. He remembers a quieter time, walking along the stone ramparts under a moonlit sky with Solarina. She had teased him about being an overprotective uncle even before the child was born, while he fretted over her being out in the night air. He had watched as she guided his small hand to her swelling stomach, a gentle smile gracing her features. The warmth of that moment, the promise of new life, felt like a lifetime ago. He could still hear the echoes of Spellbeard's malice, a man who viewed Solarina as his property and any child not his own as a nuisance to be discarded. The memory of a blade held over an innocent life flickered through his mind like a nightmare. His eyes burned with a cold, focused rage in the present, the weight of those memories fueling his every movement. The young commander tore through the enemy line with a thunderous roar of hooves, the sheer force of his charge sending soldiers flying and painting the dry earth red. He watched as the once arrogant prince, Spellbeard, scrambled backward in the dirt, his face a mask of terror as he shrieked for a ceasefire, offering apologies and reparations in a desperate bid for his life. He looked down from the height of his great black steed, his voice cutting through the prince's pathetic pleas with the finality of a judge's gavel. He declared that those who would dare trample on the paths of love were nothing more than fools. He gave the final order to strike without a hint of hesitation, the heavy hoof of his horse descending like a falling mountain to silence the prince's screams forever. He envisioned Solarina in her final months of pregnancy, her hands cradling the life growing within her as she whispers promises of protection. His own hand, now drenched in the gore of the man who threatened that peace, clenches against the cold earth. In a moment of respite, he questions his mentor about the fundamental differences between their nation's approaches to war and the tools used to wage it. He listens as she clarifies that the Holy Kingdom does not despise magic itself, but rather the shortcut it provides to those who have not earned their strength through discipline, noting that the Empire's mass-produced tools are a perversion of true skill. He then realizes the parallel between these magic tools and the firearms of his previous world, concluding that any weapon that makes taking a life too easy inevitably leads to a more tragic and dehumanized form of conflict. He admits his confusion regarding the Holy Kingdom's definition of right conduct during a private lesson with his mentor. She explains that righteousness is found in fulfilling one's inherent duty, whether as a farmer providing food, a merchant driving the economy, or a knight maintaining peace. For a ruler, she emphasizes the ultimate duty is the prosperity and cultural advancement of their nation. Continuing her lecture, she details how every individual has a specific role that defines their moral path. A farmer's virtue lies in a bountiful harvest, while a king's success is measured by the elevation of his people's standard of living. He quickly identifies a potential flaw in this logic, questioning if the Empire could also be considered righteous, since they are simply fulfilling their duty through the advancement of magic technology, much like the Holy Kingdom does with its sacred arts. Seeking further clarity, he asks why the two nations remain locked in a long-standing conflict if both are merely pursuing their respective duties. She responds with cold pragmatism, stating that the war is a necessary crucible to determine which path, divine arts or mechanical innovation, is truly fit to lead humanity's future. He is taken aback by the idea that morality isn't the driving force behind the bloodshed, but she confirms that the struggle is purely for technical dominance. This, she explains, is why neither side has committed to a total war, preferring instead a series of controlled skirmishes to test their progress. The weight of this revelation leaves him visibly shaken, struggling to reconcile the clinical nature of the conflict with the lives being lost on the battlefield. As he reflects on her words, the brutal reality of these skirmishes flashes before his eyes, a chaotic whirlwind of steel, blood, and desperate cries that feels anything but controlled or minor. Kaido sits atop his horse, gazing down at the lifeless form on the ground. The weight of the deed hangs heavy in the air as the dust settles around the fallen prince. Back at the Lokia Regional Army's encampment, the soldiers rest and tend to their gear, completely unaware of the grim resolution that has just occurred in the distance. Spotting movement on the horizon, Solarina exclaims with a bright smile that the party has finally returned, her relief evident to the guards standing beside her. As she watches, he leads the small procession back into the camp, the body of the fallen prince draped unceremoniously over the back of his mount as the other knights follow in silence. Upon his arrival, the young lord watches as the soldiers carefully unload the remains, his expression clouded with a mix of regret and necessity, while Families and Solarina look on. Turning his attention to the two captured soldiers from Ambitus, he explains that since they have surrendered, he needs them to testify that Prince Spellbeard's own reckless rampage was the cause of this tragedy, hoping to bring a swift end to the state of war. While they agree to provide their testimony, they remind him that the bonds of family among the desert people are unbreakable, particularly within the royal bloodline, and warn that his actions will not be ignored by the House of Ambitus. A sudden chill grips him as the realization hits. By taking the prince's life, he has ensured that the kingdom of Ambitus will stop at nothing to seek their revenge. He listens as the soldiers express their disbelief. They argue that Prince Spellbeard was clearly in the wrong, yet they fear the repercussions. One soldier notes that the current royal family is notoriously soft on their own, which only complicates the matter. The weight of the situation presses down on him, and he clutches his head in frustration. The soldiers continue, warning that the kingdom will likely use the excuse of a holy war to seek vengeance, regardless of the facts. Taking a decisive step to mitigate the fallout, he hands a formal letter to one of the departing soldiers. He commands them to ensure it reaches the king of Ambitus personally, while also entrusting them with the care of the remaining prisoners. Later, as they begin their journey back, Families expresses her surprise that he would write such a letter in the name of a holy knight. She admits that while the fault lies with Ambitus, the Holy Kingdom still owes an apology for the escalation. He glances at her, wondering if she's still upset about him riding her horse, Nero Tiora. She dismisses his concern, noting that the ride helped Nero Tiora get some much-needed exercise. However, she reveals that she has already accepted an apology in the form of a promise for delicious sweets, and that the princess is also in high spirits. He is visibly stunned by this unexpected development. Sensing an opportunity to settle any lingering debts, he asks her directly if there is anything else she desires that he might be able to grant. Her expression shifts into a predatory, mischievous grin that sends a chill down his spine. She proposes that once this entire affair is settled, he grant her one full day of his time. He is immediately overcome by a sense of dread, his face pale as he realizes he might have walked into a different kind of trap. She merely smiles, feigning innocence while asking if his promise is one he cannot keep. He recoils in genuine alarm, shouting for the knight to stay away while she maintains that unsettling, wide-eyed grin. Her laughter only fuels his panic as he begs her not to approach him with such a terrifying expression. Realizing he has no escape, he finally shouts his agreement, promising to set aside a full day just for her. She accepts the vow with a satisfied hum, her eyes gleaming with anticipation for the time they will spend together. 10 days pass, and the main camp is fully established in preparation for the coming conflict. As the young prince walks through the rows of tents with the princess, a soldier rushes toward them, calling out for his immediate attention. The messenger reports that emissaries from the kingdom of Ambitus have arrived, and their grim expressions suggest they do not come with peaceful intentions. Accompanied by a silent, armored guardian, he approaches the emissaries to hear the response from King Vazard of Ambitus. The air is thick with tension as the messengers prepare to deliver their monarch's decree. The king's message is one of pure, unadulterated rage, his voice seemingly echoing through the emissaries as he demands a heavy price for the death of his beloved son. He declares that the incompetent soldiers who failed to protect the prince are just as guilty and deserve to rot in the depths of the underworld. To emphasize his ruthless resolve, the messengers abruptly hurl a heavy, blood-stained sack onto the table. He stares in horror, his face pale as the weight of the situation sinks in. Inside the bundle lie the severed heads of the guards who had been tasked with the prince's safety, a gruesome testament to King Vazard's lack of mercy and a clear declaration of war. He stared in horror at the gruesome display, his voice trembling with rage as he questioned how a king could use his own soldiers' remains as mere messengers. The sight of the severed heads was a barbaric declaration that left no room for diplomacy. In response to his outburst, the emissaries from Ambitus drew their curved blades, branding him a traitorous servant of the Neti family. They declared with cold indifference that they were merely executing their monarch's will, ready to strike down anyone who stood in their way. The provocation was met with swift, lethal force as the surrounding knights lunged forward, their heavy blades silencing the messengers in a spray of crimson before they could even complete their threat. As the bodies slumped to the floor, Families rushed to his side to ensure he was unharmed, while he grimly observed that any hope for a peaceful resolution had utterly vanished. The negotiation was not just over. It had been drowned in blood. His hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, a cold resolve settling over him as he realized that since conflict was now inevitable, they held the moral high ground to strike back. Standing tall amidst the carnage, the young commander pointed toward the horizon and issued a resounding order to march upon the kingdom of Ambitus, a command his men accepted with a unified, thunderous salute. While the veteran general watched from the shadows of the tent, the young lord stood his ground, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as the camp erupted into a flurry of preparation for the coming invasion. He then turned to the general to discuss the grueling campaign ahead, emphasizing that a swift, decisive strike was their only hope of surviving the harsh desert summer. He ordered that the remaining prisoners be used as guides to navigate the treacherous sands. He looks down at the captured Ambitu soldiers, confined behind wooden bars. General Dulba stands beside him, explaining that if they inform the prisoners of the fate of their comrades, they will likely cooperate as guides. It would be a simple task for them to lead the way through the treacherous terrain. Turning his attention to the logistics of the desert crossing, the young prince listens as the general explains that horses and carriages are useless in the shifting sands and rocky outcrops. Their only option is to utilize the local fauna, large, flightless birds. Kaido stares in disbelief at the strange, long-necked creature, wondering if this is truly what the Ambitus riders use. A heated debate erupts over the creature's name. While the general sternly insists it is called a Rakadacho in Neti, Kaido stubbornly refuses, shouting that he will call it whatever he likes, much to the older man's frustration. Dismissing the trivial argument, he points toward the birds and commands that they be loaded with the bare minimum of equipment and food. He is determined to move quickly, despite the protests of those around him who urge caution. Nearby, Families and young Miramos observe the creatures. While the girl finds them adorable, the knight remains practical, noting that they only have 20 of these ho-ho birds available. It is a meager number, far too few to carry the supplies for the entire army gathered at the camp. The general approaches the prince again, his face etched with worry as he suggests reconsidering the immediate march. He explains the grim mathematics of their situation. Even treating the birds as equivalent to horses, they can only support a force of about 100 men. To invade with such a small number would be throwing lives away. Undeterred by the warning, the boy's eyes flash with a fierce, unwavering resolve. He declares with absolute certainty that they will seize victory with those 100 men alone. The announcement leaves Dulba and the surrounding soldiers paralyzed with shock. The general finds his voice, shouting that such a plan is nothing short of a suicide mission. He argues that the desert is the enemy's domain and they will be annihilated before they can even form a battle line. Furthermore, He reminds the prince of the staggering debt the Neti region already carries, pleading with him not to throw away their last resources on a reckless gamble. He stares in disbelief, sweat beading on his brow as the young prince dismisses the idea of this being a suicide mission. Kaido insists that there is no way he would lead a death squad, maintaining a calm demeanor that only further unnerves the general. The boy clenches his fist with a fierce grin, declaring his intention to personally join the surprise raid. Behind him, the veteran commander and the burly Zubalenk can only watch in stunned silence at such reckless bravado, realizing the prince is truly serious about leading from the front. Overwhelmed by the prince's audacity, the seasoned commander can only groan in frustration at the sheer unpredictability of his young lord. Nearby, the Knight of the Holy Kingdom remains silent, her gaze fixed forward as she absorbs the weight of the plan and the prince's unwavering resolve. He snaps back with an irritated expression when she suggests that his behavior confirms he truly belongs on their side. Miramose stands quietly beside the knight, watching the exchange with wide eyes, sensing the tension between the prince's wild tactics and the knight's more traditional sensibilities. Turning to his companion, the general admits that while the prince was a terrifying foe, having him as an ally is proving to be an endless source of stress. Zubalenk nods in weary agreement, while the subject of their conversation grumbles in the background, wishing they would stop talking about him like he is a problem to be managed. Shifting his focus, the prince asks Families directly if the Holy Kingdom will be sending any reinforcements to support their desperate gamble. He knows that despite his confidence, the odds are stacked heavily against them, and every blade will count in the coming storm. She answers without hesitation, confirming their support, though she quickly tempers his expectations. She explains that given the circumstances, he should not expect a grand army. For now, only she and her immediate companions will be joining the fray, as the Holy Kingdom cannot commit more resources to such a risky venture. Despite the small numbers, he meets her gaze with renewed confidence and extends his hand. As their fists collide in a silent pact of brotherhood, he declares that her presence alone is more than enough to turn the tide, cementing their alliance for the battle ahead. He listens as Families explains the diplomatic red tape. She clarifies that while she is willing to fight, the laws of the Holy Kingdom dictate that a knight cannot officially support a foreign power without the explicit consent of their royalty. He absorbs this, his expression turning serious as he realizes the formal hurdle ahead. Because of this revelation, he finds himself in an awkward position, realizing that the permission isn't just a legal requirement, but a personal request he must make. He glances at the knight, who watches him with an expectant, almost mischievous smile, waiting for him to take the necessary step. Moments later, he stands before Princess Parvera, bowing deeply to show his respect and sincerity. He formally petitions her, asking if she would be willing to lend the formidable strength of Knight Families to aid his army's cause, finally putting the official request into words. The young princess's eyes widen in a mix of shock and firm denial, her voice cracking as she delivers a flat refusal to the suggestion. Following her outburst, she becomes a whirlwind of nervous energy, her hands fluttering as she desperately tries to clarify her words. Kaido and the seasoned warriors look on, caught off guard by her sudden loss of composure. As she trembles, the group remains frozen in the open courtyard, the weight of the princess's distress hanging heavy in the air between them. She eventually stills, her gaze dropping to her clasped hands as she offers a soft, trembling apology. She explains that while her request for Families' aid was meant to be a formal matter, her personal feelings had clouded the situation. With her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, she confesses that she had let her imagination run wild, foolishly hoping they were acting as friends rather than mere political allies. Hearing her confession, the young prince's eyes snap open in surprise, the realization of her inner turmoil finally dawning on him. Watching her distress, he remains silent as she stays bowed, her voice barely a whisper as she continues to plead for forgiveness. Unable to meet his gaze after such a vulnerable admission, he responds with a steady voice, acknowledging her feelings but gently refocusing on the necessity of Families' strength for the trials ahead, trying to move past the awkwardness of the moment. He ponders the weight of the request, realizing that simply winning the war isn't enough of a reason to call upon such a formidable force. With a firm grip on his tunic, the young prince declares that he will be the one to take full responsibility for the path they are choosing. His words ignite a spark in the princess, who eagerly agrees, her eyes shining with the hope of finally validating her sister's difficult choices. Seeing their shared resolve, the legendary knight offers her services to the prince, while the princess promises to wait faithfully for their safe return. Turning his attention to the military matters at hand, he instructs the general to handpick 100 of their finest men for the upcoming journey. The veteran commander, though clearly feeling the pressure of these rapid developments, acknowledges the command with a silent, sweat-beaded intensity. The order is finalized as the focus shifts toward the horizon, marking the official beginning of a new and dangerous phase in their campaign. Meanwhile, within the grand, vaulted halls of Ambitus Castle, a sudden cry of frustration and pain echoes through the cold stone corridors. The king of Ambitus looms like a dark shadow over his returning soldiers. They cry out in desperation, pleading for their lives after surviving a harrowing campaign, only to face death at the hands of their own monarch. He does not offer mercy. Instead, tears of rage stream down his face as he condemns them for abandoning his son, Spellbeard. With a cold, final decree, he orders their immediate execution on the spot. A heavy, final sound echoes through the vaulted halls of the castle, signaling the grim end of those who failed their prince. Standing alone, the grieving father wonders if the one responsible for his son's death has felt the weight of his vengeful will yet. He looks down at the lifeless form of Prince Spellbeard, who lies in state amidst a sea of white flowers within a wooden casket. His knuckles whiten as he grips the stone railing, his teeth bared in a snarl of pure hatred directed at Miramo's net. In his memory, the vibrant young man his son used to be returns, a prince who spoke of his mother as the ideal woman and strove to improve himself for his bride, Solarina. He had vowed to become a leader his wife could be proud of, dedicating himself to the prosperity of his people and the strength of his army. He had once possessed the qualities of a wise king, regardless of his motivations. That day, everything changed. Standing on the palace balcony, the king delivered news that would alter the course of his son's life. Princess Solarina was to be wed. The young prince's face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy, his heart racing as he asked if she had finally accepted his proposal. However, his father's expression remained somber, a stark contrast to the boy's excitement, as he delivered a crushing blow. It was not him. Stunned, the prince pressed for the identity of the suitor, questioning which royal family this Duelifa analogy belonged to, for the name was entirely foreign to him. The king's voice was heavy as he revealed the most bitter truth of all. The man chosen for the princess was not of royal blood. He recoiled in disbelief as his father explained that the man was merely a low-ranking official from the neighboring land of Sposer. Driven by a sudden fury, he demanded to know if the kingdom of Neti had sold her for profit, only to be silenced by the revelation that this union was Solarina's own desire. He is shattered by the revelation that Solarina would rather die than be without her commoner lover. The thought of her choosing to pierce her own throat with a blade rather than accept his hand in marriage pierces his pride more deeply than any physical wound. Seeing his son's spirit break, the king commands him to forget the woman immediately, dismissing her as unworthy for casting aside her royal status so recklessly. He urges the prince to move on, but the words of the monarch fall on deaf ears as the young man turns away in silence. Left alone with his thoughts, the prince collapses under the weight of the rejection, his body racked with tremors. He clutches at himself as if trying to hold his crumbling world together, the single word "why" echoing through his mind like a relentless, agonizing drumbeat. The silence of his grief finally breaks into a raw, guttural scream of pure, unadulterated anguish. He bellows his frustration to the heavens, a sound of total despair that fills the empty space around him, unable to comprehend how he could be cast aside for a mere commoner official. In the wake of that day, the prince is a changed man, seeking to drown his sorrows in the bottom of a bottle and the fleeting company of many women. His once noble spirit begins to rot from within, replaced by a hollow and desperate pursuit of carnal distraction to numb the pain of his wounded ego. His obsession takes a darker, more calculated turn as he plots to conquer the land of Spozert and claim Solarina as a prize of war. He convinces himself that the king of Spozert would gladly surrender the wife of a mere official to appease a powerful conqueror and avoid further bloodshed. Yet, even in the depths of his madness, a flicker of reality remains. He knows the proud princess would likely end her own life before submitting to him. He becomes trapped in a cycle of delusion, fueled by the empty whispers of his concubines, convinced he can somehow force her to change her mind once she is in his grasp. Ultimately, his descent into obsession and desperate schemes leads to his total ruin. The king stands over his fallen son, weeping for the man who lost himself to the ghost of a woman who never loved him, wondering if the prince ever realized the depth of the folly that consumed his life. He recalled the way Princess Solarina had looked at his son, her eyes filled with a loathing so deep it was as if she were staring at a venomous toad in a well. Even in his son's delusional state, the princess's disgust had been palpable, a silent condemnation of the Ambitus royal line. His face contorted with bitterness as he felt the sting of being looked down upon by her and her entire lineage. The perceived insult to his family's pride burned hotter than the desert sun, twisting his grief into a singular, dark purpose. He let out a thunderous roar, swearing that he would have his vengeance, no matter the cost. Meanwhile, far from this storm of hatred, the young Prince Kaido stood ready, his gaze fixed on the path ahead as he prepared for the challenges to come. 5 days after departing from the buffer zone camp, The journey into the heart of the Ambitus Kingdom continues across an unforgiving expanse of rolling sand dunes and weathered stone. Shielding his eyes from the harsh glare, the young prince peers toward the horizon, questioning if the distant silhouette is indeed the capital city of Hofsta. Above him, the clouds drift lazily, offering little respite from the sun that beats down on the arid wastes. He stands between two silent sentries of Ambitus, their cloaks fluttering slightly in the dry wind as they overlook the final stretch of their trek. In the far distance, the shimmering outline of a great civilization begins to take shape against the backdrop of the endless desert. The destination is revealed as a magnificent fortress city, dominated by the massive Ambitus Castle. At its heart lies a lush spring, surrounded by structures built in a defensive circular pattern, a sight that draws a quiet acknowledgement of understanding from a boy. Turning to his escorts, he offers his gratitude for their guidance. One of the soldiers, while methodically checking his blade, warns him to return to his village and remain out of sight until the conflict concludes, explaining that those caught in the crossfire face either death on the battlefield or execution for treason by the hand of King Ambitus. He listens as the soldier beside him voices his disbelief, questioning if the young prince truly intends to storm the massive fortress with a mere 100 men. Kaido offers only a knowing, confident smirk in response, his eyes fixed on the distant capital. Nearby, the rest of the small company takes a moment to combat the oppressive desert heat, reveling in the brief shock of cold water as they douse themselves. The relief is fleeting, however, as the arid air threatens to dry them bone-deep in minutes. Despite his outward confidence, the weight of the task begins to press on him, and he admits that the situation is, quite frankly, a massive headache. Behind him, his guides and the silent Muda Knight stand ready, awaiting his next move in the shimmering heat. The city itself presents a unique challenge. While it lacks traditional outer walls, the densely packed houses surrounding the palace serve as a labyrinthine barrier. Furthermore, the populace's fierce loyalty to the crown means any intruder would be quickly overwhelmed by sheer numbers of hostile civilians. He inquires about the daily rhythms of the capital, wondering if the streets clear during the sweltering midday sun. The soldiers explain that while most stay indoors, the heat is so intense that even a man in plate armor would likely collapse from exhaustion before making any significant progress. In the narrow alleys, the citizens have strung up cloths to create patches of shade where they gather to play games and trade gossip. The constant presence of these watchful eyes makes a stealthy approach during the day an impossibility. When he suggests a nighttime infiltration, the guides shake their heads, noting that the city remains vibrant and well-lit long after sunset. Even in the dead of night, the silence is so profound that the sound of a single footfall would echo through the sleeping houses, alerting everyone to their presence. He falls into a deep silence, his thumb pressed against his lip as he calculates the odds. The realization settles in. Moving 100 soldiers through such a vigilant and cramped environment without being spotted is a feat that borders on the impossible. He begins by tracing a deliberate line in the fine desert sand, his finger moving with purpose to define the boundaries of his next move. His finger continues to trace the circle, completing a simplified layout of the capital city as he explains his intent to the skeptical knight in dark armor, who had mistaken his strategic planning for mere child's play. He stares down at the map, pondering the most effective strategy to bring the conflict to a swift conclusion, realizing that a direct assault on the castle with his limited forces is not a viable answer. He eventually crouches low, the weight of the impossible task causing him to groan in frustration while the surrounding soldiers watch his internal struggle in silence. His intense focus does not go unnoticed by the dark-armored knight, who observes that a new, potentially dangerous idea seems to be taking root in the young commander's mind. He rises to his feet with a grim determination, acknowledging that he is once again forcing himself into a corner and preparing for a gamble where the odds are heavily stacked against him. Meanwhile, far from the planning of generals, the daily life of the common folk continues in the sun-drenched streets of a nearby settlement, where people go about their business unaware of the coming storm. Inside a local gathering place within the town, the air is thick with talk of the ongoing war with Nettie. While some patrons express fear that the front lines are drawing near, others dismiss the concern, boasting that their city is invincible even if an attack were to occur, just as a mysterious figure agrees to a deal in the shadows. He cries out in indignation, his voice cracking with the weight of his accusations. He condemns the royal house of Ambitus for their cowardice, accusing them of murdering an envoy and dragging an innocent woman into their thirst for conflict. As his words echo through the crowded marketplace, the townspeople stop in their tracks, stunned by the gravity of his claims. He stands firm, declaring that while he sought a peaceful resolution, the opposition chose blood, and he commands the gathering crowd to remain still as the tension reaches a breaking point. Panic erupts instantly as the realization of an invasion takes hold. Civilians flee in terror, their screams filling the air, while local guards draw their weapons, identifying the intruders as soldiers from the kingdom of Neti. High above the burgeoning chaos, the young prince and his silent, armored companion watch the scene unfold from the safety of a rooftop. He observes the fleeing masses and the confused guards, noting with a grim satisfaction that the diversion is working exactly as he had envisioned. The two stand silhouetted against the vast sky, a stark contrast to the turmoil below. The knight remains a towering, immovable presence beside the boy, whose small stature belies the magnitude of the storm he has just unleashed upon the city. He turns to his companion, checking if they are prepared for the next phase of their gambit. The knight responds with a steady, unwavering confidence, dismissing the difficulty of the task, but expressing a quiet concern for the young prince's own safety in the coming trial. With a confident smirk, he prepares to leap, reminding his ally not to underestimate the physical prowess of one who grew up navigating rugged mountain terrain. Together, they prepare to unleash their power, their faces set in grim determination. He calls upon the forces of holy magic, the air around them beginning to hum with a sudden, divine energy as they prepare to make their move. He watches from the heights as the distraction in the marketplace takes hold, noting that the capital's guards are being pulled away exactly as planned. Beside him, the dark-armored knight leaps effortlessly across the gap between the sun-bleached buildings. As the warrior lands, he follows suit, his boots thudding against the stone as he declares their intent to strike the royal castle directly while the city is in chaos. While they sprint across the rooftops, he urges his companion to move more quietly to avoid detection, but the knight dismisses his caution, suggesting they simply cut down anyone who sees them. He bristles when the knight questions his resolve, wondering when exactly he was ever considered a student of the legendary warrior. Their presence does not remain a secret for long, as a sentry below spots their silhouettes against the sky and raises the alarm. He curses under his breath at the discovery, but his focus is immediately snapped forward by a sharp warning from the knight. They skitter to a halt as a squad of ambitus soldiers, blades drawn and turbans fluttering, blocks their path across the narrow route. He moves with a blur of speed, his blade catching the light as he parries a strike from an ambitus soldier. With a fluid motion, he pivots, driving his shoulder into another guard and sending him sprawling across the stone floor. The clash of steel and the grunts of exertion fill the air as he systematically dismantles the squad's formation, his movements precise and lethal. Having cleared a path, the young warrior watches as the remaining soldiers are hurled through the air by a single, devastating sweep from his armored companion. He marvels at the sheer, absurd strength of the ghost, noting that it remains as formidable as ever. His attention is quickly diverted, however, by a heavy, grinding sound. The massive portcullis of the inner gate is beginning to rise, revealing the path forward into the heart of the castle. The ambitus soldiers stand in a disciplined line, their spears held high as they guard the massive, iron-grated gate. Watching from above, the young prince realizes that to enter, they must somehow find a way past the blockade on the ground. In response to his concern, the dark-armored knight beside him calmly proposes a radical solution. They will simply run across the face of the castle wall itself. He is immediately taken aback, shouting that he has never attempted such a feat, but the knight dismisses his fear, claiming it is far simpler and more efficient than engaging the entire garrison in combat. Below them, the sentries grow restless, looking up in confusion as the rhythmic thud of boots echoes from an impossible direction. Suddenly, the knight leaps onto the vertical masonry, defying gravity as she sprints along the stones, leaving the soldiers below gaping in utter disbelief at the reckless maneuver. Following her lead, the boy lets out a terrified cry, his heart racing as he forces his legs to move, clinging to the wall through sheer momentum. They soar past the gatehouse, a blur of motion high above the reach of the spears, successfully bypassing the primary defense of the fortress. He lands firmly atop the battlements, leaving the guards below in a state of utter disbelief. They scramble, pointing upward as they realize the impossible feat they just witnessed. Someone actually ran up the vertical face of the castle wall. One of them gasps, wondering if the figure could truly be the legendary monkey prince of Neti. Catching his breath, the young prince stands beside his armored companion, still reeling from the adrenaline of the climb. He admits his own surprise at succeeding, while the Muda knight remains stoic, looking down at the courtyard. The knight calmly identifies the group gathered below as King Vazert and the rest of the ambitus royal family. His expression hardens into one of grim determination as he stares down at his enemies. Below, King Vazert looks up, his face contorted with a mixture of shock and burgeoning rage at the sight of the intruders perched high above his domain. He is suddenly shoved toward the edge by the knight, who acts without a moment's hesitation. As the boy tumbles forward, his companion casually remarks that it is time they went down to offer their formal greetings. He hurtles toward the ground, the wind whistling past as he desperately tries to control his descent along the stone surface. Below, Vazert's eyes bulge in terror, and he bellows a frantic command for the boy not to be dropped, his composure completely shattered by the reckless entrance. The impact creates a massive plume of dust in the courtyard, erupting directly in front of the royal entourage. The surrounding guards and family members recoil, shielding their eyes from the debris and wondering if the intruder survived such a violent fall. Through the haze, the king watches with bated breath, his sweat-beaded face reflecting the sheer tension of the moment. This chaotic arrival serves as a formal, albeit jarring, introduction to the House of Ambitus. He watches the dust settle, seeing the prince revealed kneeling in the center of a small crater with his hand braced against the cracked ground. The boy has survived the drop and now stands face-to-face with the monarch he came to find. He stands tall before the gathered Ambitus forces, his voice steady as he introduces himself as Miramose Neti. He explains that he has come on behalf of Prince Spellbeard, who seeks vengeance, and that he has arrived to facilitate that request personally. With a fierce determination in his eyes, the young prince shouts a direct challenge, demanding a one-on-one duel to settle the matter once and for all. This bold declaration leaves King Vazert reeling in disbelief, his face contorted as he wonders if the boy who scaled the castle walls is even human, or perhaps some kind of monster in the shape of the Monkey Prince. Kaido observes the king's visible confusion, noting how rattled the monarch appears. Briefly turning his back with a polite but dismissive remark, the boy makes way for his companion. The dark-armored figure steps forward, identifying himself as Families Terrastagerd, a knight of the Holy Kingdom, and demands confirmation that the man before him is indeed the king of Ambitus. Vazert is struck with terror at the sight of such a legendary warrior, stammering in denial and calling the Knight of Fate. Unmoved by the king's outburst, the knight's gaze remains fixed through his visor as he repeats the question with cold, unwavering authority. Finally, the king relents, his voice trembling as he confirms his identity and title. Having secured the confirmation, the knight commands the king to accept the duel offered by Prince Miramose. Vazert reacts with indignant shock, unable to fathom why a monarch of his stature should be forced into a trial by combat with a mere child. He stood there, perspiration beading on his brow as the weight of the challenge pressed down on him. The knight in dark armor reminded him that he was the one who chose to continue this war for revenge, questioning why he would now hesitate to seize this opportunity to settle it with his own hands. Kaido watched silently, noting the king's obvious physical disadvantage, an out-of-shape, middle-aged man facing a duel. He hesitated, and seeing this, the dark-clad knight pressed further. He commanded the monarch to take up his weapon immediately, promising a fair fight under the name of the Holy Kingdom. The king recoiled, his face contorted in a mix of fear and indignation at being cornered so publicly. He was interrupted just as the tension reached a breaking point, as a new voice cut through the air, asking if a proxy could be accepted for the duel. The king's eyes widened with a flicker of hope as he looked toward the speaker, a man with sharp features and a determined gaze who stepped forward to intervene. Stepping into the light, he identified himself clearly. He was Fuke Ambitus, the fourth son of King Vazert, and he demanded the right to take his father's place in the duel. His expression was one of fierce loyalty and resolve, his hand ready to defend his family's honor against the young challenger. He waited as the knight in dark armor considered the request for a moment before turning to the primary parties. The knight stated that as long as neither Prince Miramose nor King Vazert had any objections, the substitution would be permitted. Kaido and the king stood side by side, the contrast between the young boy's calm and the older man's visible distress more apparent than ever. Without a moment's delay, he gave his consent. The young prince agreed to the terms, explaining that if the war could be settled through a single duel, it would prevent unnecessary suffering for the soldiers and citizens of both nations. Nearby, Princess Solarina watched the exchange with a look of deep concern, her breath held as the stakes of the conflict shifted. As he began to outline his conditions for victory, the king suddenly found his voice again. He shouted for a halt, arguing that it was far too much to expect the entire outcome of the war to be decided by a single match. Kaido looked back at him with a cool, unimpressed stare, acknowledging that perhaps his initial expectation was indeed a bit ambitious. Adjusting his demands to something more immediate, he stood his ground in the center of the courtyard. The prince declared that should he emerge victorious, his right as the winner would be to demand that every soldier within the city cease all military actions for one full day. The surrounding guards and royals listened in stunned silence as the terms of the impending clash were finally set. He stood firm, outlining a bold strategy to summon the peripheral forces and seize the royal castle, effectively declaring an end to the conflict through this decisive move. This declaration sent a ripple of shock through the Ambitus ranks, leaving King Vazert and his sons momentarily speechless at the audacity of the young boy's terms. The king's jaw tightened in a silent fury, while Princess Solarina watched with growing dread, realizing that without the protection of the Holy Knight, their position was far more precarious than she had imagined. Overwhelmed by the threat to his lineage, the king finally snapped, his voice cracking as he ordered his men to abandon the duel and slaughter the interlopers immediately, refusing to risk his son's life any further. He realized his mistake instantly, cursing his own delay as the heavy gates groaned open and a wave of Ambitus soldiers surged forward with weapons drawn. A hand gripped a hilt with lethal intent. The courtyard erupted into chaos as the first wave of attackers was met with a devastating counterforce, sending bodies flying through the air in a blur of steel and violence. King Vaser could only watch in paralyzed horror as his desperate gamble met with an immediate and overwhelming response. He sprawls on the stone floor, terror etched into his features as the dark-armored knight looms over him like an inescapable shadow. Kaido stands ready, his own blade bared, watching the confrontation unfold. The knight's voice rings out with cold, absolute conviction, declaring that evil must be purged and corrected. Seeing the knight raise a heavy blade to deliver a final judgment, the young prince cries out the name of his ally in a desperate attempt to intervene. The king can only stare up in paralyzed horror as the steel begins its descent, the air thick with the weight of impending execution. Before the blow can land, a blur of motion intercepts the strike, the ring of clashing metal echoing through the courtyard. A woman with long, dark hair stands between the executioner and the fallen king, her expression one of grim determination. Kaido recoils in shock, his breath catching as he realizes the newcomer bears an uncanny resemblance to his own sister, Solarina. The woman stands defiantly, her gaze fixed on the knight who looms over her with a drawn blade, demanding to know his intentions. She does not flinch, meeting the cold, expressionless visor of his helmet with a look of sharp determination. She watches as King Vaser remains huddled on the ground, his voice trembling as he pleads for mercy, reminding the warrior that they came to bring an end to the conflict, not to stain the floor with the blood of a king. His pleas go unanswered as the young prince watches the scene unfold with wide eyes, his confusion mounting until he finally steps forward to ask the woman who she truly is. He listens as she confirms his suspicion, identifying herself as Atenza and acknowledging him as Prince Miramos while admitting to being the wife of the late Prince Spellbeard. She goes on to clarify her position, explaining that she was Spellbeard's second wife, a revelation that leaves the young boy reeling as he struggles to grasp the complexities of the foreign prince's personal life. She reveals a detail that is even more shocking, stating that Princess Solarina had already been designated as the first wife, news that hits the young prince like a physical blow and sends him into a state of visible distress. He frantically points out that his sister is already a married woman, but Atenza remains composed, noting that such a fact was of no consequence to Spellbeard, who had simply refused to acknowledge it. He stands frozen as the Ambitus guards erupt in a bloodthirsty roar, demanding immediate execution for the intruders who have dared to enter their presence. Amidst the chaos, Atenza desperately tries to reason with King Vaser, but the monarch is consumed by a vengeful rage, screaming for the head of the one who slew his son, Spellbeard. Seeing no other way to halt the madness, she suddenly lunges forward, her fingers locking firmly around the king's throat in a startling display of defiance against her sovereign. The king gasps, his eyes bulging in disbelief as the pressure forces the consciousness from his body, while the young prince watches the scene unfold with wide-eyed terror at the sudden turn of events. As the monarch slumps into a deep, forced slumber, she calmly explains to the onlookers that his overwhelming excitement simply became too much for his heart to bear, effectively silencing the room. In the wake of the king's collapse, a man steps forward and demands a blade, his voice sharp as he turns his gaze toward the silent knight, questioning if the situation is now satisfactory. She turns to the armored figure, her expression heavy with regret as she confesses that such drastic measures were the only way she could see to ensure her family's survival in this volatile court. The man with the sword approaches the young prince, acknowledging his title, while the boy reflects on how this woman possesses a nobility far greater than the prince she once served. He is visibly startled by the sudden request. Atenza asks him to refrain from killing her relative, Fyuk, during their impending duel, a plea that forces him to reconsider his approach. She continues, her voice trembling with the weight of her grief. Having already seen 2 family members perish, she simply cannot endure another loss, making this her sole, desperate wish. He accepts her terms with a solemn nod, prompting a grateful bow from the woman. Seeing the agreement reached, the armored knight steps forward to officially commence the proceedings. The announcement of the duel between Prince Miramos of Neti and Prince Fyuk of Ambitus echoes through the courtyard. Kaido steels his resolve, knowing that the restriction on lethal force makes the coming trial even more difficult. The knight further clarifies the stakes, stating that a victory for the young prince will result in a one-day ceasefire for the opposing forces. She then turns to his opponent, asking what he desires should he emerge victorious. He responds with a cold, calculating gaze, his voice steady as he makes his demand. He insists that the barbaric actions of his brother, Spellbeard, be completely struck from the record and treated as if they never happened. This demand is a calculated move to strip Nettie of its moral high ground. By erasing the memory of the previous atrocities, the justification for the invasion would vanish, effectively turning the political tide in Ambitus' favor. As the sun shines over the sprawling castle, the strategic brilliance of the move becomes apparent. The presence of the invading army on foreign soil is a delicate matter, and Fuchs' terms are designed to transform a military disadvantage into a diplomatic victory. The armored knight stands tall, questioning if the young prince truly accepts the heavy burden of the request. Nearby, Atenza watches the fallen Fuchs, her perception of him shifting. She had expected him to be as ruthless as his father or eldest brother, but his willingness to sacrifice his own reputation for his brother's legacy has surprised her. Kaido meets the knight's gaze with unwavering resolve, formally declaring his acceptance. He confirms that should they lose this trial, the atrocities committed by Spellbeard will be struck from the annals of history as if they never occurred. The knight acknowledges this pact, raising a hand to signal that the terms are now binding for both sides. He calls for the combatants to take their places, the weight of the impending clash hanging heavy in the air. With a sharp command, he signals the start of the duel. Kaido and Fuchs lock eyes for a fleeting second, the former's expression one of intense focus, while the latter remains poised, though perhaps underestimating the speed of his opponent. He doesn't give his opponent a chance to breathe, exploding forward with such force that the stone beneath his feet shatters. The sheer velocity of his movement leaves a trail of dust as he closes the distance in the blink of an eye. He strikes before the prince can even begin to draw his blade, his heavy fist connecting squarely with the man's jaw. The impact is sudden and overwhelming, catching him completely off guard as his head snaps back from the force of the blow. The assault continues with a relentless barrage of strikes, Kaido's movements a blur of controlled aggression that leaves no room for counterattack. On the sidelines, Atenza and the other royal observers can only watch in stunned silence, their faces etched with disbelief at the sheer disparity in power. He stands over his fallen foe. The duel ended almost as soon as it began. Fuchs lies sprawled on the cracked earth, incapacitated by the swift and decisive display of martial prowess. He stands tall as the official's voice rings out, declaring the duel over and the young prince the undisputed victor. The woman who had fought so fiercely beside the fallen prince collapses to her knees, the weight of the defeat finally breaking her composure. She slowly lifts her head, her eyes meeting his as she softly offers her thanks for his restraint during the final moments of the clash. Her expression softens with a hint of sadness, admitting that he is exactly the noble soul she had envisioned him to be. He keeps his sword drawn but lowered, urging her to surrender now to prevent any further unnecessary conflict. In response, she identifies herself as the widow of the late Prince Spellbeard, her voice steady despite the circumstances. The young prince surveys the gathered family members, noting that she seems to be the one they all look to for guidance and trust in this dark hour. She closes her eyes, accepting the reality of their situation as the other royals look on with a mixture of fear and uncertainty. The man in the white tunic finally speaks up, offering a formal surrender on the condition that their lives are spared, a request the victor honors with a promise of dignified treatment. He stands tall, watching as the royal man formally accepts the terms of surrender. The noble declares that the announcement of their defeat will be broadcast across the entire realm, a heavy admission that seals the fate of the Ambitus kingdom. Atenza stands by, her expression unreadable as the political landscape shifts beneath them. The young prince listens as the news begins to spread, but the armored knight beside him expresses a lingering worry, noting that the soldiers and common folk might not take kindly to such a sudden loss and could incite unrest. He quickly dismisses the concern, urging his companion not to speak of such ominous possibilities while the peace is still so fresh. Despite his optimism, the reality of a victory takes physical form as columns of armored soldiers march through the city streets. From the high walls to the narrow alleys, the rhythmic clatter of boots on stone echoes through the air, watched by silent crowds of onlookers. They are met with stunned silence from the defeated soldiers and local citizens, whose faces are etched with disbelief and burgeoning anxiety. The weight of the occupation is visible in their wide eyes and the sweat beading on their brows as they witness the changing of the guard. Within these marching ranks, a soldier scoffs at how quickly the conflict concluded, noting that they seem to win simply by outmaneuvering the enemy. His comrade immediately rebukes him, warning him to wipe the smirk off his face. They're marching not for sport, but to demonstrate the undeniable reality of their triumph to the conquered people. Kaido sits upon the throne of the conquered kingdom, his expression unreadable as the dark-armored knight stands vigil at his side. Before him, the remnants of the Ambitus leadership kneel in silence, their hands bound and their spirits seemingly broken by the swift occupation. He casually pops a small morsel into his mouth, his tone conversational as he explains that with the royal castle under his control, the Ambitus region will now be managed under his administration, provided they are cooperative. This dismissive terminology sparks a flash of defiance in the man with the goatee, who roars that they will never accept being reduced to a mere region and threatens that his remaining forces could still wipe out Kaido's men. In response to the outburst, the young prince simply sighs, signaling his soldiers to step forward as he remains comfortably seated. The sharp tips of spears are suddenly pressed against the prisoners' throats, silencing the room. The man with the goatee stammers in disbelief, realizing the precariousness of his position as a cold smile plays on his captor's lips. He leans in, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper as he clarifies that if even one person shows signs of rebellion, he won't hesitate to eliminate the entire clan to ensure peace. Looking down at the trembling man, he offers a final, heavy question, leaving the choice of survival or extinction entirely in their hands. He sits impassively upon the throne as the bound royal before him cries out in desperation, questioning how such cruelty could be permitted. Beside the throne, the dark-armored knight considers the situation, musing that perhaps a total massacre would be going too far. The knight continues his cold logic, stating that the king and his wives, who mimicked a true nation only to destroy it, along with all other adults, should face execution. Looking down at the captives, the knight suggests that the children could be exiled to foreign lands, arguing that it is only right to pluck the seeds of future rebellion before they can take root. The young marshal listens as the prisoner desperately asks if this is truly the justice a knight believes in, pleading for the lives of the women and children. As the guards tighten their grip, the man's voice rises to a frantic scream, begging for an end to the talk of mass slaughter. Stepping closer, the boy explains that these royals are merely obstacles to the stable rule of the territory, and he asks if they have anything of value to offer in exchange for mercy. Desperate and broken, the man presses his forehead to the cold floor, offering to renounce his claims and leave the land forever, begging only for the lives of his kin. He remains pressed against the cold floor, his forehead touching the stone in a desperate plea for mercy. From his elevated seat, the young prince looks down, his voice cold as he declares that a single life is far from enough to settle the debt. Internally, he grapples with his own motivations, acknowledging that his actions aren't driven by a noble desire to save the common folk, but by a more personal, calculated necessity. Seeing the tension reach a breaking point, the dark-haired woman interjects, her voice steady despite the dire circumstances. She urges them to end the charade, noting that the sheer terror in the room has become unbearable for everyone present. She remains bound, her eyes fixed on the boy king as he admits that he understands the weight of her words. Nearby, the other captives watch in stunned silence, their fates hanging by a thread as the conversation shifts. He continues his explanation, detailing how his strategy was designed to minimize casualties and prevent the soldiers from having to witness a bloodbath. He points out that the royal family brought this upon themselves, specifically mentioning how the decision made by the man on the floor forced his hand to bring this conflict to a definitive end. They exchange a long look before she speaks again, expressing her disbelief that the prince would truly harbor such malicious intent as to slaughter them all. He remains silent, though privately he muses that he isn't nearly as compassionate as she seems to believe. He narrows his eyes, demanding to know what her ultimate point is. She counters immediately, stating that the question of intent is one she should be asking him instead. Still restrained, she leans forward slightly, pressing him to reveal what it is he truly desires from the fallen royal family. She challenges him to speak his demands clearly, rather than hiding behind vague threats and cold logic. He reacts with a sudden, sharp outburst, shouting that such a request is impossible. He insists that the things he wants from them are not the kind of things he should ever have to ask for out loud. The group waits in heavy silence as Fyuk begins to speak, his voice low and weighted with the gravity of their situation. He addresses Kaido, acknowledging that there is something they must offer, something they hope the young lord will accept. He then lowers himself completely, pressing his forehead against the cold stone floor in a gesture of absolute submission. The other members of the royal family remain kneeling behind him, their fates hanging on his next words as Kaido watches from his seat. Sweat beads on his brow as he finally utters the word that defines their new reality: loyalty. It is a desperate plea, a total surrender of their pride in exchange for survival. The man continues his vow, promising that for as long as his clan survives, they will serve Kaido and his descendants for generations to come. His eyes are fixed on the floor, but his voice carries the weight of a blood oath. In response, the young prince lets out a light, almost mocking laugh, seemingly amused by the sudden shift in tone. He graciously accepts the offer of loyalty, though his playful demeanor does little to ease the tension in the room. However, his expression quickly sharpens as he demands a tangible sign of this commitment. He makes it clear that words are not enough. He requires proof that they will never harbor thoughts of betrayal. He leans in, his gaze piercing as he presents them with a grim set of choices. They could renounce their power and live as commoners under his constant watch, or perhaps offer something even more final, like their very lives. With a trembling voice and his head still bowed, the father makes the ultimate sacrifice to preserve the rest of his line, offering his seventh daughter, Jurud, to serve as a hostage. The young girl's face contorts in a mask of pure, silent horror as the weight of her father's betrayal sinks in. She stands trembling, tears streaming down her face as the weight of her exile settles in. Beside her, the dark-haired swordswoman offers a silent, steady presence. Fuch's voice cuts through the heavy silence, announcing that this woman will accompany his daughter as her personal attendant, a small mercy in a cruel bargain. He listens intently, his young face set in a mask of solemn authority. Kaido acknowledges the gravity of the situation, noting that the Ambitus family has forfeited the trust of their people and must now submit to the rule of the Neti Kingdom. With a sharp nod, he formally accepts the terms of their surrender. Looking out over the assembled royals and soldiers in the vast hall, the young prince decrees that the girl and her new attendant will reside within his own castle in the Rosha region. To ensure stability in the wake of the conflict, he further announces the appointment of a temporary regent to oversee the conquered Ambitus lands. His gaze shifts, locking onto the man who had just surrendered his own flesh and blood. Fuch recoils slightly, his eyes widening in genuine shock as the prince singles him out. Kaido's finger points directly at him, his voice ringing out as he entrusts the man with the very territory he once helped lead. Stunned by the sudden appointment, the man stammers a question, unable to believe he has been chosen for such a role. Kaido explains his reasoning with cold logic, stating that because Fuch was the only one brave enough to step forward during the final confrontation, his courage has earned him this burden. He is to serve as a placeholder, maintaining order until a formal administrator can be dispatched from the capital. He bows his head low, the weight of his new responsibilities and the loss of his daughter visible in the slump of his shoulders. Fuch promises to fulfill his duties faithfully, ensuring the transition of power is seamless. Across from him, the young conqueror watches with a piercing gaze, his expression unreadable but firm. High above the silent palace, a silver crescent moon hangs in the star-dusted sky, casting a cold light over the architecture of a fallen dynasty. The air is still, the clamor of battle finally replaced by a heavy, expectant peace. It is the end of an era. The long, bloody war has finally reached its conclusion. Within the quiet confines of her new quarters, the young girl collapses onto the floor, her small frame racked with uncontrollable sobs. The swordswoman kneels beside her, offering what little comfort she can as the reality of her abandonment truly takes hold. Outside, the world moves on, but here, the wounds of betrayal remain raw and bleeding. She sobbed uncontrollably, clinging to her older sister as the reality of their situation as hostages set in. The young girl cried out in protest, her voice cracking as she refused to accept a life of servitude under the young prince who had conquered their lands. She felt her sister's arms wrap around her in a protective embrace as the elder woman explained the grim necessity of their position. It was revealed that being handed over as hostages was the only desperate measure King Vazert could take to ensure the family's survival, a bitter but vital sacrifice. She continued, outlining a bold and calculated plan for their future in captivity. If they could live close to Prince Miramose and eventually win his heart, they might marry into the Neti royal family, allowing the Ambitus bloodline to return to power as relatives of their conquerors. Her words left the young girl wide-eyed and speechless, struggling to grasp the magnitude of the burden being placed upon her. Her sister pressed on, suggesting that if she or her future children were to rule this land, it would be as if the Ambitus kingdom had been reborn through her very blood. She watched as her sister looked away with a somber expression, admitting that while the path would be difficult, giving the girl this mission was the best way to prevent their house from being extinguished. It was her final act of gratitude to the family that had taken her in and raised her as one of their own. She was startled by the suggestion and immediately countered that her elder sister was far more likely to succeed in such a delicate task. Looking at her with a mix of confusion and desperation, she tried to shift the weight of the family's future back onto the woman she had always relied upon. She saw her sister shake her head, pointing out the practical hurdles that stood in her way, including her status as a widow and being significantly older than the young prince. The elder woman reminded her of the gentle way the prince had looked at her, suggesting a connection had already begun to form. She touched her own face in a sudden moment of realization, her eyes widening as a new thought took hold. She whispered that perhaps the prince's interest in her stemmed from her striking resemblance to Princess Solarina, a realization that cast their entire situation in a new and uncertain light. She reflects on the necessity of action, noting that nothing can be known without first making an attempt. Jurud, fueled by a sense of duty to their lineage, insists that for the Ambitus blood to endure, she must eventually marry into the Neti family. With a determined smile, the younger girl pledges her cooperation, eager to begin their shared mission, even suggesting they start by selecting appropriate attire. Her thoughts drift back to her husband, Spellbeard, and the cold reality of their union. She recalls how he once noted a physical discrepancy. The real Princess, Solarina, lacked the small mole near her lips. It was a stinging reminder that, in his eyes, she was never more than a convenient substitute for the woman he truly desired. Standing alone by the window as the crescent moon hangs in the night sky, she finds her mind wandering toward Prince Miramos. A flicker of genuine curiosity begins to take root within her, leading her to wonder what the young prince truly thinks of her and the role she plays in this complex political game. Atenza gazes out the window, her expression unreadable as the young Jurud rests peacefully against her. Outside, Families mounts her horse, explaining that her concern for Princess Parvera compels her to return ahead of the others. Kaido watches her depart, left to manage the remaining affairs alone. The dust of battle settles into a new reality. Maps are redrawn as the Neti Kingdom solidifies its victory, officially incorporating the Ambitus territories into its growing dominion. Within the palace halls, Kaido instructs his attendants to prepare Atenza and Jurud for their own journey. He intends to report the final outcome of the conflict to King Chorex personally. His plans are interrupted by a flustered official who reports a request for an immediate audience. The man explains that someone has arrived, seeking a meeting right away. He listens intently as the official reveals the visitor is an envoy from the neighboring land of Supozart, a man named Dualrifa Analogy. Upon hearing the name, Solarina's eyes widen in disbelief. She questions if this could truly be the man married to her own sister. The envoy himself, a man of composed bearing in foreign robes, steps forward to greet the young prince. He introduces himself as Dualrifa Analogy, sent to offer blessings for the victory and to forge a new bond of friendship between their nations. He stands before the young prince, a figure of quiet composure. Kaido observes him, noting his gentle demeanor, and offers a polite word of thanks. It occurs to the boy that because of his past military duties, this is the first time they have actually met face-to-face since the wedding. The envoy responds with a warm, humble smile, reminding the boy that as the husband of Princess Solarina, they are now family. He suggests that a more informal tone might be appropriate between brothers-in-law. Despite his own suggestion, the man quickly becomes flustered, stammering that even the honor of marrying into the royal family was more than he deserved. To speak as an equal to a prince of the realm feels like a step too far for his modest nature. Seeing his discomfort, Kaido offers a bright, reassuring smile and waves away the formalities. He insists that they should set aside their titles and simply speak as kin. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, the prince addresses him directly as brother-in-law, a title that hits the man like a physical blow. He recoils in shock, his eyes wide at the sudden intimacy of the address. The poor man begins to tremble, clutching his chest as he pleads with the prince to reconsider, claiming his heart is far too weak for such high honors. Watching him, Kaido reflects on his sister's preference for sincere, perhaps even overly earnest men. As the envoy struggles to catch his breath and regain his composure, the young prince can't help but feel that his new relative is perhaps a bit more timid than he expected. Finally, the man adjusts his glasses, his expression shifting back to a more professional mask. Kaido watches him closely, questioning if a simple celebration of victory and friendship is truly the only reason for this unexpected visit. He continues to act with extreme deference, his voice trembling slightly as he addresses the young prince. He wonders aloud if he should speak more casually, as befits a brother-in-law, but his innate humility makes the prospect seem almost painful. Stepping forward into the center of the grand hall, the envoy formally delivers a message from the king of Supozart. He offers heartfelt congratulations on the recent victory and the successful pacification of the Ambitus lands. The diplomat continues, his expression earnest as he explains that his kingdom now shares a border with the newly expanded Neti territory. Because of this proximity, his monarch is eager to establish a formal and lasting bond of friendship between their two nations. Listening intently, the young marshal admits that he personally welcomes the idea of peaceful neighbors over the threat of war. However, he remains cautious, reminding the envoy that such significant matters of international diplomacy must be brought before King Chorex himself. This response seems to catch the visitor off guard, causing him to hesitate for a moment. When the prince asks if something is wrong, the man simply replies that the boy's reaction was more modest than he had anticipated. He then elaborates on the gravity of the situation, pointing out that the Rosha region, now under the prince's control, is actually larger than the original Neti kingdom itself. He suggests that in the eyes of history, anyone who seizes such a vast territory is viewed in a very specific light. A sudden realization strikes the young commander, his eyes widening as the weight of the envoy's words sinks in. He finally understands the political reality. By conquering so much land, he is no longer seen merely as a prince, but as a new, independent king in his own right. Observing the exchange from the sidelines, the first prince of Ambitus nods to himself as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. He recognizes that the envoy's haste is a calculated move to secure an alliance with this rising power before the political landscape shifts any further. He remained a quiet observer as the young prince politely but firmly declined the offer of a crown, stating he had no desire for such a title at this time. Kaido suggested that the envoy should instead negotiate formal ties with King Chorex, though he privately acknowledged that his territorial gains had made these political pressures inevitable. The envoy was momentarily speechless at the prince's lack of ambition, but quickly recovered, agreeing to return home to prepare for formal proceedings. However, the prince had a more immediate plan, proposing they travel together since he was already bound for the kingdom of Ned. He stammered a protest, pointing out that he was ill-equipped for such an arduous journey to a foreign land. The prince dismissed the concern instantly, promising that his own camp would provide everything necessary for the trip. The boy dismissed the excuse, noting that if they truly sought a swift alliance, there was no sense in waiting. The envoy's sweat-beaded brow betrayed his inner turmoil. He realized that joining this journey meant he would likely witness a sight he was not yet prepared to face. The young commander's eyes sparkled with a different kind of anticipation as he mentioned the newborn baby awaiting them at their destination. In response to those words, a vision of Princess Solarina appearing radiant while cradling an infant struck the envoy like a physical blow, leaving him paralyzed with a mix of awe and hysterical shock. Ignoring the man's visible distress, the group began to move, their steady pace marking the beginning of a journey fraught with diplomatic tension. As they walked, the prince remarked that having the envoy's company would streamline their arrival, leaving the diplomat to fret over the increasingly blurred lines between his official mission and these personal revelations. He felt a firm hand clamped down on his shoulder, grounding him amidst his spiraling thoughts as the weight of the recent revelation took hold. Kaido stood there with a radiant, almost mischievous grin, insisting that his journey to the kingdom of Nedi was purely professional. He framed the act of witnessing his wife's labor as a duty, casually asking his stunned companion if there was anything wrong with a man supporting his family during such a time. The envoy could only stare in silence, a cold sweat breaking out as he struggled to process the young man's nonchalant attitude towards such a monumental royal event. As the group began their trek across the windswept dunes, the conversation turned toward the administrative burdens of the realm. Kaido explained that a village had sent a formal petition, alleging that Prince Spellbeard was causing significant trouble at the local river, which had forced many to flee. He continued, noting that while initial investigations found no signs of pollution, he felt a responsibility to investigate the source of the villagers' anxiety personally. Instead of returning directly to the Rosha region, he decided the group would take a detour to see the situation with their own eyes. The harsh conditions of the desert soon began to affect the party, particularly young Druid. Clinging to the back of a camel, she pulled her hood low, her face turning pale as the rhythmic swaying of the beast and the oppressive heat turned her stomach. Without warning, the girl's endurance reached its limit, and she collapsed to the sand in a fit of violent nausea. The sudden illness brought the entire procession to a halt, leaving the men to watch in helpless concern as she struggled on the ground. Once a makeshift shelter was erected to shield her from the elements, Kaido stepped toward the tent to check on her. He watched quietly as she lay resting, the journey's toll finally forcing a pause in their urgent mission. He stands awkwardly as the mysterious swordswoman, Atenza, addresses him by his royal title. She chides him for intruding upon a lady's rest, even in these makeshift desert quarters. Kaido quickly offers a stammering apology, his eyes darting toward the suffering Druid, who glares back with a mixture of nausea and fury. The young princess lies motionless, her face slick with cold sweat as she battles the intense heat and motion sickness. Every breath seems like a struggle, her body finally succumbing to the rigors of a journey she was never prepared for. Observing the girl's plight, Atenza explains that Jurud has rarely left the confines of the royal palace, making such a grueling trek a shock to her system. She suggests a pragmatic, if unpleasant, solution. It might be best for the princess to simply let her stomach empty itself to find some measure of relief. She then turns her sharp gaze directly toward him, posing a blunt and unexpected question. She asks him what his honest opinion is of a woman caught in such an ungraceful state. Taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation, he blinks in confusion, his mind racing to process the strange inquiry. The silence between them stretches as he searches for a response that won't offend the stern warrior standing before him. He eventually shrugs, scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. To him, falling ill is merely a natural part of life, no different from any other bodily function. His only real concern, he admits, would be if he happened to be standing in the line of fire. His candid answer seems to satisfy the swordswoman, who notes that he isn't easily disillusioned by the less-than-regal realities of their situation. Kaido simply points out that they aren't close enough for such things to matter. But their banter is cut short by a weak, muffled cry from Jurud, who desperately tells them to leave her be. Suddenly, the princess's face contorts in a final, desperate struggle against her rising nausea. As she clutches her mouth, her eyes wide with panic, Kaido and Atenza can only watch in stunned silence as the inevitable moment finally arrives. She can barely hold it in, her face pale as she groans in distress. Kaido rushes to her side, frantically promising to dig a hole for her as the urgency of her nausea reaches its peak. After the ordeal with the princess, he finds himself in a small village, staring in shock at a local's outstretched hands. The sight is unsettling, prompting him to ask for an explanation of what he is seeing. The skin is marred by dark, crusty patches that look like a severe reaction or a strange blight. It covers the fingers and palms, suggesting a widespread affliction among the people here. An elderly man explains that while it might look like a plague, the cause is actually environmental. He points toward the White Hill, noting that heavy rains wash minerals from the heights into the river, turning the water into an irritant that damages the skin and mouth of anyone who uses it. He questions why they don't simply avoid the river water, but the elder clarifies it is their only source. They have a primitive test, blowing into the water to see if it clouds, which reminds the young prince of a simple chemical reaction from another world. A woman nearby wonders why. Even if the water passes their test, it still causes such painful irritation. The elder adds that the water is more effective for cleaning if handled carefully, but the real trouble comes from those who are too impatient to treat it and drink it directly. The young marshal listens intently, beginning to piece together the nature of this local hardship. Having assessed the situation, he concludes that this isn't a magical curse or a contagious disease, but a manageable public health issue. He assures the villagers that providing the skin ointments requested in their petition should alleviate the suffering, much to the woman's relief. As he steps back out into the crisp air, he reflects on the simplicity of the solution with his companion. With the matter settled, they turn their focus back to the road, pressing on toward the Rosha region as the sun hangs high over the village. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening as a realization took hold. Turning to his companion, the young prince questioned if the man had any inkling regarding the true source of the villagers' skin ailments. The official, caught off guard, broke into a nervous sweat, his composure wavering under the boy's scrutiny. Seeing the man's flustered reaction, the boy let out a cheerful laugh, teasingly pointing out that his brother-in-law was a terrible liar. The official could only offer a sheepish, stammering response, unable to hide his discomfort. The young prince's expression soon turned contemplative as he pondered the village elder's words about the White Hill, sensing there was more to the mystery than met the eye. Shaking off the thought for the moment, he gestured for them to head back, noting that the rest of their party would be waiting. Upon reaching the military encampment, he was greeted by his elder brother, who expressed relief at his safe return. The former marshal then turned his attention to the logistics of their journey, suggesting that the soldiers from Ambitus be granted a well-deserved period of rest. As they walked, the two discussed the state of the realm, with the elder brother assuring him that administrative affairs were proceeding smoothly and no urgent issues required his presence. He concluded that the prince could depart for Neti as soon as his duties in the capital were finalized. Their conversation shifted toward the progress of magical tool research, which the elder brother admitted had slowed in the absence of proper oversight. He noted that while the researchers were diligent, the lack of a supervisor meant results were not as forthcoming as hoped. Suddenly, a voice called out his name, causing the young prince to stop and turn his head in surprise toward the source of the greeting. He turns toward the call to see the young princess, standing expectantly beside a massive, armored warhorse, her face brightening with a look of immense relief. Rushing to meet her, the prince expresses his profound gratitude for her safety, his voice thick with the weight of his earlier concerns. Her attendant, standing close by, confesses that even with the updates provided by the knight, the lingering fear for the princess's well-being hadn't truly vanished until this very moment. He begins to detail the complex efforts required to restore order to the chaotic region, but his explanation is cut short by a sharp, unexpected sound. The princess reacts instantly, her eyes wide with a sudden, sharp focus as she senses something amiss, a reaction that leaves the prince startled and searching for the source of the alarm. Hones and Jurud walk past the heavy carriage, their movements watched by the armored guards stationed nearby. Observing the pair from a distance, Solarina's curiosity is piqued as she inquires about the identity of the two women. Her sudden question catches Kaido off guard, causing a bead of sweat to roll down his face as he searches for the right words. He quickly clarifies that the young girl is a hostage from the Ambitus clan, while the older woman serves as her caretaker, prompting a contemplative hum from the princess. The word hostage seems to weigh heavily on her, her expression darkening as Kaido silently worries if his actions conflict with her knightly code. Sensing her disapproval, he frantically defends his intentions, desperate to prove that he hasn't brought them here for any nefarious or immoral reasons. While the two captives remain under close watch, the young prince maintains that although their freedom is restricted, he has no intention of treating them inhumanely or dishonoring them. Despite his defensive stance, he admits a desire to keep his distance from the pair, leaving Solarina puzzled by his sudden reluctance to engage further. He continues his explanation, detailing how Atenza, the woman who resembles Solarina and whom he had previously defeated, was actually Spellbeard's wife. Beside her, Jurud, Spellbeard's sister, was handed over as a hostage to protect her family. He acknowledges the weight of their resentment, knowing they have every reason to hate him. Hearing this, Solarina remains troubled by the ethics of bringing a defeated enemy's wife and sister along as captives. She presses him, seeking a firm assurance that he truly has no ill intentions toward the two women and will not take advantage of their vulnerable position. Stepping forward, Families challenges him to prove his sincerity. She looks him in the eye and asks if he is willing to swear a sacred oath upon the dagger hanging at his waist, a gesture that would bind his honor to his words. In response, he draws the blade with a sharp metallic ring. He declares firmly that he has absolutely no desire to treat the captives as mere objects for his amusement, his voice steady and devoid of hesitation. Holding the dagger before him with both hands, he makes a solemn vow, his expression hardening with resolve as he commits to his word. The knight accepts his oath, though she adds a cautionary note for him to stay vigilant. Nearby, Solarina watches the display, her initial skepticism softening into a quiet, blushing realization of his character. She continues her warning, her voice rising with urgency. She points out that even if he keeps his hands off them, there's a distinct possibility that the two women might be the ones to pursue him, driven by a different kind of interest. He recoils in shock, his face flushing as the implication sinks in. Families explains that despite their status as hostages, she hasn't sensed a shred of hostility from them toward him, suggesting their hearts may have already begun to waver in his presence. He looked on with a skeptical frown, his eyes fixed on the two women in the distance. Beside him, Solarina watched with a more guarded expression, her brow furrowed in thought as she sensed his unease. Across the camp, Atenza offered a soft, perhaps forced, smile while young Jurud remained silent, her gaze downcast and her expression unreadable as they stood near the wooden carts. Observing them from afar, he voiced his doubts to Solarina, suggesting that as hostages, their pleasantries were likely nothing more than a necessary facade. He noted, however, that Jurud's coldness felt far more genuine than any feigned kindness. A wave of relief washed over him as he concluded that, despite Families' warnings, the two women harbored no romantic interest in him. Solarina caught his eye, a subtle, knowing smile playing on her lips as she observed his obvious comfort. Their quiet moment was abruptly interrupted as Parvera suddenly dashed forward, her white dress fluttering as she moved with purpose toward the newcomers, leaving the others startled by her sudden energy. Approaching Jurud with a formal grace, she introduced herself as Parvera Elysia Mania Madu, the second princess of the Holy Kingdom. She explained her presence, stating she was acting as the official overseer of the sacred dagger currently in Prince Miramos's possession and would be traveling alongside him. She finished her introduction with a radiant, welcoming smile that seemed to catch Atenzo off guard. The realization that a princess of the Night Kingdom was traveling so freely with the young prince clearly startled the woman, who looked on in disbelief. In response, Jurud performed a deep, respectful curtsy, identifying herself as the seventh daughter of King Vazard of the Ambitus line. She formally accepted the introduction, acknowledging that they would all be sharing the same roof in the castle of Prince Miramos from this day forward, and asking for their future favor. She accepts the princess's greeting with a polite smile, though the air remains thick with unspoken thoughts. Parvera notes that while they will be living in the same castle, Kaido's busy schedule means their encounters might be brief, to which the young girl replies that they should ensure those moments are meaningful. Despite the pleasantries, a sharp spark of rivalry flashes between them as they lock eyes. Jurud senses a hidden depth to the princess, realizing that this monitor is far more than she appears to be. Breaking the silent standoff, she and Atenza offer a formal bow and excuse themselves, retreating from the courtyard. As the hostages depart, Families marches toward the princess, her posture stiff with indignation. The knight immediately begins to lecture her charge about the impropriety of her recent comments, but Parvera merely giggles. She playfully dismisses the scolding, labeling Families as a fresh source of bother now that the others have left. Watching the two walk away, Kaido can only sigh at the familiar sight of their bickering. He feels a pang of sympathy for the knight, imagining the exhaustion of having to manage the princess's constant whims. His internal reflections are cut short when Families suddenly whirls around, her face contorted in a terrifying mask of fury directed straight at him. The sheer intensity of her glare sends a jolt of pure alarm through his body. As the princess barks a command for the knight to focus, He seizes the moment of distraction to flee. He decides that the safest course of action is to prepare for their journey to Neti immediately, leaving the volatile situation behind as quickly as his legs can carry him. The sun shines over the spires of the royal capital, where the fate of nations is often decided within cold stone walls. Deep within those walls, King Chorex sits upon his throne, his expression unreadable as he receives an audience. He listens as Duke of Yugoro reports that General Dulba has already departed with a contingent of soldiers to welcome the returning party, confirming that the military is moving to secure the prince's arrival. The king then shifts the conversation to a more pressing matter, questioning the duke on whether the young Prince Miramos is truly ready to govern the vast and complex lands of the Ambitus region. The monarch listens as the duke admits that while the reconstruction of the Rosha region is underway, the added weight of governing Ambitus might be too heavy a burden for the young prince. However, as Chorex gazes into the distance, his mind drifts to the boy's fierce determination and the grit he showed alongside his companions in the heat of battle, leading him to conclude that a final decision regarding the prince's path must soon be made. He walks with a steady pace, the weight of his new responsibilities lingering in his mind as he moves through the palace halls. He is not the only one with a claim to power. The lineage of Ambitus remains a complex web, featuring the sharp-eyed Fiuk, whose strength surpasses his brother's despite a difficult temperament, and the young Jarud, a girl of great potential. Their influence stretches across the vast expanse of the continent, where the borders of Neti and the newly integrated Ambitus territories form a patchwork of strategic importance. This land, under the relentless glare of the summer sun, sees the stone walls of the Rosha fortress offering little respite from the stifling heat. Within its walls, the young prince wipes sweat from his brow, lamenting a climate far more grueling than the mild summers of his homeland, while his attendant agrees that the heat is truly punishing. He is joined by the young princess, who excitedly suggests a trip to the river, though the stoic knight counters that such a reckless endeavor is unnecessary when holy magic can ward off the warmth. Meanwhile, the boy simply wishes to submerge his overheating mind. She leads the way despite the initial reservations, and soon the group finds their way to the water's edge, where the princess and the knight prepare to trade their heavy armor for the refreshing embrace of the stream. While they prepare, the prince and his maid have already found their sanctuary, standing amidst the cool spray of the rushing water as the summer sun continues its assault from above. Having successfully secured the Ambitus region and returned to the kingdom of Neti, the young prince hoped for a brief respite following the appointment of a new lord. However, his rest is cut short when Princess Parvera invites him for a private stroll. As they walk together, he finds himself struck by her appearance, candidly remarking that she's grown even more beautiful since the day they first met. His words leave her deeply flustered, her face flushing a bright crimson as a new, romantic tension begins to bloom between them. The travelers begin their journey across the rugged terrain, leaving the arid desert lands behind as they ascend into the mountains. Their path is clear. Instead of returning to the capital of Raksha, they navigate through a mountain tunnel, charting a direct course toward the heart of the Neti kingdom. He pulls his horse to a halt, gazing at the familiar wooden structures of a mountain pass and remarking on how long it has been since he last stood in this place. As they ride, the young princess notes the refreshing chill in the air, a sentiment the armored knight beside her echoes, finding the cool breeze pleasant after their time in the heat. The small caravan continues its steady pace, the rhythmic clatter of the carriage wheels echoing through the dense, sun-dappled forest. He watches the two girls inside the carriage, wondering if those born in the desert find this northern climate too harsh. Yet he notices that the princess seems remarkably composed. She gazes out at the passing landscape, her expression serene and filled with a quiet, newfound determination. He reflects on her journey to Jivald and the strength she has gained. Compared to the girl he first met, her spirit now seems unshakable. He was caught off guard when she suddenly turned to him, her expression curious as she asked what was on his mind. As they continued their journey on horseback, the knight beside them couldn't help but chime in, teasingly suggesting that he was simply mesmerized by the princess's radiance in the sunlight. The comment sent a wave of nervous heat to his face, and he stammered a weak denial, while the armored woman watched him with an amused, knowing glint in her eyes. Taking a breath to steady himself, he looked directly at the young girl and confessed that he truly believed she had grown even more beautiful than when they first met, a statement that left her wide-eyed and breathless. She quickly broke into a joyful laugh, turning to their companion to playfully complain about how smooth-tongued he had become, much to his lingering embarrassment. Nearby, the dark-haired swordswoman observed the light-hearted exchange in silence as the carriage and horses rumbled steadily forward through the wooded path. The peaceful moment was interrupted when a scout ahead called out, announcing that the welcoming party from the Neti kingdom had finally come into view. Stepping forward from the ranks of waiting soldiers, the stern-faced General Dulba greeted the young prince, who called out the man's name in relief at seeing a familiar face from home. He stands before the general as the formal welcome begins. General Dolba, acting as the representative of King Chorex, officially greets the party on behalf of the Neti army, acknowledging their long journey and the service they have rendered. Behind him, the rest of the group watches the exchange with varying degrees of solemnity. The knights stand at attention, while the women observe the high-ranking general who has come to meet them, sensing the gravity of their return to the kingdom. Stepping forward from the group, the envoy from Supozart introduces himself as Dulrifa Analogi. The general's eyes narrow slightly as he inquires if this man is indeed the husband of Princess Solarina, a question Dulrifa meets with a modest, almost bashful deflection, expressing his honor at the meeting. He continues by explaining that he has come with a proposal for the Neti kingdom at the behest of the young prince. He notes that a formal audience has been arranged to discuss the full details of their mission and the complex aftermath of the recent conflict. When the envoy mentions the prince's name, the boy's expression shifts to one of mild exasperation at the formality. Dulrifa adds a personal note, reminding the general not to forget the upcoming birth of the princess's child, a detail that seems to catch the seasoned soldier off guard and softens the mood. Accepting the information with a stoic nod, the general promises to make the necessary arrangements for their participation in the upcoming events. As the formal meeting concludes, the group begins to move out, the weight of their upcoming royal audience hanging in the air. Among the gathered troops, two soldiers stand out, their faces marked by the recent hardships of war. One wears a bandage across his cheek, a silent testament to the battles they have endured while awaiting the prince's return and the stability it might bring. Watching them, the young prince reflects on the state of his siblings back at the capital. He finds it surprising that his older brothers and sisters are still being subjected to such rigorous training, wondering if the pressure of their roles is becoming an unbearable burden for them to carry. He and his companions finally arrive at the imposing royal castle, its white stone walls and towering spires standing tall against the mountain backdrop. Upon entering the grand audience chamber, the group approaches the throne where the king sits in silent majesty, flanked by his guards and officials. As he drops to one knee in a formal salute, an official announces his arrival, addressing him by his title as Duke Miramos. While his siblings remain bowed low, Duke Avugaro interjects to correct the protocol, noting that as a high-ranking lord, a simple nod of the head would have sufficed. The young boy finds the shifting complexities of courtly manners to be an exhausting burden. King Chorex then addresses him directly, praising his son for the swift victory in the recent conflict and the acquisition of new lands, declaring his strategic prowess truly commendable. With a humble smile, he offers his sincere gratitude for the king's recognition. The king's tone then shifts to a more serious matter, questioning who should be appointed to govern the newly conquered Ambitus region. The young prince responds diplomatically, suggesting that the decision should rest entirely with the king's wisdom, leaving both his father and Duke of Ugaro to contemplate the weight of his words. He stands firm before the throne, his voice unwavering as he rejects the king's suggestion of taking personal control over the newly conquered lands, stating clearly that he has no intention of governing them himself. This refusal prompts Duke of Ugaro to intervene, reminding the young lord that his current responsibilities in Rosha are already immense. Kaido humbly admits that managing more would exceed his current capabilities. Seeking a better path, he inquires if there are others more suited for the task, while those standing nearby, including his sister Vashika and the envoy Dulrifa, listen intently to the unfolding political discussion. He continues his counsel, advising the king that simply reinstating the former ruling family of Ambitus would be a strategic mistake, though he admits he doesn't have an immediate alternative in mind. When the king demands a reason for this bold claim, the tension in the room spikes, reflected in the sharp, focused gaze of Ishika as she watches her brother navigate the royal inquiry. He explains his reasoning by pointing out that the region contains unique white rocks with rare properties that the previous regime failed to exploit, suggesting that a new administrator could unlock the land's true potential. Intrigued by this mention of untapped resources, the king presses for more details about the nature of these mysterious stones, his curiosity piqued by the strategic value they might hold. With a sudden spark of enthusiasm, he reveals that the rocks are a vital raw material for glassmaking and turns to present Dulrifa as the ideal candidate to oversee this new industry. His revelation about the glass materials leaves the room in shock. Dulrifa is flabbergasted, wondering how the boy could have known such a specific detail about the raw materials for glass. King Chorex, equally stunned, demands to know if this claim is truly genuine. Dulrifa, sensing the king's rising intensity, quickly stammers out an affirmation, terrified of causing any offense. Following the king's demand, Dulrifa explains that the materials for glass are indeed a specialty of his homeland. He admits that he had kept this information quiet, fearing that if the prince knew of the potential for mass production, it might lead to complications. He apologizes for his previous silence on the matter. Kaido dismisses the apology with a wave of his hand, stating that such details are trivial. He explains that while he knew limestone was a raw material, he hadn't realized the specific white rocks in Ambitus were so similar to it until hearing the village elder's description. King Chorex, however, is deep in thought, realizing that this new information makes the choice of a governor even more critical. Seeing the king's hesitation, the young prince suggests that they should hear Dulrifa's own opinion on the matter. Dulrifa is visibly shaken by the suggestion, his body tensing as the focus of the entire room shifts directly onto him. The king remains silent for a moment, his expression unreadable as he considers the boy's words. Kaido watches him with a flat, almost bored expression, noting that the king seems to be taking his brother-in-law's words quite seriously, perhaps still harboring some lingering resentment or suspicion. His gaze narrows as he looks down from his throne. He notes that since Dulrifa's home country of Supozart is a neighbor to the Ambitus region, he will be the most qualified to know what kind of ruler that land truly needs. Dulrifa, sweating under the pressure, begins to speak, his voice trembling as he prepares to offer his perspective to the royal court. His voice booms through the hall, commanding Dulrifa to speak his mind if he has something to say. The pressure is palpable, and the diplomat looks as though he might collapse under the weight of the king's stern gaze and the sudden importance of his words. Taking a deep breath, Dulrifa begins to address the king with extreme caution. He prefaces his statement by acknowledging his fear, but he feels compelled to speak. Kaido watches the exchange with a small, knowing smile, satisfied that his plan to involve the diplomat is moving forward. He watched as the envoy from Supozart offered a bold proposal. Dulrifa argued that appointing a prince from the Neti royal family as the new ruler of Ambitus will be the most prudent course of action. King Chorex, leaning forward with a furrowed brow, demanded to know the reasoning behind such a suggestion. The envoy continued his explanation, his voice echoing through the silent throne room. He posited that a prince's presence would signal the king's personal investment in the territory's prosperity. Furthermore, in the harsh culture of the desert, where men are traditionally seen as the primary protectors of the family, a male ruler would be far more readily accepted by the populace than a princess. As these political maneuvers unfolded, memories of the princess surfaced. She had once been a vibrant presence, often seen assisting with various duties. Yet since her marriage, she had become uncharacteristically reserved. It was clear that her grace and capability would make her an ideal support for her brother-in-law, should he take the mantle of leadership. He concluded his argument with a final, decisive point. If the princess's younger brother were to be appointed as the new lord, his own nation would be prepared to offer substantial and ongoing assistance. This revelation sent a ripple of surprise through the room, particularly for Duke of Yugoro, who found the promise of such direct support to be a significant development. This offer was rooted in the harsh realities of life in the arid wastes, where survival depends entirely on mutual cooperation. In such an unforgiving environment, the people are slow to trust outsiders, refusing to extend a helping hand until a leader has proven their worth. Yet, the princess had already achieved this, having garnered immense popularity and respect within the kingdom of Supozart. He spoke with renewed fervor, emphasizing that if the king's young disciple were the one chosen, his people would provide their aid without hesitation. The trust they placed in the boy's potential was absolute, making him the perfect bridge between the two nations. Because of this impassioned plea, the king fell into a deep silence, thoughtfully stroking his beard as he weighed the implications of the proposal. Beside him, the young prince could only watch in tense anticipation, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as the weight of his potential future began to settle upon him. The duke's voice was cold and unwavering as he dismissed the suggestion that the kingdom of Supozart was interfering in their affairs through Solarina. He argued that the harsh realities of governing a desert region were far more complex than outsiders could comprehend, his expression hardening with every word as he shut down the officials' protests. He continued, stating he would accept the justification that the governance had been delegated to one of the sons, though his tone remained skeptical. Beside him, the official with glasses could barely contain his anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow under the weight of the duke's intense scrutiny. The official bowed deeply, expressing his profound gratitude for being granted an audience before quickly making his exit. Kaido watched them go, a flicker of regret crossing his mind as he wondered if he should have been more assertive during the tense exchange. While he watched the official depart, she leaned heavily against a large sack, her breath coming in shallow gasps as exhaustion finally took its toll. Kaido noticed her flagging strength and felt a pang of concern, hoping that the royal family would soon allow her the rest she so clearly needed. While she struggled to catch her breath, the duke's attention shifted back to matters of state as he barked an order to a nearby guard, demanding that Erectum, Futuro, Sarkajimo, and Vashika be summoned immediately. Kaido observed the scene, realizing that the day's proceedings were far from over. They entered the throne room shortly after, moving with practiced grace before dropping to their knees in a synchronized display of loyalty. The The vast hall echoed with the silence of their arrival as they awaited the king's address from his high seat. The siblings remained bowed, their heads lowered in respect as the weight of the moment hung heavy in the air. Each of them, from the seasoned Erectum to the weary Vashika, stood as a testament to the royal lineage's duty and discipline. As they knelt in silence, the king looked down upon them, his voice resonating through the chamber as he acknowledged the news that Miramos had successfully brought the Ambitus region under control. He praised the unexpected strength of the regional army, noting that such prowess was a commendable achievement for the crown. He leans forward, his voice carrying the weight of the crown as he addresses Futuro. He commands his son to travel to the neighboring land of Supozart as an ambassador, carrying a personal letter to forge a new alliance. Futuro bows his head deeply, acknowledging the gravity of the task and pledging to fulfill his duty to the kingdom. Continuing his instructions, the monarch explains that Dual Rifa will serve as the guide for the journey. Futuro listens intently, a flicker of realization crossing his face as he processes the choice of companion, while the spectacled official nearby watches the exchange with a quiet, observant gaze. This moment of political maneuvering stands in stark contrast to a jagged memory of a woman's fury. She clutches a newborn infant to her chest, her face contorted in a scream of anguish and resentment. Her voice rings out across time, cursing the fact that her husband was driven away and denied the chance to witness the birth of his child. Returning to the cold reality of the throne room, the king shifts his focus to the military balance of power. He muses on the necessity of strengthening the Neti army, ensuring it does not fall behind the elite forces now under Miramos' command in the Ambitus region. He considers the strategic value of Dual Rifa's personal guards in this endeavor. Nearby, Sarkajimo and his companion discuss the structural needs of the realm. They agree that to achieve the king's vision of military supremacy, the most critical step is the appointment of a new marshal to lead the forces. The discussion is interrupted by Duke of Vugaro, who steps forward with a respectful but firm protest. He reminds the sovereign that the prescribed training period for the royal heirs has not yet concluded. However, the king dismisses the concern, noting that both Sarkajimo and Vashika have shown exceptional progress in their studies, making the accelerated timeline necessary. He stands resolute among his siblings, the weight of the impending decision hanging heavy in the air. The silence of the hall is palpable as they await the king's next decree. From his elevated throne, the king looks down upon the gathered assembly and poses a direct, piercing question. He asks them to look within and among themselves to determine who is truly worthy of being named the next marshal of the kingdom. He watches as Sarkajimo boldly asserts his own worthiness, shouting that the position of marshal would be wasted on someone like Vashika, while the other siblings look on in silence. He remains defiant as the king turns his gaze toward his youngest daughter, asking for her thoughts on the matter, to seek her perspective amidst the tension. He waits in silence as she closes her eyes for a moment, then calmly states that she believes the responsibility should indeed be entrusted to her elder brother, Sarkajimo. She explains that her time and training has convinced her that Sarkajimo is the one who will lead the kingdom of Neti toward a prosperous future, even as her brother wears a predatory, triumphant grin. She leaves Futuro bewildered by this sudden display of humility, his mind racing as he wonders why she would yield so easily to their brother's ambition. He watches as the king officially proclaims Sarkajimo as the new marshal of the Neti army, a decree met with a sharp, spirited shout of acceptance from the prince. He stands proud while the monarch turns his attention to General Dulba, tasking the veteran warrior with the vital role of serving as the new marshal's mentor and guardian. He bows deeply as the new marshal inwardly grumbles about being watched by the old general, though the prince still revels in the realization that his era has finally begun, just as the king prepares to issue a new command to Vashika. He stands witness as the king delivers a life-altering command, ordering Vashika to become the lord of the Ambitus region. The young man's expression shifts to one of pure shock, his mouth agape as he processes the weight of this unexpected appointment. He can only watch as she bows her head with grace, formally accepting the royal command without a hint of hesitation. She remains perfectly composed as he immediately protests, turning to his father with a look of frantic disbelief and demanding to know the meaning behind this decision. Beside him, his sister points out that the subtle shifts in the room's atmosphere and the flow of the conversation had clearly signaled the king's true intentions to anyone paying attention. He scoffs at her composure, gesturing wildly as he tries to mask his frustration with arrogance. He argues that the choice is fundamentally flawed, questioning how being the lord of the barren desert could ever compare to the prestige and honor of being the marshal of their homeland. He sneers in response as she remains unmoved by his taunts, closing her eyes and reaffirming that this was the path she chose for herself. He mutters about how her calm demeanor is nothing short of irritating, wishing her luck as she toils in the sand. Looking away, she reflects on her decision, noting that she felt the need to seek out a challenge in a new land, much like Miramos had done. Elsewhere, the The young prince prepares himself for the trials ahead, his face set in a mask of grim determination. He watches as the king dismisses the others. Chorex tells Sarkajimo, Erectum, and Futuro they may leave. Sarkajimo acknowledges the command with a sharp salute. As they depart, the trio walks through the hall. Sarkajimo's expression is one of smug satisfaction, his stride confident as he leaves the royal presence behind. With the room cleared of the others, the king turns his attention to the remaining members of the Ambitus house. He notes that their future must now be decided. Juarud and her companions stand before him, their heads bowed in a mixture of apprehension and resignation, while Kaido observes the gravity of the moment. The king outlines the two paths available to them. They can either remain here in the land of Nedi or move to the Rosha region, which is under the governance of Miramos. He continues, stating that the decision of which path to take should ultimately rest with young Juarud herself. The two women remain silent, absorbing the weight of the choice being placed upon the child's shoulders. Meanwhile, Sarkajimo considers the situation from afar. He muses that keeping them in the capital would be ideal, as it would spare him the trouble of dealing with people he finds distasteful, a solution that seems to benefit everyone in his eyes. Returning to the formal inquiry, the king asks Juarud directly where she would prefer to reside as a hostage of the crown. Kaido and the official wait in silence, curious to see how the young girl will respond to such a life-altering question. Without hesitation, she declares her desire to live in the Rosha region. The announcement catches Sarkajimo completely off guard, his face contorting in a mask of pure shock at her unexpected preference. She explains her reasoning with a calm but firm resolve, stating that since she was sent from the Ambitus family specifically for Prince Miramos, her place is naturally by his side to fulfill her duty. This declaration leaves Sarkajimo in a state of frantic disbelief. He pleads with his father, the king, arguing that she would surely be more comfortable living within the safety of the royal capital. The monarch, however, silences the protest with a sharp acknowledgement, formally accepting Juarud's request and decreeing that she shall reside in the Rosha region from this day forward. Turning his gaze toward Kaido, the king issues a stern reminder that the girl is a vital hostage and must be treated with the utmost care and respect, a command the young prince accepts with a heavy sense of responsibility. The king then shifts his focus to Vashika, acknowledging the hardships of governing an unfamiliar territory, but expressing his expectation that she, with the support of Kaido and Dual-Rifa, will manage the region successfully. As the audience draws to a close, Dual-Rifa steps forward with a hesitant expression, mentioning a specific request regarding the administration of the territory that catches Vashika off guard. He elaborates on the geopolitical reality, noting that in the vast, unforgiving desert, Supozart is the only stable power, making Vashika's cooperation as the new ruler of Rosha indispensable to their interests. With a chillingly focused gaze, the envoy reveals the true depth of his nation's intent. They seek to bring the entirety of the desert under their absolute dominion. He had just laid bare a terrifying ambition, and the weight of his words hung heavy in the air. Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief as he processed the implication, questioning if they truly intended to invade independent villages that owed no allegiance to any nation. Beside him, Vashika remained silent, her expression grim as the scope of the coming conflict became clear. Dual-Rifa kneels before the throne, his voice steady as he proposes a bold initiative to bring the vast desert territories under their sphere of influence. Within the silent expanse of the throne room, the entire delegation waits with bated breath as the weight of the proposal hangs in the air between the envoy and his sovereign. King Chorex narrows his eyes, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous rumble as he warns that any hint of an invasion would surely provoke a response from the Holy Kingdom's knights. Beside him, the young princesses can't hide their growing unease at the mention of such a volatile political situation. In response to the king's stern warning, the envoy breaks into a cold sweat, frantically clarifying that his words were merely a figure of speech and not a declaration of conquest. He continues his explanation with a more measured tone, detailing a plan to establish a formal partnership with the nomadic tribes who call the harsh deserts sans their home. Nearby, Kaido and Sarkajimo whisper skeptically to one another, questioning the logic of the deal. They point out that the desert people primarily trade in monster hides and meat, wondering what significant profit could possibly be gained from such a simple exchange. King Chorex leans forward, a sharp, knowing smirk crossing his face as he observes that men are rarely moved to action without the promise of gain, demanding to know the true incentive behind this venture. To address the king's skepticism, the envoy reveals the core of his strategy. The desert dwellers' current weapons are crude and ineffective against the monsters they hunt, so he intends to act as a middleman, importing high-quality steel from the Rosha region to provide them with the upgrades they desperately need. He has just finished his proposal, but King Chorex remains skeptical, pointing out that Prince Vashika lacks the necessary trust from the desert people to manage such a trade. As the king speaks, Kaido ponders the risks of depending on foreign influence, realizing that whoever controls the flow of goods ultimately holds the power. Watching the boy's concern, The envoy offers a reassuring smile, reminding the young prince that Princess Olarina is already established in Supozart and can facilitate the transition. This revelation prompts Kaido to question how much authority the princess truly wields, wondering if a mere official's wife could possess such significant leverage. He answers the boy's doubts by clarifying that her influence is not formal, but social, explaining that she has become a beloved figure who effectively leads the women of the desert nation. He goes on to suggest that these women possess a wealth of secrets and rumors, some of which are sensitive enough to make the ruling elite uneasy. However, he emphasizes that she would only use such knowledge for the betterment of the kingdom, a sentiment that leaves Kaido deeply impressed by her strategic mind. Seeing the envoy's confidence, Vishika beams with joy, his previous anxieties finally put to rest by the prospect of his sister's support. While she remained silent, Kaido found himself simmering with a quiet, internal frustration, his brow furrowed as he processed the envoy's revelations. He was soon joined by Sarkijimo, who remarked that it must feel unpleasant to be dancing in the palm of Solarina's hand. Kaido could only offer a grimace of silent agreement. Their private exchange was cut short by the booming laughter of King Chorex, who admitted he understood Vishika's sentiments, but noted that the desert lords likely still grasped very little of the true situation. The king then turned his attention to the younger royals, commanding them to focus their efforts on cooperating with Miramose and the kingdom of Supozar for their future development, prompting a sharp, dutiful reaction from Kaido. Turning back to the envoy, the monarch acknowledged that while mediating the weapon trade was a fine start, he suspected there was a much larger objective at play and pressed Ulrifa to reveal the true heart of the proposal. As the envoy bowed deeply before the throne, the gravity of the moment settled over the hall, while the official with glasses marveled at the strategic depth of the plan, recognizing the influence of Solarina and Miramose's father. He then laid out the grand vision, a massive merchant caravan system that would revolutionize commerce, leaving Vishika in awe as she realized they were discussing the creation of a new Silk Road. This ambitious path promised unimaginable wealth, as controlling the entirety of such a route would funnel immense profits directly into the coffers of Supozart, though the sheer scale of the undertaking was daunting. King Chorex notes the growing ambition of the Supozart monarch, but Kaido remains skeptical. He wonders why they would share a plan that could bring them exclusive wealth if they kept it to themselves. A subtle, knowing smile plays across the lips of the envoy's companion, hinting at a deeper strategy. He then steps forward to formally introduce the young boy as Prince Miramose, a declaration that leaves the king and his court in a state of utter disbelief. The official proceeds to describe the harsh limitations of the desert, where the small, scattered oases can only support tiny groups of travelers, making large-scale trade an impossibility. In light of these environmental constraints, the king realizes the proposed trade route is currently a mere fantasy. The man agrees, stating that without a massive water supply, the entire venture is destined to fail. However, he asserts that the young prince is the only one capable of solving this critical issue. He claims the boy holds the power to provide the water necessary for a grand caravan to survive the trek. This miracle is possible, he explains, through the use of advanced magic tool technology stolen from the Empire. He reveals that this forbidden knowledge is the foundation of their entire plan. The weight of this revelation leaves the king stunned, while the princesses look on with a mixture of awe and concern. They realize that the boy's presence has fundamentally shifted the balance of power in the room. She watches as the realization finally dawns on the young prince. He processes the situation. Supozart lacks the technology to create water-producing magic tools on their own. Their sudden desire for an alliance with Nedi is a calculated move to gain access to his knowledge, hoping he would be willing to share the secrets he holds. The weight of this responsibility causes a bead of sweat to roll down his temple. He closes his eyes, grappling with the implications of being the sole source of such a world-altering power. Turning to his companions, he admits that the research into these magic tools is still in its infancy and far from being a practical reality. This admission sends the official into a state of visible panic, his hands waving dismissively as he declares such a delay to be utterly unthinkable given the stakes. The tension is broken by the sharp, confident laughter of the high-ranking administrator. He warns that if the Empire were to catch wind of such profitable rumors, they would descend upon the territory to seize it in an instant, mockingly labeling the envoys as rude friends for their transparent motives. Despite the warning, the young prince offers a small, knowing smile. The envoy acknowledges that uniting the disparate tribes of the desert is a monumental task that cannot be achieved in a single day, to which the boy calmly responds that time is the one resource they have in abundance. He then shifts his gaze toward the silent princess standing beside him. She remains composed, her eyes fixed forward as she considers the broader impact of the proposed trade route. She finally speaks, her voice steady as she explains that if the desert people find prosperity, it is a righteous outcome that the Night Kingdom would have no reason to oppose. She assures them that as long as the safety of the Silk Road is guaranteed, her nation will provide encouragement rather than suppression, leading the prince to realize that their plan will not be viewed as an act of aggression. King Chorex issues a formal decree, commanding that the magical capabilities of Miramos be bolstered while they await the completion of the grand project. His command is met with a unified, thunderous response that resonates throughout the sprawling castle complex. The next morning, the travelers assemble at the main gate, where Dual Rifa announces his return to the Rosha region, while Kaido prepares for his own journey to Ambitus. He takes a moment to tease his brother-in-law, reminding him to look after the newborn baby, which leaves the seasoned diplomat visibly flustered. Nearby, Atenza and her companion discuss the troubling news of a recent capture, lamenting that such events occurred while they were away. As the group begins to move, Vashika offers a stern reminder that while her people will not interfere, he should be wary of forming too close a bond with humans. Suddenly, the air is filled with a cheerful shout as Solarina approaches the gate, waving energetically at the stunned men. She playfully scolds them for attempting to depart without a proper goodbye, leaving them both at a loss for words. She bids a warm farewell to Hones, thanking her for her dedicated service and admitting she will be missed. Hones, overwhelmed by the praise, can barely contain her emotions as she stammers out her gratitude. Nearby, the hooded woman watches the exchange with a look of growing realization. Sensing the gaze, the princess turns her attention toward the mysterious traveler. The hooded woman's eyes widen in shock as she finds herself the sudden focus of the royal serene gaze. Stepping away from her attendants, she approaches the hooded figure directly. With a polite but firm curiosity, she asks if the traveler would be willing to reveal her face. The request sends a ripple of anxiety through the onlookers. Kaido and Dual Rifa exchange nervous glances, their brows slick with sweat, while the other princesses watch with bated breath, sensing the weight of the moment. Yielding to the request, the traveler slowly pulls back her hood. Her expression is one of vulnerability and apprehension as her features are finally exposed to the light. A slender hand reaches out, moving with a deliberate and gentle grace. The princess lightly touches the woman's face, her eyes fixed on a small detail. She remarks on the beauty of the mole near the woman's mouth, her voice filled with genuine admiration. This unexpected kindness leaves the traveler speechless, her eyes wide with a mix of confusion and awe. The princess simply offers a warm, knowing smile, the tension of the encounter dissolving into a moment of quiet connection. Hones offers a heartfelt thank you, her face flushed with a warm, appreciative glow. Days later at Rosha Castle, she is present as a staggering pillar of paperwork dominates the room, reaching toward the ceiling and dwarfing the young prince. Kaido stares at the daunting stack in despair, questioning the administrator about how the situation became so dire and wishing he could have relied on his attendant as a proxy. He is struck by a sudden realization regarding the true responsibilities of a lord's secretary, admitting that his life as a soldier left him unprepared for the administrative burdens of royalty. Hones approaches with a fresh set of completed forms, her efficiency leaving him in awe as she asks if the work meets his requirements while the princess and her knight observe from the side. They watch as he finally stands to stretch his stiff muscles, declaring that his body feels like it's turning to stone and requesting that Famili schedule some training for later. Solarina can't help but smile at his typical behavior, noting that his restless spirit is simply unavoidable, while her companion remains silent and focused. Outside, the expansive castle grounds are alive with the movement of soldiers, their training providing a sharp contrast to the stagnant air of the office. He stands poised on the training grounds, facing Families with a determined glint in his eyes. He warns her that he has changed, and if she continues to view him as the person he once was, she will find herself in a painful position. Families remains silent, her hand resting on the hilt of her blade, waiting for his move. Nearby, Hones watches the confrontation alongside Princess Ganti, noting the unusual intensity of the atmosphere. They discuss how this isn't just a simple practice session. It is a serious duel with real blades, a challenge that Kaido himself requested of the knight to test his progress. The duel erupts in emotion as Kaido lunges forward, his voice ringing out as he invokes his sacred arts. Simultaneously, he activates the power of his magic sword, hoping that the combined force of both disciplines will catch her off guard. He believes that since she has never faced such a dual-wielding technique before, he might finally find an opening. Their blades meet with a deafening clang, sending sparks flying between them. Despite his increased power, Families meets his strike with unwavering strength, her expression cold as she dismisses his effort as naive. Kaido's breath hitches as he realizes his combined assault hasn't even made her flinch. In an instant, the sheer force of her counterpressure sends him stumbling back, his grip on his sword nearly failing. He stares at his weapon in shock, unable to comprehend how a standard steel blade could not only withstand a magic sword, but seemingly repel its very essence. He is thrown back by the violent reaction, hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. As he pushes himself up, a realization begins to dawn on him. Magic and sacred arts possess opposing natures that naturally repel one another. He wonders if her mastery of the sacred arts is simply so vast that it is nullifying his magical edge entirely. Families stands her ground, her posture perfect and her gaze piercing. She commands him to stop relying on the crutch of the magic sword and to face her with his own inherent strength. She demands that he bring everything he has to the fight, without the distractions of external enchantments. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he launches himself back into the fray with a roar of defiance. From the sidelines, Hones observes that Families seems to be pushing him harder than usual, perhaps sensing his potential and taking a personal interest in his development as a warrior. He had become less of a burden on her time, which allowed Miramose to focus on more domestic pursuits. While sharing tea, Hones complimented the delicious sweets, correctly guessing they were handmade by the princess herself. Miramose admitted she had been practicing her cooking and sewing, now that her constant supervision of the young lord was no longer strictly necessary. Despite the peaceful atmosphere, a shadow of melancholy crossed the princess's face as she reflected on her position. She quietly remarked that her official duty was merely to monitor him, and any feelings beyond that were nothing more than her own selfish desires. This realization stemmed from watching him train intensely with the Holy Knight, their blades clashing in a private world of discipline and growth. Miramose confessed that seeing the two of them spend so much time alone together stirred a faint, uncomfortable sense of jealousy within her. Her attendant listened in silence, noting the depth of the princess's internal conflict. The air grew heavy with the unspoken weight of her growing affection and the boundaries of her role. Several days later, the silence of the administrative office was shattered by a triumphant cry. Having finally completed a grueling stretch of paperwork, the young marshal threw his arms up in relief, exclaiming that he was finally finished. Just as he celebrated his small victory, the princess entered the room to check on his progress. She thanked him for his hard work and offered a sincere apology for being so preoccupied with her own duties lately. He looked up, surprised by her sudden appearance and the softness in her voice. She hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking if he might finally have a bit of leisure time to spare for her. Instead of a simple yes, he began to list the mountain of responsibilities still looming over him. From coordinating the transport of white stone from the desert to reviewing the latest breakthroughs from the Magic Tool Research Division, his schedule remained packed with the burdens of leadership. He is still buried in his work when a sudden, joyful energy fills the room. Miramose, her face lit with a radiant smile, twirls gracefully in the center of the office, her dress billowing around her as she captures the attention of everyone present. Stopping her spin, she looks toward the window and makes a bold suggestion. They should all go out together to observe the state of the town firsthand. Outside, the city stretches toward the horizon under a clear sky, a peaceful vista that seems to beckon them from behind the glass. The young marshal is taken aback by the sudden proposal, questioning if she truly means for all four of them, himself, the princess, the knight, and the attendant, to leave their duties behind for a stroll. She responds with an enthusiastic affirmation, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This inclusive invitation leaves Hones momentarily stunned. She stammers, barely able to believe that a mere attendant like herself is being invited on such an outing with royalty. Sensing her hesitation, the princess reaches out and takes the girl's hands in her own, warmly insisting that they go together. Overwhelmed by the kindness, the attendant's face brightens with pure joy. While the others prepare, the young leader tentatively suggests the necessity of a security detail, but his concern is quickly brushed aside. The princess points out that with both him and the legendary knight Families by her side, no additional guards could possibly offer more protection, a logic he finds difficult to argue against. With the group's participation settled, she leans in slightly, her expression turning more focused as she reveals that she has a specific plan in mind for their excursion. High above the stone walls of the fortress, the morning sun casts long shadows across the quiet courtyard. She had proposed a secret excursion, and now Kaido and Hones stood ready by the gate, dressed in the simple tunics and vests of ordinary townspeople. Kaido remarked on the classic nature of a princess sneaking out in disguise, while Hones expressed her own excitement for the outing. Turning back toward the interior, Hones called out with a cheerful smile, announcing that they were ready to depart. Emerging from the shadows of the archway, Families and Miramose finally appeared, though their choice of attire was far from inconspicuous. Families wore a sharp, modern suit that exuded authority, while Miramose was draped in an elaborate, multi-layered frilled dress topped with a stylish hat. Seeing the pair, Kaido and Hones were struck with immediate disbelief, cold sweat beading on their brows. Kaido realized instantly that there was no way they could pass for commoners in such extravagant clothing. Leaning in close, Hones whispered frantically that they looked like a noble daughter and her elite guard rather than simple travelers. Kaido tried to maintain his composure, suggesting that for a simple stroll through the streets, perhaps the discrepancy wouldn't be too glaring. Despite the questionable disguises, the group set off with Miramo's leading the way, her voice filled with enthusiasm as she declared the start of their journey. Kaito, Families, and Hones arrive in a bustling town, the air filled with the sounds of commerce and conversation. Taking in the sights, Kaito suggests they find something to eat before they begin their leisurely stroll through the streets. Nearby, the rhythmic clanging of a forge rings out as a blacksmith expertly tempers a blade, steam rising in a thick cloud as the glowing metal is plunged into water. The boy stops to chat with the craftsman, his curiosity piqued by the fuel being used in the forge. He questions why they don't simply use magical fire for the task. But the blacksmith explains that for truly high-quality work, traditional charcoal imported from the Hartout Kingdom is irreplaceable. As they move on from the forge, Hones playfully chides him for his constant focus on technicalities. She reminds him that today is meant to be a break from their usual duties and that he should try to forget about work and logistics for a while. She then excitedly presents a grilled meat skewer to Families, calling her senpai and urging her to enjoy the local street food. The group soon finds themselves surrounded by the enticing aromas of various food stalls, with Hones eagerly pointing out the many delicacies available. While she's thrilled by the variety, Kaito seems a bit overwhelmed by her boundless energy. Soon, their table is overflowing with a feast of local specialties, from savory stews to perfectly seasoned skewers, ready for them to enjoy together. They gather around a rustic wooden table in the bustling town square. Hones leans in, asking Miramose if she is truly comfortable dining on such humble fare. With a bright smile, the girl admits that she has actually been curious about trying this kind of food for quite some time. She sets down a plate, explaining that while street stalls might lack the refinement of a palace kitchen, their flavors are often superior and the prices unbeatable. When Miramose expresses surprise at her knowledge of such places, Families playfully remarks that those blessed with divine arts possess constitutions far too sturdy to be bothered by a little street-side grind. The young boy doesn't hesitate, digging into a bowl of noodles with a hearty exclamation of gratitude. He finds the salt-grilled dish surprisingly flavorful, noting that it has a simple, honest taste that hits the spot perfectly. He quickly moves on to the next dish, a portion of fried rice that proves to be just as satisfying as the first. Each bite seems to reinforce his appreciation for the local culinary scene. As the group continues their meal, he reflects on how right his companion was. The food from these stalls is indeed exceptional. Beside him, the others are equally engrossed in their meals, enjoying the rare moment of leisure. The young girl and her attendant share a quiet moment of culinary discovery, carefully sampling skewers of grilled meat. The simple joy of the meal is evident in their relaxed expressions as they savor the savory treats. She pauses, commenting on the intensity of the seasoning, noting that while the food is delicious, the saltiness is quite pronounced. Miramose looks up, concerned that her companions might not be enjoying themselves, but Hones quickly reassures her that it is merely a different style than they're used to. Nearby, the blacksmith overhears their conversation and offers an explanation, noting that the food is intentionally heavy on salt and oil to replenish the energy of craftsmen who spend their days sweating over hot forges. He admits that while it's perfect for a laborer, it might be a bit overwhelming for those with more delicate palates. The craftsman's hearty fare has clearly hit the mark, as the attendant lets out a long, satisfied sigh while the richness of the food finally settles. She turns to her companion, reminiscing about how these intense flavors bring back memories of the heavy meals they once shared after grueling training sessions. The knight acknowledges the sentiment, noting that while she remains accustomed to such physical demands, the other woman admits her recent transition to administrative duties has made her less used to such heavy fare. They are soon joined by the young prince, who offers a sheepish apology for his absence from the day's exercises. The knight dismisses his concerns, suggesting his talents are better suited for the mounting paperwork, while the young girl beside him sighs contentedly, declaring she is far too full to eat another morsel. He, however, shows no signs of slowing down, reaching for the remaining portions left on the table. The sight of him casually finishing the leftovers leaves the knight frozen in a state of comical shock, her eyes wide at his utter lack of restraint. His appetite draws wide-eyed surprise from the young princess, but he merely shrugs, explaining that letting such a good meal go to waste would be a terrible shame. This display of gluttony triggers a sharp memory for the knight, recalling the rigid discipline of their past, where such behavior would have been met with a swift reprimand. Yet the boy remains blissfully focused on clearing the plates. He is watched by the princess, who can't help but blush as she quietly remarks to the attendant that while the men of her homeland are often criticized for their veracity, she finds his earnest appreciation for the food to be a truly endearing trait. Once he finishes clearing the table and their bellies are full, he looks to the group and asks where they should head next. The princess, her expression brightening with a new idea, suggests there is a particular location she has been hoping to visit. She leads the way into the heart of a bustling open-air market, where the air is thick with the sounds of haggling and the scent of various goods from across the realm. The young girl beams with excitement, exclaiming that she has always wanted to visit a place like this, while her companion simply observes the lively atmosphere and confirms they have indeed reached the marketplace. As they walk, he notices that the stalls offer far more than just fresh produce, resembling a diverse flea market filled with everything from common kitchenware to peculiar artifacts like skulls and weathered axes. Their wandering eventually brings them to a stop before a display case filled with shimmering trinkets, catching the light and drawing their attention away from the main path. She leans in close to inspect the jewelry, complimenting the intricate metalwork, but noting with a discerning eye that the stones themselves appear to be low-quality imitations, much to the merchant's surprise. This blunt assessment leaves the man behind the counter wide-eyed and speechless, clearly taken aback by the young lady's lack of restraint and her unexpected knowledge of gemstones. He quickly recovers, explaining that the pieces are intended as prototypes. Customers buy the designs they like and then take them to a jeweler to have the imitation stones replaced with genuine gems of their choice. Despite the explanation, she offers a gentle smile, clarifying that she is merely a commoner but finds the craftsmanship beautiful nonetheless, her eyes reflecting a genuine appreciation for the work. She looks at him with a quiet expectation, her eyes searching his for a reaction to the trinket before them. He catches her gaze, sensing the unspoken weight of the moment. The pendant, a delicate frame awaiting a true stone, catches the light as he considers her request. He wonders if she truly wants him to purchase it, feeling a flush of embarrassment as he recalls how much she and Families have aided his training. Without further hesitation, the young boy boldly announces his intention to buy the piece, surprising her with his sudden decisiveness. The merchant chuckles at the lad's gallantry, accepting the payment while she stands frozen, her face burning with a deep crimson as she stares at the gift. She asks in a small, trembling voice if he is certain about this. He rubs the back of his neck with a sheepish grin, explaining that it is a small token of gratitude for her constant support and a way to remember their day together. When the craftsman offers to set a proper stone later, the boy insists on taking it exactly as it is, gently placing the silver chain into her waiting hands. She cradles the modest jewelry against her chest, her gaze fixed on the empty setting as she whispers that it is perfect just the way it is. As she looks up with a tender, knowing smile, he finds himself breathless, struck by the genuine warmth in her eyes. She stood quietly as Kaido voiced his concerns, suggesting that the necklace would be far better if it were set with a genuine gemstone rather than remaining a mere sample. Nearby, Karino watched the exchange with a visible scowl, clicking her tongue in irritation while Hones observed the scene with a more composed demeanor. The blonde woman remarked on how unsettling it was to witness such a significant emotional impact delivered so casually, though Hones was quick to point out that he was merely fulfilling a promise of thanks. She then addressed the young girl directly, her expression remaining stern as she prepared to continue the conversation. Sensing the tension, the princess suddenly seized Kaido's arm and began to pull him away, hurriedly claiming they were obstructing the shop's entrance. They hurried away together, both of their faces burning with a deep, unmistakable blush as the physical contact sent a jolt of nervous energy through them. Her eyes shimmered with an intense, newfound light, capturing a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. She refused to loosen her grip even as he complained about her pulling too hard, leaving Hones to watch their retreating figures with a knowing look. As she leads him away, Hones watches the pair retreat, her expression unreadable as the wind catches her dark hair. Seeing the two disappear into the distance, Karino clenches her teeth in frustration, prompting Hones to suggest they give chase immediately. Meanwhile, as they run hand in hand, a warm flush creeps across both their faces, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared, breathless excitement. Hones is caught off guard, her face flushing as she reacts to something unexpected. Meanwhile, Kaido and Miramose continue their stroll through the bustling market, passing by a vendor displaying an array of traditional masks. As they walk, a delicious, sugary aroma wafts through the air, catching both of their attention. Miramose's eyes widen as she spots the source, a stall selling freshly made crepes topped with fruit. Seeing her excitement, Kaido suggests they take a well-deserved break from their walking and offers to buy some for everyone. He then turns to Hones, inviting her to join them since he knows she has a weakness for sweets, which leaves her visibly flustered. She enthusiastically accepts the offer, her face lighting up with joy, while Kaido warns her not to overindulge and then complain about her fitness later. Finally, Kaido approaches Families, who remains at her post, and extends the invitation to her as well. However, the knight remains steadfast at her duty, though she acknowledges the princess's generosity. She remains on guard while the others enjoy their treats. Kaido comments on how they are being called nuisances despite getting along so well, while Hones and Miramose are busy choosing flavors from the menu, which lists various fruits like strawberries and grapes. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts as a stern figure looms over the young boy. Solarina, her expression cold and unyielding, confronts him with a sharp reprimand, her presence immediately dampening the light-hearted mood of the market. Her eyes narrow with a chilling intensity as she makes her stance clear. She warns him that if he intends to continue acting as if he doesn't notice the weight of his actions, she will never forgive him. He can only stare back, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as the gravity of her words sinks in. The pressure of her gaze is suffocating, leaving him momentarily speechless under the weight of her judgment. Amidst this tension, memories of the young princess, Miramose, flicker through the mind. Her various faces of joy, embarrassment, and tearful pleading. She had been so eager to meet him again, her emotions always worn plainly on her sleeve. Back in the present, she clings tightly to his arm, declaring that she will never let go. In the background, Solarina watches with a mixture of exasperation and disdain, commenting on how pathetic it is to be so blinded by romantic whims, while noting that his presence is a stain on the dignity of the knights. The elder princess's frustration boils over into a sharp physical rebuke, her hand striking out as she shouts her refusal to accept the situation. He recoils from the sudden impact, his face contorted in a mix of shock and pain as the verbal and physical assault continues. She continues to glare at him, her eyes filled with a deep-seated resentment that shows no sign of wavering. The silence that follows is heavy, charged with the unresolved conflict between the royal siblings and their unexpected guests. She continues her lecture, her voice firm as she explains that the princess's happiness is her own, and there is no mistake about that. Kaido listens, a bead of sweat rolling down his temple as the weight of her words sinks in. Pointing a finger directly at him, she declares that he must become a prince worthy of Miramose, no matter what it takes. He recoils slightly, overwhelmed by her sudden and intense demand for his transformation. He scratches his head, asking for specifics on what that actually entails. She doesn't miss a beat, stating that first, he must become strong enough to protect the princess from any opponent, regardless of their power. With a radiant but terrifyingly determined smile, she adds that he must also achieve the highest levels of military merit and personal virtue so that the knights themselves will recognize him as a fit husband for the princess. He can only stare in disbelief, the pressure mounting with every new requirement. She leans in, her gaze piercing as she warns him that she will not forgive any failure in this mission. He forces a nervous laugh, wondering if such a monumental feat is even possible for someone like him. Later, as they walk through the bustling courtyard, Hones notices his drained expression and asks if he is tired. She kindly suggests that some sweets might help him regain his energy after such an exhausting encounter. Night falls over the silent stone walls of the castle, the stars beginning to twinkle in the darkening sky as the day's tensions finally begin to settle. Back in the quiet of his room, he collapses onto his bed, staring at the ceiling as the weight of Solarina's impossible demands finally takes its toll on his spirit. He finds himself lost in thought, the faces of the women around him swirling in his mind. He considers Hones, thinking that if she were just an ordinary girl, things might be simpler between them. Then his thoughts drift to Princess Parvera. Until now, he had only ever seen her as a responsibility, a princess of a great nation to be watched over, never as a romantic interest. He sinks back onto his bed, staring at the ceiling as the weight of their titles presses down on him. A prince and a princess. The scale of their roles is far beyond simple affection. He realizes that unless he is recognized as a worthy Night Lord, he cannot hope to stand beside her. He sits up suddenly and draws a gleaming short sword from its sheath. He contemplates the weapon, wondering if this blade could be his key to gaining a single audience with the Night King. The boy stares at the steel, his reflection caught in the polished surface. He slides the dagger back into its scabbard with a sharp click. He questions whether merely meeting the king would lead to true recognition, fearing that squandering such a rare opportunity on a whim would be seen as nothing more than foolishness. He collapses onto the edge of the bed, burying his face in his hands as the silence of the room closes in. He admits to himself that he is simply making excuses because he lacks the confidence to move forward. This realization leads to a deeper, more painful question. Is his own insecurity the reason he has been ignoring the princess's clear affection? Outside the heavy wooden door, Hones stands frozen, her hand pressed against the frame as she listens to his quiet despair. She remains there in the hallway, her expression unreadable as she absorbs the weight of his confession. She watched from the shadows as Kaido suddenly moved with purpose, knocking firmly on the door of a high-ranking official. The man, startled by the late-hour visit, opened the door to find the young prince requesting an immediate audience with the imperial court, his voice carrying a new, undeniable weight. He didn't wait for a formal invitation, his eyes bright with a newfound resolve as he proposed a deal that he claimed would benefit everyone. With a confident grin, he specifically requested that Solarina be summoned to hear his proposal, speaking with the authority of someone who had finally found his path. Before the official could even process the request, the boy was already turning to leave, waving a hand dismissively as he hurried away. The man was left standing in the doorway, utterly bewildered by the prince's sudden burst of energy and cryptic demands. His pace didn't slacken as he sprinted through the stone corridors of the palace, his footsteps echoing against the high ceilings. He seemed driven by a clock only he could hear, racing toward his next destination with infectious enthusiasm. The path led him deep into the heart of the working quarters, where the scent of iron and the remnants of the day's labor still hung heavy in the air. Upon reaching the workshop, he burst inside, surprising Hones and the blacksmith who were still tending to the embers of their work. They looked up in shock, questioning what could possibly bring the prince to such a place at this hour, but he merely brushed aside their concerns to ask about the progress of their research. After receiving a brief update, the young prince offered a quick wave of farewell, promising to return soon for a full report. He left as quickly as he had arrived, leaving the pair standing in the dimly lit room, staring after him in confusion. As his figure disappeared back into the darkness of the hallway, the two workers exchanged a look of pure bewilderment. They couldn't help but wonder what had transpired to put such a vibrant, joyful spring in the step of a boy who had been so weighed down by doubt only hours before. The young prince strides through the desolate, moonlit courtyard, his mind racing with the weight of his new ambitions. He pauses, tilting his head back to observe the pale glow of the full moon hanging in the star-speckled sky. As he watches the celestial orb, his thoughts turn to Princess Parvera and her radiant smile. He acknowledges his fondness for her, but feels a pang of guilt. Believing he is yet to cultivate a devotion that equals her own, he resolves to wait until his heart is truly ready before he can fully embrace her. With a sudden surge of conviction, he thrusts his arm upward, his silhouette sharp against the night. Clenching his hand into a tight fist against the backdrop of the moon, he swears an oath to transform himself into a man the Night King would be proud to acknowledge. He reflects on the monumental tasks ahead, the revitalization of the Rosha region and the strategic trade pacts with neighboring kingdoms, vowing to exhaust every effort to become a leader worthy of his title. A horse-drawn carriage rattles toward the castle gates, its dark frame standing out against the gray stone walls. The administrator peers out from within the vehicle, his eyes sharp behind his spectacles as he observes the progress of their arrival. He adjusts the high collar of his formal imperial uniform, preparing himself for the diplomatic duties that lie ahead as an official of the empire. High above in the castle, Hones peers through a window, recognizing the imperial markings on the carriage and wondering if the visitors have come to see the prince. She turns away from the window to face the young princess, who sits curled up on the bed, and tries to offer comfort as the girl voices her fears of being abandoned. The young girl remains despondent, her face hidden as she laments that Kaido hasn't come to see her once since they returned to the castle, despite Hones' attempts to explain the government's busy schedule. Suddenly, the heavy door creaks open as a soldier marches in, carrying a simple wooden tray laden with food for the occupants. He offers a smirk and a casual apology when she immediately snaps at him for failing to knock before entering their private quarters. She glances back, her expression unreadable as she prepares to fulfill her duties, a simple bowl of fruit resting on a nearby table. Outside the private chambers, the grand hallway remains silent, though the weight of the summons from Prince Miramose hangs heavy in the air for those approaching, who find the invitation unexpected. Inside, the young prince greets Administrator Fonsaloya, offering a polite apology for the sudden summons. The administrator, standing before a wall of books, graciously dismisses the concern, noting that he had intended to pay a visit soon regardless. Watching the exchange from the shadows of the doorway, the princess observes silently, her presence partially obscured by the stoic figure of an armored knight. Fonsaloya's composure breaks into exuberant praise as he gestures wildly, declaring his desire to commend the prince's remarkable skill in expanding the imperial borders. Kaido, however, remains humble, suggesting that the outcome was merely a natural progression of events. The boisterous atmosphere settles as the attendant returns, quietly serving tea to the two men. He offers a soft word of thanks as she places the tray down, maintaining the decorum of the meeting. Setting his cup aside, the prince's gaze sharpens, signaling a shift to more pressing matters. Fonsaloya catches the change in tone immediately, realizing that the previous pleasantries were merely a prelude to a much more specific request. Leaning forward, he inquires about a substance known as white sand from the Ambitus region. The administrator is visibly taken aback, questioning why such a seemingly mundane trade item would warrant a personal audience with someone of his standing. He holds the glass jar aloft, his eyes bright with conviction as he declares that the substance within will undoubtedly become a revolutionary new export for the realm. Across the table, the administrator observes the fine grains, reflecting on the young prince's proactive efforts to settle his debts and the flourishing success of the smithing industry in the Rosha region. While sipping his tea, the official questions the utility of purchasing mere sand without a clear purpose, only for the boy to reveal with a triumphant smile that it is the essential raw material for glass. The revelation hits with the force of a physical blow, causing the administrator to spray his tea across the room in a fit of pure, unadulterated shock. Wiping his face and trembling with sudden fervor, the man shouts his intent to purchase the entire supply immediately, though the prince calmly suggests they negotiate, as he intends to reserve some for his own projects while selling the surplus. From their hidden vantage point, the princess and her attendant watch in disbelief, stunned by the administrator's complete loss of professional decorum and the staggering sums of money being discussed. He realizes that this single discovery could redefine his entire career, knowing full well that glass production is a closely guarded secret held by only a few nations, making it a commodity of immense value. With a newfound sense of urgency and respect, the official hands over a heavy pouch, finalizing the deal that secures the future of the prince's ambitious economic plans. He presents a document to the young prince, assuring him that there is no cause for alarm and that the gesture is merely a token of goodwill. Kaido looks down at the papers, his expression guarded as he prepares to see what the administrator has brought. As the boy opens the ledger, his eyes widen in disbelief at the contents. The administrator watches with a satisfied, knowing smile, enjoying the impact of his revelation. The official explains that in the world of finance, many, from commoners to entire nations, attempt to evade their debts, leading to the necessity of ruthless collection. He notes that the profession of debt collection exists precisely because of such dishonesty. Stunned by the declaration, the boy stares in silence as the official clarifies that the empire has deemed him trustworthy, a rare honor that exempts him from the usual suspicions. He then moves to the heart of the matter, explaining that the Rosha region is currently burdened by a 30% compound interest rate. With a flourish of his hands, he reveals that the document in Kaido's hands is a formal decree to slash that rate in half, down to 15%. Trembling slightly, the prince questions the legitimacy of such an unbelievable offer, wondering if the papers could be forged. The administrator chuckles at the boy's skepticism, asking if he has already forgotten the official certificate of authenticity that accompanies such high-level imperial documents. He points out that any attempt at deception would be foolish, especially with a formidable knight standing guard right there, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of foul play. The knight's cold, steady gaze from beneath the visor reinforces the gravity of the situation. Radiating satisfaction, he declares this an unprecedented arrangement, born from his high regard for the prince's initiative in settling the interest early. He emphasizes that if the distribution of the white sand is handled skillfully, their mutual goodwill will only continue to grow. He observed the young boy's stunned expression, waiting for the gravity of the offer to take hold. The official's presence was imposing, but Kaido understood that this was a necessary alliance for the prosperity of his people. Steeling his resolve, he voiced his agreement to the proposed terms. They sealed the arrangement with a firm handshake, a gesture of mutual benefit between the Empire and the borderlands. The young lord couldn't help but bargain for better trade prices even as the deal concluded, prompting a chuckle from the official who promised to buy at the highest possible rates without alerting his superiors. Meanwhile, far from the negotiation room, Solarina remained lost in thought within the confines of her carriage, her silent journey continuing under the watchful eye of her attendant. Later, Kaido made his way to the bustling workshop to check on the development of new armaments, where the workers were eager to show him the results of their research. They presented him with a remarkable piece of craftsmanship, a metal plate featuring a unique, swirling grain that seemed almost organic. The master smith and his apprentice proudly explained the technique, describing how they had folded different types of iron to create a pattern that mirrored the look of magical weapons, achieving through sweat and fire what was usually reserved for mages. He stands alongside Hones and Administrator Fonsaloya, reviewing the latest reports from the workshop, while the administrator notes that perfectly replicating specific magical patterns remains a challenge. He acknowledges that the progress they've made is a significant leap forward. Turning his attention to the lead craftsman, the young prince inquires about the status of their research into iron and bronze magical tools. The blacksmith, pausing to wipe the sweat from his brow, confirms that the work is proceeding steadily. The smith goes on to explain the hurdles they faced, recounting how they initially attempted mass production using molds. However, the intricate details of the magical engravings proved far more difficult to reproduce than they had anticipated, forcing them to abandon that approach. Because of these difficulties, Kaido questions if the mass production of bronze tools has stalled, but the blacksmith quickly leads him to a different section of the bustling workshop. He explains that they haven't given up, but are instead trialing an entirely different manufacturing method. As they watch the new process in action, the craftsman demonstrates how they now strike the patterns directly into bronze plates. He notes that by heating the metal slightly, the engravings take hold with remarkable clarity, though the true difficulty lies in the precision required to create the stamps themselves. This revelation brings a spark of excitement to the boy's eyes as he realizes they have found a viable path toward mass production. The blacksmith adds that while they are still investigating how to replicate the actual magical effects, the visual similarity is already indistinguishable from the real thing. Pleased with the breakthrough, he offers a warm smile to his team, expressing his gratitude for their tireless dedication to the research. Beside him, Hones and Fonsaloya watch with quiet satisfaction, seeing the potential of this new technology beginning to take shape. With a firm grip on a small vial, the young marshal declares that this success is only the beginning, opening the door to even more ambitious challenges. His gaze is fixed on the future, fueled by the knowledge that they are now capable of things once thought impossible. He stands before his team, the air thick with anticipation as a collective gasp ripples through the workshop. The craftsmen exchange stunned glances, their eyes wide with the realization of what has just been presented. Stepping forward, the master smith presents a small vial filled with a fine, pale substance, his voice steady as he requests that this white sand be the focus of their next great research endeavor for magical tools. He explains that this material could be the key to a new frontier of craftsmanship, urging the young prince to consider its untapped potential. The group gathers closer, their collective gaze fixed on the unassuming bottle. The weight of the moment hangs heavy, as each of them contemplates the potential hidden within those tiny, shimmering grains. As the light catches the contents, a sharp realization strikes one of the observers. This is no ordinary dust, but the rare and precious sand used in the creation of high-quality glass. The discovery sends a jolt of excitement through the room. However, the smith quickly clarifies that its utility extends far beyond simple glassmaking. He gestures emphatically, his expression intense, as he argues that they are looking at a material of far greater versatility and value than anyone initially suspected, one that could revolutionize their entire industry. The true breadth of its power is revealed through the ancient texts. It can temper the raging heat of a furnace to protect the workers, enrich the soil to ensure a bountiful harvest, and even bolster the very foundations of their buildings for greater durability. Beyond its physical strength, it serves as a potent disinfectant and a way to banish foul odors, a truly universal resource. Observing this, the young prince finally understands why the high-ranking administrators of Fonsaloya were so desperate to secure it for themselves. Seeing the potential, he turns to the smith and asks if he is willing to take charge of the research. The craftsman's face lights up with a mixture of shock and pure, unadulterated joy, stammering his enthusiastic consent at the prospect of working with such a legendary material. He reassures the team that a steady supply is guaranteed, as they can now import the sand in massive quantities from the Ambitus region. The smith is nearly overwhelmed by the opportunity, questioning if he truly gets to lead such a monumental study alone. But the moment is joined by a newcomer with dark, wavy hair who steps forward, offering his own skills to the project with a confident smirk, eager to see what they can achieve together. He stood before his assembled team, his voice ringing through the hall as he divided them into 3 specialized research groups. One would focus on steel, another on bronze, and the third on the mysterious new material they had acquired. He expressed his firm belief that they would produce great results, and the workshop echoed with their enthusiastic shouts of agreement. As night fell over the castle, the stars began to twinkle in the clear sky, casting a peaceful glow over the stone battlements. He hurried through the quiet corridors, his mind racing with the possibilities of the new trade agreement with the Empire. Everything seemed to be falling into place, with the magic tool research progressing smoothly and his plans finally gaining momentum. His pace slowed to a halt as he noticed a dark figure standing motionless outside his private quarters. A glimpse of slender feet in simple sandals and a delicate anklet suggested a visitor he hadn't expected at this late hour. The woman turned to face him, revealing herself to be Atenza. When he questioned her presence, she spoke softly, asking if he was alone and if they might speak in confidence about a private matter. She watched as he pushed the heavy door open, gesturing for her to enter. She hesitated for a moment, her expression unreadable as she stepped into the dimly lit room. She paused at the threshold, seeking final confirmation before crossing into his personal space. He assured her that he had been expecting such a visit, his voice calm despite the late hour. She followed him in and took a seat in a nearby chair while he settled on the edge of the bed. The air between them grew heavy with the weight of the conversation that was about to unfold. He breaks the silence, asking her what she needs to talk about. She doesn't answer immediately, keeping her eyes closed in a moment of quiet hesitation. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their previous conversation hanging in the air. She broke the silence first, her voice soft as she addressed him by his royal title, Prince Miramos. Her eyes searched his as she asked if he intended to abandon Jurud, a question that left him visibly stunned and struggling for a response. He listened as she explained the situation, noting that despite being held as hostages for many days, he had not made a single effort to visit Jurud, leaving the girl feeling neglected. He countered by explaining his busy schedule and his belief that his absence would allow them to live more peacefully without the constant reminder of their status as captives. She stood her ground, arguing that a ruler's absence sends a message that the hostages are worthless, a sentiment that was already beginning to spread among the servants. She continued, her voice tinged with worry as she described how the servants' attitudes were already shifting toward disrespect, fearing that they would eventually be looked down upon entirely. He looked at her with a new sense of realization, asking if she was truly being mistreated by the staff, and wondering if this insight came from her own experiences as a former member of a royal house. He recoils slightly, surprised by the weight of her words. She quickly clarifies that her intent isn't to be difficult, but rather to offer a necessary warning before he or his staff inadvertently cause a diplomatic incident. Questioning her tone, he asks if this is meant as a formal warning. She meets his gaze steadily, correcting him by stating it is merely a consultation between two parties with shared interests. Accepting the logic, he suggests that visiting every few days should suffice to maintain appearances. She agrees, but adds a crucial condition. He must not simply show his face and vanish, but instead stay long enough for a meaningful conversation. The young prince realizes that such a public display of attention would effectively signal to the entire palace that the hostages are under his protection. She nods, suggesting that sending a formal letter in advance would make the gesture even more impactful and beyond reproach. He lets out a resigned sigh, acknowledging that women require time for their preparations and that he must show more consideration for their schedules. She watches him, her expression softening slightly as he finally seems to grasp the nuances of his role. Just as he thinks the lecture is over, she leans in close, her voice dropping to a serious whisper as she warns him against bringing women into his private chambers after dark. The sudden proximity and the nature of the advice leave him visibly flustered and red-faced. Stuttering in his defense, he argues that he didn't technically bring her anywhere, as she was already waiting for him. She remains unfazed, coolly reminding him that it was his own invitation that allowed her to cross the threshold into his room in the first place. He collapses onto his bed, clutching his head in a mix of embarrassment and frustration at being so thoroughly outmaneuvered. She looks on with a touch of pity, noting that his lack of awareness regarding such social boundaries suggests a significant gap in his royal upbringing. He listens as she continues her lecture, her voice dripping with a mix of exasperation and mock concern. She laments that her current behavior makes her look like a villainous woman preying on a naive youth, a sentiment that leaves the nearby General Dulba visibly distressed as he frets over the potential damage to the royal family's reputation. He is then instructed to receive any future visitors in the formal parlor rather than his private quarters, a rule she insists is especially critical if the guest is a woman. She warns him that if a private meeting is unavoidable, he must ensure a chaperone is present to maintain the appearance of propriety. He sighs, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer complexity of these social maneuvers and muttering about how troublesome it all seems. She remains firm, however, countering that such meticulousness is necessary to ensure that no one can cast even a shadow of doubt upon his character or intentions. He watches her with a growing sense of realization as she begins to walk away, his eyes narrowing as he pieces together her strategy. He understands now that if they were caught in a clandestine meeting, rumors would inevitably fly, and he suspects that she has deliberately orchestrated this entire scenario just to lecture him from a position of moral superiority. He sees her turn back with a knowing, almost playful smile, sensing his silent accusation and asking if he truly believes that. She suggests that, in reality, it serves his interests far better if the court believes the two of them share a close and favorable relationship, regardless of the truth. He finds himself momentarily speechless, his face flushing as he tries to process her cryptic logic. While she offers a parting word of caution, telling him not to overthink their exchange, his gaze remains fixed on her, filled with a lingering suspicion that she is playing a much deeper game than she lets on. He is met with her leaning in closer to drive her point home, as she decides to be blunt about the nature of their perceived relationship. She clarifies that when people speak of a man and woman being on good terms, they're implying a romantic or intimate connection, and she pointedly asks if he finally grasps the weight of that implication. He eventually lets a small, confident smile tug at the corners of his mouth, despite the initial shock of her words. He seems to finally accept the reality of the social trap she has described, acknowledging the situation with a quiet, resigned sense of understanding. He is suddenly overwhelmed by a vivid, intrusive thought of her in a state of complete undress, a mental image that seems to radiate from her very presence as she stares him down with a heavy, knowing gaze. Because of this scandalous vision, he hides his face in his palm, his ears burning with shame. She, however, remains perfectly calm, lecturing him on how the court views a man and woman meeting in private as an admission of intimacy, regardless of their actual actions. She leans closer, her fingers grazing the bed sheets as she asks if he is truly prepared for the consequences of his hospitality. She questions if he understands that a woman entering a man's room alone is seen as an invitation by everyone else in the palace. The young prince tries to defend her honor, arguing that such rumors would be disastrous for her reputation. She dismisses this with a cold smile, explaining that as a widow, her social standing is already fragile, and people are always eager to believe a lonely woman has turned to immorality. With a gaze that is both challenging and alluring, she asks him directly if he would actually like to make their supposed relationship a real one, testing the limits of his resolve. Her lips curl into a smirk as she watches him break into a cold sweat, clearly enjoying his mounting panic. She whispers that she wouldn't have risked being alone with him like this if she weren't willing to face the rumors that follow. In response, he lets out a high-pitched, nervous laugh, frantically promising to be much more careful about his conduct in private meetings from now on. She simply tells him to make sure he follows through on that promise, her tone shifting back to a stern warning. Having finished her psychological assault, she stands up and prepares to leave, announcing that her business is concluded. He remains frozen in place, his heart pounding as he watches her walk away, leaving him to process the dangerous game she is playing. He sits frozen as Atenza leans in close, her voice a low, dangerous purr. She clarifies that her earlier offer wasn't a mere jest. If he truly desires her, she is prepared to give herself to him at any moment. The young prince can only stare in wide-eyed shock, his mind racing to process the sheer audacity of her proposition. The following morning finds him buried in paperwork within the quiet confines of the library. Across the desk, Hones works diligently, the scratching of pens the only sound in the room as the sun rises over the castle walls. Despite the mundane task at hand, his thoughts remain hopelessly tangled in the events of the previous night. He frets over the possibility of another unannounced visit to his private quarters, while Hones observes his distracted state with growing concern, wondering what could have caused such a sudden shift in his demeanor. This tense silence is broken when Princess Parvera enters the room, accompanied by her attendants. They exchange polite morning greetings, the young princess's presence bringing a momentary sense of normalcy to the heavy atmosphere. However, a sudden memory strikes him like a physical blow, recalling Atenza's mention of a message received from the Black Knight. The realization that their private encounter might not have been as secret as he thought sends a fresh wave of panic through him. His anxiety only deepens as Parvera, her expression uncharacteristically somber, announces her intention to return to the Night Kingdom for a period. He is left reeling, his mind screaming with the terrifying possibility that the Black Knight witnessed everything between him and Atenza. He is the sole focus of the princess's heart, a sentiment embodied by the ornate, gem-encrusted pendant that marks a quiet intermission in the day's frantic pace, a silent message in the language of flowers. While he remains elsewhere, the young girl is lost in a blissful daze, savoring a strawberry with a smile that speaks of pure infatuation. Her attendant, however, watches from the side with a look of growing concern, unsettled by this sudden change in temperament. This state of romantic delirium has persisted for over an hour since their return to the private chambers, leading the maid to realize just how troublesome love can be. She notes the princess's distant, sweating brow and glazed eyes, recognizing the symptoms of a heart completely overtaken. Hoping to snap her out of the trance, the servant suggests a warm bath to cleanse the day's travel and sweat. The princess agrees, and the maid secretly hopes that the bath will finally force her to remove the necklace she has been clutching so tightly. But even as the steam fills the room and the water flows, the girl remains inseparable from the token, gushing about her beloved Miramos while her back is washed. The attendant is left in a state of shock, staring at the jewelry that refuses to be set aside, even for a moment of hygiene. Concerned for her safety, the maid warns that the chain could easily tangle in her hair or become a danger while she sleeps. Despite the logical plea to remove it, the princess simply clutches the gem tighter and softly refuses to let it go. The attendant's gaze sharpens with a newfound intensity, her resolve hardening as she realizes the depth of the princess's fixation. The situation has escalated beyond a simple crush, demanding her absolute focus. As the princess finally succumbs to sleep, still holding the necklace to her chest, the maid remains at her side. When the Black Knight offers to take over the watch, she firmly declines, choosing to stand guard over the girl's dreams herself. She remains steadfast in her duty, her voice cutting through the air to demand silence and rebuke the perceived insolence toward the princess's most cherished possession. While she maintains her vigilant watch, the princess herself is a picture of calm, holding the necklace close as she ponders the weight of its symbolism. She recognizes the language of flowers woven into the design, a promise of luck and a quiet request for her heart, and finds herself moved by the sincerity of a gift that values meaning over mere opulence. She stands with her back to him, her voice soft as she offers a quiet apology. Kaido looks up from his desk, surprised by her sudden humility. Addressing her father in her thoughts, she explains that the knight had requested her return to deliver a formal report. Her expression is one of duty mixed with a hint of sadness. This news catches the others off guard. Hones and Kaido exchange a look of concern, realizing the weight of the summons she has received. His tension breaks into a frantic wave of relief, as he admits he feared her secret meetings with Atenza had been discovered. Hones, however, maintains her composure, clarifying that the departure isn't immediate. The plan is to return to Neti around the end of autumn for a year-long stay. Despite the long-term plan, she insists with a sudden burst of energy that she will return as soon as the report is finished. The others watch her, surprised by her determination to come back to them so quickly. She follows her promise with a playful yet firm warning, telling him not to cause any trouble that would require a negative report. Kaido can only stare in wide-eyed shock at her bluntness, while she offers a serene, knowing smile. The tension fully evaporates as he breaks into laughter, finding the humor in her stern command. Miramose looks on, slightly puzzled by his reaction, while Hones watches the two of them with a gentle, approving smile. However, as the laughter fades, his expression hardens into one of intense focus. He realizes that the Black Knight has likely already reported to Families, and he knows he cannot afford to make any careless moves while he is being watched so closely. He sits at his desk, nodding in agreement as his attendant notices his fatigue. She remarks on how dry his throat must be and offers to prepare some tea, a small gesture of care in the midst of their busy schedule. Stepping out, she gently pulls the door shut, promising to stay out of the way so they can focus on their tasks without further interruption. Once alone in the quiet corridor, her composure begins to crumble. She reflects on the moment she learned of the princess's impending return to Neti, confessing to herself that her first instinct hadn't been sadness, but a shameful sense of relief. The darkness of the hallway seems to mirror the gloom in her heart as she admits how much she loathes this side of herself. The weight of her guilt becomes unbearable, and she presses her hands against her temples as if to physically push back the intrusive, selfish thoughts that haunt her. With a sob, she breaks into a run, the tears finally spilling over as she tries to distance herself from the room and the boy she feels she has betrayed with her hidden desires. Time marches on, and the sweltering summer eventually gives way to the deepening colors of autumn. He spends these months immersed in his routine, sharing quiet meals with his staff and pushing his physical limits in daily sword practice. As the cold winds of winter begin to howl, the time for the long-awaited journey finally arrives. From the palace grounds, he and his loyal attendant watch the small caravan depart, marking the start of a year-long separation from the princess and her knightly protector. He sits buried in administrative duties within the quiet study, the only sound the rhythmic crackle of the hearth. Stretching his stiff limbs, he laments how sluggish his body has become in Families' absence, prompting his attendant to suggest he join the military drills later that day. He dismisses the idea, noting that despite his promises to hold back, the soldiers are too intimidated to face him, a sentiment she confirms by adding that even the palace officials harbor a certain dread of him. This revelation catches him completely off guard, his eyes widening in genuine shock. He demands to know why such a reputation persists, only for her to bluntly explain that his habit of rushing to the training grounds the moment he tires of paperwork has led everyone to label him a battle-hungry fanatic. He loudly protests, claiming it is nothing more than a cruel prejudice. Looking down at the daunting stacks of documents, he listens as she insists that focusing on his administrative tasks is the only way to repair his public image. He can't help but think that her tongue has grown remarkably sharp over the months. Her stern demeanor softens instantly as she brings up the news of Princess Solarina's recent delivery, expressing her eagerness to meet the new arrival. While she gushes over the mid-autumn birth, he remains focused on the ledger, calculating the necessary expenses for the imperial celebration gifts. Their strategic considerations extend far beyond the palace walls, as the shifting borders on the map indicate a planned route back to Supozart that include a vital stop in Rosha, an opportunity that cannot be squandered. Returning his attention to the immediate task, she presents a particularly complex document, admitting that it requires his specific judgment to proceed. He takes the paper, his expression hardening into one of intense concentration as he weighs the implications of the decision before him. He examines an official diplomatic document from the Kingdom of Hartout, its elegant script and ornate seal marking it as a matter of high state importance. As he reads the contents alongside Hones, his eyes widen in disbelief at the request. Hartout, sensing the rising tides of conflict, is asking to purchase weapons from Rosha. Reviewing a map of the region, he recalls that Hartout is a mountainous nation whose primary imports from Rosha are timber and dried fruits. His attendant commends his knowledge, adding that they also bring in significant amounts of charcoal for their smithies. He remains silent for a moment, contemplating the gravity of the request, while she asks with a worried expression if this truly means war is on the horizon. His thoughts race as he considers the implications. While the region has enjoyed peace recently, the profit from weapon exports could significantly accelerate the repayment of their debt to the Empire. Yet he realizes he is being asked to be an arms dealer rather than a military ally. She voices her own moral conflict, admitting how difficult the situation is, as profiting from war feels like the work of a merchant of death, something she doubts Princess Parvera would ever condone. He acknowledges her point with a somber nod, realizing the weight of the ethical dilemma they face. A small, determined smile touches his lips as he reaches a decision. If they are to proceed, he intends to finalize the arrangements and settle the matter before Families returns to bring more complications. He has already departed as night falls over the quiet landscape, leaving the silhouette of the castle to stand tall and silent against the star-dusted sky. Back within the fortress grounds, the princess flees in terror, her breath hitching as two men pursue her through the darkness, their taunts echoing behind her as they demand she wait. Suddenly, a violent and unseen force erupts, sending her pursuers reeling backward with a series of sharp impacts, as if they had been struck by an invisible hammer. They are hurled through the air by the mysterious shockwave, disappearing into the night and leaving her standing alone and bewildered on the stone path, wondering what could have caused such a thing. Miles away, the young prince gallops across the open plains, his face set in a mask of grim determination as he pushes his mount to its limit under the pale light. As dawn breaks over the fortress the following morning, a piercing cry of frustration shatters the silence, echoing from the high stone walls. Inside, the attendant clutches a farewell note, her shoulders shaking with sobs as she reads his cheerful promise to return after investigating the situation in Hartout personally, realizing he has slipped away in the dead of night. Her voice carries across the battlements, once more, a desperate, angry shout calling him a fool for leaving so recklessly without a word of warning. While his attendant's cries still echoed in the distance, the young prince pressed onward, feeling the bite of the autumn air. He pulled his cloak tighter, noting that the season was turning and winter would soon be upon the land. As he navigated the rugged terrain, his mind turned to the geopolitical tensions of the region. He wondered if the local powers were stockpiling weapons to incite a conflict or merely to defend their borders from encroaching threats. Consulting his mental map, he realized he was crossing into the kingdom of Hartout without official leave. To gather the intelligence he needed, he decided to seek out the main thoroughfare and question any merchants passing through. It wasn't long before he spotted a horse-drawn wagon lumbering across the plains. He adjusted his pace, approaching the travelers with a practiced air of innocence. He struck up a conversation with the couple, spinning a tale about being a merchant's son studying the trade to eventually take over his father's business. They seemed charmed by his polite demeanor, and he took the opportunity to ask about the current state of affairs in Hartout. The deception felt slightly heavy on his conscience, but he maintained a cheerful facade, knowing that his true identity must remain a secret for the mission to succeed. The woman shared that trade was flourishing, particularly since the Rakshar region to the west had fallen under the jurisdiction of the Neti Kingdom. Seizing the opening, he inquired about the nations situated to the east. The merchant's expression soured slightly as he mentioned the kingdom of Farakani. He warned that it was a place of ill repute, and little good was ever heard from those who hailed from its borders. He leans in, his voice lowered as he probes the merchant about the strained relations between the kingdoms, questioning if the whispers of impending war carry any weight. The merchant remains non-committal, admitting that while such rumors exist, they are nothing more than hearsay for now. This uncertainty weighs heavily on the young traveler, his gaze sharpening as he processes the gravity of the merchant's words. Despite the tension, they part ways with a friendly exchange, the merchant waving a hand as he encourages the boy to share any profitable leads his father might uncover. Kaido watches them depart down the dusty road, the simple life of a trader a stark contrast to the political storm he senses brewing. Once they are out of earshot, his facade of a merchant's son begins to slip, replaced by a look of grim determination. As he urges his horse forward, he contemplates the signs of mobilization he has witnessed, concluding that the kingdom is either preparing for conflict or attempting to use the superior craftsmanship of Raka's weaponry as a strategic deterrent. He knows that, setting aside the influence of magic, the arms and armor produced in Raksha are unrivaled in this world. If his suspicions are correct, then providing these tools of war might actually serve a greater purpose of stability rather than just destruction. The image of a heavily armored knight flashes through his mind, a symbol of the military might that hinges on such quality steel. With a sudden burst of resolve, he kicks his mount into a gallop, realizing that the only way to find the truth behind these maneuvers is to confront the source directly. He must speak with the king of Hartout himself. The road eventually leads him to the horizon, where the sprawling capital of Divuario rises, its formidable walls and grand architecture marking the heart of the Neti Kingdom's power. He walked through the streets of Divuario, taking in the sights of the capital. The prevalence of wooden structures gave the city a surprisingly modest feel for a seat of power, though the vibrant flowers blooming everywhere added a touch of charm. After bidding farewell to the merchant and his wife, he continued his exploration alone. As the young traveler moved deeper into the city, his eyes scanned the surroundings, noting the presence of armed guards stationed at various intervals. He quietly observed that while the military presence was visible, it didn't seem excessive, appearing to be nothing more than the standard security one would expect in such a prominent location. Seeking a quick refreshment, he stepped into a local stall and politely asked the proprietor if he could purchase some fruit. The shopkeeper began a cheerful welcome, but as his gaze settled on the boy's face, the words died in his throat. A look of profound shock washed over the man, his eyes widening as if he were seeing a ghost from his past. The young boy stood before the fruit stall, his posture slightly stiff under the shopkeeper's curious gaze. When asked if he was a mercenary despite his youth, he quickly shook his head, explaining that he was merely running errands for someone he was currently protecting. He accepted the bag of supplies as the shopkeeper leaned in, his expression turning thoughtful. The man mentioned having heard rumors about mercenaries lately and wondered if there was a specific reason for the boy's presence. The merchant lowered his voice, apologizing for the prying questions, but noting that the city had become restless. He explained that the number of sellswords in the capital had been increasing, creating an air of unease among the locals. He leaned even closer to whisper a troubling rumor. There were whispers that the kingdom of Farakani might be preparing to incite a conflict. This, he suggested, was the likely reason why so many mercenaries were suddenly seeking work in the area. The boy's eyes narrowed as he processed the gravity of the situation. The shopkeeper added that the kingdom was likely trying to gather as many blades as possible before they could be hired elsewhere, though they were reportedly paying very little. Grateful for the warning, the young traveler thanked him, realizing he needed to inform his master and leave the city soon. As the boy walked away, the researcher watched him from a distance, his gaze lingering on the youth's retreating figure. He then turned his attention back to the marketplace, his mind already formulating a plan to gather more intelligence. He approached the fruit stall, raising a hand to signal the merchant. The shopkeeper looked up, recognizing the man as another newcomer to the bustling capital, while the researcher noted that the boy's face was entirely unfamiliar to him. He listened intently as the merchant began to recount the encounter with the boy, detailing the guard duty and the shopping trip. The researcher's expression remained stoic, but his mind was racing, realizing that the young traveler was far more than a simple mercenary. While he maintains his watchful gaze from a distance, the young traveler strolls through the bustling town, savoring a snack while reflecting on his choices. The flavor is surprisingly good, but a nagging thought persists that he should have perhaps been more cautious in his dealings. Based on the shopkeeper's insights, the geopolitical landscape becomes clearer. The kingdom of Farakani is the aggressor, while Hartout seems reluctant to engage in conflict, preferring to maintain its borders. He checks his supplies, noting that the influx of weapons for deterrence and defense aligns with his expectations. However, the presence of so many mercenaries remains a point of concern for the stability of the region. Before his reincarnation, he held a romanticized view of professional warriors like Dulba and Zubalenk as heroic figures. But the reality is far more cynical. These men are opportunists, prioritizing their own lives and gold above any sense of duty. As he ponders whether to remain aligned with Hartout, a sharp command cuts through his thoughts, ordering him to halt immediately. He turns to find himself cornered by a group of 4 stern-faced soldiers, their armor gleaming under the sun as they block his path. Their leader, the man who had been tracking him, observes him closely, noting that for someone supposedly acting as a guard, he is conspicuously alone. He demands to know the whereabouts of the boy's master. The boy breaks into a nervous sweat, realizing the situation is spiraling into the very kind of trouble that might prevent him from ever securing an audience with the king of Hartout if he cannot talk his way out. He offers a polite excuse, attempting to slip away from the group with a forced smile, but the soldiers and their leader remain unmoved, their eyes fixed on him with growing suspicion. "Catch him," the researcher commands, his voice sharp and decisive as he points toward the retreating boy, leaving no room for further pleasantries. The man continues his accusation, declaring that a child wandering alone and gathering information is undoubtedly a spy for the Empire. He points out how suspicious it is for someone so young to be so inquisitive, a realization that strikes the boy with a sudden, chilling weight as he understands the gravity of his mistake. He narrowly avoids a lunging soldier, his movements so unnaturally swift that the men begin to whisper in shock, convinced he must be aided by some hidden magical device. As he ducks and weaves, he curses his own lack of caution, realizing too late that in a land braced for an imperial invasion, any stranger asking questions is an immediate enemy. He reflects on how his attempts to gather intel have backfired, making him the prime suspect in a geopolitical game he barely understands. The struggle intensifies as he darts between the armored figures, a small shadow dancing just out of reach of their heavy gauntlets. However, his luck finally runs out when a soldier manages to tackle him, pinning him firmly to the dirt while the researcher looks on with a cold, triumphant gaze. Just as they think they have him secured, a violent surge of energy erupts from the boy, a blinding shockwave that hurls his captors backward into the air. He exerts a tremendous force, hurling the armored soldier through the air with a roar of effort that echoes through the square. He doesn't stop there, sending another guard sprawling as the impact of his unnatural strength leaves the man completely helpless. He watches as the dust settles and the soldiers lie defeated on the cobblestones, their groans of pain filling the sudden, heavy silence. His moment of respite is shattered by the frantic cries of the onlookers. They scream out in terror for the safety of Prince Aiken, their voices overlapping as they realize the high-ranking noble was nearly struck by the flying soldier. Whispers ripple through the crowd as the gravity of the situation sets in. People point and mutter in disbelief, shocked that a mere child would dare to throw a soldier toward a member of the royal family so brazenly. Stunned by this revelation, the boy stares wide-eyed at the commotion. He is gripped by a sudden confusion, questioning why a prince will be traveling through such an ordinary, unassuming town without a massive escort. He quickly suppresses his shock, a flash of irritation crossing his face. He realizes with a grimace that he is in no position to judge anyone for hiding their true identity, given the weight of the secrets he himself carries. Now, he finds himself the center of unwanted attention, surrounded by a wall of wary townspeople and soldiers who have closed in on him from all sides. He stands frozen as the weight of the crowd's collective gaze falls upon him, their faces etched with a mixture of shock and growing indignation. The soldiers tighten their grip on their weapons, the air thick with the tension of a situation spiraling out of control. Realizing the gravity of his accidental offense, he attempts a nervous, forced laugh, stammering out a desperate plea for them to understand it was all a misunderstanding. His eyes dart around, searching for an exit as the reality of his predicament sinks in. Far from the chaotic streets, the silence of the Holy Kingdom's audience chamber is heavy with royal protocol. The vast, vaulted ceiling and towering pillars dwarf the figures gathered before the throne, where the fate of nations is often decided in hushed tones. Seated upon his throne, the king acknowledges the completion of a year-long surveillance mission, his voice steady and authoritative. He questions if the task should continue, to which Families, kneeling with unwavering discipline, confirms the necessity, noting that Prince Miramos is not just a wielder of the short sword but a natural practitioner of sacred arts. Beside her, the young princess hesitates, her breath hitching as she tries to find the words to address the national policy regarding the prince. The weight of the crown's expectations seems to press down on her small shoulders, leaving her momentarily speechless. Suddenly, the heavy clank of armor echoes through the hall as a dark, imposing figure in black plate armor approaches, startling the princess into a sharp cry of alarm. Families immediately shifts her stance, her protective instincts flaring as the intruder kneels, begging for forgiveness for the interruption but insisting the matter is of grave importance. The king remains unmoved by the sudden intrusion, his gaze sharp and calculating as he grants the knight permission to speak. With a single, curt command, he demands the messenger deliver his report without further delay. Bowing his head low, the armored man begins his report, his voice muffled by the steel of his visor. He reveals that the situation has taken an unexpected turn, his words hanging in the air and casting a new shadow over the royal proceedings. He delivers the final, crushing blow of his report. Prince Miramos has been taken prisoner within the borders of the kingdom of Hartout. The young prince sits alone in a cold stone cell, his hands bound tightly behind him, a captive of a foreign power. This revelation sends a wave of horror through the throne room. King Chorex and the princesses, Ganti and Carino, stare in stunned silence, their faces pale as they struggle to process the unthinkable news. A sharp, collective gasp of disbelief rings out, echoing against the high, vaulted ceilings of the royal palace. Kaido sits bound and slumped against the cold bars of a stone cell, his head bowed in exhaustion while a guard stands a silent, watchful vigil just outside. Outside the imposing stone walls of the palace, the air is thick with tension as orders ring out to prepare for an immediate interrogation and bring the captive forward. Prince Aiken storms through the palace halls, his face a mask of grim determination. He dismisses his attendants' worries about his health with a sharp retort, insisting that the threat of spies is too great to allow for rest, even in the middle of the night. He continues his frantic pace toward the dungeons, shouting his resolve to extract every secret from the young captive they have secured. He suddenly freezes as a calm, authoritative voice cuts through his rage, urging him to find his composure before proceeding further. He turns, his eyes widening in realization as he sees the weathered hand of his father resting firmly on a cane, a silent command for him to stop. King Quelcha stands before him, a figure of quiet dignity and age. He looks at his son with a mixture of concern and authority, gently prompting the prince to explain the events that have led to such an uproar. The prince recounts the encounter, explaining that he had spotted a suspicious youth in the city and attempted to question him. When the boy tried to flee, he was forced to have him detained for the safety of the kingdom. He had displayed movements that were scarcely human, effortlessly toying with 3 seasoned soldiers before a sudden burst of power sent everyone attempting to restrain him flying backward. Following this display, The official reported to the king that Prince Aiken had been knocked unconscious while attempting to intervene, and that the boy, apparently recognizing the weight of his actions, had voluntarily surrendered himself to the depths of the dungeon. This revelation prompted a hearty, booming laugh from the king, who found the notion of a captive choosing his own imprisonment to be an incredibly bold and amusing tale, much to the prince's visible chagrin. He attempted to regain his father's focus, noting that the prisoner had made several bizarre and nonsensical claims following his surrender. The boy had insisted he was actually Prince Miramos, the Lord of Rosha from the Kingdom of Neti, and that his presence was merely an investigation into reports of illicit weapon smuggling, a story the king found difficult to believe. He declared with absolute certainty that the captive was an imperial spy, his voice rising as he swore to extract every detail regarding the source of the boy's information on their weapon procurement. With a sharp turn, he assured his father that the matter would be handled and prepared to depart for the interrogation room. However, he was halted in his tracks when the king's voice, suddenly grave and commanding, called out for him to wait. He declares that he will take charge of the matter personally, his gaze fixed and unyielding as he asks for agreement. Aiken, caught off guard, can only sweat in silence under the weight of the king's authority. Following this decree, the path leads deep into the bowels of the castle, where a cold, stone dungeon houses those the crown deems dangerous. Within one of these iron-barred cages, the young boy sits alone, his wrists bound tightly behind him as he stares blankly at the floor. He reflects on the irony of his situation, realizing that his choice to surrender peacefully to avoid harming the prince or the townspeople has landed him in this damp cell. Despite the confinement, he remains focused on his ultimate goal, wondering how he will manage to secure a meeting with King Hartout now that he has successfully infiltrated the castle. His internal musings are interrupted by the heavy clatter of armor as several guards approach his cell, their spears held ready. Without a word, one of the men unlocks the heavy iron gate, the screech of metal echoing through the silent corridor. As the door swings open, the guard begins to untie the rough ropes from the boy's wrists. Seizing the moment, the prisoner calmly requests an audience with the king once his innocence is proven. He walks through the stone corridors of the castle, flanked by a contingent of armored guards whose heavy boots echo against the wooden floorboards. As they proceed, the young boy ponders his precarious situation, relieved to have his own clothes back, but worried about the possibility of being exiled if things go poorly. The group comes to a halt before a set of grand, ornate doors where a familiar maid waits. He realizes with a start that they have reached the executive chambers. The heavy doors creak open, revealing a spacious room where a figure in regal robes stands waiting, their presence commanding immediate attention. Stepping inside, he finds himself face-to-face with an elderly man wearing a crown, whose weary eyes confirm his identity as King Hartout. Nearby, Prince Aiken and a bald official watch the encounter with tense expressions, their silence underscoring the gravity of the moment. The king remains silent for a moment, his weathered hand resting heavily on his knee as he prepares to speak. To everyone's utter shock, the monarch suddenly drops to the floor in a deep bow, addressing the boy as Prince Miramos and offering a sincere apology for the disrespectful way he has been treated, prompting his subordinates to follow suit in a display of profound humility. He rushes forward, frantically waving his hands as he begs the king to stand. He insists that the fault lies with him for not entering the country through the proper channels, and seeing a monarch prostrate himself is more than he can bear. He is met with a soft, wheezing chuckle from the elderly monarch, who seems clearly amused by the young boy's humble panic. Kaido, however, remains tense, questioning how his identity could have possibly been known to someone so far away. He explains that the reputation of the young prodigy has spread far and wide. The tales of the monkey prince of Neti wielding a magic sword and commanding divine arts on the battlefield are not easily ignored, even by neighboring kings. He studies the boy's face with a nostalgic gaze, remarking on the undeniable resemblance to King Chorex. In Kaido's eyes and brow, he sees the very image of the father he once knew. He asks if Kaido is well acquainted with his own father's legacy, while Prince Aiken stands silently in the background, absorbing the weight of the revelation. Kaido can only sweat nervously, wondering if the likeness is truly that striking. He produces a slender, ornate dagger, explaining that while an imperial spy would never carry the weapon of a knight, he has no intention of keeping what does not belong to him. He offers to return the magic blade to its rightful owner. He watches as the boy accepts the weapon with a mix of relief and lingering embarrassment, realizing that despite his efforts, he has ended up being indebted to the Night Kingdom. Hartout, feeling the strain of the moment, asks for permission to sit, noting that his old bones find it difficult to remain standing for long. He watches as the old man slowly lowers himself into a chair, his movements heavy with age. Kaido estimates the king to be well over 70 and thinks that if the burden of age is so great, it might be time for the prince to finally take the crown. He listens in stunned silence as King Hartout muses about his own advanced age and the strange nature of a king who refuses to step down from his throne. The elderly monarch lets out a hearty laugh, finding it genuinely delightful to receive praise from a boy young enough to be his great-grandchild. Turning his attention to his son, the king explains that Aiken was born late in his life and still has much to learn before he is ready to ascend. He then shifts the conversation, asking for the young prince's honest impression of their kingdom. The boy responds thoughtfully, noting that from a visitor's perspective, the land seems prosperous and easy to live in, blessed with an abundance of timber and fruit. His expression sharpens as the king presses further, asking for an assessment not as a guest, but through the eyes of a fellow ruler. With a map of the surrounding territories in mind, he points out the strategic vulnerability of the kingdom, noting that despite being bordered by the Empire to the north and Farakani to the east, the local troops seem poorly trained and overly reliant on divine arts. He speaks with blunt honesty, warning that if a conflict were to erupt with Farakani under these conditions, the kingdom would find itself embroiled in a devastating and bitter struggle. This grim evaluation leaves the room in a heavy silence, with the king acknowledging the painful truth of the boy's words while Aiken stands by, visibly unsettled by the weight of the critique. He explains that despite the looming threat of the Empire, the forest provides ample sustenance for his people. The role of the soldiers is limited to driving off wild beasts or handling petty criminals, maintaining the facade of a peaceful, unassuming nation. Continuing his explanation, he suggests that if maintaining a friendly relationship with the Empire is their primary national policy, then a weak military is actually a strategic advantage. This revelation leaves the young prince visibly shaken, sweat beading on his forehead. He begins to grasp the grim reality. The kingdom intentionally suppresses its own military strength to avoid appearing as a threat. While he had always believed that a strong army was the ultimate goal, he now sees the delicate, dangerous balance his host must maintain. The boy questions why they wouldn't simply rely on the Empire's protection instead of seeking aid from Raksha. The elderly king counters, explaining that while they maintain a facade of friendship, the Empire's true intentions are far more predatory. He reveals a chilling rumor of a secret pact between the Empire and the neighboring Farakani. Should Farakani successfully invade and conquer Hartout, the Empire is slated to receive half of the annexed territory as a reward for its non-interference. This realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. The Empire has every reason to watch Hartout fall. It is this betrayal that has driven the king to seek Rakka's advanced weaponry as a desperate means of self-preservation. Looking toward the future, the monarch notes that the thinning forest canopy in the coming months will make the kingdom vulnerable to winter campaigns. He asks if preparations can be completed within a mere 2 weeks, to which the young prince, his resolve hardened, firmly pledges his support to protect the land and disrupt the Empire's schemes. Kaido stands before the elderly King Hartout, who formally accepts the request for weapon exports and delegates the specific arrangements to Prince Aiken. He then does something unexpected, bowing his head low over the table. This display of humility shocks both Kaido and Aiken, as the monarch asks for forgiveness for his earlier discourtesy. He smiles gently, imparting a piece of wisdom. A head is something to be lowered precisely when one holds the position of advantage. Outside the grand structure, the flags flutter in the breeze as the diplomatic session draws to a close. Walking away from the gates, Aiken informs Kaido that the formal documents will be dispatched from Raksha in the coming days. Kaido expresses concern about their inability to pay the full amount immediately, but Aiken seems to have a plan. He gestures toward the local produce, charcoal, timber, and fruit, which will serve as the currency for the weapons. It is a heavy price for the kingdom's resources, but a necessary one. Joining them, the administrator Fonsaloya adjusts his glasses while Kaido remains optimistic. Aiken, however, feels the weight of the arrangement, likening the collection of resources to the work of a debt collector. Galloping away on his horse, he feels satisfied that the mission was ultimately a success, despite the lingering complexities. He shares a final, silent moment of mutual respect with the elderly king, their expressions reflecting the weight of the agreement they have just forged. As he rides away into the rolling hills, his mind lingers on the encounter, hoping that their next meeting will allow for more than just business and politics. Several days pass as the journey continues, eventually leading back to the familiar, sturdy walls of the castle. Upon his return, Hones greets him not with words, but by presenting a massive, overflowing platter of the very fruit that was part of the trade negotiations. He takes a bite, his eyes widening at the unexpected sweetness, while she bashfully admits to having acted on her own initiative to prepare the welcome. They discuss the long-term implications of the deal, noting that the exchange of timber and charcoal will secure a steady supply of weapons for the next decade, a significant victory for their cause. Despite the success, she fixes him with a stern gaze and a clenched fist, warning him that while she will let this instant slide, she will not be so forgiving of his reckless solo ventures in the future. He responds with a deep, humble bow, offering a sincere apology for the worry he caused her, while the platter of fruit remains a silent witness to their reconciliation. He stood there, head bowed in quiet contemplation, feeling the weight of the stern lecture he had just endured. While the words were harsh, the genuine concern behind the anger was what truly stung his conscience. Suddenly, the heavy doors were flung open with a violent crash, shattering the silence of the room. He jerked his head up, eyes wide with surprise at the sudden intrusion. Through the doorway, Princess Parvera came charging in, her voice high and frantic as she called out his name. In her desperate haste, her foot caught on the floorboards, sending her tumbling forward into a painful sprawl. Seeing her fall, he cried out in alarm, his own worries momentarily forgotten as he scrambled toward her. He reached out, his face etched with concern for the young girl who had just crashed onto the hard floor. The impact was too much for the princess, and she began to wail uncontrollably, tears flooding her eyes as the stress of the situation finally broke her. Her cries echoed through the hall, a raw display of the fear she had been holding back. From the threshold, Holmes watched the chaotic scene with a weary sigh, commenting on the sheer exhaustion of dealing with such constant turmoil. She stood with her arms crossed, a silent witness to the emotional outburst. As he tried to offer comfort, Families stepped forward, her expression stern yet relieved. She explained that they had returned with all possible haste after receiving word of his detention, even resorting to a divine art of speed to reach him. While she continued her reprimand, he gently placed a hand on the sobbing girl's head, trying to offer some measure of peace. The knight insisted that he must engrave this lesson in his heart, for causing such grief to his companions was a failure of character. He gently places a hand on the princess's head, offering a silent gesture of comfort as she continues to sob against him. He speaks softly, offering a sincere apology to Princess Parvera for the immense worry his actions caused her. Turning his attention to the others, he acknowledges the burden he placed on Families and Hones as well, while the princess remains inconsolable. Hones watches the exchange with a look of quiet relief, though the weight of the situation still hangs heavy in the air. Hones looks toward the stoic knight, perhaps seeking a shared understanding of the exhaustion they both feel after the frantic search. Families bluntly states that she wasn't worried about his safety, though she found his lack of foresight pathetic. Hones chimes in, admitting that his disappearance was more of a nuisance than a cause for genuine alarm. Meanwhile, far from the emotional reunion, the sun beats down on a grand estate within the kingdom of Rakani, a place where the gears of war and politics never stop turning. Inside the fortress, General Dulba is confronted with a startling intelligence report. The Rosha region has reportedly agreed to export weapons following a request from the Kingdom of Hartout, a move that threatens the current balance of power. The soldier confirms the news with a sharp, determined grin, his expression reflecting the readiness of the military to respond to this new development. He leans forward, his eyes gleaming as he discusses the superior quality of the Rosha weaponry. Beside him, the administrator listens intently as the soldier remarks that things are proceeding perfectly, exactly as they should. Continuing his thought, the burly man points out that even King Hartout seems to have finally found his resolve. He argues that it would be foolish not to strike while the enemy is preparing to move themselves. Across the long meeting table, the discussion turns to the logistics of their own forces. One official notes that their mercenary recruitment is behind schedule, suggesting they shouldn't rush in blindly while their groundwork remains incomplete. Amidst the strategic debate, General Cactus Dawn clenches his armored fist with a fierce grin. He declares that they will take everything from Hartout, having prepared for every eventuality. The general's ambition grows as he speaks of the untapped mineral wealth in those lands, currently wasted on nature conservation. By seizing those resources and acquiring steelmaking technology from the Empire, he envisions their nation rising to surpass even the Rosha region. With a predatory look, he challenges his companions to engage in a truly spectacular war. This declaration of aggression looms over Prince Aiken and the elderly King Hartout, who remain steadfast but seemingly unaware of the sheer scale of the ambition driving their enemies. The heavy wooden cart creaks as it is hauled into the courtyard, laden with a fresh shipment of bronze armaments. General Dulba stands by, overseeing the arrival alongside Prince Aiken as the soldiers begin to unload the crates of spears and swords. The general and the prince conclude the transfer as the sun shines over the palace, where officials confirm that the ordered bronze weapons and armor have been successfully delivered. Aiken welcomes the veteran back from his arduous journey, acknowledging the effort required to secure such a vital cargo. He reflects on the recent skirmish where his men proved their mettle against those who sought to seize the shipment. Aiken observes that the Raksha soldiers are indeed formidable, having successfully repelled the ambushers who targeted their precious cargo, noting that they even managed to eliminate several of the hidden threats during the encounter. They continue their discussion near the carts, with the prince noting that this new arsenal provides a vital deterrent. He believes that with these weapons in hand, The Farrakoni kingdom will no longer be able to launch a reckless invasion against them, as the increased military strength makes any such attempt far too risky. However, the veteran general remains cautious, his expression hardening as he offers a stern warning. He cautions the young prince against overconfidence, revealing that he knows of a particular individual within the Farrakoni kingdom who is far more dangerous than he appears, a man whose presence alone can change the tide of battle. This admission catches the prince off guard, his eyes widening in surprise. He finds it hard to believe that a man of the general's stature and experience would speak of an opponent with such uncharacteristic apprehension, questioning who could possibly command such respect and fear from a seasoned commander of Raksha. A grim memory flashes through the general's mind, a scene of chaotic bloodshed where a single warrior tore through his ranks with terrifying efficiency. He admits that, if possible, he never wishes to cross paths with that man ever again, the memory of the slaughter still fresh in his mind. Despite the lingering tension and the threat of conflict, a fragile peace holds as the seasons turn. The Hartout and Farrakoni kingdoms manage to endure the harsh winter without the spark of war igniting between them, though the shadow of the general's warning remains. In the quiet of the study, the young prince and his attendants discuss the shifting tides of the conflict. The postponement of the war was a boon for the Hartout kingdom, but for the Farrakoni, who relied heavily on paid mercenaries, the delay was becoming a crushing financial weight. Seizing the moment of peace, Hones insisted they clear the mounting paperwork, much to the prince's chagrin. He grumbled that despite only selling weapons and never stepping onto the battlefield, he was now drowning in administrative duties, but his attendant was quick to point out that his hands had stopped moving. She couldn't help but giggle at their bickering, finding the dynamic between the prince and his stern attendant quite endearing. Her soft laughter filled the room as she apologized for finding their constant back and forth so amusing. The conversation shifted to the documents spread across the desk, noting how unusual it was to see the princess so focused on administrative tasks. It was questioned whether the home country had demanded an increase in surveillance reports, given the current political climate. He suddenly realized the true nature of the reports. The Night Lord was using them as a pretext to check on the princess's well-being. It was clear that the stoic warrior held her in high regard, a realization that brought a faint blush to her cheeks. She offered a gentle, knowing smile, perhaps touched by the thought of such silent protection. The atmosphere in the room softened as the weight of their duties briefly gave way to a moment of personal connection. Her joy was evident as she expressed how happy that thought made her, but the sudden shift in her demeanor left the prince feeling uneasy. He wondered if he had inadvertently stepped into a conversational trap, unsure of what his words had truly triggered. This happiness was a rare respite for the princess, who had long struggled with her lack of aptitude for holy magic. This perceived weakness had led many to look down on her, forcing even her closest protectors to treat her with cold formality in public to avoid further scrutiny. She insists that her father truly loves her, a claim that leaves the young prince momentarily speechless as he balances a heavy stack of documents. Families watches the exchange, noting the tension between the girl's family loyalty and the reality of their political situation. She gazes downward, her expression softening with a mix of sadness and understanding. She muses on the difficult position of the king of the Holy Kingdom, who must balance his duties as a sovereign with his feelings as a father, a duality that often leads to misunderstandings. They continue the discussion as Families clarifies the king's motives, explaining that his desire for frequent reports stems from a genuine concern for the prince's well-being and his recent actions. The young girl nods in solemn agreement, acknowledging the weight of her father's gaze. The knight shifts the focus back to their immediate duties, reminding them that monitoring the situation is their primary mission. She observes that the boy seems to lack a full understanding of his own importance, treating his status as the youngest prince of a minor nation far too lightly. She further explains that the holy magic he wields so naturally is actually a guarded secret of the Holy Kingdom, known to very few. This unique talent alone makes him a figure of intense interest to the world's powers, a point the princess reinforces by noting that his recent accomplishments have undoubtedly captured her father's attention. He stares ahead with a newfound intensity, his eyes reflecting a growing awareness of the complex web of politics and power he is entangled in. The weight of his identity and the secrets he carries seem to settle on his shoulders. Outside the quiet manor, the princess's voice carries through the air as she entrusts the final report to her companion. A cheerful confirmation echoes back, signaling the end of their private council as the sun shines over the estate. He stands alone on a high balcony, looking out over the sprawling castle grounds as the seasons turn. Time has moved swiftly, and he reflects on reaching his second summer in Raksha. Though he is grateful to have survived another year, he feels no need for grand celebrations, preferring the quiet contemplation of the path ahead. He listens as the young girl, Jurud, speaks with a mischievous glint in her eyes. She questions why an invader would expect a celebration from the people, wondering aloud if even the princess of the knightly kingdom would bother to offer her congratulations on such a day. This remark brings back a fleeting memory of a shared meal in the city with Solarina, where laughter was exchanged over the simple fact of growing older together. It was a moment of genuine connection, far removed from the cold realities of their current political standing. Back in the present, the atmosphere in the room is far more strained as Jurud continues her blunt critique. She accuses him of lacking the self-awareness required of a ruler, pointing out that while families and hones are present, he cannot simply ignore his administrative duties and expect things to function on their own. She continues her lecture without pause, seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness her words cause, while he can only offer a sheepish smile in response. Atenza, standing nearby, bristles at the girl's lack of decorum, but Jurud remains unfazed, insisting that her words are merely a reflection of his narrow-mindedness. Seeing the tension rise, Atenza immediately bows her head in a formal apology, begging him to overlook the child's insolence. He quickly tries to dismiss the formality, feeling a sense of unease at being treated with such rigid deference after their previous interactions. He looks at them with a gentle expression, reaffirming that his trust in them remains unshaken despite the bluntness of the conversation. It is this quiet confidence that seems to bridge the gap between his role as a captive and his burgeoning responsibilities. As they settle around the table, the conversation takes a softer turn when Jurud offers to host a celebration herself, since no one else seems inclined to do so. He is caught off guard by the sudden shift from harsh criticism to a gesture of genuine kindness. She finally offers her congratulations on his 14th birthday, noting that after a year of captivity, he seems to have fully adapted to his life in Racha. With a sincere smile, he thanks her, acknowledging the milestone and the strange path his life has taken. He is relaxing with Hones and Jurud when a sudden knock at the door interrupts their conversation. He immediately suspects that the visitor is there to see him, though he isn't expecting anyone. The door creaks open as a guard announces that a guest has arrived for Prince Miramos. He looks on with a mix of annoyance and suspicion, his eyes narrowing at the unannounced intrusion. Beside him, Hones and Jurud share his confusion, with Hones remarking that there were absolutely no meetings or audiences scheduled for the day. Outside the residence, a grand carriage stands waiting, flanked by two stoic guards in desert-style tunics. From the carriage emerges Solarina Analogi, who steps down gracefully while cradling a small, sleeping infant in her arms. Seeing her, he lets out a cry of pure shock, unable to believe his sister has traveled all this way. He had been under the impression she was still in the Neti Kingdom, focused on raising her child. He is left completely flustered by the sudden turn of events, rubbing his head in frustration as he offers a hasty apology to his companions for the chaotic interruption. In response, Jurud offers a playful smile, assuring him that she isn't so petty as to stand in the way of his official duties or family matters. She's already waiting inside as the heavy double doors swing open and Kaido announces his arrival to his elder sister. The young girl is completely captivated, her eyes sparkling with joy as she gazes at the sleeping infant resting peacefully. She continues to fawn over the infant as Kaido approaches, apologizing for the wait. Solarina welcomes him warmly, noting how long it had been since they last met. He looks down at the small life with a mixture of wonder and curiosity, finding a rare moment of domestic peace amidst the political turmoil. He is caught off guard as the atmosphere shifts. The guard from Ambitus prepare to depart, and Solarina mentions they must be on their way, leaving him to wonder if they came only to show him the child. She gently counters his surprise, explaining that a rest was necessary before crossing the desert, while Jurud insists that meeting the baby was reason enough for the journey. The young boy turns his attention back to the infant, introducing himself as Uncle Miramos as the baby reaches out a tiny hand, as if in greeting. His expression falters as the warmth of the reunion is short-lived. Solarina's gaze hardens as she warns him that the Hartout Kingdom faces a bitter struggle if things continue as they are. He is startled as the infant's sudden, piercing wails fill the room, catching him, Solarina, and Jurud off guard. Seeing the child's agitation, Solarina quickly takes charge, requesting Hones to provide a private room and some milk before their departure. Hones responds immediately, promising to make the necessary arrangements at once to accommodate the princess and the infant. As he attempts to interject and seek clarification, his sister cuts him off sharply, insisting that he pay close attention to what Miramos has to say instead. She remains focused on the crying child, leaving him with more questions than answers as she prepares to leave. Left standing alone in the quiet room, the weight of the previous warning begins to settle on him. The silence is a stark contrast to the chaos of moments before. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek as he dwells on the gravity of the situation. The implications of a bitter struggle weigh heavily on his mind. He grapples with the mystery of Solarina's intelligence, wondering how she could know of impending conflicts involving Roche's weapons that have escaped his own notice. The possibility of hidden movements within the Philokene kingdom gnaws at him, leaving him frustrated and uncertain about the true state of the world's affairs. Realizing that standing idle will yield no answers, he determines that he must seek out someone with more information. Stepping out into the long, empty corridor, he makes his way toward a specific destination. Reaching a heavy door, he raises a fist and knocks, seeking the clarity he desperately needs. He waits as the door creaks open, revealing the stoic face of the knight. Addressing him as Prince Miramos, she inquires about the purpose of his visit, to which he politely asks if he might enter for a brief moment. Accepting her invitation, he steps into the room as she warns that her accommodations offer little in the way of hospitality. He maintains a focused expression, the weight of his mission evident in his silent gaze as they prepare to discuss the grave matters at hand. Kaido enters the elegant chamber, greeted warmly by Solarina. He explains his visit, relaying a warning from his elder sister to be wary of the Furakani kingdom. In response, she casts her gaze downward, her expression unreadable as she considers his words. She offers a soft apology, admitting that her records contain nothing new regarding Furakani. She muses internally whether it is truly possible for Princess Parvera to be so uninformed, or if the flow of information has simply been restricted because the region is considered disconnected from their current concerns. He waves off her concern with a light-hearted laugh, though she remains serious, explaining that the system is designed so that any intelligence not deemed directly relevant to her interests never reaches her ears. Suddenly, the young prince stiffens, his senses sharpening as if catching a faint, discordant note in the air. This sudden shift in his demeanor startles both Solarina and Families, who watch him with wide, uncertain eyes. The knight quickly regains her composure, chiding him for his lack of decorum in a lady's private quarters, but he ignores the rebuke, his focus entirely elsewhere. Turning his attention toward the silent, dark-armored figure standing guard, he demands to know if there is any fresh intelligence concerning the Furakani kingdom. He stands before the two women as Families expresses her utter disbelief. She questions how he could possibly sense the Black Knight's presence, noting that even the most elite warriors cannot detect a man whose very title stems from his ability to remain hidden. The young prince simply offers a knowing smile, his form momentarily blurring, as if he is becoming one with the air itself. He casually acknowledges her point, his voice devoid of the tension gripping the knight. Before she can even blink, he vanishes from her sight and reappears directly behind her. The sudden movement leaves the seasoned warrior gasping in shock, her eyes wide as she realizes her senses have been completely bypassed. He begins to explain the mechanics of his technique, contrasting standard holy arts, which focus on expanding one's power, with his specialized vanishing art that involves compressing it to the point of invisibility. Both the princess and the knight listen in stunned silence as he demystifies the impossible. With a cheerful shrug, he suggests that it is actually more unusual to be unable to utilize both forms of the art. His nonchalance only deepens the contrast between his youthful appearance and his terrifying level of mastery, leaving Solarina in awe while Families struggles to process the revelation. While the princess gazes at him with newfound admiration, her cheeks flushed with excitement, the knight can only grit her teeth in a mixture of frustration and disbelief. The gap between their understanding of the world and the reality standing before them has become a chasm. The knight reflects on the sheer absurdity of the situation, realizing that the boy possesses the rare qualities of a Black Knight. It isn't just a matter of simple magic. He has mastered the Shadow Holy Arts, a feat that defies every standard she has ever known. He remains unfazed by her outburst as she shouts that his abilities are truly beyond any known scale, even jokingly threatening to crack open his head to see how it works. Turning his attention away from her frustration, he seeks validation from the silent figure nearby, asking the Black Knight if he doesn't find the whole situation rather noisy. He stands confidently before the princess, the weight of his recent display of power still hanging in the air as he awaits a reaction. He internally admits that failing the demonstration would have been quite humiliating, even as the others watch in silence. But his focus quickly shifts as he senses a specific presence nearby. His senses are proven correct as the Black Knight manifests in a room without a sound, his dark silhouette a stark contrast to the elegant surroundings. The sudden appearance leaves the princess and her guardian breathless, stunned that such a powerful entity could bypass their senses so completely. The armored figure acknowledges that he has been discovered, his voice echoing hollowly from behind the visor. Kaido meets his gaze, remembering their last meeting when the knight had taken on a different guise, while the white-clad guardian explains her own shift in duties to the princess's side. He continues, conceding that a warrior of the young prince's skill would naturally be able to pinpoint his location. In this quiet region, the specialized skills of a Black Knight are rarely called upon, leaving him with little to do but observe. While he speaks, she presses her hands against her chest, her heart racing as she realizes the caliber of the individuals standing before her and the gravity of the situation unfolding. She watches as the boy asks directly if the visitor has brought the intelligence he seeks regarding the kingdom of Pharaohcore. The guardian watches them, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension at the sensitive nature of the request. He waits for an answer as the knight confirms that he possesses the knowledge. Yet he pauses, questioning the wisdom of revealing such secrets to a foreign royal. He remains stubborn, reminding the group that information is a currency of its own and that a Black Knight's efforts should not be squandered on a mere whim, especially for a foreign prince. He met her gaze through his visor as she leaned in, her expression hardening as she clarified that she wasn't asking for the secrets of the entire world, merely a specific piece of intelligence. He then pointed out the divide in their ranks, noting that as a Black Knight, he operated under a different command structure than the Holy Knight, Families, and thus felt no obligation to obey. His defiance triggered a chilling shift in Solarina's demeanor. Her eyes narrowed, and a dark shadow fell over her face as she asked if he truly believed he could mock her guest. She projected an intensity that seemed to physically weigh on the room, forcing the armored man to reconsider his stance as the atmosphere grew suffocatingly tense under her gaze. Yielding to the princess's terrifying pressure, he finally agreed to comply with her request and began the briefing by revealing that the kingdom of Pharaohcore is projected to launch an invasion this summer. He was met with the boy's surprise at the timing, leading him to explain that while winter warfare is traditional, Pharaohcore delayed because the Heart-Out Kingdom's new weapons made winter visibility too risky. He concluded by explaining that the dense foliage of summer would provide the necessary cover, allowing Pharaohcore to leverage their superior numbers to overwhelm the enemy's technological advantage. He conceded that there was logic in the assessment, explaining that in the chaotic, low-visibility environment of a forest, guerrilla tactics like those he once used against the Raksha army would be most effective. In such a scenario, a smaller force equipped with superior weaponry would have a distinct advantage, turning the tide against a numerically superior foe. Listening to this tactical breakdown, the young prince noted that his own advisors had reached a similar conclusion, deeming the Heart-Out Kingdom to be in a favorable position. However, he pressed for deeper insight, questioning the specific reasoning behind such a confident judgment. He began to mentally catalog the factors at play, identifying three primary pillars of Heart-Out's strength. First was the technological edge provided by high-quality armaments purchased from Raksha. Second was the inherent advantage of defending their own territory. Finally, he considered the composition of the Pharaohcore forces. As an army largely comprised of mercenaries, their ability to maintain disciplined, coordinated maneuvers was significantly compromised. As these strategic pieces fell into place, a new thought occurred to him. He wondered if the warning his sister had so pointedly delivered was based on this very assessment provided by the captive knight. Turning back to the armored figure, he voiced a critical concern that had been weighing on his mind: the possibility of Pharaohcore seeking strength through an alliance. He asked if there was any chance the enemy might establish a joint front with another nation, a question that seemed to catch the knight off guard. He then directed attention to the regional map, pointing out the three nations from which Pharaohcore might solicit military aid. He identified the kingdom of Brunia, situated to the south, as the most probable candidate. He reasoned that while Brunia currently lacked any competitive edge over Heart-Out, they would find themselves in a precarious position if their ally Pharaohcore were to fall, as it would mean the loss of a vital trading partner. He further speculated on the diplomatic cover such an intervention would require. He surmised that Brunia would likely frame their involvement as a noble effort to assist an embattled ally, providing a convenient pretext for sending their own troops into the fray. Despite this complex web of alliances and tactics, he realized a fundamental piece of the puzzle was still missing. He looked toward the Silent Knight and asked what possible justification Pharaohcore could have for initiating this war of conquest in the first place, admitting that the true motive behind the invasion remained a mystery to him. He listens with a look of disbelief as the armored figure explains the enemy's justification. The Pharaohcore kingdom alleges that citizens of Heart-Out trespassed and harvested timber from their territory. Stunned, the boy asks if such a flimsy excuse could possibly be the truth. The dispute centers on a dense forest located within a buffer zone, a stretch of land where sovereignty is ambiguous. It seems the invaders simply seized upon the first plausible pretext they could find to mask their true intentions. Turning his attention to the broader political landscape, he questions whether the Holy Knights will step in to mediate. The knight responds grimly, noting that while Pharaohcore's claims are questionable, the Holy King has yet to issue a ruling, making any immediate intervention unlikely. The weight of this news is heavy, as the aging King Heart-Out realizes that without outside help, his kingdom faces certain destruction at the hands of two converging armies. Having heard enough, the young prince offers his sincere thanks for the intelligence. The knight, however, remains distant, reminding him that their cooperation was a one-time favor granted only at the princess's behest and should not be expected again. As the dark-armored warrior turns to depart, the boy quickly calls out to stop him. He feels a debt of gratitude and asks what he might offer as a token of appreciation for the vital information. The knight scoffs at the notion, claiming that as ghosts of a fallen order, they have no need for worldly rewards. Undeterred, the boy waves away the formal refusal, insisting on knowing what would truly please him. Moments later, he stands with the princess in a quiet hall, his mind made up. He requests the finest, sweetest confections available, hoping that a simple indulgence might be the perfect gesture for a weary soldier. He accepts the arrangement with a nod, prompting the princess to promise a selection of sweets so sugary they might cause a toothache as a parting gift. She narrows her eyes in a playful yet pointed pout, teasing him for how quickly his resolve softens whenever a woman is involved, leaving him stammering in a futile attempt to deny the observation. Several days pass, and the focus shifts to a quiet village nestled on the eastern border of the kingdom of Hartout, where the peace is about to be shattered. The prince of this realm, Aiken, oversees the final preparations for a potential conflict, questioning a soldier about the progress of the village's evacuation. The soldier confirms that while 80% of the residents have been moved, he remains skeptical that the Pharaoh kingdom would truly launch an unprovoked assault. He remains firm, explaining that the warning came directly from Prince Miramos, who cited reliable intelligence regarding a secret pact with the Brinia kingdom. Though the news is difficult to swallow, he refuses to leave the border unguarded and vulnerable. Suddenly, the conversation is cut short by a chorus of panicked screams echoing from the outskirts of the settlement, catching both men completely off guard. The village erupts into chaos as Pharaoh mercenaries storm the streets, their blades drawn for slaughter. Amidst the clashing steel, a frantic messenger arrives with even worse news. The Brinia army has begun its invasion from the south. Realizing the gravity of the pincer attack, the prince's subordinates urge him to retreat to the safety of the castle, leaving him to grit his teeth in a mixture of fury and desperation. The prince and his advisors lean over a sprawling map, their faces etched with the gravity of the situation as they weigh their strategic options. Hearing the news, the young boy's eyes widen in disbelief as the reality of the conflict finally breaks. He is met with a somber confirmation that the joint forces of Pharaoh and Brinia have indeed declared war on the kingdom of Hartout, just as they had feared. Following this grim announcement, the prince hands him a formal document, explaining that it is an official plea for military assistance from the besieged kingdom. Listening intently, the boy learns that because they had previously committed to providing aid, a specific destination for their troops has already been assigned by the High Command. As he begins to scan the parchment, a single word of confusion escapes his lips, his mind racing to process the unexpected details. His gaze remains fixed on the text, his pupils shrinking as the weight of the specific request sinks in, revealing a far more dangerous mission than anticipated. The letter details a plan for their forces to rendezvous with the Rosha army at the Zad fortress in the south, where they are expected to join the defense unit and hold the line at all costs. He slumped over the desk, the weight of the request from Hartout pressing down on him. The Duke explained that they were being asked to deploy to the front lines near the Brinia border, a prospect that drained the young prince's enthusiasm instantly. His eyes narrowed as he processed the strategic implications, the gravity of the situation settling in. Nearby, his sister watched with a cold, expectant gaze while the Duke continued his briefing. The young prince felt the walls closing in, the pressure of his royal duties becoming a physical weight. Taking charge of the room, the Duke barked orders to his subordinates, declaring that they would provide 3,000 soldiers as reinforcements. He commanded that weapons and provisions be gathered immediately, leaving no room for debate. Despite the decisive orders, the young prince voiced his concerns, admitting that he lacked any real experience in commanding a siege. The Duke listened, his expression unreadable as he considered the boy's hesitation. The veteran commander sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of the task, which only increased the prince's anxiety. When the boy asked if there was no one else better suited for the role, the Duke simply closed his eyes, a plan already forming in his mind. With a sudden, sharp gesture, the Duke pointed directly at him, naming Prince Miramos as the one who would lead the defense. The boy could only stare in stunned silence, his mind reeling at the unexpected appointment. As the attendants whispered about his past achievements, his tactical brilliance against Mendashium, Rosha, and Ambitus, the Duke solidified his choice. He argued that the prince's unique blend of defensive and offensive experience made him the only logical candidate for the coming conflict. He is the center of a heated protest as Solarina stands up, her face pale with shock. She demands an explanation, unable to believe they would thrust such a heavy military burden upon a child. In response to her outburst, the Duke remains composed, reminding her that while a typical noble might falter, the young prince has already proven his mettle in previous conflicts. Beside him, Hones can't help but let out a small, knowing chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. He turns his attention to Princess Parvera, offering a gentle word of thanks to ease her visible worry. She watches him with a heavy heart, while Families stands nearby, a silent and stoic sentinel in her white armor. As the sun begins to set over the castle walls, a final, stern warning echoes through the courtyard, imploring him to stay out of trouble and avoid being captured once more. He soon finds himself standing before the imposing stone walls of the Zad fortress, the gateway to the Hartout region. Behind him, a disciplined line of armored infantry stands ready, their spears glinting in the light. Mounted upon his steed, he prepares to lead the column through the massive iron portcullis. The air is thick with the weight of the mission as voices from the crowd urge him to prioritize his safety and retreat if the tide of battle turns. He receives a final, tearful reminder from Hones to keep his promise and return home, while the Duke watches with a grim, expectant gaze. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the court debate the political nuances of the conflict, noting that the lack of a clear moral high ground prevents them from fully committing their elite forces. Far from the front lines, Sarkajimo is consumed by his own duties, his frustration mounting as he oversees the grueling training of new recruits. He seethes at the news of the expedition, unable to fathom why his rival was granted a command while he remains sidelined and under suspicion. While he remains consumed by his own resentment back at the palace, the young prince stares ahead with a grim resolve, realizing that he must make the most of the limited resources at his disposal. The journey ahead is long. A map reveals the path across the checkpoint to the Zad fortress, a trek estimated at 8 days. Though the neighboring king offered a formal welcome at the royal castle, the invitation was politely declined to save time, leaving only 6 days of travel remaining. High above the marching column, an owl glides through the air, its wings silent against the vast sky. Peering into a shimmering magical orb, Kaido studies the layout of his destination. He observes that Zad is a wooden fortress built upon a flat plain, a design that presents its own unique set of challenges. The fortress itself is a complex network of wooden walls and tiered structures, resembling the ancient castles of a distant, half-remembered world. This sight triggers a fleeting memory of a past life, where he stood before a similar gate during a school trip. He recalls the guide explaining that the castle's design wasn't just for defense, but to lure enemies into a killing zone, a strategy that seems remarkably relevant to his current predicament. Returning to the present, he consults with his scouts. They report that the Brynia army is closing in, forcing the nearby villagers to evacuate. While they confirm that the fortress is well stocked with food, they warn him that the arrival of additional supplies from the rear might be delayed, prompting him to consider if they can manage without them. With the situation growing more urgent, he declares the end of their rest period. He issues a series of rapid commands, ordering the transport and escort units to leave 1,000 men behind as a rear guard, while the remaining 2,000 soldiers are told to double their pace to reach the fortress before the enemy. He stands at the edge of the woods, reviewing the tactical map as reports arrive that the fortress is already under siege. The grueling 4-day forced march, which should have taken 6, has brought them to the brink of the conflict just in time. Mounting his horse to face the assembled ranks, the young commander addresses the lingering sting of their past defeats. He acknowledges that since the conflict with Nedi, the reputation of the Rosha army has crumbled to nothing, and he calls for their attention to change that narrative. His words are met with a wall of resentment from the veteran soldiers. They grumble amongst themselves, with one even daring to shout that the shame of their previous loss rests squarely on the shoulders of the very boy trying to lead them now. Instead of shrinking back from their scorn, he raises a fist and roars a challenge that echoes through the trees. He tells them that this fight isn't for some distant commander who requested their aid, but chance for them to seize back their own honor and status. His fire ignites a thunderous cheer from the men, their spirits finally rekindle. As the battle erupts at the fortress walls, he watches the exchange of arrows from the treeline. He notes with grim satisfaction that the wooden fortifications have been reinforced with packed earth, ensuring they won't be easily consumed by fire. Surveying the terrain from a distance, he identifies a path through the dense forest. He plans to move his forces through the cover of the trees to reach the Brynia army's exposed flank and catch them by surprise. The sound of heavy impacts draws his attention to the gate, where a specialized Brynia unit has brought forward a massive battering ram. The enemy soldiers roar as they swing the heavy log, determined to breach the defenses. With the enemy pressing their advantage, he hears the frantic warnings of incoming curved fire. A fresh volley of arrows rains down upon the defenders, turning the sky into a deadly hail of wood and iron. He watched from a distance as the Brynia forces intensified their assault, a lethal rain of arrows arching over the fortress walls. Below the deadly canopy, the heavy battering ram lurched forward, its crew braced for the impact against the massive wooden gates of Zad. The collision was thunderous, sending a shockwave through the earth as the ram's iron-capped head smashed into the timber. The Brynia soldiers roared in unison, their voices nearly drowned out by the splintering wood and the chaotic din of the siege. Inside the courtyard, the defenders scrambled to reinforce the buckling entrance, piling heavy sandbags against the base of the doors. Despite the terrifying force of the blows, the commanding officer shouted that the gates still held, urgently ordering his men to rain death upon the attackers from above. Responding to the command, the archers atop the ramparts leaned into the wind, drawing their bows with practiced precision. They loosed a volley of their own, the arrows whistling through the air toward the exposed ranks of the Brynia infantry below. The counterattack found its mark, and one defender gasped in shock when a stray shaft pierced the gap in his armor. He collapsed against the stone, the sudden sting of cold steel a grim reminder of the thin line between life and death on the battlements. As the gate groaned under the relentless pressure of the ram, the situation grew increasingly dire for those caught in the kill zone. Orders were barked for the frontline guards to fall back and find cover, as the air became thick with the debris of shattered wood and stone. Amidst the escalating carnage, the veteran soldiers remained steadfast, their faces grim masks of determination as they continued to loose arrow after arrow. Their leader bellowed for them to make every shot count, demanding they whittle down the enemy's numbers before the walls were breached. Meanwhile, Kaido stood at the edge of the tree line, the muffled sounds of the desperate struggle reaching him through the dense foliage. He watched the distant chaos, knowing the moment to strike was fast approaching. He stands amidst the dense foliage, overseeing the final preparations of his hidden force. One of his armored subordinates reports that the deployment is complete, noting that while they relied on his weaponry as a deterrent, the scale of this operation seems excessive for a mere surprise attack. A subtle, confident smirk plays across his lips as he listens to the soldier's assessment. The man beside him can't help but wonder aloud if the young prince is plotting something particularly devious. He suddenly draws his blade with a sharp ring of steel, his voice booming through the trees as he declares his identity to the world. "My name is Miramose Neti." Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Brynia soldiers stationed near the forest edge are caught off guard. Word of a massive reinforcement of 2,000 troops, sent in response to Hartout's plea for aid, begins to spread like wildfire through their ranks. The enemy's sentries freeze, their eyes wide with terror as the sound of crashing brush and rhythmic, stomping echoes from the shadows of the woods. They scramble to understand what force could be emerging from the darkness. Leading the charge, the young prince raises his sword high, his face set in a mask of fierce determination as he bellows for his men to follow him into the fray. He and his wall of silver-clad knights burst from the tree line like a tidal wave of steel. The Brynia soldiers can only watch in horror, realizing too late that they have been lured into a devastating ambush. As the heavy infantry thunders forward, the enemy lines descend into chaos. Desperate shouts ring out for the archers to fire and hold the line, but the momentum of the charge seems unstoppable. He watched as his vanguard slammed into the enemy, the sound of arrows clattering harmlessly against heavy plate armor filling the air. A Brynia soldier nearby recoiled in terror, realizing their projectiles were useless against the oncoming wall of steel. This unstoppable momentum shattered the Brynia lines, turning the battlefield into a scene of absolute carnage. While some defenders tried to rally with desperate cries, they were quickly silenced by the overwhelming force of the Roshanites. One such warrior brought his blade down with a bone-crushing impact, ending a soldier's resistance in a single, brutal stroke. Kaido is in the thick of it, his blade flashing as he fends off attackers. Seeing the tide turn, the enemy commander bellows a command to fall back, realizing the situation has become untenable. He keeps his eyes locked on the enemy as they begin to scramble away, listening as their leader commands them to avoid the heavy infantry and focus on a swift escape. This tactical retreat creates a frantic situation across the battlefield, with the enemy soldiers sprinting for the woods while the armored knights give chase. Kaido observes the maneuver, noting the enemy commander's competence in making such a swift, logical decision. As the fleeing group nears the forest, he realizes that allowing them to escape into the dense undergrowth would lead to a prolonged and dangerous pursuit. He drops into a low crouch, preparing to take a different path to cut them off. His expression hardens into one of pure resolve, his eyes narrowing as he commits to a daring plan to end the chase here. Meanwhile, the enemy commander reaches the safety of the trees, waving his arm urgently to usher the rest of his unit into the shadows. He, however, has already taken to the canopy, moving through the branches with the grace of a predator as he tracks his prey from above. "Found you," he mutters, his target now directly below him. With a powerful burst of energy, he leaps from his perch, descending toward the startled commander. The man looks up in shock, his face pale as he screams for his men to run, but the boy's shadow already looms over him. He strikes with lethal precision, his blade carving through the enemy commander's defenses in a single, brutal motion. The man's arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by a silent gasp of agony as blood sprays into the air. His eyes are cold and focused, ignoring the crimson droplets that now speckle his face. Every muscle is taut, his mind already calculating the next move in this desperate gambit. Below, the surrounding soldiers freeze in collective shock, their formation breaking as they witness their leader's sudden fall. One man stares up, his mouth agape, unable to process the speed of the assault. Standing over the dying commander, the young prince remains silent while the forest erupts in panicked cries. The soldiers shout in disbelief that their leader has been cut down, their fear quickly turning into a desperate, disorganized call to kill the intruder. As they rush him, he doesn't falter, meeting their charge with a combination of steel and a sudden, blinding flash of light. He moves like a blur, weaving through their clumsy strikes and retaliating with a force that defies his small stature. He then unleashes a burst of searing energy, catching a soldier full in the chest and sending him reeling back in a halo of flame. The others recoil, their shouts of magic echoing through the trees as they realize they are facing more than just a skilled swordsman. A streak of light cuts through the air, a testament to the chaotic power now being wielded in the heart of the woods. The environment itself seems to tremble under the intensity of the magical discharge. Despite the blood staining his armor and the overwhelming odds, the boy stands his ground, his grip on his sword unyielding. He watches the remaining soldiers with a grim determination, ready to see this fight through to its bloody conclusion. He stands amidst the carnage, the body of the enemy commander lying motionless at his feet, while the surrounding soldiers recoil in disbelief. The swordsman's sudden display of lethality sends the remaining troops into a panic, forcing them to realize that the boy before them is a deadly adversary. They whisper frantically among themselves, but their murmurs fall on deaf ears as he examines the chipped and dull edge of his iron blade, reflecting on its poor craftsmanship and feeling relieved that he hadn't wasted any mana on such a low-quality tool. He remains cold and indifferent, a silence that only serves to amplify the terror of the men facing him. They scream out in pure desperation as the boy turns his gaze toward them, his eyes devoid of mercy as he watches them scramble backward in a state of hysterical retreat. The prince calculates the tactical advantage of a pursuit, watching the forest swallow the remnants of the enemy unit as they abandon their posts. He soon forgets the retreating men when a voice suddenly rings out, calling him by his royal title and breaking his concentration. He snaps his head around to find a knight in heavy plate armor stumbling to a halt. The man gasps for breath while chiding the young prince for charging so far ahead, explaining that the rest of the unit simply couldn't maintain his frantic pace through the woods. They stood in silence as the young prince offered a sheepish apology, admitting he had momentarily forgotten he wasn't commanding a unit of heavy infantry during his reckless charge. He then issued a sharp command for the troops to regroup and move toward Zard Fortress to reinforce its defenses, receiving a disciplined shout of affirmation from the weary soldiers. Elsewhere, Hones studied a tactical map from the confines of a steaming bath, her expression grim as she processed reports of the Farakani army's occupation of a village in the northeast of Hartau. Meanwhile, in a nearby chamber, a messenger delivered urgent news to the smirking commander, detailing how Commander Cactus and the Brynia forces had launched an assault on Zard Fortress, prompting him to ask if the stronghold had already fallen. He leaned in, a predatory glint in his eyes as he realized his opponents hadn't just upgraded their arsenal, but had summoned significant reinforcements as well. With Hones still present in the background, he casually sharpened his blade, musing that they should allow the Brynia forces to continue their siege, effectively using them as bait to lure out even more prey for him to hunt. He let out a low, guttural sound as the screech of metal against whetstone punctuated his dark anticipation, his face contorting into a mask of cruel excitement. She began her journey within the Night Kingdom, where her wardrobe was a reflection of her dual life, transitioning between simple, practical casual wear and the ornate, heavy gowns required for formal court appearances. As her travels progressed, she found herself adapting to new roles, sometimes donning a humble apron for domestic tasks, or choosing a vibrant red dress for a long-awaited and emotional reunion. She sought refuge from the biting cold in thick, fur-trimmed capes and high-collared garments, ensuring she remained warm while navigating the harsher climates of the Northern Territories. Even during her time in Neti, she maintained a sense of refined simplicity, often tying her hair back to focus on her duties while wearing lighter, more functional tunics that allowed for greater ease of movement. Her journey through the Rosha region required a diverse array of attire, from heavy, protective travel gear to the most basic shifts used during her brief moments of privacy and rest. With the arrival of the early summer heat, she transitioned into airy, light-colored dresses, favoring soft greens and thin fabrics that mirrored the blossoming world around her. As the temperature continued to rise, her clothing became even more practical, featuring sleeveless designs and delicate lace details that provided comfort without sacrificing her royal dignity. She eventually prepared for her return to the capital, her final ensembles reflecting a more mature and confident princess, blending bold colors and sophisticated patterns that spoke of the many trials she had overcome. She continues to adapt her appearance to her surroundings, favoring a dress with a distinctive neckline in one instance. In another, she adopts the look of a town girl for a casual outing, a style that feels both rustic and carefully crafted. Her attention to detail extends to her footwear, where she matches sturdy, laced boots with a layered skirt for trekking or slips into delicate lavender heels when the occasion calls for a touch of grace. She watches the seasons shift, transitioning between a vibrant, sleeveless pink gown and a more reserved blue dress paired with a white shawl, a combination she finds particularly charming. With the return of spring, she selects a green ensemble specifically designed to keep her hair back while she focuses on her writing, eventually moving back into lighter summer fabrics as the temperatures rise once more. While she navigates the world in her many guises, the atmosphere in the capital remains somber. Prince Aiken stands as a pillar of support next to the throne, where King Hartout sits, his face etched with the weariness of his long reign and the heavy burden of his crown. The fortress of Sardu stands as a bastion of defense, its wooden palisades overlooking a disciplined assembly of soldiers. The Rosha army has arrived in force, their ranks stretching across the snowy grounds of the outpost. He steps forward with a confident air, announcing himself as Lord Miramos Neti. Flanked by his retinue, the young prince declares that he has brought 3,000 men from the Rosha army to bolster their defenses. In response, the seasoned commanders of the fort offer their greetings. Arda, the man entrusted with the command of this stronghold, expresses his deep gratitude for the reinforcements that have traveled so far, while his subordinate, Kopel, stands by his side. Continuing the introductions, he presents the two figures accompanying him, Princess Parvera, who offers a graceful bow, and the formidable knight Families, clad in gleaming white armor. He explains to the commanders that these two serve as his official monitors during this campaign. The news of the Holy Kingdom's involvement sends a ripple of excitement through Kopel, who exclaims that the mere presence of such legendary knights will surely cause the Brynia forces to withdraw in fear. Arda, however, maintains a more reserved and skeptical expression, but the commander's caution is quickly validated as he prepares to address the group. He warns them not to harbor any misconceptions about the nature of this arrangement. Before he can finish, the armored knight interjects with a cold, unwavering tone. She makes it clear that their role is strictly limited to observing the prince's actions, and they will not lift a finger to assist the fort's defenders in the coming conflict. This blunt declaration leaves the two commanders speechless, their faces etched with a sudden, cold realization of the precarious situation they truly face. He stood before the young prince, offering a humble apology for any perceived slight. Kaido, ever the diplomat, brushed it off with a smile, assuring the commander that the Rosha army would fulfill its duties. With the pleasantries concluded, the boy shifted the conversation to the fort's current military strength and state of readiness. In response, the commander led him through a detailed account of their logistics, noting that 300 soldiers were currently stationed within the walls. He pointed to the stockpiles of grain and vegetables, explaining that even with the additional Rosha troops, they had enough to last until autumn. Kaido observed the stores thoughtfully, calculating that with careful management, they could potentially stretch their supplies until the spring thaw. Turning his attention to the threat beyond the walls, the prince questioned if the besieging force consisted solely of Brynia's regulars. The commander confirmed this, noting a peculiar absence. Usually, the Farakani mercenaries would be spearheading such an assault, yet no such sellswords have been spotted among the enemy ranks. As they leaned over a tactical map, Kaido studied the markers representing the enemy's positions in the southern forest. He remarked on the scale of the opposition, noting that the Brynia forces appeared in number fewer than 3,000, a force he considered surprisingly small for such an undertaking. The commander countered this observation, explaining that for a minor nation, fielding 3,000 men was a monumental effort. He suggested that the prince's perspective might be skewed by the overwhelming military might of the Rosha kingdom, where such numbers were common. He further detailed how smaller states often relied on conscripted peasants or expensive mercenaries to bolster their meager standing armies. This revelation brought to mind the history of the Neti kingdom, which had once maintained a mere 500 standing soldiers. It seemed almost impossible that such a tiny force had managed to hold its own against the 20,000 troops of the Rosha kingdom in the past. With a new understanding of the numbers, Kaido's expression sharpened with a sudden, daring realization. He pointed out that if the Brynia army truly numbered only 3,000, including their logistics and supply units, then the Rosha reinforcements alone were their equal in strength. With a confident grin, he suggested that they didn't need to wait behind walls. A sortie was entirely possible. The suggestion sent a wave of visible panic through the commander, who immediately raised his hands in a desperate plea for the prince to reconsider. The thought of abandoning the safety of the fort for a direct confrontation was clearly a risk he was not yet prepared to take. He continues to voice his concerns, emphasizing that while Prince Miramos is known for his tactical brilliance, the unknown movements of the Farakani forces make a sortie far too risky. If they were to charge out only to find the combined armies of two nations waiting for them, the result would be catastrophic. Kaido, however, remains calm, suggesting that they could mitigate this risk by using a magical familiar for reconnaissance. The commander relents, acknowledging the wisdom in a more cautious approach and agreeing that they should maintain their defensive position within the fort for the time being. Kaido agrees, reminding everyone that as a reinforcement force, they should not overstep their bounds or act prematurely. A brief silence falls over the group as the weight of the situation settles in. Breaking the tension, Famili steps forward to address the representatives of the Heartout Kingdom directly. She asks for their honest perspective on the conflict, questioning whether they truly believe that the nations of Farakani and Brinia are acting on false pretenses or if there is some merit to their grievances. Arda listens intently, his expression grim as the conversation shifts toward the political roots of the war. He speaks with unwavering conviction, flatly denying the accusations that his nation violated Farakani's borders. He declares such claims to be entirely baseless, and even cast doubt on the very incident that sparked the conflict, questioning if any trees were actually cut down in the buffer zone by his people at all. Listening to this, Kaido begins to piece together the puzzle, wondering if the entire justification for the war was built on a lie. He considers the possibility that the damage in the buffer zone could have been caused by anything from a passing traveler to a wild beast, and that these minor incidents were merely seized upon as a convenient excuse for aggression. The true frustration, he realizes, lies in the inability to prove who is actually responsible. Families closes her eyes, perhaps reflecting on the complexity of a war where the truth is as obscured as the enemy's next move. She offers a silent prayer to the heavens, hoping that the coming conflict is truly a just cause for all involved. While she reflects, the young prince oversees the arrival of a vital supply caravan at the fortress, noting that these provisions complete their preparations for the impending siege. He then addresses the concerns of a heavily armored knight, who worries that their specialized offensive capabilities might be wasted in a defensive position. The boy reassures him, explaining that he has already planned for integrated training with the advance units. His conversation is cut short as the calm is shattered by frantic cries of an enemy attack echoing through the wooden fortifications. Within the chaos, he rushes to the ramparts and spots the enemy's heavy battering ram units advancing across the field. In response to his observation, the commanding officer on the walls sneers at the predictable tactics, ordering his archers to rain down curved shots upon the approaching force. Despite his confidence, the boy and the veteran Copal are soon struck with disbelief as they witness a group of enemy soldiers performing an impossible feat, sliding down the sheer cliffs on wooden boards to bypass the main defenses. They watch in horror as the fortress archers find themselves under fire from long-range snipers, making it nearly impossible to repel the unconventional assault. They are suddenly shielded as a shimmering dome of light deflects a lethal arrow mid-air. The soldier stares in disbelief, his breath hitching as the projectile clatters harmlessly away. Nearby, Commander Arda watches the phenomenon with wide eyes, equally stunned by the unexpected protection. As more arrows rain down from the cliffs, the confusion among the ranks grows. Arda demands to know what is happening, his voice barely audible over the clatter of incoming fire that seems to be hitting an invisible wall. Stepping forward with a confident smirk, Kaido reveals the source of the miracle, a small, intricately inscribed talisman held between his fingers. He identifies it as an arrow-deflecting charm, a secret weapon he had prepared for just such an occasion. This foresight had begun days earlier, when he had tasked the research department with rushing the production of these magical tools. He had quietly ensured they were sewn into the very lining of the archers' helmets, a precaution that was now paying dividends despite the skepticism of his subordinates at the time. The shimmering barriers continue to hold firm against the relentless barrage. Arda is left speechless, realizing that the Rosha fortress is capable of producing high-level magical armaments that he hadn't even dreamed of. With the defenders' morale soaring, the young prince bellows a command that echoes across the courtyard, declaring that the enemy's long-range bows are now useless. He orders his men to focus all their might on obliterating the approaching siege units. Over the next 12 days, the fortress became an unbreakable wall. The enemy launched coordinated assaults every 3 days, but each wave broke against the gates and the magical defenses, leaving the stronghold's interior untouched. On the 12th day, the guards atop the ramparts watch as the familiar dust clouds of another approach begin to rise. While the battle rages elsewhere, those relegated to sentry duty can only grumble about their bad luck, wishing they were in the thick of the glory instead of watching the horizon. They watch in awe as the young prince engages in a fierce duel with the legendary knight. The ring of steel on steel echoes through the courtyard, drawing the attention of every soldier present. Kaido moves with surprising agility, his blade a blur as he attempts to find an opening in Families' ironclad defense. She smirks, effortlessly parrying his strikes while questioning if this is the extent of his ability. Nearby, Commander Arda watches with a furrowed brow, stunned to realize that the two are sparring with live steel rather than wooden practice swords. He refuses to back down, lunging forward with a determined shout as their blades clash once more. The spectating soldiers are mesmerized, whispering among themselves about whether these two are even human, while others roar for the prince to force the knight back even a single step. Their weapons lock in a test of pure strength, the screech of metal filling the air between them. Kaido's face is a mask of intense concentration and physical strain, while Families remains eerily calm, her eyes locked onto his as she maintains her superior position. As the exchange continues, the prince realizes that witnessing such a high-level bout is serving as a powerful distraction and morale booster for the weary troops. However, the knight counters his thought, warning him that if the duel turns into a one-sided slaughter, it will only serve to demoralize the men further. This intense display of skill is suddenly shattered by the frantic ringing of a warning bell. High atop the watchtower, a sentry strikes the alarm with desperate force, his voice carrying across the fortress with the terrifying cry of an incoming enemy assault. They break their engagement instantly, the competitive fire in their eyes replaced by the cold focus of seasoned warriors. The courtyard, once filled with the cheers of spectators, falls into a tense silence as everyone turns toward the outer walls. He wastes no time, his authoritative voice booming over the sudden chaos as he orders every man back to their stations. The soldiers respond with a thunderous, unified cry, their training taking over as they prepare to intercept the approaching threat. Kaido stands with Families, his expression clouded with concern. When she asks what is troubling him, he admits that the timing of this new alarm is far too early. He suggests that if they haven't had enough of their duel, they can continue later, but his mind is clearly elsewhere. He immediately breaks into a sprint toward the defensive walls, leaving the others behind. As he runs, he reflects on the enemy's patterns. What used to be sporadic raids every 3 days have suddenly shifted into a relentless, daily onslaught. This change in tactics signals a dangerous escalation in the conflict. Below the fortifications, a massive, disciplined army surges forward like a dark tide. The sheer scale of the force is overwhelming, a sea of steel and intent aimed directly at the heart of their defenses. The siege begins with a sudden, violent surge against the gates. Kaido watches the chaos, his mind racing. Only yesterday they were preparing for a long defense. Yet now the enemy strikes with unexpected ferocity, as if desperate to end the conflict quickly. He watches as the heavy wooden doors finally splinter and give way under the relentless pressure. As the enemy pours through the breach, he rallies his men, shouting for the Rosha army to stand firm and show the full extent of their power in this critical moment. From his vantage point, overlooking the courtyard, he sees the sheer scale of the incursion. His voice rings out over the din of clashing steel, commanding his forces to push the invaders back and hold the line at all costs. The struggle intensifies into a brutal, close-quarters melee where every inch of ground is bought with blood. Realizing that a direct confrontation here is becoming a lost cause, he makes the difficult decision to order a tactical withdrawal, hoping to regroup and mount a more effective defense elsewhere. Just as the retreat begins, a breathless messenger reaches him with even more dire news. The soldier reports that troops are already falling back from King Hartout's capital, a revelation that leaves the young prince stunned and questioning the scale of the disaster. Seeking clarity amidst the unfolding catastrophe, he moves to a quiet outpost to receive a full briefing. He urges the survivors to remain calm and explain the situation as concisely as possible. Inside the cramped quarters, he and Commander Arda listen in grim silence as the soldiers deliver their report. They reveal that the Farrakoni kingdom has bypassed their main defenses, marching an army of over 5,000 men directly toward the heart of the realm. The messengers hang their heads in shame, admitting they were lured into a trap. They explain how the enemy feigned construction in a nearby village to draw their attention, allowing the main force to slip through an unguarded route while their backs were turned. He trembles as he delivers the grim news, his voice shaking with the weight of the Hartout side's complete failure. Kaido can only stare in disbelief, a cold sweat breaking out as the reality of their strategic blunder sinks in. Continuing his report, the messenger explains that King Quelcha III has taken personal command and ordered Prince Aiken to retreat to the safety of the royal capital's fortifications. Turning to Commander Arda, Kaido asks if they have any hope of winning a defensive siege, but the veteran commander can only offer a grim admission. Honestly, they do not. The realization finally dawns on the young prince. The Farrakoni main force reached Hartout before their allies could arrive, effectively cutting off any chance of a coordinated defense. Arda nods solemnly, confirming that the enemy's swift movement has rendered their previous plans useless. He listens as Arda maintains a flicker of hope, asserting that the kingdom will endure as long as the prince reaches safety. Kaido, however, remains focused on the immediate logistics, questioning exactly when the royal heir is expected to arrive. Studying a tactical map, he notes the precariousness of their position. Although they are desperate to provide reinforcements, the only path back to the capital leads directly through a heavily contested danger zone. His gaze hardens as he weighs their dwindling options, realizing that whether they choose to stand and fight or attempt a desperate retreat, a direct clash with the Farrakoni forces is now unavoidable. Meanwhile, a carriage thunders down the road, its wheels kicking up dust as it carries the fleeing Prince Aiken toward their location. Back at the encampment, the soldiers wait in a tense silence, their eyes fixed on the horizon as they prepare for the uncertain future that approaches with the coming prince. He sits casually as the report comes in. The occupation of the castle town is nearly complete. Aiken, standing nearby, inquires about the whereabouts of the fleeing prince, his mind already on the next phase of their conquest. The prince observes that they have successfully evaded their pursuers and estimates they will reach Zardu Fortress within a few days. Zubalenk, munching on a dry biscuit, chuckles at the thought, remarking that the added chase only makes the eventual victory more satisfying. With a sudden, violent motion, the burly commander crushes the remains of his snack into crumbs. He declares that once the castle falls, they will march south to begin a campaign of total annihilation, leaving no room for mercy. The fortress stands as a formidable obstacle, its foundations and outer walls crafted from solid stone. It is clear that fire arrows will be useless against such a structure, and a prolonged, grueling siege is inevitable. Acknowledging the difficulty, Zubalenk notes that the mercenaries inside likely realize the futility of their situation. Men of their sort are rarely inclined to throw away their lives for a lost cause when the odds are so heavily stacked against them. Looking over a strategic map, he smirks, confident in their position. The information blockade against the Rosha army is perfect, and with the land routes for reinforcements firmly under their control, the enemy is effectively isolated and blind to the coming storm. Within the silent halls of the besieged castle, King Hartout sits motionless upon his throne, surrounded by his remaining loyal guards. They wait for a rescue that feels increasingly like a distant hope, wondering how much longer they can hold out against the encroaching darkness. 3 days pass in a blur of tension. Aiken, now showing the physical toll of the journey with sweat beading on his brow, stares ahead with a grim expression as they continue their relentless push toward the fortress. He stands in the dimly lit room, the weight of the situation pressing down on him as he contemplates the Empire's advance through the buffer zone. Beside him, the young marshal remains silent, observing the strategic layout and considering the reports of the enemy's progress toward the royal castle. Clasping his hands tightly, the prince listens as the boy explains the grim reality. The Falakani kingdom and the Empire have been in league all along. This secret treaty has completely shifted the balance of power, leaving their current position far more precarious than they had anticipated. What do you mean? He roars, his face contorted with desperation as he insists they must gather their strength and march to the royal castle immediately. The boy doesn't flinch, coldly stating that such a move would be a fatal error, as they would be sandwiched between the invading Polnia forces and the very fortress they currently hold. His knuckles whiten as he slams a fist down, arguing that the fortress is worthless if the capital falls. He knows the stakes are his father's life and the kingdom's future, but the young marshal's expression remains unyielding, his logic focused solely on the survival of his own men. The prince recoils in shock as the boy suggests an unthinkable path. To secure their return to Rosha, they must now seek a diplomatic alliance with the very kingdom that betrayed them. The suggestion feels like a surrender, a bitter pill that he is not yet ready to swallow. "Are you telling me to abandon King Hartout?" he screams, his voice cracking with indignation. The boy simply raises a hand to quiet him, reminding him with chilling pragmatism that this military expedition was never an act of selfless charity, but a strategic maneuver. Silence falls between them, heavy with the prince's frustration and the boy's cold calculations. The young marshal suggests that if he wants a different outcome, he must be the one to offer a better alternative, placing the burden of the next move squarely on the prince's shoulders. With a confident smirk, the boy points upward, challenging the prince to provide a benefit to the Rosha army that is so great it justifies the risk of staying. He makes it clear that loyalty has a price, and the prince can only stare, speechless at the sheer audacity of the demand. He continues his cold assessment, noting that it was fortunate the princesses were not present to witness such a grim negotiation. He points out that without a condition he can accept, there is no reason to move his forces, leaving the prince in a precarious position. In response to his demands, the prince's composure begins to crumble, his face slick with sweat as he asks if he is expected to sell his own country to save it. The young marshal remains unmoved, suggesting that such a sacrifice might indeed be the only path forward for a kingdom on the brink of collapse. As the tension reaches a breaking point, the elderly King Hartout interjects with a startling revelation. The decision for the current monarch to abdicate has already been made. This news catches the prince completely off guard, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sudden shift in the political landscape during this national crisis. The king continues, his voice heavy with the weight of his failures, explaining that the loss of the royal castle to enemy forces is a disgrace that cannot be overlooked. He acknowledges that such a catastrophic lapse in defense demands a significant consequence for the crown, effectively passing the burden of leadership to his son. Seeing an opportunity, the boy clarifies the situation, noting that since the prince is now effectively the king in waiting, any agreement they strike would be as binding as a royal decree. He demands a firm commitment, one that cannot be brushed aside like previous broken promises, emphasizing the need for a deal that holds weight. He extends a hand, not in friendship, but as a challenge, urging the prince to make a proposal that falls within his current power. He makes it clear that he is not looking for vague future promises, but for a concrete offer he can act upon immediately to justify the deployment of his army. The young marshal's gaze is unwavering as he repeats his demand for a certain, unbreakable promise. Across from him, the prince stands in silence, the pressure of the moment visible in the way he clenches his jaw and avoids direct eye contact, struggling to find a price he is willing to pay. Finally, the prince speaks, his voice strained as he offers a desperate concession. Everything the Rosha army manages to seize during the conflict will be theirs to keep. He looks up, his face etched with anxiety, and asks if such a massive transfer of wealth and territory is enough to secure the marshal's support. He watched as the young boy pondered the proposal, a heavy silence hanging between them. Kaido eventually concluded that the terms were a fair compromise, realizing that the greater their effort, the higher the personal profit would be. With a sharp nod, he accepted the deal, promising to commit the full strength of the Rosha army, now that the terms were set. While he wrote the contract, the boy reflected on the cold reality that nations are bound not by friendship, but by mutual interest, making a formal agreement essential. Meanwhile, the prince's mind raced with logistical nightmares, fearing that the Philokene forces blocking the roads would prevent any reinforcements from arriving in time, even by the fastest horse. Handing over the signed document, the young commander made a bold declaration that they would crush the Philokene invaders and liberate the royal castle. The prince could only stare in stunned silence, his face slick with sweat as he grasped the paper that represented his last, desperate hope. Hone stands alone on the castle balcony, the stone cold beneath her feet. 28 days have passed since the expeditionary force departed, leaving her to manage the quiet halls. While she takes pride in the trust placed in her to maintain the household, the silence of the castle weighs heavily on her spirit. She gazes downward, her expression clouded by a lingering sense of isolation. The weight of her responsibilities is a constant companion, yet it cannot fully mask the worry she feels for those far away on the front lines. Her prayer for their safe return is abruptly interrupted by a familiar, energetic voice calling out a greeting. Startled, she turns to see a young boy sprinting through the corridor behind her, his arrival as sudden as a summer storm. Her eyes widen in sheer disbelief, her breath catching in her throat. The shock of seeing him here, so far from where he should be, leaves her momentarily speechless and trembling. As he rushes past, she frantically calls out, demanding to know if the war has ended or if they have been forced into a retreat. Without slowing his pace, the boy shouts back that the conflict is far from over, explaining that he must reach General Dulba immediately before disappearing around a corner. She remains frozen for a moment, staring at the empty hallway where he just was. A flash of irritation crosses her face as she mutters about his lack of manners, frustrated by his refusal to provide a proper explanation for his sudden appearance. Her frustration is quickly replaced by a new wave of astonishment as she turns to find two more figures approaching. Walking calmly toward her are the young princess and the knight who had accompanied the prince on his journey. Bowing low, she greets the princess with a mixture of reverence and confusion. The young royal offers a gentle apology for the surprise, while the attendant struggles to process the reality of their return, her mind racing with questions about the state of the kingdom and the fate of the others. She stood frozen as the weight of the news settled over the castle. Families explained that Prince Miramos had made a critical decision to reinforce the Rosha army. Because traditional messengers could not navigate the treacherous terrain, only the three of them, capable of wielding sacred arts, had made the perilous journey back across the mountains to deliver the command in person. While the news spread, the young prince had already found General Dulba to begin the mobilization. The veteran commander accepted the orders without hesitation, promising to summon soldiers from across the lands within 48 hours. He estimated that by the third day, the full force would be assembled and ready at the border, a timeline that brought a visible sense of relief to the boy. He then turned his attention to a map of the region to finalize the logistics of the deployment. They agreed on a force of 5,000 men. 2,000 would remain to safeguard the territory, while the remaining 3,000 would march to the front lines. Dolba acknowledged the plan with a solemn nod, his mind already calculating the movements of his troops. As they finalized the numbers, the general remarked that even the most daring rebels would think twice before facing the knight's disciple in open combat. The boy looked away, a bit sheepish at the grand title, though the general remained serious, noting that the prince's recent reputation had become a powerful deterrent against internal strife. Their conversation shifted to the dire situation at Hartout Castle, where a grueling siege was underway. The general's expression darkened as he mentioned the heavy losses they had already sustained. He spoke of the enemy with a grim respect, his eyes narrowing as he prepared to describe the man leading the opposing forces. He warned that the general from the Farakani kingdom was not a man to be taken lightly. Recalling a battlefield from his own youth, the commander described a time when this adversary was nothing more than a ruthless mercenary, a man whose survival instincts were honed in the bloodiest of skirmishes. This man was known to use any means necessary to stay alive, often resorting to cowardly ambushes and striking from the shadows while others fought honorably. He was a survivor who prioritized his own life above all else, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake as he climbed the ranks to become a general. It was a rise to power fueled by opportunism and a complete lack of remorse. His history of targeting the weak and exploiting every advantage made him a terrifying opponent, as the young prince realized the gravity of the situation. A foe who was not only experienced in the chaos of war, but who specifically chose to strike where his enemies were most vulnerable, was the worst possible match for the Hartout kingdom. He looks into the eyes of the weary King Hartout, seeing the weight of a kingdom on the old man's shoulders and a flicker of hope in his tired gaze. With a silent plea for the defenders to hold out until his arrival, he prepares himself for the grueling journey that lies ahead. 3 days of relentless travel later, the massive stone walls of the border checkpoint finally loom on the horizon, marking the start of their intervention. Before the gates, a vast sea of armored knights stands ready, their spears bristling like a forest of steel. The situation in Hartout has reached a critical breaking point, forcing the king to commit his full strength to this desperate counteroffensive. As the tension mounts, the promise of spoils is made clear to the gathered host. Everything the Rosha army seizes from the invaders will be theirs to keep as a reward for their valor. He raises a clenched fist, his voice booming as he declares their ultimate goal. They will not only save Hartout, but launch a crushing counterattack against Farakani and Prunia. By right of conquest, those lands will become theirs, ensuring the eternal prosperity of the Rosha region. A thunderous roar erupts from the ranks as the soldiers raise their weapons in a unified display of defiance and ambition, their spirits ignited by the promise of victory and wealth. While his companions quietly discuss the immense administrative burden that will follow such a conquest, he remains focused on the immediate task. With a final, resolute command, he orders the massive host to march forth. He has set his grand plans in motion, but far away, the heart of the kingdom he seeks to save is under siege. The flags of the royal palace flutter in a cold wind, marking a bastion that feels increasingly isolated from the world outside. Outside the heavy stone gates, the weary defenders of the capital take a moment of respite, their faces etched with the exhaustion of a prolonged conflict. They huddle together, sharing meager rations while the shadow of the looming walls offers little comfort against the uncertainty of the morrow. Within the grand hall, the atmosphere is thick with tension as messengers arrive to deliver their reports to the aging King Hartout. The monarch sits motionless on his throne, his gaze fixed on the men who have come bearing news from the front lines. They recount a harrowing tale of desperation, explaining how every attempt to reach the Rosha army has been intercepted by the surrounding enemy forces. The messengers' voices tremble as they describe the brutal fate of those captured, their words painting a grim picture of a city slowly being strangled by an unbreakable blockade. One of the high officials, his brow furrowed in deep concern, admits that the situation has reached a breaking point, with food supplies dwindling to a mere 2 days' worth. Beside him, another advisor notes that the soldiers' morale is at its limit, and without immediate reinforcement, the risk of internal collapse or betrayal grows with every passing hour. The weight of these revelations hangs heavy over the silent assembly, the vastness of the throne room only serving to emphasize the gravity of their predicament. The king remains a silent observer, absorbing the harsh reality that his kingdom stands on the precipice of total ruin. Breaking the silence, he leans forward and inquires about the movements of Prince Miramos, his voice carrying a flicker of hope amidst the gloom. The question catches the advisors off guard, their expressions shifting from despair to a sudden, sharp curiosity about the young prince's whereabouts. They begin to discuss the incredible rumors surrounding the boy, recalling how he rose to become a marshal of Neti at such a young age and successfully repelled the the Mendashium invasion. As they reflect on his recent conquest of Ambitus and his reputation for being a shrewd, almost divine leader, they wonder if such a man would truly risk everything to save a foreign land. Within the somber halls of the palace, the elderly monarch listens intently as his advisors report the lack of news regarding Prince Iken's capture, a silence that perversely fuels their desperate hope. He remains silent, his face etched with the weight of his crown, as he contemplates whether a solution exists that transcends ordinary logic to break the suffocating siege. Resigned to their current plight, he acknowledges that they have chosen the path of the underdog, and their only strategy is to endure until a single, fleeting opportunity presents itself. Far from the quiet halls of the throne room, General Dulba vents his frustration on the battlefield, brutally kicking a fallen soldier while lamenting the tedious nature of a prolonged siege. As the victim lies broken in the dust, he stands over him, his presence a dark shadow against the barren ground. He then seizes the man by the hair, his voice dripping with mock compassion as he promises to return the soldier to the safety of the castle walls, though not in the state the man desires. A cruel smile spreads across his face at the thought of the terror his gift will cause those inside. But his sadistic reverie is interrupted by a frantic messenger. The soldier gasps out the news that the Rosha army has breached the borders of Hartaut's territory, a development that causes the general to tighten his grip in sudden, sharp interest. He clicks his tongue in irritation, surveying the chaotic assembly of soldiers in the courtyard. With a sharp, commanding shout, he orders all the captains to gather before him immediately. He storms into the command room, his voice booming with frustration as he demands to know how their plans were compromised. He had been certain that the information blockade was flawless, yet news of their advance on the capital has somehow reached the enemy. Nearby, Prince Iken and his senior officers discuss the disturbing development, wondering if a spy has infiltrated their ranks. They find the timing of the enemy's response to be far too precise, suggesting that reinforcements might have been mobilized long before they were expected, or perhaps there is a leak they haven't accounted for. The general remains deeply skeptical, arguing that it is physically impossible for the Rosha army to have crossed the mountain range so quickly. He stares at the maps, unable to reconcile the reports with the harsh reality of the terrain, while his advisors suggest the information might have leaked from the Zato stronghold. When the prince suggests that the monkey prince of Rosha might be leading the charge due to his mountain-dwelling heritage, the veteran commander scoffs at the idea. He cannot fathom a high-ranking noble risking everything to appear on the front lines of such a perilous campaign, dismissing the theory as foolishness. Despite his dismissal, the weight of the situation begins to settle as he calculates the days since the Hartout prince's escape. The speed of the enemy's approach defies all military logic, forcing him to reconsider the strength and resolve of their opponents. He turns to his subordinates, his expression grim as he asks for a definitive timeline on the Rosha army's arrival. Upon learning they have only 2 or 3 days, he barks out a desperate order to double the pay for any mercenaries who can break through the city gates before the reinforcements arrive. With the enemy closing in, the time for waiting has passed. The siege is over, and the true battle for the capital is about to begin. Clouds drift across the sky, marking the passage of time as the siege reaches its climax. Standing before the city gates, the general declares with grim determination that the fortress will fall within 2 days. 3 days later, the young prince finally reaches the outskirts of Hartout Castle, but his relief is short-lived as he spots something troubling in the distance. His eyes widen as thick plumes of black smoke billow from the castle walls, a clear sign that the enemy has already breached the inner sanctum. He bellows for his men to increase their speed, desperate to reclaim the stronghold before all is lost. The elderly king sits motionless, a cold blade pressed against his throat as the sounds of destruction echo from the burning fortress outside. Within the throne room, the struggle seems decided. Arda stands triumphantly over the fallen, declaring that the battle is won and the king's life is now in his hands. He leans in with a cruel smirk, demanding an immediate surrender while the steel edge bites into the old man's skin. Suddenly, a frantic messenger bursts into the chamber, his voice trembling as he reports the unexpected arrival of the Rosha army. Outside the palace walls, the tide of battle shifts violently as a new force crashes into the ranks of the invaders. Leading the charge, the young Prince Iken rears his horse, his voice booming across the courtyard as he declares his intent to save the kingdom. Arda can only watch in growing frustration. He breathes a sigh of relief, acknowledging just how narrowly he escaped a certain death. Despite the chaos, Arda remains defiant, though he admits his mercenaries are no match for the disciplined Rosha soldiers. The king, however, remains resolute, knowing that his legacy is secure through the prince's arrival. He stares defiantly at his captor, declaring with unwavering certainty that the kingdom of Hartout will never fall into such treacherous hands. Below the palace walls, Prince Iken leads the charge, his face twisted in a battle cry as he cuts through the opposition. Because of this relentless pressure, The tide of battle shifts violently as a Rosha knight delivers a crushing blow to a mercenary's helm. The enemy's morale shatters instantly. Terrified cries erupt among the ranks as they realize they are no match for such disciplined steel, and the urge to survive outweighs any oath of coin. As the front lines crumble, the once organized mercenary force dissolves into a panicked mass of fleeing men. They scatter across the blood-stained grounds, abandoning their posts in a desperate scramble to escape the advancing Rosha army. Amidst the chaos, a commander screams for his men to hold their ground, but his orders fall on deaf ears. The mercenaries shout back in defiance, telling him to die alone if he wishes, as they push past their superiors to reach the safety of the city streets. The news of this desertion reaches the throne room, where a frantic messenger informs the commander that their hired blades are vanishing into the night. Iken stands nearby, watching the unfolding collapse of his enemy's strategy with a grim sense of vindication. Outside the palace walls, the scale of the disaster becomes undeniable as the Rosha army floods through the main gates like a rising tide. The sight is enough to make even the most hardened veteran falter, signaling the end of the occupation. Realizing the futility of further resistance, the commander lets out a sharp, bitter command for a total retreat. He warns his remaining loyalists that staying would mean certain slaughter, his voice tight with the sting of a defeat he hadn't anticipated. As the order echoes through the hall, he casts one final, narrowed glance toward the king, his jaw set in a mask of suppressed rage. The elderly monarch remains still, his hands resting on his lap, witnessing the silent admission of failure from the man who sought to take his crown. He had signaled the retreat, and, as the enemy forces began to pull back, King Hartout watched the shifting tide with a heavy heart. The elderly monarch marveled that Prince Miramos would risk everything for a king as pathetic as himself. Yet he felt a surge of hope knowing this intervention meant the ultimate salvation of the Hartout kingdom. He was not the only one stunned by the sudden turn of events, as the Roshan knights stood in utter disbelief, questioning the validity of the command to withdraw. They looked to one another for confirmation, unable to fathom why they were being ordered to abandon the field just as victory seemed within their grasp. They watched as the young prince seized the moment, charging toward the royal castle with a ferocity that matched the desperation of the hour. A soldier called out, noting that the enemy had decided to retreat the moment they saw the reinforcements arrive, but he warned that the boy was heading into the heart of the palace entirely alone. He carved a path through the remaining resistance, his movements a blur of focused aggression. He reached the massive inner gates and paused for a fleeting second to steel his resolve. Recalling the warnings about the formidable opponent waiting within, he knew that if the descriptions were accurate, the coming confrontation would be his greatest challenge yet. He was suddenly ambushed by a desperate mercenary who lunged from the shadows, driven by the promise of a massive bounty. He silenced the attacker with a swift, brutal counter, leaving a spray of crimson against the stone walls. He burst into the grand hall, his voice booming as he called out for the general. The chamber was a scene of absolute carnage, littered with the fallen, but his focus remained sharp as he scanned the wreckage of the throne room for his true target. He continues his desperate ascent as the fortress above him is engulfed in smoke, a grim testament to the chaos he is about to enter. Within those burning walls, General Dulba curses under his breath, his eyes burning with resentment as he reflects on how the young prince has systematically dismantled his plans. Nearby, Prince Iken observes the Rosha army's relentless advance and acknowledges that the sheer disparity in military strength makes their defeat seem certain. While the prince despairs, the general refuses to concede, his face hardening as he declares that he still holds a final, decisive trump card. In another wing of the palace, the young prince clenches his fist, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and unwavering resolve as he pushes forward. Beyond the immediate struggle, a silent figure remains seated upon the throne, hands resting heavily on his staff as they await the inevitable. Approaching that very chamber, he bursts through the heavy wooden doors, his breath catching as he takes in the sight before him. He stands frozen in the deathly quiet room, staring at a fallen guard slumped against the wall in a pool of blood, marking the path of the violence that preceded him. He stands amidst the carnage, the weight of the silent palace pressing down on him. The bodies of his fallen guards litter the stone floor, a grim testament to the violence that has swept through these halls. Overcome by the sight, the young prince lets his blood-stained blade slip from his fingers. It clatters harshly against the ground as he collapses to his knees, his strength finally failing him. Before him, King Hartout sits motionless upon the throne, his lifeblood staining the ornate carvings behind him. Even in death, the monarch's hands remain gripped around the hilt of his sword, a final, futile gesture of defiance. The boy stares at the gruesome scene, his breath hitching as the reality of his father's demise sinks in. The silence of the throne room is deafening, broken only by the distant echoes of a war already lost. He remains bowed in the presence of the fallen king, a small, broken figure in the vast, blood-spattered hall. Nearby, a hand remains clenched in a death grip, a silent scream of the struggle that ended here. On the cold floor, the royal crown lies discarded and stained with blood, a hollow symbol of a dynasty that has finally crumbled into the dust. A hand tightens its grip on a sword hilt, the tension palpable as the counterattack begins. High above the royal castle, the scale of the conflict is revealed as disciplined ranks of soldiers assemble in the courtyard, ready to clear out the remaining mercenaries. Amidst the mobilization, General Dulba barks orders to his men, commanding them to call for surrender, but authorizing lethal force against any who resist. Beside him, Princess Parvura searches frantically for Kaido, her voice trembling as she asks a knight where he might be, only for the soldier to point toward a figure on the ground. She finds him collapsed and gasping for air, his body pushed to its absolute limit as he struggles to even stand after the harrowing ordeal. He delivers a crushing blow to their morale, announcing with a heavy heart that King Quelcha III has fallen in battle. He reflects on the impossibility of surviving such a wound, noting that no man could live after losing his head, his eyes cast downward in mourning. He pushes himself back to his feet, demanding that a pursuit unit be formed immediately to hunt down those responsible before they can escape. He stands amidst the chaos, his voice rising in protest as General Dulba prioritizes securing the castle perimeter. The veteran commander argues that they must first account for the scattered mercenaries who might turn to banditry and threaten the nearby villages. But the young prince's mind is elsewhere. He shouts in desperation, pointing out that every second they waste allows the enemy to flee further with the king's head. His eyes are wide with fury and grief, demanding an immediate pursuit before the trail goes cold. Suddenly, she lunges forward, wrapping her arms tightly around him to halt his reckless advance. Princess Parvura begs him to find his composure, reasoning that the enemy wouldn't have taken such a grim trophy if they intended to discard it carelessly. There must be a greater purpose behind their actions. She gazes up at him with tear-filled eyes, her voice trembling but firm as she promises that another opportunity for justice will surely come. He freezes, the heat of his rage beginning to dissipate under the weight of her desperate plea. They remain locked in that embrace for a long moment, the silence of the courtyard heavy with the shared burden of their loss. The frantic energy of the pursuit fades, replaced by a somber realization of their current helplessness. He watches them from a distance, his stern expression softening as he acknowledges the depth of the young man's conviction. General Dulba realizes there is much to be learned from such raw passion, even if his duty forces him to prioritize the cold logic of defense. The young prince finally stands still, his shoulders slumping as the adrenaline leaves his body. In a quiet, broken voice, he confesses that his desperation wasn't just for vengeance, but because he simply wanted the chance to speak with his father one last time. Beyond the castle walls, the dense foliage of the surrounding forest rustles in the wind. The shadows lengthen as the day's light fades, leaving the woods in a somber, expectant silence. The mercenaries flee through the dense woods, their breath coming in ragged gasps. They curse the false promises of an easy victory, realizing too late that they have been led into a losing battle. As they scramble over the uneven terrain, a knight of the Rosha army bellows a command to surrender. He informs the stragglers that the Farakani forces have already abandoned the field, and without their magical implements, further resistance is futile. Meanwhile, at the fortress, the tide of war has clearly turned. Order is being restored as lines of soldiers assemble before the stone walls, the chaotic skirmishes of the morning giving way to a somber, organized occupation. Within the ranks of the defeated, hushed whispers of desertion begin to circulate. One man quietly outlines a path to a small lake in the north, a desperate contingency for those looking to vanish before the final reckoning. Observing the fractured remnants of the enemy, Families reflects on the inherent instability of Cell's words. She muses that such men, devoid of true loyalty, would readily betray their comrades for a chance at survival, concluding that the total collapse of the Farakani state is now inevitable. She then turns her gaze toward the young prince, her expression hardening. With a sharp tone, she demands to know how much longer he intends to wallow in his despair while the world moves on around him. In contrast to the knight's sternness, the princess remains by his side, offering a gentle touch. She strokes his hair with a rhythmic, soothing motion, providing a silent anchor for his overwhelming grief. She softly asks if the storm within him has begun to subside. Sharing a piece of her own heart, she admits that she felt a similar sense of profound unease when they first met, hoping her words might offer him some small measure of peace. He looks into the distance, his expression hardening with a newfound resolve as he acknowledges the support he has received. Turning his attention to the matters of state, the young prince listens as General Dulba introduces an official from the Hartout Kingdom named Zarliai. The official reports that the 1,000 mercenaries captured during the siege have been successfully transferred to the custody of the royal castle. He accepts the news with a solemn nod, offering his thanks to the general for his tireless service. With a respectful bow, the boy honors the official's contribution to the transition of power. Zarlii returns the gesture, acknowledging the weight of the responsibilities now resting on the young prince's shoulders. Beyond the walls of the fortress, the reality of their victory is tempered by the heavy loss of King Quelcha III, whose life could not be spared despite the successful defense of the castle and the realm. Amidst the somber atmosphere, Prince Iken approaches to share the news that he has managed to secure a safe retreat to the Zard fortress. Overwhelmed by the support of his allies, the young prince can only express his profound gratitude for their loyalty during these dark times. The group stands together on the battle-worn grounds, acknowledging the physical and mental toll the defensive struggle has taken on everyone involved. There's a shared sense of regret that a proper celebration cannot be held, as the exhaustion of war weighs heavily upon them all. As the sun begins to set on the day's events, the young leader turns back toward the heart of the camp alongside General Dulba. The general's face is set in a grim mask of determination as he announces that they must now prepare to pursue the remnants of the Farakani army. Beside him, the prince's eyes burn with a sharp, unwavering focus, ready to see the conflict through to its final conclusion. He walks alongside the general through the fortress grounds, listening as the veteran reports that nearly 2,000 mercenaries have been rounded up following the battle. As they discuss the enemy's dwindling strength, the veteran notes that the remaining Farakani forces are scattered and likely few in number, prompting the young prince to consider their next move. He then questions if there would be any issue with dividing their own units, a suggestion that makes the general narrow his eyes in suspicion of a deeper motive behind the request. Meanwhile, in the courtyard below, the soldiers are greeted with heartfelt thanks from the villagers they rescued from the brink of disaster. He is soon approached by a messenger who informs him that the High Command has summoned him immediately to discuss the upcoming operation. He soon stands before the two leaders, where the general expresses his trust in the man's capabilities while the prince recognizes him as the former mountain guide. As he bluntly asks what is required of him, the veteran begins to reprimand his lack of manners. But the boy waves off the concern with a calm smile. Ignoring his gruffness, he holds up 4 fingers and declares his intent to split the army into 2 groups of 4,000 and 1,000 men. He continues his command, directing Zubalenk to lead 1,000 men towards Zard Fortress. They're to rendezvous with the 3,000 soldiers already stationed and launch a full-scale invasion of Brinia. The captain, caught off guard by the scale of the assignment, can only stare in stunned silence. The burly soldier stammers, questioning if the young prince is truly serious about such a move. He argues that dividing one's strength is a fundamental error in warfare, but General Dulba quickly interjects, reminding the captain that such basic principles are already well understood by those in command. Stepping toward a large tactical map, the young strategist clarifies his intent. He explains that rather than a simple division, this is a coordinated pincer movement. While the main army advances through Farakani, Zubalenk's detachment will strike from a different flank to trap the enemy. A realization begins to dawn on the captain as he mutters about the nature of this detachment role. He confirms the captain's suspicion with a sharp nod, asserting that the objective is total annihilation. He expresses full confidence in the man's ability to lead the charge, believing the allocated forces are more than sufficient for the task. A fierce, toothy grin spreads across the veteran's face. The captain erupts in a boisterous laughter, admitting he had feared his rowdy nature had finally gotten him sidelined by the prince. Relieved and invigorated, he vows to exceed all expectations now that he knows he is being trusted with such a vital role. Clenching his gauntlet fists, he declares that the previous skirmishes with Farakani were far too easy and had left him unsatisfied. The prospect of a real challenge in Brinia has clearly ignited a fire within him. He listens intently as the young prince offers a final word of caution, urging him not to overwork the men while still demanding their absolute best for the coming trial. With the strategy set, the path forward is clear on the maps, tracing a direct line toward the formidable Zardoc fortress that guards the border. The fortress looms ahead, a complex structure of timber and stone where sentries already cry out, alerting the garrison to the arrival of the Rosha forces. In response to the alarm, the vanguard of the Rosha army presses forward, a disciplined wall of steel and spearheads glinting in the light. Observing the layout from a distance, the prince notes the defensive genius of the maze of wood and earth, realizing that even a direct charge would leave his men vulnerable to fire from all sides within the narrow, high-walled corridors. He contemplates a magical assault to breach the inner sanctum, but quickly dismisses the idea, knowing that such a display would make him an irresistible target for the enemy's hidden marksman. A wave of regret washes over him for leaving a vital magical artifact behind at the previous camp, and he briefly considers the peril of standing atop the walls to direct the flow of battle himself. Despite the mounting difficulties, a spark of resolve returns to his eyes as he turns to his companion, who waits expectantly to hear the details of the desperate gambit he has devised.